Chapter 81 War Town 11. Ron's rejoining surprised Louis. He still joined the battlefield by helicopter. And the landing point was still on the basketball court. Louis reminded him. Don't come over yet. There is a sniper hidden in the 2-story building in your 2 o'clock direction. Jill is going around from the opposite side. Ron said. Understood. I will stick to the wall and pass carefully. Then please pay attention to your safety. Louis could only remind him so far. He was now suppressed in the corner by a sniper. He couldn't even show his head, let alone talk. And now he could only maintain radio contact with 2 teammates. Upon learning that Ron had come in, Jill said, Ron, don't come over yet. Wait until I go over and kill that Beachy. From the way she sounded, it seemed like she could definitely kill the sniper. Louis felt quite regretful at this moment. He thought Gil and Ron were 2 people he could make friends with. What if there was no God War? How great would it be if parallel worlds in the console could coexist? He will survive at all costs. If that day comes, he is lucky enough to go to the last step and must kill them. He will not hesitate. But he will also feel heartbroken for losing such a friend. But the truth is so cruel. And the Hessian law will be vividly interpreted at that moment. Just when he was thinking wildly, he heard a burst of gunfire, coming from somewhere in the building. Louis quickly asked, What's wrong? Gil said, Ron was killed. Louis cursed inwardly, looked at the terminal, and sure enough, Ron's name turned gray. Just as he was about to say something, there was another burst of gunfire. And then he heard Gil say, All clear. The last sniper was finally killed. Gil said, I'm coming over now. Louis hurried to the supply point to replenish supplies. He needed to buy 2 air-to-ground missiles, because according to the system prompts, this wave will be joined by 2 Wuji. If there is no open space, it will be difficult to get it. In addition, Ron's first killed for the 2nd time. There is one last chance left today, and I don't know if he will come in again. When the countdown was about to end, Jill also came back, and the 2 began to set up a defense line on the 2nd floor of the small building. At this time, the sound of a helicopter came from the air. Louis looked at the terminal, and sure enough, Ron's name became it turned white, which means he came in again. After Ron came in, he found that the attack had not started yet, so he ran over desperately. Gil called him to come over and take cover, but Louis said, Is it a loss for you to come in now? You have used up 3 opportunities. Ron smiled honestly and said, It doesn't matter. We're done. There's still tomorrow. Ah, isn't that my body? I looked back, and sure enough, there was Ron's body behind me. Ron smiled again and said, When I first came here, I also saw one of my corpses on the road. Louis said, This is the reality of the real person copy. After the player is killed in battle, the body will not disappear. Louis finally said the word player for the first time. Although it was a real battle, it quoted many elements from the game. However, there were more and more corpses on the scene, not only from enemies, but also from teammates. It is indeed a very embarrassing thing to let yourself see your own body. The 8th wave of attacks began. Louis leaned against the fortifications where the corpses were stacked, opened the terminal screen, and said, You 2 guard. I will open the space. No problem, Ron said. Louis asked again, Ron, how is your injury? Brother, Ron said, I'm resurrected. Why are there any injuries? Oh, right. Look, I forgot about this, Louis said, already turning on the drone screen. After a while, he saw Wuji entering the battlefield, locking on one first, and then launching an air-to-ground missile. Kill it with a bang. When I was about to lock the 2nd Wuji, the unmanned screen showed that it was offline, and it would take 30 seconds to come back online. Louis cursed. What the hell are you doing? Fortunately, 30 seconds passed quickly, and the drone came online again. Louis called the 2nd clearing and killed it. The enemies after that are similar to the ones before. And there are also more snipers. Just like before, Louis and Ron are here to attract firepower, and Jill goes around to attack them. But this time, Jill did not detour to the building. Instead, he found a hiding spot halfway and killed the sniper. The sniper she used was the one she picked up after killing the sniper in the previous wave. The 8th wave ended, and the 9th wave was another wave without aircraft. They were all ground enemies, including ordinary soldiers, suicide dogs, and an additional type of enemy, human bombs. That is, the enemy with a suicide bomb tied to his body. With the experience of blocking the enemy many times, Even though there were fewer people, only 3 people, this wave was still successfully ended. It just took a little longer, and none of the 3 people were injured. As time went by, the battle entered the 10th and final wave. There are 3 more air combat enemies in this wave, 2 Wuji aircraft, and an airborne heavy trooper. Louis, Gil and Ron also had enough points to exchange for corresponding weapons and equipment. Among them, Gil also purchased an automatic attack machine gun with 500 rounds of ammunition. Once an enemy is found coming upstairs, he will shoot him with full firepower. The self-attack machine gun is a good thing. It is installed in the corner of the room. Just point it at the stairs. It will shoot as soon as the enemies coming up show their heads. Louis first used drones to kill 2 Wuji, but the heavy-armed soldiers missed the time for air-to-ground strikes and had already entered the first floor. Louis shouted, "The grenade flashes to say H, low!" The 3 men threw grenades and flashlights at them and blasted them fiercely. In this way, the heavily armed soldier was not killed yet, so he slowly walked up. But there was a self-attack machine gun waiting on the 2nd floor. After another wild sweep, the heavily armed soldier was finally killed. The enemy corpses were piled high at the entrance of the stairs. In order to quickly eliminate the enemies, the 3 of them walked out of the bunker, came to the entrance of the stairs, hid behind the pile of corpses, and shot down. It was the same as the last 2 times. There was only 1 sniper left. Gil also repeated his old trick. He jumped out from the window at the back and walked around the building. He found a suitable gathering point halfway through. Looking for at the right opportunity, headshot the enemy sniper. All normal copies have ended and the points, off-site points, statistics have begun. First place, Louis, has 25,000 points and a balance of 25,000 points. In second place, Jill has 21,000 points and a balance of 21,000 points. In third place, Ron has 8,700 points and a balance of 13,000 points. Since Ron died twice in battle, the points earned in the first 2 battles are not counted in real time, but are included in the balance statistics. As for players who died in battle but did not return, their points will not be counted. Chapter 82 Supermarket. The 3 people came out of the dungeon and returned to the lobby. They saw their names displayed on a large screen in the lobby. They were the first group to end the dungeon, and there were only 3 of them in this group. As for the others who quit early, is not displayed. I looked at the time. It was almost 9 o'clock, and I had been playing this dungeon for almost an hour. Ron raised the card in his hand and said, 3 opportunities have been used up. It's time for me to withdraw the cards and fight with you gladly. Ron kept guard and went to withdraw the card. Louis asked, "Should we go in again?" Gil said, "Of course. There are still 2 chances, but we can wait and see if anyone joins." This hall is like some office halls. There are screens on the wall, a bulletin board, and 3 or 4 rows of chairs in the middle. There are also some people sitting on the chairs at the moment. There is a tool cabinet for personal equipment. After Louis and others came out of the dungeon, all the weapons and equipment were gone, so they needed to use points to purchase them. So there was a self-selected counter where someone was selling equipment. Louis pointed at the counter and said, "Going to buy equipment?" Jill nodded in agreement, and the 2 entered the small supermarket of their choice. They saw the shelves were filled with all kinds of weapons and equipment. Louis looked at them one by one and saw that they were all very expensive. First of all, he needed a long gun. Louis chose an M4A1 assault rifle. When he looked at the price, it was 15,000 points, but he only had 25,000 points. This gun would cost him more than half of his savings. However, he still reluctantly bought it. This kind of gun has a slightly longer range than a submachine gun, a slightly shorter barrel than an ordinary rifle, and a silencer on the front. It is a relatively lightweight rifle, very suitable for street fighting, and War Town is basically its street fighting or urban defense warfare. The gun he chose had a buy 1, get 5 free offer, which included a silencer, a scope, a built-in magazine, and 2 spare magazines. So it was quite affordable. I wanted to buy a body armor vest, but when I looked at the price, it was also 15,000 points. It was obviously not enough, so I had to give up. Now that the main weapon has been selected, the next step is the secondary weapon. There are many kinds of pistols, but he still likes the M9. Although it is not very powerful, it has a magazine with many bullets. It can hold 15 bullets at a time, and the recoil is also small, making it very suitable for close combat. The price is 5,000, and it comes with 1 magazine and 2 spare magazines. However, Louis still felt a little unfair. The rifle cost 15,000, but the pistol cost 5,000. The price was too expensive, but he still bought it. There were still 5,000 points left, and he was about to buy auxiliary weapons when he saw Gil passing by with a frown on his face. But his shopping cart was empty. He asked what was wrong. Gil sighed and said, "The sniper I like costs 20,000 points. If I buy it, I will only have 1,000 points left, and I won't be able to afford a pistol and grenades." Jill is a sniper, so she likes to snipe. Louis looked at his shopping cart. There was a long gun and a short gun. He thought about it and said, "Wait a moment." There was a waiter in the supermarket, and Louis called over and asked, "Can I give my gun away?" The waiter said, "What you bought with money is yours. You can do whatever you want, but you can't take it out of the hall." "Understood," Louis said, picked up the pistol and handed it to Jill and said, "Hey, I'll give it to you." Jill took the pistol and asked in surprise and joy, "You gave me the pistol. What will you do?" Louis said proudly, "I still have 5,000 points left. I can buy another one." Jill said gratefully, "Louis, thank you very much." Louis smiled and said, "There's nothing to be grateful for. We are still mortal enemies in the end." Gil sighed deeply and said, "Don't worry. In the final battle, I won't show mercy to you just because of gratitude." Louis then said, "I won't show mercy to you either." Louis then gave her 2 more pistol magazines. Just as he was about to continue shopping, Ron came over and said, "Hey, buddy, girl." The two looked at him in confusion. He had no more copies. So why did he come to the weapons supermarket? Ron said, "I'm choosing weapons for tomorrow's copy." Then he said, "Seeing that you are struggling, let me support you a little. Tell me, what do you want?" Louis said, "But you don't have many points. You gave them to us. What are you going to do?" "Hey," Ron said, "my tactical skills are not very good anyway. I will come find you in the dungeon tomorrow and hang out with you. Then I will just pick up the gun from behind." Then he looked at their shopping carts and asked Jill, "Hey, why don't you have a spear?" Jill smiled and said, "I already have it, but I haven't bought it yet." "Okay," Ron said, "let me take a look." Ron said, and bought 2 pistols, one to keep for himself and one to give to Louis. 10,000 points were used, and there were still 3,000 points left. Then he bought 3 more daggers for 1,500 points, one for each person. There were still 1,500 points left, which was only enough to buy a grenade. So he asked, "Do you want a grenade or a flash?" Louis said, "Flash. Sometimes the flash is better than the fragments." "That's glitter," Ron said, buying another glitter. Auxiliary weapons such as flashes and grenades cost 1,000 points. After buying these items, he only had 500 points left. He looked at it and said, "Buy a medical kit. Don't waste any more." After buying everything, the 3 of them went to the cashier to settle. During the settlement, Louis found that 2 more people had joined the team. There was a queue at the cashier to settle, and when he went to see Rogers queuing in front, Louis quickly looked at the terminal, which showed that Rogers was not in his queue. And then he breathed a sigh of relief. He disliked Rogers very much. He was too arrogant. After all settlements were completed, the 3 people assigned weapons. Louis, a long and short spear, related bullets, a dagger, and a flashlight. Gil, a sniper, a pistol, related bullets, a dagger, and a flashlight. Ron, I don't have a long gun, but a pistol and related bullets, a dagger, no auxiliary weapons, and a medical kit. Louis and Jill both thanked Ron. And Ron said, "It's okay. We can still be friends for 2.5 years. So cherish it." "Okay, I'll go and clean up." After that, Ron went to his own tool cabinet and put away his weapons and equipment. Louis called Jill to find a place to sit in the rest area. There were not many people resting, and most of them were in the dungeon. After the 2 sat down, before the team members were full, they started chatting about their respective worlds, talking about how he spent 1K. The so-called 1K refers to the first round of time, which is the infinitely repeating 1024 days. In computer knowledge, 1K equals 1024b. So these lords have agreed to call the first round of time 1K, and call the current time 2K. Chapter 83 Cross Server. Through chatting, I learned that Jill, like myself, also has her own family, lovers and friends in her world. Similarly, Louis also told her about his 6E life. "We are only 3.5 years old," Louis said. And Jill also said, "Yes, we are only 3.5 years old in life," Louis added. "But everyone else in our world is only half a year old." What he said is absolutely correct. Because in 1K, everyone except the Lord has only lived for 1 day. Plus half a year has passed in 2K. So they are only half a year old. Jill suddenly asked, "Do you love her?" Louis looked at her and said, "Love? Of course I love her. I am willing to spend my whole life loving her. But have you ever thought about it?" Jill said, "She is just a code segment. Unlike us. We are code segments with souls. But they are not." Louis looked up at the ceiling of the hall, took a deep breath and said, "Of course I have thought about it. But does love need a reason?" Gil was sitting on the edge and was stunned. Louis turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" Jill murmured to herself, "Yes. Does love need a reason? Have you ever doubted him?" Gil nodded. In fact, Louis had never suspected Lurong. He once suspected that Lurong was a spy planted by Giada. But as he himself said, does love need a reason? When you fall in love with someone, you will not care about everything about him. Jill raised her head and said, "But I don't doubt it now. There are still 2.5 years left. I want to have a good love." After that, he punched Louis again and said, "Are we considered good buddies?" "Of course. I treat you as a buddy," Louis said. "And Ron." Jill also smiled and said, "I also consider you my best friend. And Ron too." The two looked at each other and smiled. In this miserable life, it was a great blessing to meet a confidant. After a while, the team was full, and the 2 and 4 others gathered together and joined the dungeon battle again. In the next 2 dungeons, everyone has become more proficient. With the starting equipment, the battle will be much easier, and everyone can sum up their own experience. It was only 10:30 after the 3 games were played, and there was still an hour and a half before the end at 12 o'clock. The 2 came out of the copy, but they didn't expect that Ron was still there. Louis asked, "Why haven't you left yet?" Ron pointed to the terminal screen on his arm and said, "You can see the real-time combat situation of each copy, so I will use this time to study. Is there such an operation?" Louis said and opened his terminal. Sure enough, he could call up the real-time monitoring of other copies at will and watch the battle from a god's perspective. "It's still early anyway, so why not just watch before leaving?" Louis said. Then watch the live broadcast. And Jill followed suit. Ron said, "Do you think this is okay?" "What's good?" Louis asked. Ron said, "Watching the live broadcast, you can know the strengths and weaknesses of others, and you will have more chances of winning in the endgame." Gil said, "Do you know that in the final battle, Minon will let us duel in this way? Besides, this kind of dungeon is a cooperative mode, and the enemies are all machines, which does not reflect your true strength. Isn't this a reaction?" Louis also said, "I think Gil is right. PvE and PvP are 2 completely different modes, and the thinking modes of machines and humans are also completely different. So during real battles," Ron asked, "you can't use this as a reference? What do you think? And there are some people who are deliberately hiding their strength. Then what kind of copy is there? Teach yourself. What if this is what happens in the end game?" The 3 people were communicating, and one person came over and said, "Hey, that one from the 6E world." Louis looked up and saw that it was Rogers, the AF World Lord. He came over and called his name. He looked very arrogant, but Louis didn't want to cause trouble, so he greeted him politely. "Hello, Rogers. Have you finished typing all your copies?" Rogers said, "The fight has been over a long time ago. A bunch of pig teammates. None of them are useful." Louis smiled and said nothing, and Gil asked, "So, you are excellent?" Rogers held his head high and said, "I don't know if he's good or not, but I know that I haven't met anyone who is really useful until now." Ron suddenly said, "Hey, King of Soldiers, how many times have you died?" Rogers glared at him and didn't answer him. Ron added, "You died once when we were in the dungeon with us. Later, I watched you specially when I was watching the game." "Ha." Ron had a look of disdain on his face. "What are you talking about?" Rogers said. "If it weren't for these pig teammates, would I have died? They were the ones who killed me." "Yeah," Ron said in extreme surprise. "So you died 3 times? Didn't you receive the end reward even once?" In the dungeon, each wave has separate rewards for on-site points and off-site points. and after the 10 waves are over. There are also rewards for the end of the campaign. This battle reward can only be obtained by persisting through 10 waves of battles. Rogers was stunned by what he said. Ron hadn't finished yet and continued. I've died 3 times, and I didn't receive a battle reward. So you and I are on the same level. Brother, only incompetent people will complain. Teammates. You? What am I? You still want to hit me? Ron said excitedly. This is a cross-server world. You should take it easy. If you do it casually, I don't know what the consequences will be. Rogers had already raised his fist, but he retracted it. In the cross-server world, as Ron said, no one dares to mess around. Rogers pointed at him and said, Boy, don't meet me during the God's War. Otherwise I will kill you. Ron curled his lips and said, Then I will accompany you. A scumbag of the same level is so arrogant. Louis and Gil both suppressed their laughter. Rogers glared at the 3 of them fiercely and left angrily. Gil gave Ron a thumbs up and said, You can't tell, but you're pretty good at it. For this kind of person, Ron said, you have to fight him hard until he is speechless. Gil sighed and said, It would be great if there wasn't a final duel. I really like you. Ron said, In that case, let's cherish the next 2.5 years. I feel that you and I are very close to each other. The 3 of them chatted, and it was almost over. Louis and Gil went to the supermarket to buy weapons to prepare for the start of the first dungeon tomorrow. Chapter 84 Advanced Copy. Louis was worried that Laurent was still waiting for him, so he didn't dare to stay any longer. So he came out of the hall and returned to the 6E world, by the pond at the entrance of the boxing gym. When he walked back to the boxing gym, he saw Laurent setting up a small bamboo chair at the door of the boxing gym, sitting and waiting for him. Seeing Louis's return, Laurent immediately came up to him excitedly and asked questions. Shang Wan, you asked. Why haven't you gone to rest yet? It's so late. Wait for you. But what? I'm worried that Li Yunju will do harm to you. Then she doesn't dare? Louis looked at Laurent, then at the boxing gym, and said, Forget it. I'll take you home. If you go to the dungeon again tomorrow, you won't enter from here. After that, he took Laurent on the battery car and rode towards the city. On the way, Laurent asked, Where to enter? Go to my house. It's safer. You're at home alone. You don't have any inappropriate thoughts. Do you? Louis didn't answer, but just smiled stupidly. Laurent asked him about the things in the copy again, and Louis told her everything. Is all this true? Laurent was obviously surprised. Yeah, of course it's true, Louis said. It's just that after entering the hall, all electronic devices have to be handed in, so I can't take pictures or record. So, I understand, Laurent said. Even so, I still believe you. I want Jiang Haowei to believe me, Li said. Let's do this. Tomorrow night at my house. When I open the door to the public world, you can take a photo of it with your mobile phone and send it to Jiang Haowei. You do care about your buddy. He is my buddy, and sometimes he can give me a lot of ideas. Louis sent her to the gate of Feng Ming community, found a place to sit down, and talked. It was almost 12 o'clock. Louis said, It's not early. I have to go to school tomorrow morning, and I will be there tomorrow night. My home has entered the 00 world. If you are sleepy, you can sleep in my bedroom. Bah, who said I was going to your house? Then, you won't come? It depends on my mood, Laurent said. That's right, Louis said. Anyway, I'll start at home starting tomorrow night. Then you go to the boxing gym every night to practice boxing. If you don't go tomorrow night, do you want to tell your master? Louis nodded and said, I have classes in the morning. If there is no class in the afternoon, I will go to the boxing gym in the afternoon. If there is class, I will not go. I will definitely not go in the evening. There is also time to go there on Saturdays and Sundays. Because of the dungeon, Louis could only shorten his boxing practice time, and the 2 of them didn't have a single conversation and went home separately. After that, Louis's schedule became full. He had to get up very early in the morning to go to school, go to the boxing gym to practice boxing for 2 hours in the afternoon, and go to 00 World to brush the real-life copy in the evening. In the future, Louis chose to do it at home when he went to the 00 World, which was more private and safe. Laurent would sometimes come and sometimes not. If she did, she would study or rest at his home. As for Jiang Haowei, He cannot come because he is studying abroad. But Laurent really did what Louis said. She used her mobile phone to take a picture of Louis opening the wormhole and send it to him. Jiang Haowei also slowly began to believe the facts in front of him. There is another person, and that is Lao Wu from City C. Louis would occasionally chat with him through VX. And Louis also told him about his cross-server experience. Lao Wu has always expressed doubts about his experience. But Lao Wu can indeed provide him with a lot of good advice. Let's talk about cross-server dungeons. I went to World 00 every day and cleared dungeons 3 times. And gradually got to know more other lords in parallel worlds. Combat experience is gradually accumulated, which is better than training at the Satan Island Omega training camp in Lahia. However, he still plans to go to the training camp for another 2 months during the summer vacation. Among the cross-server dungeons in World 00, Gilon and Gilon have fought together the most times. Ron has gradually become stronger and stronger from a rookie at the beginning, and can no longer die so easily. For this reason, Ron once jokingly said, "Follow you too, and make me stronger and stronger. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you when the time comes?" Louisa smiled and said, "Whoever you follow will become stronger. Who will be able to kill whom will still be unknown." In many dungeons, I occasionally encounter Rogers. This arrogant guy has never been able to get away with his bad habits. Many people hate him. But his level is indeed as he said. And it should not be underestimated. Disdainful. Not every copy of Louis can survive to the end. And occasionally, he will be injured and killed. In the 6 months since the first dungeon was opened, in addition to the war town, more dungeon maps were opened, such as on an aircraft carrier, in a building, in the jungle, etc. Louis was the same as everyone else. Each dungeon map was tried and tried them all. And the difficulty of the dungeon has also begun to gradually upgrade. The difficulty of the dungeon is also divided into 3 levels. The primary dungeon has 10 waves of enemies. The intermediate dungeon has 15 waves. And the advanced dungeon has reached 20 waves. In the intermediate and advanced dungeons, there is an 11th all-dog wave. That is, the enemies in this wave are all dogs. Although the damage is low, the attack speed is fast. So people often get injured and killed in this wave. Starting from the 16th wave of the advanced version, Apache helicopters will appear in each wave. This is also where the Apache was not fully introduced on the basketball court bulletin board at the beginning. When selecting an advanced copy, the Apache will be introduced on the landing point bulletin board. That is, it will launch air-to-surface missiles against ground targets. Therefore, advanced dungeons are the most difficult. However, after mastering the rules and gaining a large number of on-field points in the early stage, players can take turns purchasing aerial and defensive power to counterattack. During the 6 months of experience in dungeons, some lords began to put forward suggestions for opening PvP dungeons. But they were all rejected by Giada. Her reason was simple. That is, there was no reason. Giada said, before the end of the 2K period, all dungeons will be PvE cooperative dungeons. And there will never be any PvP battle dungeons. Therefore, in PvE cooperative dungeons, no matter how excellent your results are, they cannot reflect your best true situation. In this way, Louis spent the 2nd semester of his freshman year and ushered in the summer vacation. He decided to go to Africa to find Lahia and join his Omega training camp for 2 months of training. For this reason, he had to ask for leave from Master Li. In the past 2 months, he would no longer come to practice boxing. At the same time, he also said hello to Gilron and the 2 of them. In the past 2 months, he would no longer come to refresh copies. Chapter 85 Oil Platform. During the summer vacation of his freshman year, Louis came to Ligea's Omega training camp as scheduled. When Ligea saw him, he was quite surprised because he never expected Louis to come again. In the following training, Louis's various performances impressed Ligea with admiration. He never expected that in less than half a year, Louis would make such great progress. From a rookie during the winter vacation, he became the Peerless Soldier King. He is now. How could he have imagined that Louis had experienced 30 days and 90 live-fire combats in this semester, and that he had transformed from a rookie into a veteran? But this Ligea, like everyone else in the 6E world, is a soulless piece of code. And of course, he will not understand Louis's experience. But it was said that Louison was undergoing training at Camp Omega. But Ligea seemed to have won a treasure, and asked Louis to sign a contract with his employment company. Louis's answer was, as long as it's a righteous mission, I can do it. But it can only be done on holidays, because I still have to go to school. so I can't sign a contract with you. Then at the end of the summer vacation, Omega Battalion received a mission to go to an oil platform in the Atlantic Ocean to rescue a very important person. Lahia found Louis, asked him if he would do it, and said to him, an important mission of Country M was kidnapped by an organization called the Front. They also occupied an oil platform, and the hostages were on this platform. Louis asked in confusion. Since they are official people, they can rescue them themselves. Why are they looking for us? Lahia sighed and said, it's not to cause unnecessary disputes. In addition, many other hostages were kidnapped on this oil platform. Ready. A 6-person assault team led by Lahia took a transport plane to the Atlantic Ocean. There, a nuclear submarine of Country M received them. The mission was chosen to start at dawn, using individual underwater propellers to leave from the torpedo launch tube of the nuclear submarine, and then swim to the oil platform not far away. Louis put on the diving device, followed the commando, and began the journey. The seawater was very cold, and Louis couldn't help but shiver all over. The team members were advancing underwater, and before they had gone far, the warning light on the propeller flashed. Lahia signaled everyone to stop. Through his goggles, Louis could see several mines ahead. Lahia gestured in front, instructing everyone to move forward slowly and avoid the mines. Louis said, it seems that the enemy's equipment is well concealed. Even the mines are prepared. About half an hour later, we arrived under the oil platform. We could see 2 sentries holding automatic weapons at the bottom of the platform. Lahia gestured to Louis and another teammate named Kaward to go up and kill them. Louis held the dagger in his mouth and swam quietly over. Kaward was opposite him. The two looked at each other. Louis suddenly jumped out of the water, grabbed the sentry with one hand, and quickly held the dagger with the other hand, and drew it out unceremoniously. With a flash of cold light, the sentry had his trachea cut off, and he struggled and fell into the sea. Kawad on the opposite side hesitated for a moment. Although he had caught the remaining sentry, the sentry had already reacted and was about to call the police before the dagger was released. Louis quickly threw the dagger out. The dagger flew straight towards the sentry, hitting the back of the sentry's neck. Before he could scream, Kaward quickly made up for it and cut off the sentry's throat. Immediately, the seawater was stained red by the blood flowing from the sentinel's body, and then began to slowly fade away, and a faint blood filled the air. Everyone climbed onto the platform one after another and removed the frogman equipment. Lahia shouted softly at Kaward. What were you thinking just now? You almost killed us all. Do you know? I'm sorry. I hesitated. Kaward apologized. What a bitch. Vice Captain Harris cursed. Forget it, Lahia said. As long as it's not exposed. Listen to me. Your weapons have enemy identification radars. We have downloaded the identification information of oil workers. The red dots on the small radar are militants. The green dots are comrades. The blue dots are hostages. And the yellow dots are unknown personnel. There are more sentries above. Try to kill them cleanly, but do not alert other enemies. Pay attention to the safety of yourself, your teammates, and the hostages. The commando team began to approach the upper level of the platform. Louis was walking at the end and couldn't help but look down at the body of the sentry in the sea. What are you looking at? Why don't you leave quickly? Lahia urged him. And Louis quickly followed the team. Why is this scene and plot so familiar? In the subsequent operations, sporadic sentries were killed by the commando's silenced weapons from time to time. Finally, we came to the first room where the hostages were held, and made sure there were no sentries around. The small screening radar showed that there were 14 people in the room, including 7 armed men and 7 hostages. Before entering, the screening radar has already shown the specific locations of the militants and hostages. The house had 2 doors, and Lahia ordered Louis and Kaward to install explosives to blow up the doors. 3, 2, 1, spray! The door was blown open, according to the identification radar prompts. They quickly searched for the target, pulled the trigger, and there was a slight sound of bullets coming out. Before the 7 militants could react, they were already killed instantly. All 7 hostages are safe. After clearing the battlefield, Harris reported the battle situation to the headquarters via radio. Lahia began to lay out the next battle plan. We won the first battle, but our actions may alarm the enemy. There is also a place to hold hostages above. Below. Quickly establish a defense line. Install mines. Occupy the commanding heights. And act quickly. Hurry. The enemy shouts came from the upper level. The commando team deployed 2 remote-controlled landmines. The 2 groups of people ambushed at 2 hiding spots. Louis and Coward climbed up a scaffolding, laid down, and set up their snipers. Coward held the remote control in his hand. Device. The enemy rushed down from the upper level yelling and speaking incomprehensible words. Louis glanced at the sun at 9 o'clock. A large number of enemies entered the ambush point. Coward pressed the button on the remote control and immediately blew up several enemies. Other teammates also began to fire at the enemies. Louis aimed at the enemies with a sniper and named them one by one. RPG. A comrade shouted, and Louis also saw a rocket flying straight towards him. He quickly pulled Coward and rolled down the scaffolding. The explosion sounded violently behind him. Holy crap. Are you serious? Louis didn't care that the bones in his body were almost broken when he fell, and quickly pulled Coward into hiding. He heard the sound of the helicopter, and the sound came from 9 o'clock. Chapter 86, Isolated Island. The machine guns on the helicopter fired wildly at the commandos on the platform, suppressing them with heavy firepower, preventing the team members from taking the next step. Louis, kill the helicopter. Lahia, who was hiding in a hiding spot on the other side, shouted, Damn it! What are you doing? Several comrades with rocket launchers were suppressed by helicopter fire. Louis's position was the best position to attack the helicopter, but he did not have a rocket launcher. Stinger! Stinger! Rihea shouted again. I'm going to choke you. Whatever you say will come true. Louis glanced around, and sure enough there was a stinger not far away. He quickly picked up the stinger, pointed it into the air, and aimed at the target. Dee dee. The stinger has locked onto the enemy's helicopter. With a whoosh, a stinger rocket flew out and headed straight for the helicopter. However, the enemy's helicopter swung around and cleverly avoided the stinger's attack. Damn. I knew this would happen. Louis muttered and locked the target again. Coward on the side asked, What's wrong? It's okay. Louis didn't explain. He locked onto the enemy plane again and pressed the launch button. He fired one shot at the enemy plane and decisively hit the target. The enemy plane exploded and fell into the sea. Start the attack. Lahia ordered. Go. The enemy will be easier to deal with without air superiority, and it will be useless no matter how many there are. The commandos advanced to the upper level, which was already the top level of the platform. As soon as they reached the top level, several of our support aircraft flew over and dropped a large number of smoke bombs. Immediately, nothing could be seen on the top level of the platform. Humph. It came just in time. Louis muttered. The weapons of teammates all have intelligent thermal imaging sights. The intelligence system marks the red figures as enemies and the green figures as comrades. Therefore, in the smoke bomb, the enemies became living targets for the commandos and were named one by one. The last room on the top floor of the platform held 10 hostages. The screening system showed that there were 12 armed men. The commando team followed the law, blew up the door, broke in, killed the enemies, and rescued the hostages. The mission of the oil platform was over. But the most critical person was not found. Lahia called everyone over and said, The nuclear weapons expert we are looking for is no longer on the platform. Hack you. Several team members cursed. Lahia added, She has been moved to a new place, and we are going to rescue her. 1 o'clock direction. Apron number 1. Move. After that, everyone rushed to the helipad, where a helicopter company was already waiting. Everyone got on the helicopter and left the platform. On the helicopter, Lahia conducted a mission briefing. The intelligence we just received shows that there is an isolated island 20 kilometers away, which is heavily guarded by militants. The engineer we want to rescue is there. We went to their lair and rescued the engineer. The map of the isolated island and the identification information of the engineers have been downloaded to your weapons system. Before departure, I want to tell you some bad news. This island has been contaminated by biochemicals. After landing on the island, you may encounter unimaginable enemy situation. Biochemical pollution? Louis couldn't help but frown. This is a virtual 2019. Where did the biohazard come from? 20 kilometers is not too far for a helicopter. The mercenaries cooperated with the regular army of Country M to go to the island. All operations were accompanied by several helicopters. That is, 2 fighter jets. The so-called isolated island is very small, completely occupied by a castle, and guarded by more than 100 armed men. 2 fighter planes cleared the way in front, and first launched several air-to-ground missiles. Thick smoke rose from the island amidst the explosions, and the helicopter carrying the commando followed closely behind. Coward held the airborne Gatling and fired violently at the militants on the island. Louis used a sniper rifle to target several militants on the island who controlled anti-aircraft weapons and named them. The helicopter circled the island, and after making sure to kill the air defense force, several helicopters carrying commandos landed smoothly in the open space in the center of the island castle. Walk, find bunkers, kill the remaining enemies, Lahia shouted, leading his comrades to find bunkers and kill the remaining forces. After the helicopter took off, its onboard machine guns fired at the enemies still resisting in the castle. Clear. The voices of teammates came from the headset from time to time. The exterior of the castle is basically clean. Lahia issued the next combat mission. Get ready to enter the castle. Check the equipment. And set off after a minute's rest. There is an iron gate in one corner of the castle, which is the entrance to the underground interior of the castle. Everyone put on their night vision goggles, turned on their laser sights, and filed in. As soon as we entered, the enemy threw a flash of light. It was originally pitch dark, and everyone was wearing night vision goggles, so they couldn't see clearly ahead in an instant. Hide, Lahia shouted. Immediately afterwards, I heard a burst of fire from the other side. Before he came in, Louis was wary of this, so he was not caught. He quickly pulled the trigger and fired. Lahia and Hares were not caught. The three of them neatly eliminated the few scum they encountered, and the others also recovered their vision. The next few minor encounters were relatively relaxed, with random roll calls. But what happened next was not that simple. After several rounds, they came to an open area and there were lights. Everyone took off their night vision goggles and formed a circle to guard the surroundings. It was quiet. How weird, Aerith said softly. Listen, Lahia whispered, and there was a slight strange sound coming from the surroundings. And the sound became clearer and clearer. Louis also heard it and became nervous. The sound seemed to be that of many animals running, mixed with the screams of unknown animals, and occasionally one or two human screams and gunshots. Attention. Prepare to fight, Lahia reminded his teammates. Finally, the enemy human appeared. This enemy is not a human, but a huge spider. Each one is at least 20 centimeters long. A large number of mutated spiders came from all directions. Fire! Rehea shouted. Everyone shot at the spiders. There were too many spiders. After a while, thick spider corpses were piled up around them. However, there were still a large number of spiders coming. Target point. 300 meters in the direction of 11 o'clock. Advance forward in an assault. Let's go! Lahia shouted, and the comrades used the automatic weapons in their hands to open a bloody path and assault towards the predetermined location. After passing through a long underground tunnel, mutated spiders fearlessly attacked the commandos from both front and rear directions. Finally, they stepped on the spider's body and came to a tunnel intersection. There was a small iron gate. The screening system showed that there was a hostage being held in the small room at the iron gate, but there were no enemy militants. Everyone is on alert. Louis blows up the door and rescues the hostages. Quick! Lahia shouted. Chapter 87, Returning to College. Everyone on alert. Louis blows up the door and rescues the hostages. Quick! Lahia shouted. Everyone leaned against the small house and shot at the spiders that kept coming. Louis took a slug gun and fired 3 shots at the lock and hinges of the iron door, then raised his foot and kicked the door open. The room is not big, and the first thing that catches the eye is a hostage tied to a chair, his mouth wrapped with strong tape. And this hostage turned out to be a woman, in her 20s, wearing gray overalls and short boots. Why is it a woman? Louis hesitated, but Lahia outside shouted, What are you doing? Bring the hostages out quickly. Louis swung the gun behind him, walked over and ripped off the tape on the female engineer's mouth, causing the woman to cry out in pain. Louis took out a dagger and cut the rope binding the woman, and said, Get out of here with me quickly. No. The woman looked frightened and shook her head desperately. The moment Louis entered the room, the tunnel shook violently. A large piece of the tunnel suddenly collapsed in front of the team members, and then a huge object fell down, but it was at least 5 or 6 meters high. Giant spider. The giant spider screamed and charged towards the team members. Bullets, grenades, and grenades were all fired at the giant spider. and the giant spider could not be killed. I'll go. Can you be more sci-fi? Lahia Junjia said to himself, changed the magazine, and shouted into the room again. Louis! Can you come out? I'm sorry. Louis couldn't persuade the female hostage to leave with him, so he could only grab the woman, lift her up, and put her on his shoulders. Put me down, you bastard! The woman struggled and yelled, hitting and kicking her. Louis carried the woman out of the small house. He was also frightened by the giant spider in front of him. Retreat! Lahia saw that Louis had rescued the hostages and ordered a retreat towards the location indicated on the electronic map. The giant spider also followed behind. After a few steps, the tunnel began to collapse, and a large piece of concrete fell down, hitting the giant spider in the middle. It immediately exploded and sprayed white slurry everywhere. The collapse continues, with large chunks of masonry falling all around. After tossing and turning all the way, we finally came to the end of the tunnel. There was no road. There was a huge hole above our head, which was made by an air-to-surface missile. It was impossible to climb out from here. Moreover, this bunker will collapse and be destroyed at any time. If you don't have a way to leave, you will be buried here at any time. How could it be like this? How could it be like this? Teammates shouted. Louis looked at the captain, waiting for him to give the next instructions, while Lahia called into the radio in his helmet. We have rescued the hostages and arrived at Point C. Please get us out of here quickly. The sound of a helicopter came from overhead. A helicopter hovered over the large hole, blocking the light coming in. Several ropes fell from the aircraft. Let the hostages leave first, Lahia said. Louis put down the woman on his shoulders and picked up the rope to tie her up. But the woman screamed desperately. She was frightened and was unwilling to leave in this way. Louis didn't care much. He raised his fist and gave the woman a blow, knocking her out immediately, and then tied the rope around the woman's waist. The team members tied the ropes one after another, and the helicopter ropes took them away from the bunker. At his feet, the island sank into a sea of fire. Several helicopters were circling around the island, searching for the remnants of the enemy. Under the setting sun, the helicopter carried the commandos and flew in the direction of an aircraft carrier anchored not far away. Hey, man, is that bitch good enough? Harris joked on the plane. Don't mention it, Louis said with an annoyed look. It's his grandma's. Look at her frightened look. Those little fists were quite powerful. My chest still hurts after they hit her, and my neck was also injured. She had several scratches. Then you are too cruel. Don't you know how to show mercy to her? I'll go. If I hadn't knocked her out with one punch. You might as well have tortured me. After Louis said that, he looked at the female hostage, who was still sleeping on the seat. She was a girl in her 20s, with a young and beautiful Chinese face. No matter how you look at it, you can't tell that she will be a nuclear weapons expert. However, if Country M wants to save her at such a high cost, then she must be a very important person. The helicopter carried everyone to land on the USS Harris super nuclear-powered aircraft carrier of Country M. Even if the mission was successfully completed, Louis also received a large reward. At such a young age, he has such a good hand, which also impresses his peers. After a lot of twists and turns, Louis returned to Omega Camp with his teammates. In the mission summary, Lahia praised Louis and hoped that he could sign a long-term contract in the future. Louisa smiled and said, It's not impossible to sign a contract, but you have to wait until I finish college. What he was thinking was, damn it, 2K will be over before I even finish college. At that time, there will be a war of gods. If we lose, the world will be destroyed. If we win, I will be the real overlord of this world. When the time comes, I want to see how you can find me to sign a contract. However, he would not tell the truth, and it was difficult to shirk it at the moment. So he could only find this excuse. Who knew that Omega Camp would take its promise to him seriously? The 2 months of summer vacation passed very quickly. In addition to training at Camp Omega, he would occasionally go on missions and earn some commissions. When it was time to go to school in September, he left Camp Omega and returned to school, started a life of attending classes in the morning, practicing boxing, and copying in the evening. After not seeing each other for 2 months, A9 Lord Gil and C9 Lord Ron arrived very curiously. As soon as they saw Louis, they asked questions. Louis then told them about his time in the mercenary training camp. In fact, Ron and Gil don't just rely on this copy to improve their combat effectiveness. Like Louis, they also find places to learn fighting and other survival skills in order to prepare for the battle for God. No one wants to fail and must survive in the final battle. Of course, apart from the three of them, the other 68 lords are also working very hard to improve themselves. No one knows how the God War will be fought now, so we can only think of learning and improving everything. Louis did not dare to slack off in practicing at the Lee family boxing gym and worked very hard. This was also praised by Master Lee. At first, he said that he would pay 400,000 in tuition to learn boxing. Master Lee only regarded him as a kid from a rich family. On a whim, I threw money at him. Who knew that Louis would work very hard after he came and improve very quickly? Chapter 88 The Last Day. Louis's life goes on like this step by step. During the semester, he has classes in the morning, boxing practice in the afternoon, and brushes, dungeons in the evening. Due to the very tight schedule, he sometimes takes his textbooks to the boxing gym or the dungeon hall. Go to self-study. However, he also thought that these courses may not be of much help to his future life. Just imagine, if God's war fails, then he and his 6E world will be completely destroyed. So the knowledge learned will be of little use. If he is lucky enough to survive the God War, then according to Giada, the 6E world will become the only virtual world in the console. And Louis will also become the God of this virtual world. Then he will be able to access any resources in this world at will. And he can also access knowledge at will. This is a world built by a huge supercomputer. So what kind of knowledge can't be accommodated by this supercomputer? And after he wins the God War, he will also enter the real world. The real world is 170 years later compared to the current virtual world, which is 2189. And the supercomputer is likely to be a very advanced interstellar spacecraft, compared with Bixing technology, which may be hundreds of thousands of years ahead of Earth's civilization. Will the knowledge he has learned now really be useful? Therefore, he spent the 2K period with an attitude of focusing on improving his combat effectiveness and supplementing his studies. So time passed very quickly. I saw that my freshman and sophomore years were over, and the first semester of my junior year was over. In the blink of an eye, it was the second semester of my junior year. According to time calculation, March 24th of this year was the last day of the 2K period. That is, DR 1024. February 1st is the Spring Festival, and school starts on the 20th. After school starts, Louis starts the countdown. In the 6E world, he has convinced many people to believe what he said, including his girlfriend Larong, his friend Jiang Haowei, Laowu from City C, and Liahea from Camp Omega. At the beginning of 2K, Louis had been worried about the coming of the Doomsday. He called the end of 2K and ushering in the War of God the end. The survival probability is 1 hour 71 minutes. No matter how strong the heart is, people will have a sense of fear to some extent. And this deadline is less than 3 years. And Louis is no exception. However, as the end approached, he became more and more calm, because he understood that there was no point in being afraid and could only face it with a normal heart. But time flies by like a fleeting moment. And in the blink of an eye the last day comes. DR 1024. March 24th. Louis is preparing to enter the 00 cross server world together on this last day. When he entered the cross server hall at 8 o'clock on time, he saw that the hall was packed with people. In fact, the number of people has not increased. They are still the same people. But no one has started the dungeon. Could it be that on this last day, everyone doesn't want to fight, but wants to watch the battle, get familiar with others, and prepare for tomorrow's decisive battle? When Louisian was guessing, Ron came over from the crowd and shouted, "Hey, buddy, you are here. You just came in?" "Yeah," Ron said. "Why are there so many people today?" Louis snorted coldly. "It's the last day. I want to watch others fight on the last day." "Oh? The last day?" Ron looked surprised. Louis asked, "You don't even know the last day, do you? It's so fast," Ron murmured, looking lost. "I finally made it to the last day." Louis smiled and patted his shoulder and said, "It's nothing. Brother, think about it. We came to this world as extras." Ron sighed and said, "Yeah, the extra 5.5 years should actually be quite satisfying. One period is 1,024 days, and the 2 periods are 2048 days. In total, it is a little more than 5.5 years, but less than 6 years." While the two were sighing, Jill also came in. When they saw him, they came over to say hello, and the three of them found a place to sit down. Jill asked, It's the last day. Do you want to say something? Louis smiled bitterly and said, Don't worry. It's still early. We will be enemies tomorrow. We can stay a little longer. Ron said, Is this the so-called sympathy? Louis said, Tomorrow. We will be mortal enemies. So we can't show mercy. The three of them sat for a while, sighed for a while, were stunned for a while, and watched other people's live broadcasts for a while, and finally decided to start an advanced dungeon, which is the kind of dungeon with 20 waves. After coming out of the dungeon, it was already past 9 o'clock, and there were still 2 chances left. So I didn't plan to play again. Seeing that it was still early, Jill said, There are still 2 hours. I think it's better to go back and spend time with my family. After all, no one can say whether I will survive tomorrow. The two nodded in agreement, and Louis left the 00 world and returned to the 6E world. He entered the 00 world from home. So when he came back, he naturally returned to his home. When he saw Laurent couldn't help being sleepy because of waiting for him. She laid down on his bed and fell asleep. Louis covered her with a quilt, sat in front of the bed, looked at his sleeping girlfriend, with infinite love in his heart, and swore, For you, I will survive tomorrow. Louis quietly closed the door, sat down on the sofa in the living room, and called her parents in country M. Due to the time difference, it was morning at her parents' place, so she got through quickly. Are you still asleep? Honey? Mother Lou took the phone and asked. I miss you, Louis said. I love you. Tell Dad that I love him too. We love you too, baby, Mother Lou replied. Louis hung up the phone. Lou's mother didn't ask him why he suddenly said these things. Louis understood that these were the parents assigned to him by the system. In their minds, Louis was their child, and they never thought about why. As for Louis calling them suddenly, just to say he loved them, without asking why. Perhaps parents' love for their children is the simplest, even if it is just code. Louis lay on the sofa with his head resting on the armrest. He looked at the ajar bedroom door and saw that Laurent was sleeping inside. Louis couldn't help but laugh at himself and shook his head. Time passed bit by bit. The hour hand got closer and closer to 0 o'clock, and his eyelids became heavier and heavier. Chapter 89 Preparation before the war. The day of the decisive battle. DR01. AM 0:00. In a daze, Louis woke up from a strong light. When he opened his eyes, he saw that he was still in the living room of his home. The light came in from the window, which was very dazzling. Louis stretched out his hand to shield his eyes. When he saw that the bedroom door was still ajar, the first thing he thought of was Laurent, and he quickly got up and went to push the door open. I saw Laurent sleeping peacefully inside. Louis knew that the time for the decisive battle had come, and he was about to go to World 00 to start a life-or-death duel with the lords of 70 other parallel worlds. Laurent, wait for me. I won't let you down, Louis whispered, gently closing the door, coming to the enclosed balcony, opening the curtains, and the light became even brighter. Basically nothing can be seen outside. He couldn't help but look back at everything indoors with nostalgia. This home that he had lived in for 5.5 years. A home where he only had himself most of the time. On the wall clock, the time stayed at 0 o'clock. The second hand stopped moving, and time stopped at this moment. Louis faced the window in front again and said, Come on! I'm ready! Then the surrounding scenery was all faded in the white light, and in a blink of an eye, we came to the 00 cross server world. The place where World 00 is located this time is not the place in the dungeon hall every time, but the same place as when 1K ended. It was still the same hall, surrounded by white light. The world lords gathered in this hall, but there were 255 last time and only 71 this time. Everyone stands in a hexagon, and this time the hexagon is larger than the last one, at least as large as more than 100 square meters. There are also guardrails on the sides of this hexagon, and there is a step leading down near the edge. Louis was a little confused. What was the purpose of the steps leading to the bottom of the hexagon? It didn't happen last time. Could it be that it's for daily living down there? Judging from the large hexagon above, the space below must not be too small. If it is daily life, it means that this battle with God will be a very long-lasting battle. Looking around again, the other lords have arrived. Like him, everyone has a very large hexagon with railings on the sides. No two adjacent hexagons are connected together. I saw at least a distance of 5 or 6 meters. As for whether there are steps to go down in their hexagon, Louis doesn't know. but he guesses that they must have the same steps as him. And this hexagon is not empty. There are more things than last time. The most conspicuous thing is that there is a set of sofas. Lu Yi was very curious and didn't know what Giada's intention was. The few people he could see around him also looked confused like him. In addition to these hexagons, there are some virtual screens in the air all around. These screens are showing the conditions of various worlds. This is the same situation as when I came here at the end of 1K last time. However, Lu Yi discovered that several screens were red, with nothing but a patch of red on them. It was about 10 minutes after arriving here that Giada came. Just like 3 years ago. He sat on a swing and fell from the sky, acting like a fairy descending to earth. But Lu Yi cursed in his heart, what the hell is a blue pool? People looked at her. Giada opened her red lips slightly. Soon! Another 1,024 days have passed. Whether you love me or hate me, we still meet as promised. In the last God audition, 51 worlds out of 255 won. After the second 1,024 days, 66 worlds still survive tenaciously. 66? Lu Yi wondered. So in the 2K era, 5 more worlds were eliminated. Like everyone else. I listened to Giada continue with doubts. The other 5 world lords were eliminated in various ways. Some could not withstand the long-term psychological pressure and collapsed. And some directly committed suicide. Some lords feel that their abilities are too poor, and there is no possibility of surviving the gods' war. So they give up on themselves and pursue the last luxury. They die of illness, car accidents, and vendettas, to name a few. Lu Yisun said, it is most likely the psychological pressure caused by this dungeon. Those lords with poor psychological qualities saw that others in the dungeon were very powerful. But they were the only ones who were so fragile. So they became like Giada. It's just as described. Giada continued. What I need is a person with the best overall quality to take charge of my Seraph sword. As for those incompetent people with poor psychological quality, just die if they die. It doesn't matter if they are resurrected. Use. So they and their world have been erased in the process. When Giada said this, he stopped and looked at everyone with a cold gaze. Because the area here is too large. People from a circular distance may not be able to see her. So Giada's images are projected on many screens in the sky. The look in her eyes was chilling. Okay, Giada said. There are still 66 lords. And this number is just right for the next step of the competition grouping. You have 1 hour before starting. In this 1 hour, you can summon up to 5 people in your own world to come over and be your strategists. Didn't expect this kind of operation exists? Lu Yisun thought that other lords might be as curious as him. Giada said, the 5 people you summon can only be in your base camp, which is the hexagon under your feet. Under the hexagon is a suite with a kitchen, food, bathroom, and multiple rooms. The bedroom is available for rest. But I guess they won't be able to sleep even if they come. Although the maximum 5 people you summon can only move in the base camp and cannot accompany you to the battlefield. They can communicate with you and provide real-time reference command for your battlefield survival. You know, the authorities are obsessed with it. And their participation may be of great help to your battlefield survival. Maybe? Okay. You can summon as you like. The 1 hour countdown begins. After Giada finished speaking, he stopped talking and just swung leisurely on the swing in the air, swinging back and forth as if it were a machine. Can you summon people in your own world at will? Lu Yisun thought. Then who should be summoned? During his 1K period, which lasted for 1,024 days, and during the 2K period, during the 1,024 days of normal operation, his friend Jiang Haowei gave him many suggestions, and most of his insights were very original. Moreover, he was also very young, although he was not good at studying. But he has a very good mind and is good at playing games. So the first thing Lu Yi thought of was to summon him. So, what will be the biggest reaction when Jiang Haowei is summoned? Will you be shocked? Chapter 90 The Lord's Call. Lu Yi, who is currently in the 00 world, could freely call up influences from every corner of the 6E world. There was a 3D virtual influence in front of him, and he quickly found Jiang Haowei. At the moment, he is sleeping soundly in his dormitory at his university. This moment is still in the 6E world. Time has stopped at midnight. The entire 6E world has been paused. Lu Yi guessed that the same is true for the other 63 parallel worlds, and their time has also been paused. Lu Yisun said, damn it. I came here to go through life and death. But you kid was sleeping soundly. Who else would you call me if you didn't call me? Thinking of this, he summoned Jiang Haowei. Ah, Jiang Haowei screamed after being summoned. changing from his original sleeping position to his current standing position. He was unsteady and staggering. The dormitory was originally dark, but now it suddenly became so bright that he couldn't open his eyes and couldn't see anything. He stretched out his hands to cover his eyes and shouted, "What the hell is this? Who is it?" Seeing his funny look, Louis couldn't help but laugh and said, "Okay, Hao-wei, it's me, Louis." "Louis?" Jiang Hao-wei asked curiously, squinting his eyes, slowly adapting to the bright light, and asked in surprise, "Why are you here? Where are you? Didn't I fall asleep just now? Am I sleepwalking? Hurry and help me back to sleep." Louis helped him sit down in front of the sofa and said, "Stabilize yourself first, and I will tell you the truth later." After saying that, he turned around and looked for his next target. He had already decided that it was Lao Wu from City C. According to the design of the system, Lao Wu should be 51 years old this year. But according to the development of time, Lao Wu, like everyone else, is only 3 years old, 2.5 years younger than himself. At the moment, Old Wu is on duty at the train station in City C, but he is wearing plain clothes and time has stopped. So he is also stationary now. Would you like to summon him here at this time? Who cares? It's the end of the world. Why don't you care? Thinking of this, Louis summoned Lao Wu over. "Ah! What's going on?" Lao Wu exclaimed as soon as he came over. He also pulled out his baton and covered his eyes with one hand. Since there was already bright light in the station square, his eyesight quickly recovered after he came over. When he saw Louis, he was very surprised. Louis quickly said, "Uncle Wu, the matter is urgent. I will tell you later that you really look alike. Now you can go to the sofa and rest for a while." Looking at Jiang Hao-wei again, although his eyesight has recovered at this moment, he is still in an extremely confused state. Looking around, the third person Louis thought of was Lahia, the instructor of Omega Camp and his captain. Since there is a 5-hour time difference in the longitude of Omega, it should be around 7 o'clock in the evening. I saw Lahia walking around the camp with a few mercenaries at the moment. And of course, they were frozen in time. Louis didn't think much this time and summoned him. Seeing Lu Yineng summoning Lahia, Jiang Hao-wei and Lao Wu at the scene were stunned. Lahia was carrying an automatic weapon. After he came here, together with Lao Wu, their guns were taken away by invisible forces, and they floated in the air and quickly disappeared. The three of them looked confused. Louis ignored them, and the fourth one started to summon Master Li. Master Li was also a middle-aged man in his 50s. He was sleeping, and was suddenly summoned. He was also surprised. The four people looked around in surprise, as well as Jade on the swing in the air. Jiang Hao-wei asked, "Louis, what is going on? Where is this?" Louis smiled bitterly and said, "I have always told you that this is a virtual digital world. Our world only has 1,024 days of existence. Now, 1,024 days are over. Next, there will be a life and death battle. If we win, our world continues. If we lose, our world will be destroyed." The four people looked at him with dumbfounded eyes. Louis pointed at Giada, who was swinging in the air, and said, "Did you see that woman? The life and death of 66 parallel worlds are all in her hands." Then he pointed at the lords around him and said, "They are the lords of the other 63 worlds. I want to duel with them." The four of them were confused. They had countless questions they wanted to ask, but they didn't know where to start. Louis said to the four people, "Master, this is why I want to learn boxing from you. Instructor Lahia, this is why I want you to train me. Hao-wei, Uncle Wu, this is why I want to learn boxing from you. The reason why I want to talk to you and ask you to help me make plans." Jiang Hao-wei asked tremblingly, "Are we really living in a computer host?" Louis had already instilled too many ideas about the virtual world into him before, so there was no need to explain more. Just let him know whether the whole thing was true or false. So Louis nodded to Jiang Hao-wei with a serious expression. Jiang Hao-wei was shocked from ear to ear. Oh my god. Is all this really true? He has never believed it. And among the few people in the 6E world who knew about it, they didn't believe it. Including Larome, who had always supported Louis. And she didn't believe it either. Because of this matter, no matter what you say is perfect, no one will believe it. Only when he sees it with his own eyes can he believe it. Old Wu also knew more or less about the virtual world. So he and Jiang Hao-wei were also shocked at this moment. Lahia and Master Li did not know the truth, so they were always in a state of confusion. Louis said, "Hao-wei, Uncle Wu, You two know the truth. The instructor and my master don't know yet. You two, and please explain to them. I'm going to start summoning the fifth person now. At first Jiang Haowei asked, the fifth person? Who are you going to summon? Louis once thought of summoning his parents. But he didn't want to frighten them. So he gave up the plan. Although his parents were arranged for him by the system, and he didn't spend many days with him. After all, as time went by, he developed feelings to some extent. So who should be called fifth? Jiang Haowei said, why don't you summon Larong? Larong? Louis Luyi's favorite person in this world. He doesn't want her to worry too much about him. But, Jiang Haowei added, according to what you said, it's the end of the world. Don't you want to spend time with your favorite girl? Louis nodded and said, okay. A randomly retrieved picture of Larong, who was sleeping soundly in his bedroom, was also still. Jiang Haowei smiled and said, yeah. Okay. Louis. You all slept together. Louis punched him and said, I quite admire your psychological quality. You know it's the end of the world, but you still have the heart to joke. Chapter 91 The Decisive Moment. Jiang Haowei smiled bitterly and said, what can you do? When you know that you are powerless in the face of fate, what else can you do? You can only enjoy the hardship. Louis also sighed and said, yes, what else can we do? But let me tell you, there is nothing between Larong and me. Nothing? Jiang Haowei asked with a smile. As you know, I have to clear the dungeon every night. Larong comes to accompany me. When she is sleepy, she will sleep at my house for a while. But she and I are pure. Okay. Louis, do you think all this is still important now? Jiang Haowei said. Call her over quickly. Louis nodded and summoned Larong over. Larong woke up from her sleep and suddenly came to the light from the darkness. She saw the people in front of her again and was at a loss. Louis smiled bitterly and said, I'm sorry, Larong. The world has come to an end. Larong was surprised. So fast? Jiang Haowei asked from the side. Larong, do you really believe it? Larong shook her head and said, I never believed it. After that, he looked around, then looked at Giada in the sky, and then said, it seems that it's okay if I don't believe it now. Louis asked everyone to sit down, then clapped his hands and said, okay, I have summoned the 5 people I trust most. Now let me tell you the general situation. Our world is numbered 6E. Yes, it is homophonic with my name. So I am the lord of this world. When I live, the world survives. When I die, the world dies. The same is true for the other 65 parallel worlds. In fact, there were 255 parallel worlds in total earlier. In the first round of God auditions, 184 worlds were eliminated. Larong raised her hand and asked, so, what about the 184 worlds? Louis clenched his fists, made an explosion and said, destroy everything. Oh my god! Larong exclaimed. Instructor Lahia next to him actually shouted, oh, buy it! Louis added, now is the second round, and it is also the final battle. Among the 71 surviving worlds, before the second round has come, the lords of 5 more worlds have died because they could not bear the pressure in their hearts. Jiang Haowei asked, did you get the lunchbox? That's right. It's just a lunchbox for the god of death, Louis said, and their world will be destroyed. There are still 66 parallel worlds left, including our 6E world. The 5 people were silent. Louis pointed to the people around him and said, they are the lords of the other 65 worlds, and they will compete with me for the sole right to survive. Jiang Haowei asked, can only one survive? Louis nodded and asked, do you think it's cruel? Several people had heavy expressions. Louis added, they are just like me. They all want to live. No one wants to die. Lao Wu said, young man, to be honest, it's hard for me to believe that all this is true. But through the past 3 years of contact, I found that you are a person with great potential and very strong overall quality. I will believe you first. Lahia, what do you think? Lao Wu and Lahia knew each other, and it was Lao Wu who recommended Liu Yi to Lahia for special forces training. Lahia laughed and said, you don't have to ask. Liu Yi is really awesome. He has stayed in my special training camp 5 times and carried out life and death missions many times. And he performed very well. I have always thought I'm looking for him to sign a long-term contract. Haha. I didn't expect that he is actually the world lord. The 5 times Lahia mentioned were Liu Yi's 3 winter vacations from his freshman to his junior year. and his 2 summer vacations from his freshman and sophomore years. It was obvious that Louis could feel that the two of them were praising him on the surface. But in fact, they were cheering him up, boosting his fighting spirit and preventing him from getting depressed. Jiang Haowei also said, "I don't think these people are that good. Louis, they are not as good as you." Master Li also stood up and said, "Xiao Lu, you practice boxing so hard. Even if you don't have time, you have to find time to practice. Although you have not participated in the provincial martial arts competition. From my perspective, the province you must be the champion. If it weren't for this life and death competition, I guarantee that you would still be in the top 3 even in the national martial arts competition." Laurent remained silent. Louis said, "Thank you for supporting me. But don't worry. I won't let you down. Okay. I will tell you now what you can do when I call you here. I don't know what the title of the competition is yet, but I know that when the competition starts, you can connect with me and be my remote command and consultant," Lahia said. "In this case, the 5 of us must choose a commander. Otherwise, when the time comes, your words and my words will definitely affect you." Louis nodded and said, "When the time comes, it's up to you." He turned around and looked at the people around him. They also summoned everyone who could be summoned in their respective worlds. The 5 members of the staff group began to discuss and unanimously agreed to let Lao Wu be the commander-in-chief. Old Wu shied away and said, No. I've been a police officer all my life and I've never been promoted. How can I have leadership skills?" Lahia said, "I think you can do it. You go ahead and do it first. If it really doesn't work then, won't there still be 4 of us?" Master Li stroked his beard and said, "I think it's okay. Let's settle it like this for now." It was more than half an hour before the game started. Louis looked around. The people around him were all familiar faces. For nearly 3 years and 3 copies a day, he and the others basically knew each other. At this time, it would be a lie to say that you are not nervous. Especially when the life and death of yourself and the whole world is at stake. Can you not be nervous? It can be said that the fate of the whole world is in the palm of his hand. Laurent came to him and held his hand. Louis turned around to look at her and saw Laurent smiling at him. At this time, Laurent didn't know what words to use to comfort and encourage him, so she could only smile at him. Louis also smiled at her, raised her hand, and patted it with the other hand. Laurent's little hand was so warm and smooth when he held it, and Laurent's smile was so warm and beautiful. The two looked at each other and smiled, saying nothing, and everything they said was contained in this smile. This smile contains helplessness, trust and encouragement. Laurent took out a necklace, which was a unique Xiaoqiao cross. Laurent said, "It has my name on it. Wear it and return it to me when you come back." Louis knew what she meant, nodded, took the necklace, kissed it, and put it around her neck. Time passed by quietly. Finally, Giada on the swing said, "It's starting. Are you all ready?" Chapter 92 Competition Rules. Frosted glass is raised around each hexagon, and light can be projected in, but the outside cannot be seen, and the situation in other hexagons cannot be seen. In addition to being able to see Giada swinging in the air, there are also many fast screens in the hexagonal room. One of them is a close-up image of Giada, and several other screens are blank with nothing on them. Giada began to speak. 66 lords, the moment of decisive battle has finally arrived. You have been waiting for 1,024 days. And finally it is today. Some people may be afraid of coming, but I can't help it. I only need one person. Only one person can survive. So of course I need the best one. What do you think?" In the hexagonal room of 6E, he could not see the appearance or expressions of other people in other rooms. Louis could only see 5 people in his own world, and they all looked very nervous. But only Li Master is very calm. But when he was calm, he was chanting. Existence and non-existence arise from each other. Difficulty and ease complement each other. Long and short complement each other. High and low complement each other. Sound and sound harmonize each other. And front and rear follow each other. Hung Yi. Louis didn't understand what this sentence meant, but he understood that it must be his master telling him to be calm, not to panic, and to give his best. Although Master Li charged him 400,000 yuan in tuition, he had to admit that Master Li was really a very good martial arts master. In the past 3 years, he not only taught him martial arts moves, but also taught him a lot about life and some philosophies about understanding. Li Jiaquan itself is also guided by Taoism, and its teaching also contains a lot of Taoist ideas. Seeing Master Li being so calm, Lu Yi's nervous mood slowly relaxed, and she couldn't help but look at the master gratefully. But I heard Giada continue to say, "Okay, let me talk about the first competition first." After all, a 3D virtual scene appeared in the hexagonal room, which was a huge real-life map with mountains, rivers and forests. Giada said, "This is a 50 kilometers x 50 kilometers square real-life map. You will be airdropped here in a while. Eat chicken," Jiang Haowei exclaimed in a low voice. Although Lu Yi doesn't play games very much, he also knows what Jiang Haowei means by eating chicken. There are many versions of multiplayer combat shooting games that are popular around the world. But the real world now is 2189. I don't know if people in 2189 still like to play such a game. Listen to Giada continue. "The 66 of you will be divided into 11 teams. Each team has 6 people. The members within each team will cooperate with comrades. And the members of the other 10 teams outside the team will all be enemies. Enemies can be killed at will, but teammates are prohibited from harming them. If a teammate is intentionally killed subjectively, he will be directly eliminated without any opportunity to appeal. Those who accidentally injure a teammate will receive -1 point. Those who accidentally injure a teammate will receive -10 points. Those who commit suicide and assist teammates in committing suicide will be deemed to have intentionally killed their teammates, and will receive -10 points. Those who are accidentally injured by teammates will not receive points added or deducted. And those who are accidentally injured by teammates and die will also receive no points. Every time you kill an enemy, you get +1 point. No points will be counted for killing an enemy. Okay, I'll give you 5 minutes to digest what I said." Giada stopped here. The rules of the game she just mentioned were written down and displayed on the screen in each lord's room. Lu Yi asked Jiang Haowei, "You often play chicken. Tell me." Jiang Haowei scratched his head and said, "I can't figure out the rules this woman said. There are 2 main modes of playing chicken. Team mode and single player mode. What are the modes?" Lu Yi asked. He only had 5 minutes, so he was a little anxious. He usually doesn't have time to play games at all. He only studies training and dungeons. He doesn't know what to do with the chicken game. Jiang Haowei said, "The team mode is to kill other players with your teammates until you and your teammates survive in the end. In the single player mode, all players on the map are enemies. But this woman just said yes in the team mode. Why are there points? Isn't this useless?" Lu Yi nodded, finally understanding a little bit about eating chicken, and said, "There may be other reasons." Then I looked at the side. Master Li with beard, sitting cross-legged on the sofa, meditating with his eyes closed. And after looking at him, I felt a little calmer. Among these 5 people, only Jiang Haowei has played the game of chicken, and no one else has, including Lerong, who is also a young man, and does not usually play games. In fact, when Lu Yi was playing dungeons every day before, he had thought that there might be a competition similar to a game of chicken. But he didn't expect that it would be like this today, since the decision and outcome are determined by a game of chicken. Why not open a PvP battle in the usual dungeon? I don't know what Giada thinks. 5 minutes passed quickly, and Giada continued. "Team Apocalypse. Deathmatch. The time limit is about 72 hours, which is 3 days. During these 3 days, you and your teammates have to kill the team in various ways. For everyone else, victory will not be considered until your team is the only one with members alive on the entire map. It should be noted that after victory, if a member of your team dies, he will be resurrected in the lobby and will enter the second round with you. In other words, the 6 members of the winning team will enter the second round. Second round competition. So what about the remaining 60 people from the other 10 teams that were eliminated?" This uses the points just mentioned. Among these 60 people, the top 10 people with points will have a special extra round. The method of extra rounds is, at this point, the map displayed on the screen was replaced by a small map, which was an abandoned town. This is a small map of 10 by 10 kilometers. 10 people will be dropped on this map in single-player mode with the purpose of killing the other 9 lords. The time limit is about 24 hours. The last surviving lord will enter the second round. Round competition. Then, the remaining 9 lords don't have no chance. I will select the one with the highest points among these 9 lords to enter the second round. To summarize, there are a total of 8 lords who can enter the second round of the competition. Do you all understand? Lu Yi listened to her very carefully. And of course he understood. The first round of the competition is a 6 by 11 life and death competition. The 6 winning team members will advance to the second round. The top 10 eliminated players will then compete in a single life and death competition. The Lord with the highest points among the survivors and the 9 dead will have a total of the 2 entered the second round together. So a total of 8 people entered the second round of the competition. Chapter 93 Digital Terminal. Giada gave everyone 10 minutes to digest the rules of the game, and then said, "Okay, now let's allocate teams." The teams are allocated by drawing lots. There are 11 numbers on your screen. You choose. Which number you choose will be assigned which team to join. After that, a total of 11 numbers from 1 to 11 began to appear on the screen. With 6 numbers each, Louis stood in front of the screen, not knowing which number to choose. He had no idea who the other 5 teammates would be, and he didn't know whether he wanted his teammates to be strong or weak. If your teammates are strong, once you enter the second round, your strong teammates will become formidable opponents. If your teammates are weak, they may not be able to advance to the second round. While thinking about it, I saw that some numbers began to decrease. Only one was chosen the fastest. After a while, all 6 ones were chosen. Louis looked back and asked, "Which one of you will help me choose?" No one dares to choose, because if they choose poorly, the fate of the entire world will depend on it. Louis glanced at Laurent. Laurent came to the screen, clicked on 6, and then selected 6. And 6 was almost finished. Laurent said, "Since our world is 6E, let's choose 6. Louis nodded and agreed with Laurent's choice. But then he thought of a problem. That is, the other teammates of the 6 teams are likely to be from the world related to 6. Because he is from the 6E world. Will other people also choose Team 6 because their world number also has 6? He tried hard to think about which teammates would be from the world related to 6. But then gave up the idea, because he could see them in a while. After more than 2 years of dungeons, he basically knew all the other lords. So he would see them later. He must have known a few of the people who arrived. I just don't know if my best friends Gier and Ron will be in it. Soon, the numbers for all 11 teams were selected. Giada said, "I will give you 10 minutes to say goodbye to your family and friends, and then go to the hangar in 10 minutes. Louis faced the 5 people and said, "It's about to begin." Lao Wu said, "Young man, you are the best. What do you think?" Everyone kept praising Louis and came to encourage him one after another. Jiang Haowei said, "Louis, when you get in, kill them. Come on." When the time was approaching, Laurent faced Louis and said, "Louis, no matter what the outcome is, you are still Louis, and we are still us. Don't think about anything. Okay?" Louis nodded. Master Li said calmly, "There is nothing joyful about life and nothing to fear about death." When the farewell time was over, Louis said goodbye to everyone and walked down the stairs to the bottom of the hexagonal room. In the room below, there was a door leading to the so-called hangar. Louis pushed it open and walked inside. Laurent shouted from behind, "Louis, I'm waiting for you." Louis turned around and saw the smile on Laurent's face, which was full of expectation. He waved to her, indicating her to go back. And the door closed behind him. Walking forward in a corridor, I finally came to the hangar. There was a spaceship parked here. No, to be precise, it should be a spaceship. The lords also arrived one after another, and Giada was still swinging in the air in the hangar. From the appearance of this spaceship, it is obvious that it is not a creation on Earth. At least not one that could be built by Earthlings in the tens. It has an octagonal appearance, lying there like a big turtle. However, this spaceship is very big. It can probably accommodate another 1,000 people. Not to mention the 60 or so of them. People look very small in front of it. Giada said, "This spaceship will send you to the battlefield. At the same time, it is also loaded with a lot of supplies. It will drop various supplies including weapons, armor and food on the battlefield from time to time. You have 1 hour now. You can use your time to communicate with your teammates. And you can also communicate with your own staff." The so-called staff team are relatives and friends summoned from their own world. Giada continued, "The cabinets next to the hangar are for storing your equipment. Go over and get your equipment first." Louis came to the cabinet with everyone and found his own cabinet, which was marked 6E. He opened the cabinet and saw that there were no weapons, only a set of jungle camouflage, a multimedia helmet, and a set of individual digital terminals. The so-called multimedia helmet is because the helmet is equipped with 4 micro cameras, which allow the staff to see the dynamics of the scene in the player's front, rear, left, and right directions. Giada said, "Weapons, armor, and other equipment can only be obtained by looking for airdrop boxes on the battlefield. You should change your clothes first. Let me tell you about the digital terminal, where you can talk to your teammates and staff. There are 3 channels for calls: all, teammates and staff. All can call and receive calls from all personnel. Teammates and staff correspond to their literal meanings. There are calling and receiving switches on the interface. Of course, you can also set the channel and reception through voice AI. You can debug it now, which will take 10 minutes. Louis looked at the terminal and said, "Open the staff channel." There was a click sound, and the staff channel was opened, indicating that the voice from the rear staff group could be received. Only Laurent's voice came from the headset. "Louis, is that you?" Before Louis could answer, he heard Jiang Haowei say, "Laurent, you have to release this button to listen." Then I heard Laurent say, "Oh," and then there was a click, and then there was no sound. It turns out that this is an intercom device, which means that when you are talking, you cannot listen, and when you are listening, you cannot speak. Louis said, "Call." "Yes." Laurent. "Hello everyone. Can you see me?" "Over." Laurent said, "We can't see you, but we can see the scenery around you." It turns out that the 4 micro cameras on the helmet are now transmitting images. Jiang Haowei added, "Louis, does this mean that we will be able to provide you with real-time battlefield opinions based on the dynamic changes on the screen?" "Yes, Haowei. This means I have 6 pairs of eyes." There was silence for a while, and Jiang Haowei said, "Louis, listen to me. We just studied it, and the 5 of us were assigned to the monitoring screens. Uncle Wu is the commander-in-chief, and I am the tactical communicator. Conveying our opinions, pass it on to you. Laurent will summarize the information." "Very well. You just have to figure it out yourself." After talking for a while, Louis continued to debug the communication system. "Open the teammate channel." After the teammate channel was opened, I immediately heard a voice coming from the headset. "Click. Who else has just come online? Come to my place to gather. My location has been marked on the small radar." Click. Chapter 94, Chicken Eating Poison Circle. The members of the number 6 team are 6C Bill, F6 Timot, C9 Ron, 53 4, 47 Saha, and 6E Louis himself. Sure enough, among the 6 people in the team, 3 people, including him, had the word 6 in their world number. What was even more surprising was that Ron was actually in the same team. Ron shook hands with him and said excitedly, "Hey, buddy, we meet again." Louis smiled bitterly and said, "We finally have ushered in the day of decisive battle." Ron spread his hands and said, "But I think it's pretty good. Look, we can be friends for 3 days again." 3 days? Are you thinking too much?" A voice sounded in her ears. So familiar. Louis turned around and looked, but it was Rogers walking over. Rogers? This arrogant person. Louis had always hated him very much. Who knew that he would come over again at this time? Ron didn't like him either. Rogers laughed wildly, stretched out his hand to make a pistol gesture, pointed at Ron's head and said, "I have told you before. I will kill you in the God's War." Then he looked at Louis and said, "And you, Louis, I will kill you both. Ha ha. I won't let you live for more than 72 hours. Never. Let me tell you, I will always. I'm praying. Please don't put me and you in the same team. Sure enough, God will do as you wish. Ha ha. Just wait to be slaughtered." Ron glared at him angrily. You, Beachy." Louis sneered and said, "Anyone can blow off cheating, and the winner will be killed. The truth will be revealed on the battlefield." "Okay." Rogers made a thumbs down gesture. "I will find you quickly, but I will kill you slowly." Ron was about to retaliate, but was pulled back by Louis. He was too lazy to talk to Rogers, but he swore in his heart that he would kill him. Just as he was talking, Jill came over, lowered his head and said, "Louis." "Ron." Louis smiled bitterly and said, "Finally today, we have become enemies. It's okay. Jill, you don't need to be merciful, and we won't be merciful either." Ron also said, "Whether we are teammates or enemies, we will eventually become enemies. So Gil, let's work hard together." Rogers had already turned to walk away, but at this moment he turned back and said, "At least we won't meet again in the second round. You will be dead by then. Gil, as long as I am here, I will protect you." Ha ha. It turns out that Gil and Rogers were assigned to the same team. judging from the comprehensive combat effectiveness ranking of the dungeons over the past 2 years. Rogers is indeed ranked first. No wonder he is so arrogant. And Gil ranked 6th. Louis looked at the composition of each team again. Rogers and GR were in Team 2. 3 of the 6 players ranked in the top 10 in terms of overall strength, including Rogers, who was number 1. Therefore, Team 7 of Rogers and Gil is a very strong team. Looking at his team, he is the only one in the top 10. Louis's overall strength is ranked 3rd. Ron's overall strength is 15th. And there are actually 2 people in the team whose strength is outside the 50th place. In addition, the strength of the other one is also behind 30. Overall, Louis's 6 teams are actually at the bottom of the 11 teams in terms of strength. This is very disadvantageous for Louis. This kind of cooperation and confrontation competition is very particular about the tacit understanding of cooperation among the team members. It also tests the overall quality of each team member in the entire team. Therefore, Louis had formed a death team, and he couldn't help but feel annoyed in his heart. But he couldn't say it out loud. Staff channel call, Ka. Louis. This is Howie. Please reply if you hear me. What's going on now? Click. Louis walked to a remote place and said, Advisor. I am Louis. Everyone. The situation is not very optimistic now. You have to be mentally prepared. It's over. Lao Wu. What's wrong? Louis? It's okay. Giada's voice sounded again. Now let me tell you the most important rule. That is, you will be airdropped to the 50 by 50 Den Lesville Island. There is a power grid around the island. This circle of power grid is exactly surrounded by a quadrilateral, and the side length is exactly 50 kilometers. On Danlersville Island, you should not try to pass through the power grid, or damage the power grid. These power grids. At this point, a virtual screen appeared in the hangar. On the screen, you could see the situation on the island, and at its edge, there were many light red light pillars rushing into the sky. These light beams are very thin and well distributed. They should be what Giada calls the power grid. Giada said, These red light pillars are the power grid. Don't try to challenge it. A gentle touch will turn you into ashes. In short, within 72 hours, you can do whatever you want on this island. Just don't touch it. So after 72 hours, if the competition has not been decided after 72 hours, these light pillars will begin to move towards the center of the island. It will move every 10 minutes, and it will move 1 kilometer. Will be completed within a minute. In other words, it takes 250 minutes to move this power grid from the edge to the center, which is 25 kilometers, which is 4 hours and 10 minutes. Of course, this is just a mathematical calculation. In reality, it will not move to the center, because as long as only one team survives on the island, the grid will stop moving. Louis couldn't help but feel numb as he listened to Giada talking about the rules. But he didn't know that in the staff group at the rear, Jiang Howie shouted, Isn't this a poisonous circle? Poison circle? Several people asked curiously. Yes, a poisonous circle, Jiang Howie said. When you eat chicken, the poisonous circle will gradually move closer to the center. It is said that this poisonous circle is the radiation leak from the Cheli nuclear power plant. It is fatal. If you touch it, you will die. No one else knew how to eat chicken. So Jiang Howie said. In short, this is a way to break the deadlock on eating chicken. Chapter 95 Death Island 1. The Hope spaceship carried 6 by 11, and a total of 66 lords took off. The roof above the hangar opened and the spacecraft flew out. Louis and his teammates were sitting next to each other, and they couldn't see the situation outside. Everyone was very nervous. Louis smiled and encouraged his teammates and said, There is nothing to be nervous about. Just treat it with a normal attitude. Just as he was talking, the headset clicked, and Roger's voice came. Lambs, you don't have much time. Ha ha. Louis couldn't help but frown. Rogers was really annoying. His voice instructed the digital terminal, turn off all reception. There was a beep in the headset, and the system prompted, all channels have been closed, and the call to all channels will be automatically opened. Louis said to several teammates, There is nothing to be afraid of. Rogers is a scumbag. Even if he ranks first, it is all earned by grabbing points. He also died a lot of times. The spacecraft suddenly changed its posture and flew straight upward at 90 degrees. Fortunately, everyone was wearing belts, and everyone felt that their heads and bodies were in a horizontal position, with the sun facing down. Someone could be heard yelling and cursing in the cabin, and Roger's howling could be heard not far away. Oh, that's it. It's so exciting. The speed was very fast, and the feeling of overweight could be clearly felt. Jiang Haoi's voice came from the headset. Louis, we guessed that the spacecraft may be flying into space. Louis replied, I feel it too. A strong feeling of being overweight. I don't know where this woman Giada is going to take us. Not long after becoming overweight, the spacecraft changed its flight attitude and became weightless. Jiang Haoi's words were verified, which meant that the spacecraft had now arrived in space. Giada's voice appeared in the cabin. We will reach our destination in 10 minutes, Danler Island. Or Danler Island for short. Danler Island is on the beautiful planet Cantor. In the Bixing language, Cantor means hope. And it is also the place where your hopes are ignited. Someone in the crowd murmured. It's also a desperate place. Giada paused, probably after hearing what the man said, and then said, Hope is only given to those who are strong and prepared. Only those who are pessimistic and incompetent will despair. Hearing what Giada said, Roger suddenly shouted, As long as I am here, the command will bring you despair. Tremble. Haha. Louis hated this man so much. But the game hadn't officially started yet. Otherwise he would have really gone up and beaten him up. Giada did not rebuke him, but continued. Actually, you are all familiar with this Cantor star. It is Kepler 452b in your human knowledge base. It is a perfect planet in the habitable zone. You once called it Earth 2.0. Okay, let's talk about Donla Island. It is also a very beautiful island. It is a mango-shaped island with a length of 100 kilometers and an average width of 50 kilometers. So you can also call it Mango Island. The island has dense forests and beautiful scenery. No matter how beautiful the place is, it will be HL when the time comes. Giada's explanation gave people the feeling of a tour guide. After about 5 minutes, several screens in the cabin were lit up, showing the landscape in front of the spacecraft. Giada said, The spacecraft will pass through the wormhole in a while and go to Cantel Star. Cantel Star is 1,400 light-years away from the solar system. I'll go, and I'll be 1,400 light-years away, Louison said. According to what Giada said, this planet must exist in reality. If anyone survives this decisive battle, I must go to this beautiful planet, Giada said. The scenery on the screen and the data showed that the spacecraft was about to reach the orbit of Jupiter at this moment. There was a wormhole with a diameter of more than 1,000 kilometers in the orbit of Jupiter, and the spacecraft flew directly into it. It also reached the Kepler 452 galaxy 1,400 light-years away in an instant. A dazzling star appeared in the field of view. The spacecraft quickly flew over, and it took about 5 minutes to arrive at a blue star. Above the green and alternate planet is Cantel Star, which is a planet orbiting the star Kepler 452, namely Kepler 452b. Louison said, 1,400 light-years. Arriving so quickly, although there is a wormhole to travel through. The 00 world virtualized by this host is too huge. But then I thought about it. This isn't a computer host. What can't be virtualized? Soon, the spacecraft entered the atmosphere of Cantor Star, and the dive came to a stop within a short time, changing to a horizontal flight. Through the screen, you can see the alien situation outside, which is generally similar to the Earth. Giada said, It takes about 1 minute to reach the sky above Donla Island and start the airdrop. I would like to add here that the gravity of Cantel Star is 1.2 times that of the Earth, and the air density is slightly denser than that of the Earth, so you will feel a slight sense of pressure after landing on the ground. But within 2 hours, you will adapt to this relatively large gravity. The biological structure of Cantor is different from that of Earth. Damn. There was a lot of swearing. Louis started to walk towards the nearest bottom door. The wind was blowing in. When he was about to jump, he heard a person shouting, I didn't skydive. I don't want to jump. Another person said, If you say you don't know how to skydive at this time, why did you go there so early? Louis followed the team member in front and jumped towards the bottom door, then jumped out of the spaceship and fell towards the ground of Donla Island. After jumping out of the spacecraft, I don't know what happened to the guy who couldn't skydive. Did he jump off or was he pushed off by someone else? But when he jumped out, he heard Giada's last words. After leaving the spaceship, you can kill your enemies by any means. Chapter 96 Death Island 2. System prompt. The skydiving height is 7,650 meters, and the gravity coefficient is 1.2. You will fall faster than on the Earth. Opening the parachute at the right time will avoid falling to death. Louison said, Damn it. The system prompts you to die. Since Cantor Star, Kepler 452b, has a diameter 1.1 times that of the Earth, a gravity 1.2 times, and dense air. The spacecraft chose a higher altitude for parachuting. Note, in order to adapt to the plot, the relevant settings of Earth 2.0, which is Kepler 452b, will be slightly different from certain data. Please be informed. Looking around, he could see several people around him, near or far. Louis adjusted his posture and tried to land quickly to the ground, because the umbrella had not been opened yet. The fall was very fast. The wind was very strong. My breathing was very rapid, and my heart was beating fast. The team channel rang, and it was Ron. "Boss, are you there? Please call back." Since Louis had the highest overall points before, the other 5 people recommended him as the captain. Louis said, "I'm coming out. Have all 5 of you come out? Each of you will report your number." The other 5 team members reported their numbers one after another, but there were 53 less. Louis called out, "Is number 53 Fuhr here? If you hear me, please reply." When there was no reply, Louis said again, "Ignore him. Don't rush to open the umbrella. The umbrella opens too early and falls slowly, making it easy to become a target. The wind is so strong, I can hardly breathe." One team member said, "Don't be anxious," Louis said. "It will take us at least 30 seconds to reach the altitude of opening the parachute. You can look at the terminal screen on your arm. There is an altimeter on it. You can open the parachute when it is lower than 500 meters. Note, gravity is different, so this time will be slightly different than on Earth." When Louis said this, he also took a look at his terminal. In addition to the altimeter, there was also a line of small words. The supplies will be airdropped in 5 minutes. The airdrop location is random, and the airdrop quantity is unknown. The first round of deathmatch played by the Lords is very different from the game of chicken. The chickens in the game also have no weapons at the beginning. After landing, weapons will be prepared in some rooms. In this competition, there are no pre-prepared weapons. That is to say, you will not find any weapons and equipment after landing on the ground, and you will have to wait for airdrops. In the case of airdrops, there will inevitably be a situation where many people will compete for the airdrop supply boxes. And then, the supply boxes will directly become a battlefield of life and death. The digital terminal also displays the team members. You can see that teammate 4's name is Gray. It is most likely that he has died. It died before it even started. And I don't know how he failed. Looking up, the spaceship was no longer there. Only the 2 suns in the sky were shining brightly. Later I learned that Kepler 452 is a double galaxy. The so-called binary galaxy means that there are 2 stars in this star system, while our solar system is a single galaxy. During the landing, Louis Music heard a strange sound coming from the air, like the chirping of birds, coming from a very far away place. Just as he was wondering, Timot's voice came from the team channel. "No, that's okay. The speed is too fast. I have to open my umbrella. Open the umbrella later," Louis said. Timot added, "I can't pick up the equipment anyway, so what are you afraid of?" As soon as he finished speaking, he heard Timot scream, and then there was no sound. When he looked at the terminal display, his name turned gray. Louis cursed in his heart, "Damn! What's going on?" I hung up on 2 of them before even looking at them. The strange chirping sounded again, and a huge figure blocked the sun. Louis looked up and saw a huge bird flying in the sky. The bird was all red. It didn't look like a creature on the earth, and I didn't know what it was. It flew towards a person who had opened his umbrella. When it got close to it, it suddenly sprayed out a stream of air towards the person, with a big mouthful of flames. The man was immediately swallowed up in the flames. I went to Louis and yelled, "Why is this ghost thing still there?" So, Timot was burned to death by this strange bird just now. This island is huge, and I don't know where my teammates are scattered. Those who opened their umbrellas very early were in trouble. Louis said in the team channel, "There are only 4 of us now. Everyone, keep an eye on the altitude. There are still more than 10 seconds. It will be over soon." And he also saw several big birds circling in the sky, but they did not fly down. Will this be a challenge that Giada joins? Although the Cantor star may really exist in reality, it is still in the virtual world of the computer host. So the ghost thing flying in the sky is most likely designed by Giada. This design will be very unfair to some players, because they were burned to death by the Firebird before the game started. But there is no point in studying this at this time. First of all, your own survival is more important than anything else. Secondly, everything here is decided by that bitch Giada. and no one can resist her. Since the gravity of Cantor's star, Kepler 452b, is greater than that of the Earth, it descends very quickly. Even though it is more than 7,000 meters away, it is almost close to the ground in about 30 seconds. Louis looked at the altimeter and pressed the umbrella opening button when he reached 500 meters. With a snap, the umbrella was opened and the rapid descent stopped. When he was at Camp Omega in Remia, he received training as a parachute general. 2 of the several rescue missions he carried out included parachute general content, so he can handle skydiving easily now. But what happens next is a little bit pessimistic, because he is about to land in a large open space, which is a little far away from the forest. Moreover, this open space is still a large rock, and there are no protrusions, so there is basically no hiding place. If and when enemies meet, they will engage in extremely close combat. Fortunately, everyone has no weapons at the beginning. In this case, even if they cannot kill the enemy immediately, at least the chance of survival is relatively high. Once the umbrella is opened, the falling speed immediately slows down, although the height is only 500 meters. At this speed, it will take at least a minute to reach the ground. Louis looked around and saw that there were not many people he could see. He looked at the terminal again and saw that the other 3 teammates were far away from him, and the strange fire-breathing bird in the sky was nowhere to be seen. Since there was a staff group, Louis asked, "Instructor Lahia." "I'm here. I'm Louis," Lahia said. "If you have anything to say, just tell me," Louis said. "Thank you for teaching me how to skydive. I still have 3 team members surviving, and they are far away from me. What should I do next?" Lahia said. "Don't rush to contact them now. The first thing to do is to hide yourself." Chapter 97 Death Island 3. Since there are no starting weapons and no weapons and equipment that can be picked up, those who open the parachute early do not have to worry about being shot by those who land first. However, Giada designed the attack of strange birds in the air. This caused a disaster for those who opened their umbrellas early and were burned to death by the firebirds in the air. Although this setup may seem unfair to those who opened their umbrellas early and didn't even have a gun in their hands, in the end, Giada only needed one person to win. So this requires a person with strong overall qualities. So Giada will not care about people who are eliminated early on the battlefield. But Louis controlled the parachute and wanted to get as close to the forest as possible, because only when he entered the forest would he be safe. Even while landing, he did not forget to look around, alert to possible dangers. At the same time, people from the staff group also provided online guidance. The person with the most experience in field operations was Lahia, so he temporarily became the commander-in-chief of the operation. In about a minute or so, Louis fell to the ground, on a large rocky slope, with a creek below and a jungle above. About 200 meters away, Louis quickly took off the umbrella, but Lorong suddenly said on the channel, "Louis! You?" Before she finished speaking, Jiang Haowei said, "There is someone 100 meters away from 3 o'clock. Louis quickly looked to the right, and sure enough, a person had just landed, about 100 meters away. The latest person Lorong discovered was so nervous that she could hardly speak. Although Jiang Haowei has not been trained, he can be regarded as a chicken master. What he was looking at in the rear staff department was Louis' surveillance screen, which looked like a game. He saw Lorong was nervous, so he quickly warned him. Louis had already taken off his umbrella bag, and the man had also taken off his umbrella bag. He saw that this man was about the same age and height as himself. The two stared at each other for maybe a second. Master Li came online. "Louis, your fists and kicks are very good. Don't panic. I will give you guidance." Master Li's boxing skills are very powerful, and he has led many champion apprentices. Louis is very clear about this. It is absolutely no problem for him to provide martial arts guidance from behind. So after he and the person opposite looked at each other for a second, the next step was to challenge him empty-handed. Louis was about to rush up and have sex with him, so that he could go into the jungle and hide after that. Who knew that the man suddenly waved his hands and said, "I won't hit you, so don't hit me either." After that, he ran towards the jungle. This man didn't follow the routine, and Louis couldn't help being stunned. Master Li said, "You should go to the jungle quickly and keep your distance from him." Louis also hurriedly ran in the other direction, into the jungle. Master Li said, "Louis, besides being careful yourself, we are watching for you from behind." Louis said, "Well, I believe you." After about 200 meters, they soon reached the jungle. Louis was about to continue running forward. But suddenly he found a black shadow coming from behind a big tree. Laurent's screams came from the staff channel. And Masterly shouted, "Be careful!" It was too late. A strong man rushed over, hugged him from behind, and strangled his throat in a triangle choke. The speed was so fast that Louis didn't even react. And he said, moreover, this person was hiding behind a big tree. Although the staff could see 6 directions, they could not detect the hidden danger. The individual soldier terminal can only display the position and distance of teammates, but cannot display enemy information. So Louis has no defense at all. And this person is much stronger than Louis. Even if Louis is very skilled, he can't break free at this moment. After all, there is such a disparity in strength. The opponent was strangling his neck so hard that he was almost out of breath. Louis was stunned at the time, grabbed his arm hard and kicked him backwards. But the opponent was too strong. The arms that locked his throat couldn't be broken open at all. And even kicking him backwards couldn't lift him. Louis couldn't help but feel annoyed. He was about to be KO'd just after landing. Laurent, call out in a hurry. But Masterly said extremely calmly, "My good disciple, do as I usually teach you. Hold your breath. Hold his arms with both hands. 3 inches to the right of his right leg. Yes. Kick hard and jump up." Louis found the right position according to Master Li's instructions, and kicked his right foot backwards, hitting the opponent's right leg. Although this kick was weak and did not pose a threat to the opponent, Louis's kick, the kick was not to knock him down. The last second, after this kick, the next second, he hugged the opponent's arm with both hands, and his body rebounded suddenly, almost at 90 degrees with the opponent. At this moment, he was still locked tightly from behind. At the same moment, Masterly shouted, "Left hand, 1 inch left." Louis spread his left index and middle fingers apart and thrust them backward. The opponent yelled, and his hands, that were holding his throat, immediately released. It turned out that this poke happened to hit his eyes. Since Louis was restrained by the chokehold, the force of this poke was not strong enough, so it would be difficult to blind the opponent. However, the eyes are the weakest part of a person, and even if the opponent cannot be blinded, it will still cause extreme pain. Once this was released, Louis suddenly fell head first due to his jumping body. But he did not fall down just like that. With his hands on the ground, his head down, his legs up, and his feet facing back, he kicked his opponent twice. The opponent also screamed and retreated, and Louis also spun around and stood up. The death triangle lock was cracked by him just like that, thanks to Master Li's guidance. In previous training, Louis was worried about various unfavorable situations in close combat, so he would often ask Master Li for tips in this area. And Master Li is not only good at Li family boxing, he is also very knowledgeable in fighting skills. Otherwise, he would not have brought out so many martial arts masters. So for the 400,000 yuan tuition fee, the 2 masters and apprentices usually studied fighting skills. At this moment, Louis was able to save the day because of his proficiency in fighting skills and the guidance of his master. As everyone knows, in the staff headquarters at the rear, Lahai had just locked Master Li from behind, and Master Li cracked it on the spot and used it to preach. After cracking it, Master Li coughed and said, "We are doing a drill. You are too harsh." Although Master Li taught Louis to poke his opponent, he did not poke Lahai's eyes. Lahai let go of Master Li and chuckled. "Isn't this just for the sake of realism?" However, on the battlefield, Louis immediately launched a counterattack after breaking free from his opponent. Chapter 98 Death Island 4. Although the opponent was attacked twice by Louis, he did not lose his combat effectiveness. Instead, he quickly recovered and launched a counterattack against Louis's sudden attack. Louis rushed forward and punched him. Unexpectedly, his opponent was not only strong, but also had quick reaction speed. And he also punched him. The 2 people's arms collided with each other, and the opponent's strength was strong. This time, Louis's arm was sore from the impact, and his body leaned back, and the opponent's second punch had already arrived. Louis hurriedly dodged, turned around, dodged to the side, and kicked out. Although the kick hit the opponent's left arm, it was not very powerful. This made Louis very difficult. It was not that he was not strong enough, but that he suffered from the excessive gravity. Cantor star, also known as Kepler 452b, has a gravitational coefficient 1.2 times that of Earth. Louis was originally very flexible, but due to the strong influence of gravity, the sensitivity was greatly reduced. So the height of the bounce was also significantly reduced. Therefore, when he bounces and kicks, the damage is reduced a lot, so it cannot shake the opponent. Lu Yi knew that his opponent was stronger than him, and could not be entangled by him. So after this kick, he immediately got out of the way, and was about to attack again, when Lahia suddenly said on the channel, "Lu Yi, run!" Lu Yi couldn't help but be stunned. What kind of guidance is this? He didn't teach me how to hit the opponent, but he asked me to run. However, Lahia asked him to run, and the others had no objection. So he ran. So Lu Yi ran away. His opponent was stunned for a moment, and quickly started running after him. Lahia said in the channel, "Lu Yi, we have put our opinions together, and found that this person is stronger than you, and has about the same agility as you. So if you fight hard, you may not be able to take advantage. So we think you should run, and wait for an opportunity to counterattack while running. Do you understand?" "I understand." Lu Yi ran forward vigorously, and the other party also chased after him, because it was in the jungle. In addition to tall trees, there were also many bushes. The willows were weaving through the thorns, and their clothes were torn. But the strong man never gave up and followed closely. Just when he was panicking, he suddenly saw something blocking the way in front of him. It was a long vine hanging from the tree. It fell to the ground and extended for a long time. The instinct of survival prevented him from thinking too much. He grabbed the long vine and slid it to the ground. Then he turned back, straightened the vine, and pulled it towards the strong man. The strong man could not have expected that Lu Yi would stop suddenly, and he himself was a little too hasty in chasing him. He didn't stop for a moment. And Fujiko, who was caught in Lu Yi's hand, stumbled and fell. Suddenly falling forward, Lu Yi also rolled to the ground due to the sudden stop. When he landed, he picked up an object and without thinking, he turned over and hit the strong man on the head. At this moment, the strong man fell forward, so the back of his head was on top. When Lu Yi hit it, he could see clearly what he was holding in his hand, which was a stone. At the same time, I heard screams coming from the strong man's headset. There were men's voices and women's voices. They should be the screams of his staff team. Immediately afterwards, the stone hit him hard on the back of the head. With a muffled sound, the strong man was about to rise up to resist. Lahia's voice came from Lu Yi's own earphone. "Keep hitting. Don't stop. It's all about survival." Lu Yi picked up the stone, and before the other party could resist, he hit it hard for the second time, the third time, the fourth time, the fifth time. The voice coming from the other party's headset can be vaguely heard. "Get up! Get up! Please!" Cries of pain. The opponent made no movement or sound, and the opponent's headset also became quiet. After just a few strokes, Lu Yi was so tired that he laid down next to the strong man. There was thick dead grass under him. At this moment, he felt that the earth was very soft, and the sunlight was shining from the treetops. He really hoped that this moment could stop and allow him to take a good rest. Lahia's voice came from the headset. "Lu Yi, get up quickly and leave here quickly." The individual soldier terminal can see the position of teammates, but cannot see the position of the enemy. If Lu Yi kills this person, his teammates will know his position, and he might be on the way to get revenge. So for his own safety, no matter whether they came back to find him or not, he had to get up and leave immediately. In fact, Lu Yi only laid down for 3 seconds before he got up immediately and pulled the Fujiko. But it couldn't be pulled. He wanted to pull one off for later use. Since he couldn't pull it, he had to give up. "Pick up the weapon just now. That stone. Your horse on the stone is already covered in blood." Lu Yi picked up a few smiling stones and pulled them into his arms, then began to evacuate and continue deeper into the jungle. I looked at the digital terminal and saw one message after another. Team 6 Lu Yi killed Team 7 Yamada. Plus 1 point. 1 point. This message was mixed with other messages. Scrolling, and other messages could see that 3 people had successfully killed their respective enemies. Important information also includes Team 6 initially has 4 members, namely Bill, Ron, Saha, and Lu Yi. The relative positions of the 4 people are relatively far away. The closest to Lu Yi is Ron, which is 10.25 kilometers away. Remaining personnel on the battlefield, 42 people. Lu Yi was also very shocked when he saw the last message. On the battlefield of 66 people, in less than 10 minutes, 24 people had already been killed. Some of them were burned to death by firebirds at high altitudes. Some were killed by enemies after landing. And there were other unknown reasons. Lu Yi thought about a question while running. After killing Yamada, his headset immediately became silent, which meant that Yamada had withdrawn from the battlefield due to death and was resurrected in the hangar hall. It is impossible for him to be deleted by Giada now, because after this game, 2 people will be selected from the defeated lords to enter the second round. So Yamada still exists for the time being. In the team channel, everyone reports to each other. In the staff channel, Laihea said again, "Louis, tell your teammates not to rush to gather, but to protect yourself and hide yourself. Tell them that those with poor overall quality have no confidence in themselves. If you encounter an enemy, you must hide it well. If you are not confident that you can win when you encounter an enemy, don't attack rashly." "Yes," Louis agreed and started walking in the jungle. The entire map is very, very large. So there is a possibility that even if you walk in this jungle for several days, you may not meet other people. While walking, a huge screen suddenly appeared in the sky, appearing horizontally, allowing people to look up and see the images on the screen. In addition to displaying battlefield conditions, this screen also displays an important message. There is one supply box, which will be airdropped at a random location in 10 minutes. Please check it carefully. Louis couldn't help but curse, "Damn it. There are so many people on such a big map. Why is there only one supply box?" Chapter 99 Death Island 5. While Louis was wondering, Laihea on the staff channel said, "Louis, there is only one supply box in the entire map, and the place where it is dropped is still unknown." Laihea himself was a special forces soldier, and after retiring, he had many years of mercenary experience. So he also had the richest experience in individual combat. At this moment, he naturally became the commander-in-chief of the rear. In the parallel world, although everyone is only 3 years old, everyone has their own system settings when they are born. For example, when Laihea was born in this world, he was already set to be 32 years old by the system. Special Operations Veteran. There is only one supplied box in the entire map, which will inevitably lead to a situation where everyone is grabbing it. As long as the first person or the first team grabs the supply box, they will use the supply box as a stronghold to carry out operations. If they hold on strongly, many people in the past will become cannon fodder for their guns. Just imagine, with the supply box, you can equip weapons. But can those who have not grabbed the weapon still rush forward? If you go up there, you will die. So at this time Laihea said, "So at this moment, you don't have to rush to find the supply box. But arm yourself first." Louis asked, "How to arm yourself, boss? I don't even have the most basic dagger now." Laihea said, "First of all, don't panic. Have you forgotten what I usually teach you about survival in the wild?" "Yes, boss." "Look for materials nearby," Laihea said. "Look carefully around to see if there are any materials that can be used, such as plants like bamboo for pillars. Bamboo can be used to make a bow." So Laihea would say this, and added, "Or a harder branch. If you can't make a bow, you can make a slingshot." "I understand, boss." Louis suddenly became more confident. After Laihea reminded him, he already had an idea and was going to make a slingshot. When he killed Yamada with stones just now, Louis discovered that the tree vines here are very elastic. It will be difficult to make a bow, but it is still possible to make a slingshot. He finally found a tree, climbed up, selected a branch, hung his body on it, and pulled down hard to break a thicker branch. Laihea did not forget to remind him, "A few of us will pay close attention to the people around you on the screen, but you can't relax your vigilance. After all, you are at the scene, and your feelings should be stronger." "Yes, boss." Louis started to clean up the broken branches. There were a lot of stones around him. He picked up an angular stone and smashed it hard. After a lot of effort, he finally smashed out a slingshot. A very big one. Slingshot. Then helped the cane. As soon as the prototype of the slingshot was completed, the system started to remind. Supply boxes are airdropped at 2,352 and 1562 points. Players are asked to go to another point to resupply equipment. I wish you good luck. The second supply drop will be carried out in 3 hours. Louis secretly cursed. There is only one supply box, and the next time will be 3 hours later. It's really boring. I looked at the terminal and saw that the supply box was 26 kilometers away. At this distance, even if there are no enemies, if you want to win by walking, you will have to walk for at least 4 hours. Coupled with the complex jungle terrain, it would probably take less than 5 or 6 hours to walk. So Louis settled down and made his first weapon. Magic little slingshot. It definitely didn't have any magic power. This was just what Louis called it. While making the slingshot, they also had to be alert to the surroundings. Several people in the staff did not dare to slack off at all and stared at the screen. After spending more than half an hour, Louis finally finished the slingshot. He picked up some stones on the ground and tried it. The effect was pretty good. Lahia said, Louis, this is just a stopgap measure and has no lethality. In the end, we still need to get a gun. Louis nodded in agreement. Lahia added, you start walking towards the middle of the map now. Be careful not to go too fast. Try to conserve your energy and be vigilant at all times. Louis picked up a lot of stones, bumped them into his pocket, and started on the road. Lahia made an analysis of the terrain. 50 by 50 kilometers. This will be a very huge map. And it is also a map with very complex terrain. Therefore, walking cannot be calculated based on the normal walking speed of 5 km/h. Nor can it be calculated based on the running speed of 10 km/h. It's very possible that you won't be able to complete the map in 3 days and 3 nights. Therefore, conserving physical strength is the primary issue. And Jiang Haowei also provided a very important reference. If what Lahia said is correct, then you cannot stay at the edge of the map. The location where Louis landed was only 3 kilometers away from the edge of the map. Jiang Haowei also suggested that he go to the middle of the map. Firstly, to stay away from the poisonous circle. And secondly, to have more opportunities to hunt other players. The so-called poison circle is the laser grating. After 72 hours, if the competition has not yet decided, the grating, which Jiang Haowei calls the poison circle, will begin to move rapidly toward the center. Wherever this grating goes, no living thing will be able to survive. Although this is a virtual world, it is also a virtual real world in the virtual world. So it is completely different from the game. The poison circle in the game only poisons players who have no time to retreat, and will not affect anything other than the players. In this chicken-eating battlefield in the real world, wherever the light barrier touches, vegetation will be burned, and all animals, including humans, birds, animals, and insects, will be killed. Jiang Haowei's analysis was even more careful. Since it is a real battlefield, the grating will cause fire wherever it touches. And if there is fire, there will be thick smoke. So the farther away from the edge, the better. The 50 by 50 kilometers battlefield covers an area of 2,500 square kilometers. This is a huge battlefield. The system shows that there are currently 41 players. It will be very difficult to find 40 other players within an area of 2,500 square kilometers. The map is too big. Louis just walked in the forest, surrounded by trees, and he couldn't see the edge at a glance. People in the staff did not dare to chat with him for fear of affecting their observation. After walking for about half an hour, Louis suddenly stopped. He found a very straight branch, about a handful thick, that could be used as a weapon. He stepped forward and broke it with great force. It breaks. After breaking it, he found a stone, sat on the ground and smashed it. First smash off the stray leaves, then smash one end into a sharp point, so that he has a second weapon. A proposed javelin. Chapter 100 Death Island 6. Now Louis has 2 weapons, a slingshot and a javelin. He put the slingshot on his waist, took the javelin in his hand, and began to move forward. The supply box at this moment should have been taken by the nearest person or team. Louis reminded the team members, you must be careful in your actions and don't get close to the supply box. It will only be counterproductive. Get the materials nearby to make simple weapons. Louis was walking in the jungle and never heard the sound of gunshots. This meant that he was still far away from the supply box and the players with guns. Moreover, he had been walking for more than an hour, and he had not found any other players. In the staff camp, Larong asked worriedly, are we going to keep going like this? Lahia asked. Louis, can you check your walking speed? Louis looked at the terminal and said, it can be seen that we walked about 5 kilometers. Lahia said, walking for a long time without getting supplies will definitely consume a lot of energy. We have to find a way to get some food. Larong asked anxiously, how can we get food without any tools? Louis replied, it's okay. I'm not hungry yet. I'm just a little thirsty. As he was walking, he saw a forest of dwarf trees in front of him. When Louis walked up to it, he found that there were many red fruits hanging on these trees. Boss, Louis called the staff. Can these red fruits be eaten? Lahia said. Please come closer and let me see. Louis picked several fruits, placed them in front of his helmet, and pointed the camera at the fruits. Lahia said, "It looks a bit like an apple, but obviously not. It looks edible, but I don't know if it's poisonous. What should we do?" Louis asked, looking around at the same time, not daring to let down his guard at all. "What you are doing now," Lahia said. "Pick a few fruits and break them open. If they can't be broken open, just peel them off." Louis followed Lahia's instructions and dug a hole in the fruit with her nails. The skin of this fruit is very hard, but the inside is crisp and juicy. After making a hole, a fragrance immediately spread out. Louis said, "It smells so good. It's the fragrance of fruit. It's a fruit I've never seen before." Lahia said, "It can be concluded that there is a 50% chance that it is edible, but we cannot make a conclusion yet. Try rubbing this section of the fruit on your skin." "Yes, boss." Louis did indeed rub the open side of the fruit against his skin. This is an alien planet, a completely unfamiliar environment, a completely unfamiliar ecosystem. So whether the unfamiliar fruits are poisonous cannot be taken lightly. After a while, Lahia asked, "Do you feel any discomfort? If it is poisonous, symptoms such as itching will appear on the skin. This is also a way to verify whether it is poisonous." Louis shook his head and said, "No." Lahia said, "Very good. Take a few more. Put them away. Don't eat them yet. Keep walking." "Okay." Louis picked 5 or 6 fruits and put them away, then continued walking deeper into the forest. Laurent from the staff asked, "Can't you still eat the fruit?" Lahia said, "It is still difficult to judge whether it is non-toxic, so we need to wait. Some poisons attack very slowly, and we cannot take risks." Several other people nodded in agreement. Louis had nothing to eat or drink in the jungle, but the few people in the staff had water to drink, fruits to eat, and meals to eat. When they were tired, they could take turns to go down to rest and sleep, which was much more comfortable than when he was on the battlefield. Louis continued to walk forward, and after walking for about half an hour, Lahia asked, "Louis, do you feel anything about the skin that the fruit rubbed just now?" "I don't feel anything," Louis replied. "Take out the pricked fruit just now," Lahia said. When Louis did as he said, "Lick it with your tongue." Louis knew that he was asking him to test the poison, so he shot out his tongue and licked it. "Wow, it's so sweet," Louis said. "It's not poisonous." "Oh no, I don't care. I ate it. I'm so greedy." After saying that, she opened her mouth to eat. But Laurent suddenly shouted, "Louis!" Louis was startled, and when he was about to take a bite, he stopped and asked, "What's going on?" 9 o'clock direction, Laurent said. "There is something abnormal." Louis looked over there and saw a bush, but nothing unusual could be seen. Laurent was actually able to detect anomalies, and it was through the screen, not on the ground. Jiang Haowei is a master of chicken fighting. Lahia is a master of field combat. Master Li is a master of fighting. And Lao Wu is also a veteran of investigation. None of them noticed anything unusual. But Laurent, who is a rookie in all aspects, discovered the abnormality. Louis hurriedly hid behind Uncle Yi and looked over there quietly. "I saw the bushes swaying gently, but this was not abnormal, because in this forest, there was always wind, and there was nothing strange about the leaves and trees swaying," Rihea said in the channel. "It is right to be vigilant, but I can't see any clues," Laurent said. "When Louis stood down just now, I kept staring. I didn't think anything at first, but I saw a reflection." "A reflection?" Louis's first thought was snipers. But that was wrong. The supply box was still 20 kilometers away from here. Even if there were snipers, they would not have been able to get here so quickly. Therefore, snipers were quickly eliminated. Laurent said, "This is an alien planet and a primitive jungle. There can't be mirrors or metals, so I suspect there may be a person hiding there." "One person? Who could it be?" "That must be a lord participating in the competition. Either a teammate or an enemy. Teammates are impossible, because the terminal will display the location of teammates. The nearest teammate is about 5 kilometers away from him. Louis just told him to approach him cautiously. Then this person who emits light is the enemy." Laurent found this enemy on the screen, and could not judge his distance, or whether Louis had been discovered. "And what exactly is this reflection emitting?" "There cannot be luminous objects on a soldier's uniform, such as metal buttons. So what exactly causes the glow?" Louis looked down at the terminal, understanding the information on the battlefield, and suddenly knew the answer. The screen of the terminal would glow. although the probability was very low. It would eventually glow. No. To be precise, it would be reflective. Although the jungle is dense, there will occasionally be scattered sunlight shining in, hitting the open interruption, and then reflecting back, so you will see reflections. Although it was only a momentary reflection, it did not escape the keen Lurong in front of the screen. Chapter 101 Death Island 7. The digital terminal has a small screen installed on the left arm of the costume. When not looking at it, a cover will automatically close to prevent reflection. When viewing, you need to lift the lid. When viewing the small screen of the terminal, you usually look down. The small screen is also facing upwards in a horizontal position. Even if there is reflection, it will not shine on the enemy. However, something unexpected happened this time. The enemy's terminal screen was not placed horizontally, and the light was reflected at an appropriate angle. This was a reflection that was not obvious, so Lu Yi at the scene did not notice it. But it was captured by Lurong, who was meticulous in front of the screen. The opponent was in a bush, and it would be difficult for people to walk in it. So this may be the reason why the opponent tilted the terminal screen due to his unstable standing, and reflected a ray of light. In this case, it can be concluded that the enemy has not discovered him. Thinking of this, Lu Yi looked around and found a big tree growing sideways. He quickly climbed up. He quickly climbed to the tree, at least 10 meters above the ground, and lay quietly on it, the area where light is reflected by the viewer. Sure enough, the thorn forest started to move after a while, and Lahai reminded on the channel not to move, so as not to be noticed, because there must be several pairs of eyes in the staff watching. Woolen cloth. Lu Yi was also very obedient, lying on the tree, using the dense branches and leaves as cover, motionless, staring nervously at the thorn forest. Some teammates sent inquiries in the team channel, and Lu Yi said in a low voice, "I have a situation here. You should be careful. I will contact you again after I resolve the crisis here." After that, he stopped talking to his teammates and continued to observe the changes in the thorn forest. Not long after, he saw someone coming out of the thorny forest. Lu Yi recognized him. It was Daniel, the Lord of the 94 world. His overall level was only average. In the performance list of previous cooperative copies, his points were higher than those of Lu Yi. Much lower. Moreover, this man's character value was quite good. Much better than Roger's. So at that moment, Lu Yi couldn't help but feel a little unbearable, and couldn't bear to kill him. Someone who had no grievance against him. However, the cruel rules of the competition did not allow him to have the slightest kindness. The cruelty you treat others is the cruelty you treat yourself. And it's not just you who is cruel, but the whole world behind him. Lurong said in a very low voice on the channel. "Be careful. Don't make any noise, or he will find out." Lu Yi lay obediently on the tree, and saw Daniel looking around cautiously below. At the same time, he also cautiously walked forward, and he was about to come over. Lu Yi picked up the slingshot and began to aim. His plan was that as soon as Daniel walked under the tree, he would first hit him with a slingshot, and then jump down towards Daniel with a javelin in hand, and stab him hard with the javelin. If you move skillfully and control it well, you can kill him in one go. If Yunqi was not good, and the other party discovered him in advance and resisted, he would be certain to eliminate him. Daniel walked in step by step, and the kindness in Lu Yi's heart couldn't help but begin to overflow again. If Daniel was killed, not only would Daniel die alone, but the entire parallel world number 94 behind Daniel would also perish. In this parallel world, there are no less than 1,000,000 pieces of conscious code. So at this moment Lu Yi actually started to hesitate. Lahai may have noticed the clues and said in the channel, "Lu Yi, you must not be soft-hearted. Our lives are in the palm of your hand." Lu Yi nodded and said, "Yes, boss. I understand. I will not be lenient." "Then you should be careful about this. He is almost here." Daniel fiddled with the weeds and came to the foot of the tree vigilantly. Up to this point, he had not noticed the enemy hiding in the dark, and was not aware of the danger around him. There were also 5 people in his backup staff group helping him observe. But unfortunately, they were all no lurking Lu Yi was found. Lu Yi secretly said, "I'm sorry, Daniel. I can't help it. I have to be responsible for my world. If you want to blame, you can only blame Jade's Beachy." Thinking of this, he fully loaded his slingshot and pointed it at Daniel under the tree. At this time, Daniel suddenly became sharper, as if he had discovered the enemy. He suddenly looked up and saw Lu Yi hiding in the tree. The two people looked at each other. At this moment, Louis could no longer hesitate and shot a stone towards Daniel. The stone hit Daniel's forehead with a loud crack. Although the slingshot with rough workmanship cannot cause any damage, the stone hitting the forehead when ejected at close range is very, very painful. Daniel screamed in pain. Louis already held the javelin in his hand and jumped down. The javelin was aimed at him. The tip of the spear pierced Daniel's body and threw him to the ground. Daniel also saw the other party clearly at this moment, and said in horror, "Louis! It's you?" Louis also said in great pain, "I'm sorry, Daniel. I can only do this." Daniel struggled painfully, while Louis held the javelin and twisted it hard, so that the javelin would be inserted into the enemy's chest, causing greater damage. "Be patient. The pain will be over soon," Louis said, taking off Daniel's headset. At this moment, Daniel had completely lost his fighting ability. The position where the javelin was inserted was not far from his heart, and blood flowed out from the wound, and Daniel's mouth was bleeding profusely. Louis said into Daniel's headset, "I don't know which of you is listening, but I can only say, I'm sorry." Cries could be heard coming from Daniel's headset, both male and female. Daniel's struggle began to decrease, and he faced Louis with a bleak smile. "Louis, I know you can do it. From now on, the fate of mankind will be entrusted to you." The so-called fate of mankind. According to Giada, it is now 2189. The Earth in the real world has been destroyed, but there are a few surviving humans. The victorious Lord will shoulder the sacred mission of protecting the survivors and continuing the Earth civilization. So at this moment Daniel would say, "The fate of mankind depends on you." Louis could only repeat that she was sorry, and watched Daniel finally close his eyes. He did not get up immediately, but stared at the digital terminal on his arm until the terminal displayed, Team 6 Louis killed Team 5 Daniel. He then pulled out his javelin and stood up. He checked Daniel and found that he didn't have any equipment. Like himself, he didn't pick up any airdrops. Chapter 102 Death Island 8. Louis had already killed 2 of them. The first one was Yamada. He was passive and it was self-defense, but he still killed them. The second one, Daniel and Louis, lurked in the dark and then took the initiative. His current score is 2 points, regardless of whether it was active or passive. Louis could hear the cries from the base camp coming from their headsets when he killed the enemy twice. Louis felt very sad every time. This made him feel a sense of guilt in his heart, although he knew that he was also forced and a victim, and had to do this in order to survive. He just felt that he had been destroyed in his own hands. The 2 worlds, and the thousands of people in the 2 worlds, are very sad. Walking in the jungle, communicating with people in the staff, and telling his true thoughts. Laia said, "Louis, you must not think like this now. You must adapt to the cruel laws of the jungle. Otherwise you won't survive." Jiang Haowei also said, "Louis, I have been thinking about a question, which is why Giada tests you like this, and in such a form? Then what did you think of?" Louis asked. "Didn't you say that among so many parallel worlds," Jiang Haowei said, "only one lord can be chosen?" "Yes," Louis said. "What's wrong?" Jiang Haowei said, "This only selected lord will be able to enter the real world. So have you ever thought about what this real world will be like?" Louis said, "According to Giada, the time in the real world is 2189. The world has been destroyed, and our host is on a spaceship. According to her, our spaceship should be on a cosmic journey to escape from the solar system. What about other than that?" Jiang Haowei asked again. Louis replied, "Jade comes from a place called the Eternal Galaxy. The Lord who wins in the end needs to go to the Eternal Galaxy and destroy the Eternal Civilization." So, Jiang Haowei said, "This will be a long journey. During this journey, you may encounter many unexpected dangers, let alone destroying the Eternal Civilization. As for whether you can reach the Eternal Galaxy, it's a difficult problem." "Well, yes," Louis agreed with him. Jiang Haowei continued, "The jungle law of the dark universe will become even more cruel and dark, and there is no humanity at all." After hearing what he said, Louis suddenly realized, Giada needs someone who can adapt to the laws of the jungle to inherit her spaceship. In addition to the spaceship, there are also Seraphim Sword, Machine Heart, and Soul Stone. Therefore, in this game, there is absolutely no mercy. In order to survive, you must win at all costs. So this is a cruel game of life and death. The reason why Jiang Haowei wanted to talk to him so much was because his intention was the same as Laia's, which was to eliminate the kindness in Louis's heart. However, his analysis was all correct. His social experience was far less than that of Ligeia, Lao Wu and Master Li. But for young people, he likes to play games and fantasize, so his understanding will be more thorough. But Louis gave up the thought and continued walking in the jungle. From the individual digital terminal, you can see that the closest teammate to him is 6C Bill, about 3 kilometers away, and the two are also walking opposite each other. In the team channel, Louis said, "Bill, you must pay attention to safety. Let your staff monitor the screen carefully and never let go of any suspicious situations." "Yes, boss," Bill said. "We'll be extra careful." The closer the distance, the more careful you have to be. In this jungle, there are dangers everywhere. Louis shuttled through the jungle. At this time, the system prompted again. "The second airdrop will be carried out in 10 minutes. Number of airdrops, 2, airdrop location, random. Please pay close attention to the airdrop information and be prepared to receive airdrop supplies. Good luck." Louis couldn't help but curse. It's really stupid. There are only 2 airdrop boxes. How can we, a group of about 40 people, divide them? But Giada just did this. He had no way to resist or argue, so he could only let it go. After a while, he saw a spaceship flying overhead. Louis secretly prayed, "Just drop one here." Sure enough, the spaceship actually dropped a supply box near him. The system indicated that the distance was 1.5 kilometers, which was very close to him. Louis felt happy. With the supply box, there would be weapons and food. Thinking of this, Louis took out the fruit he had just picked, took a sip, and began to walk faster towards the supply box. This unfamiliar fruit has been preliminarily confirmed to be non-toxic through his mini tests. But he cannot relax his vigilance. Every time he comes out, he does not take a big bite, but takes a sip. The toxins contained in plants also vary in severity. If the toxins contained in the fruit are very light, then he can gradually discover them after sucking them many times and discard them. It is metabolized by the body and eliminated from the body. Sucking such a small amount not only eliminates the need to worry about too much poisoning, but can also be used to quench thirst. But Ligeia said on the staff channel, "Louis, calm down. Calm down. The more critical the moment, the more you cannot let down your guard." Louis also realized that he had lost his composure. It had been more than 3 hours since he entered the battlefield, and he had not yet touched the weapon, so he was really a little anxious. In this map, someone would definitely have obtained the weapon. For example, if the first airdrop supply box is occupied by one of them, he can use it as a stronghold to prevent other players from approaching, and notify his teammates to quickly go over to receive supplies. That way, several members of the squad would have weapons and supplies. If Louis's team is the first to get the first supply box, he will call his teammates to share the weapons and supplies. If there are teammates far away, he will bring more weapons on the road if possible. Give it to them when their time comes. After that, a grenade will be thrown into the supply box to destroy the supply box. And then the team will set off to hunt down other enemies. Of course, this is Louis's idea, and other people who get the supply box first will also have the same idea as him. It is also possible to encounter a situation where players from 2 teams discover supply boxes at the same time, and a fierce battle will begin. What will happen specifically is another unpredictable situation. Got it. However, none of this has anything to do with him at the moment, and he doesn't know who actually obtained the first supply box. There was silence in the entire channel, and no one spoke. Even the once arrogant Roger said nothing. Chapter 103 Death Island 9. The supply box was somewhere 1.5 kilometers away. How could Louis not be excited? He saw that there were weapons. With weapons, things would be easier to handle after that. But we still have to listen to Ligeia's words. The more critical the moment comes, the more cautious we must be, and at the same time remind Bill and the team. "Bill," Louis said, "we are the closest to the supply box now. The closer we get, the more careful we have to be. Don't get too excited. Okay?" "Yes, Louis," Bill said. "I am heading towards the supply box now, and my staff is watching over me. Anyway, it's the same sentence," Louis said. "Be careful. Be careful. Still be careful." While Louis was talking, he was almost in front of the supply box. Several people in the staff team were extremely nervous, staring at the screen in front of them, not letting go of anything suspicious. Louis walked a little fast, and his breathing became rapid. The 1.5-kilometer road was not very far, and they arrived quickly. Louis could already see the supply box. It was placed quietly in the jungle, with parachutes scattered around it. Where the supply box is located is an open space that is not too big, about the size of a basketball court. Louis holds a slingshot in his hand and stares at the supply box nervously, but is not in a hurry to get there. Bill's voice came from the headset. "Louis, I've arrived. I saw the supply box." Before Louis could answer, he saw movement on the opposite side of the open space. Laurent immediately shouted on the staff channel, "Louis, there is someone on the opposite side." The opportunity passed quickly, and Louis said, "Bill, let's rush over together." "Yes, Louis," Bill agreed, and rushed out with Louis towards the supply box. When Louis walked halfway, he saw someone coming out of the jungle opposite. He couldn't see clearly who it was, but he was sure that he was an enemy. And Bill also appeared in the direction of 9 o'clock. "Bill, go open the supply box," Louis said, running towards the enemy on the opposite side, and at the same time used the slingshot to pop out a stone at him, regardless of whether he hit it or not. After ejecting a stone, he immediately added the second one and continued ejecting, while shouting, "Bill, hurry up and get your weapon. I will deal with this person." Bill said yes and went straight to the supply box. Louis flicked several stones at the opponent in succession, and 2 of them hit the opponent's head. He saw the man covering his head and screaming in pain. He was about to reach him. After Louis flicked the last stone, he swung the javelin in his hand, shot towards the opposite side. Unexpectedly, his opponent endured the pain, grabbed the javelin, and started fighting with Louis. Unexpectedly, the opponent was very powerful. Even though Louis had gone through all kinds of training, the opponent did not seem to be an ordinary person. So the two became stalemate. There was another noise in the jungle, and Louis knew that other players were coming. Then he shouted, "Bill, what are you doing?" During the fight, Bill shouted, "I got the gun. Louis, get out of the way." Louis wanted to get out of the way, but his opponent had already realized that something was wrong and actually got entangled with Louis. Louis couldn't see behind, but he could conclude that Bill had obtained the weapon at this moment. But he didn't dare to shoot for fear of accidentally injuring himself. Louis started to get anxious, but Master Li said on the staff channel, "Be calm. Be calm. And don't be impatient." "Yes, Master," Louis said, and he suddenly moved back, holding the javelin with both hands, stretching his legs to kick towards the opponent. This move was not to defeat or kick the opponent away, but to kick him away. Just as he leaned back, Louis shouted again, "Bill." He fell to the ground, which would inevitably expose his opponent to Bill's shooting range. He used his feet to kick him to prevent him from getting close to him, thus affecting Bill's judgment. But at this moment, Louis was worried about whether Bill would be soft-hearted. But his worries were unnecessary. As soon as his back hit the ground, he heard a gunshot, a flash of blood, and hot and humid liquid rushing towards his face. His opponent also fell limply and suppressed him. Louis quickly pushed him away. System prompt: Team 6 Bill killed Team 4 Karuagawa. Louis got up from the ground, looked back, and saw Bill holding a pistol, an MP5 in his right hand, and being on guard all around. Louis walked towards Bill, and Laurent's voice came from the headset. "Louis, we initially speculate that there are at least 3 people in the jungle watching you." Louis understood that the 3 people hiding in the dark must not dare to come out, because they had no weapons, and if they came out, they would die. Louis came over and saw that the supply box was full of weapons and supplies. He first took out a tactical vest and put it on, and 2 helmets, one for himself and one for Bill. Then he carried an MP5 on his back, hung one on Bill's body, and held another one in his hand. He also installed one pistol in his own hand. He held one in his hand and installed another one for Bill. In short, his equipment is that he and Bill each get 2 sets of each, in order to keep it for the other 2 teammates who may meet later, in case they have no weapons. Then, there are some wounding and auxiliary grenades, some broadswords, 3 or 4 bottles of mineral water, and some bread. After they were all equipped, he whispered to Bill, "I'm going to set up a booby trap." Bill nodded. There was ready-made iron wire in the supply box. Louis easily tied a piece of iron wire to a broadsword, easily set it up as a trip mine, and closed the box lid. He patted Bill and said, "We can go." Bill whispered, "Will they be fooled?" Louis sneered and said, "Don't worry." The 2 walked a few steps into the jungle, but there was still silence behind them. No one went to the supply box. Shang, you took out a grenade, opened the safety, and threw it towards the supply box. At the same time, he said, the supply box must be destroyed. We can't let them get it. Then he pulled Bill into the jungle and moved forward. Bill looked confused. He had only taken 2 steps when he heard an explosion from behind. Louis whispered, "Don't worry. The grenade did not hit the supply box." Bill suddenly realized it, pointed at Louis and said, "You are so bad. Just a little trick." After walking a few more steps, I heard another explosion from behind, and it was louder than the explosion of the grenade just now. This was because the trip mine set by Louis was triggered, thus detonating the entire weapon in the supply box. Sure enough, the system prompted again, Team 6 Louis killed XX. There were 3 consecutive reminders, all of which were about Louis killing someone. As a result, Louis's points became 5 points, and he had killed 5 people. Bill praised with great admiration. "Louis, you are really amazing." Louis sighed and said, "I don't want to do this either." Bill then became depressed because he knew that even if the team won, he would most likely die at the hands of Louis in the end. Chapter 104 Death Island 10. Louis used a little trick and 3 people fell into the trap, because he knew that after he and Bill picked up the supplies, the people hiding around would definitely think that they were going to destroy the supply box to stop others from using it. But Louis was not willing to destroy the supply box directly, so he thought of setting a bomb in the supply box to lure others into taking the bait. But other people think the same as him, and no one will be easily fooled. So after installing a trigger bomb in the supply box, he would deliberately throw a grenade as if to blow up the supply box. Of course, this grenade must be thrown just right. It must not be too far away to arouse suspicion, nor too close to really blow up the supply box. This will lead to a situation where the hiding players will think that Louis wants to destroy the supply box, but fails, thereby lifting their guard against the bomb hidden in the supply box. In this way, they will be fooled, and they will compete to grab the supply box, and they will lose their lives because of this. This is a life and death contest, related to his own survival and the survival of the entire world behind him. So Louis must be ruthless, and no longer be kind to a woman. 3 enemies were eliminated at once, and the harvest was not small. The 2 walked in the jungle, and Bill admired him endlessly. Louisa said modestly, "It's just a fluke. It's just a fluke." Bill said, "Louis, I think the final victory in this final battle is yours." In the team channel, the other 2 people, Ron and Saha, also agreed. But Master Li on the staff channel said, "Louis, you can't be paralyzed by them. Until the last moment, anything may happen." Louis pressed his head and reminded himself in his heart that he must not let his guard down. Not long after leaving the supply box and entering the jungle, the system started to prompt again. The 3rd airdrop of supplies will be carried out in 6 hours. Please pay attention to battlefield dynamics at all times. Ron in the team channel couldn't help but cursed. "Fake! It takes 6 hours to airdrop. How can we do this?" Louis looked at the electronic map on the terminal and saw that Ron and Saha were not too far away from him. So he said, "It's okay, Ron. Bill and I have 2 sets of weapons now. You and Saha people start to want us to get closer, and when the time comes, we will just give you a set of weapons." Ron said again, "Louis, you have to work hard. Although I know that we are all foils in the end, I still hope you win. I don't want to see Roger's ugly face." To be honest, Louis also hates Rogers very much. If Louis can't win the final game, he will have the same idea as Ron and doesn't want Rogers to win. Now that you have a gun, it will be much easier and you will be more courageous. But you still need to be careful. Several people in the rear staff group were very tired after staring at the screen for several hours. Louis said, "It's still early. Why don't you take turns to rest?" After discussing it, everyone began to take turns to take a break. Because there were 4 screens to stare at, only one person could take a break at a time. Master Li was the oldest, so everyone asked Master Li to rest first. In the staff headquarters at the rear, there was food, drink, and beds to sleep on. So although it took more than 3 days, it was still very convenient for everyone. But he said that in the next 6 hours, Louis never encountered any enemies again, because everyone was very careful and did not dare to be exposed casually. When the game entered the 5th hour, system tips for the first day began to appear on the individual soldier terminal. This 2,500 square kilometer forest is like a universe. Each of your teams is equivalent to every civilization in this universe. as a civilization. What you need to do is to protect yourself from being discovered by other civilizations. And at the same time, you must do everything you can to eliminate other civilizations. This is the cruel law of the jungle of the universe. Note, the source is quoted from the Dark Forest Law of Three-Body Problem, referred to as the Hessian Law. This is just a forest, and the real universe would be incredibly dark. And all this has only one purpose: survival. Nothing is more important than survival. Seeing these system prompts, Louis couldn't help but curse secretly. What the hell is the law of the jungle? You just said it to gain your interest and fun. Think of us all as your guinea pigs. But he was wondering, why did Giada tell them this? Is it just a reminder of how they should survive in the jungle of this microscopic universe? According to the prompts, the only winner is to enter the real world and complete a great mission. This is a great mission for Giada, which requires traveling in a wider universe. So she is reminding everyone that their future experiences in the universe must be like this. In this way, there will be many civilizations in the vast universe, including many very powerful civilizations. Once this final battle is won, we will face more and more powerful other cosmic civilizations in the future. We must carefully protect ourselves and try our best to eliminate them. The two people had been walking in the jungle for about 2 hours when they suddenly heard a gunshot. They were both frightened and stopped moving forward. Louis carefully identified the direction and distance of the gunshot. When he was at a loss, he heard several more gunshots. In the staff channel, Laurent said, "The sound of gunfire is not very far away." Several other people also agreed with Laurent's point of view. In fact, Louis also thought so. The direction where the gunfire was heard was exactly the direction Ron came from. So he asked, "Ron, how are you?" "Shit," Ron cursed. "There's a sniper." "Sniper? Damn." Louis cursed secretly and asked, "How are you?" While asking questions, he didn't forget to look at the electronic map. The map showed that Ron was not far away from him. About 5 kilometers away. This is a forest, inaccessible and very quiet, so you can hear gunshots from far away. After studying Ron's approximate location, Louis asked again, "Have you seen the sniper?" Ron replied, "I only know his general direction, but not the specific location. The place where he is hiding is very tricky. I can't get through now even if I want to." "It's okay. As long as you're okay. I'll go over and meet you now," Louis replied. "Then you have to be careful. This sniper is really cunning." People in the staff channel also reminded Louis to proceed cautiously and not to offend the enemy. Louis took Bill forward carefully and analyzed the system messages. This system message contains real-time battle reports. For example, who killed whom will be displayed immediately. Louis saw this because he wanted to know who had opened their doors and who had killed the most enemies. Chapter 105 Death Island 11. After watching the historical news, what surprised him was that Louis himself ranked first in points, 5 points, which is currently the highest score in the entire battlefield. He specifically looked at Gil and Rogers, and both of them scored 3 points, which meant that they had killed 2 enemies each so far. According to Ron's description, Louis now understands that Ron was in a very awkward position. In order to cross a shortcut, he climbed over a cliff. When he went up, he was blocked by a sniper. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. Otherwise, he would have been shot in the head. Where Ron is now, he can either advance or retreat. Go forward. There is a sniper in front of you. Retreat. There is a cliff on the right. It is easier to get up than to get down. Louis planned to cross over, bypass the sniper's back, and kill him. There is another member of the team named Saha. Although the distance is not far, he is at the other end of the straight line with Ron. Saha asked what he should do, and Louis said, "You have no weapons now. Don't expose yourself. Move forward carefully." Saha could only agree. While Louis was moving forward carefully, Ron suddenly said, "Louis, don't come over." "What's wrong?" Louis asked, stopping at the same time, and hid behind an old tree with Bill, waiting for Ron's response. He was still more than a kilometer away from Ron. Since he was in the jungle, there was no way to see him. Not to Ron. But at the same time, you can hear the sound of water with music in front, which means there is a small river ahead. After Louis asked, Ron never answered. Louis asked several times in a row, and finally heard the sound of gunshots coming from the headset. The system prompts through the terminal that the sound came from Ron's channel. Ron had no weapon. So where did the gunfire come from? Louis already felt something was wrong. He said nothing, didn't ask, and waited for the other party's answer. After a while, the team channel rang, and a familiar voice said, "Louis! Ha ha! Is that you?" Damn it. Louis cursed in his heart. This is Rogers. Rogers' voice appeared in Ron's channel. And he was still so arrogant. This can only mean one thing. That is, Ron was killed by Rogers, and the terminal was robbed. Wrong. If Ron is killed by Rogers, the system will prompt, and after the player dies, his digital terminal will be automatically destroyed. At this moment, Ron's channel was still in use, and there was no prompt from the system, which meant that Rogers did not kill Ron, but captured him. Rogers captured Ron, not intending to kill him in a hurry, but to humiliate him and use this as a threat to lure him out. This despicable fellow. Lihei on the staff channel said, "Louis, you must calm down. He is a trap." Louis replied, "Yes, boss, I understand." He was not in a hurry to answer Rogers. He knew very well now that Ron had fallen into Rogers' hands and was in danger. It would be difficult to save him, so he could not be held hostage by Rogers. This forest is dark and cruel. You can't be emotional. You must preserve your strength. Bill beside him asked, "What should I do with Louis?" Louis said very calmly, "If you don't answer, we will continue to move forward carefully." There was another Saha in the team channel. Louis did not use the call function to prevent Rogers from hearing what he said. Now Ron's device fell into Rogers' hands. After just a few steps, Rogers said again, "Coward! Ha ha! Louis! Coward! Your teammate is in my hands now. I can kill him at any time, but you refuse to save him. You are just a coward." "Coward, I have already said that I will kill you in the finals. By the way, I will also kill your little brother Ron. But I am not in a hurry to kill him now. But want to." There was a bang, gunshot, followed by a scream from Ron. Louis couldn't help but feel her heart tightening. Rogers laughed wildly and said, "Ha. I'm sorry. The gun went off accidentally. Where did it hit my little brother Ron?" Ron could be heard whining in pain on the channel. It was conceivable that Rogers must have fired a shot somewhere on Ron's body. Saha's voice came from the channel. "Rogers, you despicable villain. You will die." Louis continued not to speak, and walked forward with Bill, finally able to see Ron. As expected, Ron was at the end of a cliff, half lying injured on the ground, and Rogers was holding a pistol in his hand, pacing back and forth triumphantly beside him. Louis's current location is at the edge of a jungle. In front of him is a steep hillside, and beyond that is a deep ditch. There is a stream under the deep ditch, and the cliff is opposite the stream. If you want to go to the top of the cliff, you can't go at a straight line. You can only go around from the left. And he couldn't move forward from where he was, because he knew that the sniper hiding in the dark was behind the cliff. The sniper must be watching here, and as soon as he shows his head, he will be named. Louis pulled Bill and climbed down quickly, looking at the two people on the cliff quietly. Louis did not have a sniper rifle in his hand, and there was no sniper in the supply box he found. I saw Rogers on the opposite side suddenly hiding on a big rock at this moment, and laughed wildly in the channel. Louis, I know you are here, but you can't hit me. Do you think it's irritating or not? After capturing Ron and seizing his terminal, he will know his location. Therefore, Rogers knows Louis's position and distance at this moment. Although he cannot be seen with the naked eye, it can be clearly displayed on the terminal. Rogers spoke again. "Louis, why don't you speak?" Louis had no choice but to say, "Rogers, you are plotting and scheming. What kind of hero are you? If you have the ability, let's fight in a one-on-one fight. It's up to you to choose a fight or a gun fight." Ha. Rogers laughed wildly. "Can you please stop being funny? Do you think it's still the Middle Ages? One-on-one. That's too funny, isn't it? As for conspiracy, are you a primary school student? As long as you win, you must do whatever it takes to survive. Me too. I ask you to come out and save your teammate. I just want you to see him in front of me, being shot by me until he bleeds to death." After that, there was another gunshot, and Ron screamed again. Louis was so anxious that he didn't know what to do, so he could only beat his fist on the ground angrily. When I was at my wit's end, I suddenly saw the system prompt. Team 2XX killed Team 6 Saha. Then teammate Saha's name turned gray. Now there are only 3 people in Louis's 6th team. Himself, Bill next to him, and Ron, who is restrained on the opposite side. Chapter 106, Death Island 12. Because Rogers took Ron unawares. captured him, and seized his individual communication equipment, thus obtaining the specific locations of the 4 members of the 6th team. They also commanded their own team members to approach Sahar secretly and kill him. This is why Sahar was killed. It can be known from the last system information that Roger's team is Team 2. And at this moment, there are only 3 members of the 6th team. Louis himself, Bill next to him, and Ron, who is controlled by Rogers on the opposite cliff and is seriously injured. Although Ron is still alive, he is actually a dead person. His existence is already in name only. Analyzed from many aspects, Ron has lost the value of rescue. The best way at this moment is to kill him. But I can't kill him. Otherwise, I will kill my comrade. The price for killing a comrade is to be judged as a traitor by the system, and a penalty of 10 points will be deducted, as well as being kicked out of the battlefield directly. That would mean that there would be no chance of survival. So the best way is for Ron to commit suicide. But based on the principle that the desire to win is greater than being together, no one would be willing to commit suicide if this kind of thing happened to him. Besides, Ron was controlled by Rogers. How could someone as cunning as Rogers make Ron commit suicide successfully? During this period, Louis also thought of a more important question. Who is the sniper hiding in the dark? As far as he knew, the best sniper was Gil. Could it be that this sniper is Gil? To confirm this, Louis shouted on the World Channel for the first time. Jill! I know it's you. You're also from Team 2. Right. There was no response. But Roger said in the team channel, Louis! Stop guessing! What does it matter if Gil is in my team or not? You are not at a dead end now. In order to end the battle as soon as possible, I advise you to go it alone. Come out and let me kill you. It will save all of us trouble. Won't it? Oh, Nima's fake oil. Louis couldn't help but yell. Lerone suddenly said in the staff channel, Louis, please ignore him. Olbu also said, Louis, your current position has been exposed. They will definitely send people to surround you. You have to find a way to move. Louis nodded and said, Okay, I've already thought of a countermeasure. After that, he pulled Bill and walked back for about 100 meters, and then said to Bill, Remove the terminal. Bill was confused and asked, Why? Louis sneered and said, Just do it. The 2 of them removed their respective terminals together and placed them under a big tree. They also removed the extra weapons and put them together, covering them with withered grass. After everything was done, the 2 found another big tree nearby and climbed up to lie in wait. Without the terminal, you can no longer hear Rogers chattering in the team channel, nor can you hear how he tortured Ron. But in this case, it would be impossible to communicate with everyone in the staff department. Louis said to Bill beside him, We now have no observation reference from the rear, so we can only rely on ourselves. Bill nodded. Louis added, Now we can only wait and see if the people from Team 2 will come. The 2 of them stared nervously at the pile of dead grass. They waited for nearly half an hour. Finally, they heard some noises in the jungle, from far to near. The 2 hiding in the trees looked at each other. Louis whispered into Bill's ear, Try not to beat him to death, but beat him until he is seriously injured and unable to move. Can you do that? Bill nodded and shook his head. Louis looked at him suspiciously, really worried that he would drop the chain, and said again, Wait until he reaches the bottom of the tree before you attack. This time Bill nodded firmly. After a while, a person came into view and was walking towards here. This person had a weapon in his hand, and it could be concluded that he must be a member of the 2nd team. Soon, I saw that the man had arrived. Bill was about to shoot, but Louis stopped him and shook his head at him. Louis thought very comprehensively. The other party was not a fool and would never be fooled so easily, and they only sent 1 person over, which meant that there must be someone watching in the dark behind. In other words, the person under the tree is just a bait. If Louis and Bill attack at this moment, they will become living targets. Rogers was indeed cunning, and he had underestimated him. And Jill is definitely in the 2nd team. And Jill is also an extremely smart person. Although she doesn't like Rogers. She and Rogers are teammates now, so she will definitely be of the same mind as Rogers. The enemy was approaching the haystack, and he was approaching slowly. As he walked, he spoke quietly into the headset. So Shangwan, you could conclude, this person did not know the specific location of the terminal covered by the haystack. But Rogers knew that because Ron and Ron's terminal were in his hands, he could judge the specific location of the terminal here through Ron's terminal. So he will communicate with the person under the tree and remotely command him how to go. Rogers can't kill Ron, because if he kills him, the terminal will stop working. And he can't run around with the terminal because the terminal will stop working after it exceeds a certain distance from its owner. Louis didn't know what this distance was yet. He only found out later that it was 125 meters. So his current distance was about to reach the edge of the maximum distance. Louis and Bill stayed motionless on the tree, waiting quietly. After a while, they saw the enemy walking in front of the haystack, looking around with guns raised. Bill looked back at Louis, who still shook his head, saying not to expose him. But he looked at the enemy. After looking around, he carefully opened the haystack with the barrel of his gun and discovered the equipment inside. Louis originally planned to place a booby trap in the haystack, but he was afraid of blowing up the terminal, so he didn't do it. After the enemy discovered that it was a trap, he did not dare to take the items inside because he was also afraid that there was a bomb hidden inside. Instead, he watched nervously and was not in a hurry to leave. Louis also looked around, thinking about how to deal with the other party. If he fired, the sound would be too loud, and his position would be exposed. Rogers would never send just this person. There was at least one person hidden in the dark, and even more. However, he quickly thought of a countermeasure, took out a grenade, and whispered to Bill, "We will go down soon, and we must quickly go to the haystack to take out our terminal, and then retreat from the path at 1 o'clock. Understand?" Chapter 107 Death Island, 13. Louis and Bill each prepared a flash. After preparation, Louis closed his eyes and lowered his head. Bill threw one and jumped out, then jumped down. After Louis felt a bright light, he opened his eyes and faced the enemy opposite and pulled the trigger. Following the clicking sound, he quickly jumped down and ran forward. Bill had already arrived at the haystack, quickly picked up the equipment, continued running, and said, "I got it all." Louis passed by the fallen enemy to prevent him from dying, shot him again, and then ran behind Bill, throwing another flash behind him. System prompt: Team 6 Louis killed 2 pairs of so-and-so. Louis's current points are +6 points. The two ran down a hillside, and gunshots were heard from behind. Louis knew that the enemy hiding in the dark had been caught by the light, so he shot indiscriminately from behind. After running a long way, and after confirming that there were no more pursuers behind them, the two slowed down their pace, and Bill gave Louis's terminal to him. After Louis was equipped, Laurent's voice came from the staff channel, crying and asking, "What's wrong?" "Louis?" Louis gasped and said, "It's okay. The one who set the bait just now. But unfortunately only one was killed." As soon as he finished speaking, Roger's voice came from the team channel. "Louis, you are so cunning. Even this can make you run away." Louis sneered. "But I still killed one of your people. How about it? Isn't it great? You have such a pig head and want to deal with me? Let me tell you. You are still young." Louis deliberately angered him. And as expected, there was no sound on the channel. Louis guessed that he must be angry. Through many contacts, he understood that Rogers was arrogant, willful, and at the same time very petty. Louis said again, "My grandson, Grandpa put his words here today. Even if you have our terminal, you can't do anything to me. Your little trick is far from enough. Rogers controls Ron, and with Ron's terminal, he can know the locations of Louis and Bill. So Louis is now transparent to Rogers, and he can be targeted no matter where he goes. Discarding the terminal device is the best option. But in that case, you will not be able to communicate with the staff channel." Although Louis said angry words, he still planned to throw away the terminal after a while if Rogers still stared at him like this. Rogers finally spoke. "Louis, don't get too complacent too early. I'll come over and kill you in person later. Then come. Grandpa is waiting for you." As soon as Louis Gong finished speaking, the terminal vibrated. He glanced down inadvertently and saw the latest message displayed on the terminal screen. "Team 6 Ron killed Team 6 Ron. Let me go. What's going on?" Louis couldn't help but curse, and then saw Ron's name turn gray. Ron killed Ron. Does this sentence mean that Ron committed suicide? Louis called out, "Rogers, are you still there?" Rogers had no voice. Louis understood instantly that Ron committed suicide, so his terminal was disabled and he could not connect to Rogers. As for how Ron committed suicide, Louis's guess was that Ron would never have shot himself because he was controlled by Rogers, and Rogers would not let him have a weapon in his hand. So Ron would kill himself by banging his head against a rock, or chewing himself to death. In short, He would die in a very painful way. After Rogers took control of him, he seized his terminal, so Ron's voice could not be heard on the channel. Ron was unable to get in touch with him, so he silently committed suicide, thereby getting rid of Rogers' control and not hindering Louis. Although he knew that his death would make him eliminated from this life and death race more quickly, and the entire world behind him would be confirmed to be destroyed in advance. But he decided to end the game by committing suicide. Ron, I'm sorry. Louis thought silently in his heart and made up his mind at the same time. Rogers, you Beachy, I will definitely kill you. Now there are only 2 people in the 6th team. Louis and Bill, walking together. The 2 of them are walking on a hillside, surrounded by trees, dense jungle, lush green, and a small stream at the bottom of the hillside. A stream flows in the valley below, and on the opposite side is another hillside, also covered in dense jungle. With the terminal in hand, it was possible to communicate with the staff again. Several people in the rear staff began to stare at the screen nervously again. The 2 were walking down when another gunshot came from behind. They were startled and hurriedly hid behind a small slope. When they looked up, they saw 2 people shooting at them. Louis and Bill were lying behind the slope, unable to raise their heads. Bill cursed. Shit. Is it them? The people he was talking about must be people worthy of Rogers' 2nd team. Louis nodded and said, It must be them. Now we are in trouble. We are below and they are above. We can't show our heads. And how? Bill asked. Louis said, At this point, only one he of their 2nd team has died, which means they still have 5 people. There are 2 people here, and that guy Rogers will come with the other 2 people when the meeting is held. Shit. Bill cursed again. So the current situation is to get out of trouble as soon as possible. Otherwise, there will be 5 of them, and only 2 of them. In that case, they will be very disadvantaged. And there is also a sniper with very good marksmanship in their team. That is Gil. Louis looked down at the valley below. If he ran down now, he would be very fast, and it would be possible to escape. However, if he thought about the mountain on the opposite side, his speed would slow down again, so escaping would still be very difficult. Just when he didn't know what to do, he saw something suddenly thrown down from above. Louis had sharp eyes and knew it was a grenade. So he shouted, Run! They had no choice but to circle around the trees and continue running down. While running, Louis did not forget to throw a flash behind him. While running, Louis said, Keep running. Don't stop. We have to run to the opposite hillside. Now there is no other way but to run. Due to Ron's carelessness, Louis and Bill were exposed and ran away in such a mess. After running away, the 2 finally reached the bottom of the valley and were about to cross the creek. When they reached the middle of the creek, Bill's leg suddenly gave out and he fell. Louis quickly helped him, and Bill looked in pain. Seeing the pursuers coming from behind, Louis asked anxiously, What's wrong with you? Let's leave quickly. I'm sorry, Bill said apologetically. You can go. I'll stop them here. Chapter 108 Death Island, 14. In the small stream in the valley, Bill suddenly stopped walking. Louis asked about the situation and found out that Bill had been shot. He was shot in the waist, and blood was flowing gurglingly. The enemy behind was about to catch up. Louis was very anxious. Bill said, Listen to me. Louis, I have no choice but to act. If we both work together, we will die. If I block here, I can if you delay for a while. As long as you can hold on, there is still hope for our 6th team. Louis also understood this very well, so he could only leave him a few more weapons and said, Then be careful. Bill said, Go quickly. We are all counting on you. Louis had no choice but to leave Bill behind and climb up the opposite hillside. It's not that he is cruel. He also really wants to take Bill to evacuate. But he understands this very well. Bill has been injured, and taking him with him will become a burden. It is more convenient for him to act alone without any bonds. Moreover, this is a life and death competition. As long as the team can win, Bill will be resurrected even if he dies. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Louis decided to give up on him. Entering the jungle on the opposite hillside, the gunshots from behind continued, accompanied by the sound of grenade explosions. Louis ran all the way up the hillside. Finally, the system displays, Bill from Team 6 killed so-and-so from Team 2. 6 pairs of Bills kill 6 pairs of Bills. Bill must have detonated the grenade and died with the enemy. Louis is the last person left in the current 6 pairs. and his biggest rival. Team 2 has 4 people left, whose overall strength is 4 times his. And Gil is also in the second team. And Rogers, who he hates the most, is also in the second team. In less than a day, Lu Yi became a polished commander, and the challenges ahead were becoming more and more severe for him. Bill stopped the pursuers at the expense of himself, allowing him to escape. Walking through the jungle, Lu Yi exchanged information with several people in the staff department. Now he could only communicate with the staff. He was the only one in the team, so the team channel was useless, and there were no teammates to communicate with. Several people from the staff gave him advice. Lahia said, "It seems that the night is coming, and it is just right to hide. Rogers from Team 2 is obviously determined to get rid of you quickly, although you are at a disadvantage at the moment. But it's not the last moment yet. So, you must be steady. Look for opportunities, and deal with them one by one. Don't act recklessly. This Lahia is worthy of being a mercenary for many years, whether it is desert or jungle combat. He has accumulated experience in commanding." Lu Yi said yes, and Lahia said again, "If you can't wait any longer, please check your diet." Lu Yi said, "There is bread and drinking water. Reconciliation. Now you need to find a very secluded place to rest and wait for work." Lu Yi looked around and felt that the only way to stay hidden was by hiding in a tree. There was a very dense area with several big trees arched together. There were also continuous shrubs underground, which were very suitable for hiding. Lu Yi looked around and made sure that there was no danger. So he climbed up and found a stronger tree dot, and cut a few branches and put them on it to fix it, just right for lying on it and sleeping. Moreover, the branches and leaves of these trees are so dense that it is impossible to see a person hiding on them from below. Laron said, "Lu Yi, you must be very tired. Just lie down and have a good rest, and a few of us will help you keep an eye on it." Lu Yi said, "Okay, I'll take a nap and I'll do the hard work for you guys." Lao Wu sighed and said, "This is related to the common destiny of all of us. No matter how hard we work, we must persevere. And no matter how hard we work, it will not be as hard as you alone. So you can rest assured and have a good rest." Lu Yi really lay down on it, closed his eyes and rested, and fell asleep after a while. After probably sleeping for more than 2 hours, the system prompted that the third airdrop was about to begin. The number dropped this time was still 2 supply boxes, and it was estimated that each subsequent airdrop might only have 2 supply boxes. Awakened by the system prompt, Lu Yi contacted the staff department. Due to the implementation of taking turns to rest, Laron happened to be taking a rest at this moment. Lu Yi said, "I was thinking about a problem when I fell asleep just now." Everyone waited quietly for him to continue speaking. Lu Yi said, "There will be another airdrop box later. I don't plan to look for it. I will have a good rest on this big tree now." Lahia nodded, agreeing with his idea. Jiang Haowei said, "This life and death contest looks like a real version of chicken eating, but it is very different from the chicken eating game." Lu Yi said, "Yes, you must be very careful every step." Masterly said, "Stay unchanged to cope with all changes." Lu Yi, I think your decision is feasible." In less than 10 minutes, a spaceship arrived and began to airdrop. The 2 airdrop points were relatively far away from him. Lu Yi didn't want to run away in the first place. In this way, he didn't have to look for it and let others look for it, waiting for them to beat him to a bloody head. When the time comes, Lu Yi will be able to reap the benefits. So after observing that there was no movement around him and making sure it was safe, Lu Yi solved his urgent problem on the big tree. Anyway, he was on a tree more than 10 meters high, and his excrement was discharged directly under the tree, which did not affect his rest on it. There was someone in the staff keeping an eye on him, so he didn't have to look around too nervously. He took out bread and water and started eating and drinking on the big tree. After eating and drinking enough, he continued to rest on it without coming down. Not long after the third wave of supply boxes were airdropped, gunfire was vaguely heard. Lu Yi stayed quietly on the big tree, listening carefully to identify the direction and distance of the gunfire. After he was sure it was safe, he continued to stay in the big tree, staying the same to cope with the changes. It soon became dark, and the jungle entered night, and everything was quiet. Fortunately, there was a moon, and the scenery in the forest could be vaguely seen. But the visibility was definitely much worse than during the day. This planet is a simulated Cantor star, also known as Kepler 452b, which belongs to the star Kepler 452. The star Kepler 452 is a binary star. which means that it has an A star and a B star, forming a double galaxy. Planet Cantor, Kepler 452b, is the second planet orbiting the star Kepler 452a. It should be noted that Kepler 452a and Kepler 452b are both stars, and the letters after their names are in capital letters. Kepler 452b is a planet with lowercase letters, and it is a planet orbiting Kepler A. This is also the name given by people on Earth more than 100 years ago. Among them, the star Kepler 452b was also discovered by later stargazers. However, the conditions at that time simply could not discover that Kepler 452 would be a double galaxy. The planet Cantor, where Louis and others are located, also known as Kepler 452b, has 2 moons. Therefore, the jungle in the wild can be illuminated brighter than the night on Earth. Chapter 109, Death Island, 15. Louis slept comfortably on the big tree. Cantor Island is in a dual galaxy, with an average temperature higher than that of the Earth. Danelswar Island, where the battlefield is located in the tropical zone of the planet, so it is particularly hot, with the nighttime temperature reaching more than 30 degrees. With such hot and humid temperatures, there are a lot of mosquitoes in the jungle. If you don't take any measures, you will not be able to sleep at all, and you will be killed by mosquito bites. However, Louis was well prepared and brought mosquito repellent before departure. It is an odorless spray that can be sprayed on the skin once to prevent mosquito bites. The smell is very light and cannot be smelled in the jungle, so there is no need to worry about being discovered. The 5 people on the staff also have their own arrangements and are divided into 2 groups, taking turns to rest and be on duty. Jiang Haowei and Lai He worked together in the middle of the night. Masterly, Lao Wu and Lerong formed a group and stayed in the middle of the night. That night, 1 or 2 gunshots could be heard from far away occasionally, but they would not have any impact on Louis. Louis just slept and rested and let them worry about it. At the end of the first half of the night, Louis woke up and connected with the 2 people on duty at the staff department. Lahia said, "Now that you have a dagger, I think you should still make some primitive cold weapons, such as javelins and bows, and set up some traps." Louis thought for a moment and said, "I understand that modern weapons can easily reveal one's position, while primitive weapons can be easier to assassinate." Lahia said, "Yes, we have carefully studied your current location. It is not too far from the center of the battlefield, so you can temporarily hide here to cope with changes." Louis thought for a moment and felt that what Lahia said was very reasonable. He decided to take action now. He got down from the tree and made sure that there was no one around and that it was safe. Then he started to chop some thick branches and vines around. Strip. There was a very dense bush not far from Louis's hiding place. There was a deep ditch under the bush, and Louis hid all the thick branches and canes that he had cut down. At the same time, I also brought a lot of thick branches and rattan to the hiding place of the big tree, and placed them on the big tree. Everything was busy until midnight. In the second half of the night, Lai He and Jiang Haowei went to rest, and 3 other people were on duty. Seeing that Louis was not sleeping, several people were very curious and asked him what he was doing. Louis then expressed his thoughts. "I plan to get more javelins and bows and arrows, and also set up some traps. People tend to get sleepy at night, so I need to work at night and wait until the day." "Rest," Oldwu said. "Then you have to be careful. The 3 of us have to watch carefully for you," Lerong added. "Don't be too tired. Conserve your energy." Louis nodded and said, "Okay, I will." After working for most of the night, Louis was also very sleepy. Seeing that it was almost dawn, he stopped cutting and climbed up the tree to prepare to continue sleeping. I slept until the sun was high. After waking up, Louis looked around, and after making sure there was no one around, he communicated with several people from the staff department, and everyone happened to be there. Louis asked, "A new day has begun. What do you think?" Lahia said, "Now that you have a dagger, I think you should still make some primitive cold weapons, such as javelins and bows, and set up some traps." Louis thought for a moment and said, "I understand that modern weapons can easily reveal one's position, while primitive weapons can be easier to assassinate." Lahia said, "Yes, we have carefully studied your current location. It is not too far from the center of the battlefield, so you can temporarily hide here to cope with any changes. Make weapons and set up traps and rest during the day." Louis nodded in agreement. Although it was daytime, he had rested well and couldn't sleep, so he started pruning the thick branches collected from the tree last night. Before pruning, I ate some bread and drank water, and then stood on the big tree to solve the problem of excretion. He cut down and collected a lot of thick branches last night, and now he was sitting on the tree, sharpening one end of these thick branches to make a javelin. Some trees and rattan in the jungle are very tough, so he made a very tough bow on the tree. After trying it, it could be drawn to full capacity. It was very durable, and he made a dozen more arrows by the way. For arrowheads, you can only sharpen twigs. Since there is no corresponding iron tool, you can't make iron arrowheads. But this kind of arrowhead can also be used. In the jungle, primitive bows and arrows and slingshots are sometimes even better than modern firearms. He made 2 bows, one for use and one for backup, and a slingshot at your waist for use. After doing this, in the afternoon, I ate dry food and continued to sleep, planning to set up traps in the evening. Time passes so quickly. The map is big enough. From yesterday to now, almost no one has been seen passing by day and night. And the airdrop has only been, 2 or 3 times. Louis has no intention of actively looking for airdrops. At dusk, an airdrop finally landed only 1 kilometer away from him. He sat in a tree and hesitated whether to go to where to get supplies from the airdrop. After all, the food and drinking water he had obtained before were almost gone. If he did not replenish them in time, it would be difficult to survive until the end. Louis consulted several people in the staff department, and Lahia said, "You might as well go over and take a look." Several people expressed doubts about Lahia's suggestion. Such a supply box would definitely be stared at by everyone around it, and a firefight might break out. Louis is now alone, and there are several other teams with multiple players. Lahia said, "I don't want Louis to go directly to the airdrop point, but I want him to ambush near the airdrop point." Louis said, "I understand. The boss wants me to go over and see if I can pick up the leak." "Yes, that's what it means. Then take action now," Louis said, and came down from the tree, carrying a javelin, a bow and a slingshot, as well as the necessary automatic weapons. After looking around, he headed towards the airdrop point. The distance of 1 kilometer was not far, and he moved forward very carefully. It took him about 20 minutes to reach the vicinity of the supply box. About 100 meters away from the supply box, Louis stopped, found a big tree next to him, and quickly climbed up. He planned to sit here and wait for the fish to take the bait. The jungle is quiet, night is falling quietly, and the supply box is also quiet. With such an attractive supply box placed there quietly, it is impossible that no one will come. So Louis guessed that there must be other people lurking in the secret. Chapter 110 Death Island, 16. Finally, after dark, Louis waited for his first prey. Not far away from him, there was a rustling sound. It was someone walking through the jungle and approaching here vigilantly. The man didn't know that someone was ambushing him secretly. So at this time, Louis was thinking that if he found the supply box and wanted to go there and ambush him, he had to do it as early as possible. Otherwise, if it was too late, someone would be the first to ambush him. Wait until you take the bait. At this moment, Louis was secretly ambushing him, and he might not be the only one. Louis didn't dare to talk to the staff, for fear of surprising the enemy, so he just stared in that direction carefully. In the staff channel, Lahia said, "Louis, move your head a little. Don't make any noise." Louis moved his head so that several people in the staff could observe his surroundings more clearly. After a while, I saw that the man had arrived in front of him, getting closer and closer to the supply box. Although it is night, there are 2 moons in the sky, which can illuminate the jungle very clearly. As long as the distance is not too far, you can see the situation here. Louis picked up the bow and arrow, quietly pulled the string to full length, aimed at the target below, and prepared to shoot an arrow. Hiding in the tree, he kept observing his surroundings. Several people in the staff also stared at the screen carefully, and none of them noticed anything suspicious. Louis was hesitating whether to shoot this arrow, whether it would kill the target once it was shot, and whether he could kill the target or not, whether he would be exposed after the arrow was shot. Just as he was hesitating, the target was about to reach the supply box. If he was allowed to get the gun, his combat effectiveness would soar significantly, and it would be a bit difficult to kill him. The 5 people on the staff actually had differences of opinion at this moment. 2 young men, Lerong and Jiang Haowei, believed that the target should be shot immediately to gain points. Lahia and Masterly believed that they should not act too hastily and must continue to wait and see what happens. As for Lao Wu, he had not paid attention yet. Louis himself felt that he should attack immediately. Now that he was the bear commander, it was obviously impossible to win by relying on the team. He had to find a way to earn points. However, just when he had fully pulled the string and was about to shoot the arrow, he saw the target suddenly lean back and fell to the ground, motionless. Louis's first reaction was that this person had been shot, and it was a sniper's bullet, and the firearm used by the sniper was equipped with a silencer. "Hack you!" Jiang Haowei shouted in the staff channel. Without asking, Louis could guess that the sniper was Gil. Although there was moonlight, it was night. Even if the sniper's scope had advanced functions, it would affect the aiming. So Louis guessed that the sniper's distance would not be too far. But it was also very close, because he couldn't hear the sound of the bullet at all. Even with a silencer, he could still hear the slight sound of the bullet coming out of the barrel at a close distance. Based on the direction in which the target fell to the ground, Louis began to guess the sniper's location. While speculating, the system prompts: Team 2 Jill kills so-and-so. This sniper is indeed Jill. Since Gil is nearby, it means that the people from Team 2 are also nearby. Especially Rogers must be nearby. So far, Team 2 has the most people. Still 4 people. Ligeia said in the channel. "Louis! You can't show your face now!" Louis could only sigh secretly. An opportunity to gain points was just gone. So what next? He could only continue to lurk in the tree. He couldn't leave yet. There is a sniper in the dark, and he doesn't know if his current position is within the observation range of Sniper Gil. If so, he will be discovered as soon as he steps out of the tree and will be sniped. Therefore, we can only continue to lurk until the middle of the night before looking for an opportunity to leave here. Being too close to the people in Team 2 is also extremely dangerous. Louis leaned on a branch in the tree and began to rest. Those who were resting did not dare to sleep deeply. After all, this tree was not as spacious and comfortable as the tree when he came. He was worried that he would fall down accidentally if he slept too much. He leaned against the tree and squinted at the body beside the supply box, lying there quietly. Although he knew that this person had been resurrected in the hall, the body here was still lying alone, looking lonely and miserable. The forest is very quiet, with the slight sound of wind and the occasional chirping of parasitic birds, which makes the jungle under the moonlit night even more solemn and quiet. About half an hour later, another person was approaching, and Louis started to nock an arrow and prepared to shoot him. Several people from the staff started discussing again, and they were divided into 2 groups, taking the initiative and waiting to see what happens. Louis was also undecided. Laurent said, "Louis, when our opinions differ, I think in the end you still have to make the decision yourself. You have more say at the scene. No matter whether you are right or wrong, we should respect it. Life or death, we are with you." Louis couldn't speak for fear of being heard by people nearby. It was night, and it was very quiet. Louis could only nod his head to let everyone understand what he meant. I saw that the man had come into view, and suddenly stopped when he was less than 50 meters away from the supply box. He looked at the supply box and refused to move forward. This distance is not the effective range of the bow and arrow for Louis, so he cannot release the arrow to avoid alerting him and other opponents lurking in the dark. He could only observe secretly. The man took 2 steps forward. He seemed to have seen the body next to the supply box. He looked there hard. After looking for a while, he immediately hid behind a tree. It seemed that he did not dare to move forward rashly. He had to wait for an opportunity before going out again, and he had to make sure that there was no danger before going out to find supplies. Louis observed him carefully. There was no gun in his hand. He held a stone in his left hand and a wooden stick in his right hand. These were all his weapons. Judging from the pace he walked over just now, he didn't look like someone who had been hungry for 2 days and 1 night. Maybe, like Louis, he had found wild fruits to satisfy his hunger, or hunted game. But the latter was unlikely. After hiding behind a tree and observing for a while, the man gave up his plan to go there for supplies. He may have considered the opinions of his staff and decided to turn around and leave after careful consideration. Seeing that this person was about to walk away, Louis still couldn't shoot the arrow, so he was about to walk past the tree under him. Suddenly he heard a gunshot, coming from the direction of 9 o'clock, which was also the direction of the supply box. "Over there," a voice shouted. "Why the H? How are you running?" Louis was so familiar with this voice. Who else could it be if it wasn't Rogers? Chapter 111 Death Island, 17. It was Rogers who shouted. And there was a gunshot, so he probably fired it. As soon as the gunshot rang out, The man in front of him ran even harder. And soon two people rushed out from the direction of 9 o'clock. It was not clear what he could see in the night. But Lu Yining could guess that one of them must be its Rogers. Lu Yi's arrow began to aim at the fleeing man. Seeing two people chasing him over there, he aimed his arrow at the two people behind him. Soon, the two chasing people came into view. They were invisible in the night, but they could tell from the way they walked that one of them was Rogers. Having played the live dungeon for more than 2 years, played against Rogers many times, and occasionally worked together as a team, Lu Yi couldn't be more familiar with Rogers. You can guess who he is with your eyes closed. Lu Yi didn't even think about it at this moment, and shot an arrow at Rogers. With a whoosh, the arrow flew past, and Rogers screamed. Lu Yi saw clearly that the arrow was hitting Rogers' chest, and Rogers fell to the ground. When the arrow was shot, he was undoubtedly exposed. Lu Yi immediately jumped down from the tree, and when he came down, he threw a flash in the direction of the two Rogers. After landing, he ran away in the direction of the person just now. Rather than running away, he was chasing that person. As soon as he started running, Lu Yi threw a grenade behind him. Regardless of whether it could hit or not, he threw it first. Then, intensive gunshots came from behind. Lu Yi ran quickly, weaving through the rugged jungle, and soon he could see the running person in front of him. His speed was obviously slowing down. Lu Yi guessed that he might have been shot, and it didn't take long for him to catch up. While chasing, he was thinking about a question. The arrow he just shot had clearly hit Rogers and knocked him to the ground. But why didn't the system prompt? Could it be that because Rogers was not shot in the vital part, he did not die? Information provided in the staff channel. No pursuers have been found behind. Lu Yi ran very fast, seeing that the person in front of him had entered the effective shooting range of the bow and arrow. He took aim while running, and released an arrow with a whoosh. The man in front yelled and continued running. Lu Yi quickly continued to pick up an arrow and shoot it. With a whoosh, the second arrow flew out. The man was hit by the arrow again. This time he only took 2 steps, and then stopped running. He slowly stopped in front of a big tree. He knelt down and faced Lu Yi's direction. Lu Yi ran forward and stopped about 10 meters away from him. He saw the man looking at him with a pale expression under the moonlight. Lu Yi couldn't bear it, but in order to survive, he had to kill him. This was the cruel law of the jungle. According to Giada, the future universe would be even darker. "I'm sorry," Lu Yi said silently, raised his bow, and shot a third arrow. This one hitting the man's neck. The man's head was on the ground, and there was no movement. The system prompted. Team 6 Lu Yi killed someone. When the system prompts, it is certain that the opponent is dead. Lu Yi quickly walks over and checks. This person does not have any equipment or supplies. Only a few nameless fruits in his pocket. Lu Yi said to the deceased again, "I'm sorry." Then he quickly evacuated. He didn't know if this person had any teammates, so he couldn't stay here for a long time. Plus, the people from Team 2 were nearby, so he couldn't stay. He made a long detour and returned to his stronghold. Just as he was rushing back, Roger's voice suddenly came from the headset. "Lu Yi, you coward! Why are you running away? Do you only know how to shoot cold arrows in secret? Do you have the ability to come out and challenge me? Watch how I kill you!" Lu Yi was startled and looked at the terminal. It turned out that Rogers was using the world channel. No wonder he could hear him speaking. His voice was furious. It seemed that the arrow just hit him and also angered him. Lu Yi couldn't help but laugh proudly, and thought to himself, "You are so embarrassed when I call you. I hope you don't let me touch you again. Otherwise, I will shoot you with an arrow." In the staff channel, several staff members advised him not to be provoked by Rogers, but to stay calm and let him scold him. Lu Yi said with a smile, "I am not as prone to wormholes as him. With a character like his, even if his qualifications in all aspects are excellent, his character cannot meet the requirements of virtue." Lahia from the staff said, "Yes, in jungle battles, you need to be calm, not just jungle battles. But," Lahia stopped here, and Jiang Haowei added, "even if it extends to the vast interstellar war, whether you are a soldier or a commander, you need to be calm. Larome also said, "I think so too. And Rogers is arrogant and willful, and is simply not suitable for survival in the cruel universe." Jiang Haowei suddenly said, "Weakness and ignorance are not obstacles to survival. Arrogance is." Note, the phrase comes from 3 Body Problems. Lu Yi tossed and turned and found a place to sit down and rest, while Rogers kept chattering on the world channel. scolding Lu Yi for being cowardly and incompetent, commanding people to hurt people with hidden arrows, and having no real ability. Lu Yi sat down against a tree. After a short news conference, he turned on the transmission of the World Channel and said, "Rogers, it's me." "Ha ha. Coward." Rogers laughed. "Are you finally out?" Although Rogers' voice still maintained his arrogance, he could clearly feel his lack of strength. It seemed that the injury was not too minor. Lu Yi asked calmly, "Are you not dead?" "Ha ha. You wanted to shoot me to death with that arrow. You overestimated yourself. Mr. Sangbichi, come out. Why don't you tell me a place and I'll go find you? Just the two of us. If I fight you in a one-on-one fight, I can kill you." Lu Yi said nothing. "You're a wimp." Rogers continued to scold him. And he scolded him very happily, using all kinds of insults and swear words. Lu Yi waited silently for him to scold him. Several people in the staff were afraid that he would not be able to hold on and scolded him. Masterly said, "Turn it off and everything will be quiet." Lerone also said, "This Rogers is like a mad dog. Lu Yi, don't be as knowledgeable as him." Lu Yi also comforted everyone and said, "Don't worry. I am not the same as him. I will find ways to find opportunities to kill him." Lu Yi rested for a while and continued on the road. Finally, he came to his stronghold, observed the surrounding area, and climbed up the tree first, planning to sleep in the tree until midnight and then come down to lay the trap. The supply box was only 1 kilometer away from him, and he had been around there to let Rogers know. So he guessed that people from Team 2 would be scouting around. So he could only hide in the tree and not come down for the time being. Chapter 112 Death Island, 18. Lu Yi's current points are 7, which is relatively high among all the competitors. He also knew that there were still 4 people from Team 2 surviving, among whom Rogers was injured. The extent of the injury was not yet known. Lu Yi hid in a tree and slept for a while. In the middle of the night, he came down from the tree and started to set traps. Since he had no tools and limited time, he couldn't make much noise yet, so he could only do very simple things. Trap. Fortunately, there were these very tough wild vines. So he pulled the wild vine between 2 trees. The height was below the grass, so it couldn't be seen without paying attention. Originally, the jungle had lush vegetation and rugged terrain, so it was easy to get caught by the vine ropes hidden in the grass. There is a hidden bough on the side of the tree. The so-called hidden bough is also the name given by Lu Yi himself. It has an arrow, and the string has been tightened in advance and connected to the vine rope in the grass. As long as you walk by and touch the vine rope, the hidden bough will be triggered, and the arrow will be shot out, thus getting hit. Although it was simple, Lu Yi still worked for a long time before making the first one. After arranging it, he brought the materials and started looking for the next place to arrange. He planned to make 5, and then return to his place at dawn, stronghold, or find a new place to hide and rest. However, for the sake of safety, he thought it would be better to find a new place to hide. After all, the place at the beginning was already being targeted by people from Team 2 and was not safe. 2 traps were set up in succession, and each trap was equipped with several hidden bows, aimed at the vine ropes. Just when he was setting up the 3rd trap, something went wrong. Lu Yi was pulling the rope in the grass with his head lowered. Lerone suddenly said on the staff channel, "Lu Yi." The voice was filled with tension. Lu Yi stopped quickly and asked softly, "What's wrong? There seems to be something abnormal." Lerone said, "There is something wrong at 5 o'clock. The 5 o'clock direction is in the back, and Lu Yi cannot see it. But the staff in front of the camera surveillance can see it clearly." Lu Yi thought to himself, this is someone who is being targeted. He stopped setting up the trap, laid down in the grass, and asked softly, "Can you see anyone?" Lerone's observation skills have always been very good. Maybe it's because she's born with it. Or maybe her observation skills on the screen are better than others. She looked hard at the screen and said, "I can't see people clearly yet, but I have a hunch. There's someone hiding there." Lu Yi checked his equipment. There was only 1 flashlight and grenade left, and there were not many bullets left. If there was a fight, he would not have many weapons, and the original bow, arrow, and slingshot were not very lethal. Jiang Haowei said, "Lu Yi, can you raise your head a little and slowly?" Lu Yi was lying down in the grass, and all the weeds blocked his view, which made it impossible for the few people in front of the screen to see clearly what was happening there. Lu Yi started to raise his head, but Lai Hea shouted, "Don't raise your head!" But it was too late for him to warn him, and he heard a bang of a gunshot. Louis was so frightened that he quickly lowered his head and could clearly feel the bullet passing by his ear. It seems that he has been exposed. The gunfire rang out, and it came from behind. Louis quickly rolled on the ground, and behind a tree. Laurent shouted, "I saw two people!" Louis cursed inwardly and started running forward, while the people behind him started to catch up. As he was running, Louis started to take out his flashlight, preparing to throw one behind him. However, before he took out the flashlight, a bolt of lightning flashed from the sky, illuminating the jungle. Laurent exclaimed, "Run to the right! Right!" Louis followed her advice and ran to the right. After just 2 steps, a string of bullets hit a tree not far to the left, followed immediately by a crash of thunder. Jiang Haowei said, "There are 2 people chasing him." Louis didn't care whether he was exposed or not. He ran forward desperately and asked, "Are you from Team 2? Laurent replied, "The picture is shaking too much, and I can't see clearly." Louis is running fast. "Can the picture not shake?" Panting, he said, "There's no way. I can't stop." Lahia said, "You keep running. We will watch for you." Several people looked in many directions and carefully, and directed Louis's escape route online. There was thunder and lightning, and gunshots were mixed with the thunder. Louis saw a tree in front of him. He ran over, stopped, hid behind the tree, and looked behind him. Sure enough, 2 people were chasing after him. Under the lightning, he could not see the other person's face clearly. Louis fired 2 shots in the back and continued running. Laurent said, "Louis, they are not from Team 2. Louis felt a little relieved when he heard that he was not from Team 2. Now only the people from Team 2 are the strongest. His current team of 6 only has him as a polished commander, and he needs to think of ways to stand out in this cruel game. This is a slope," Lahia said. "Turn ahead and see if there is a ditch." Louis understood what he meant. Running blindly was not the answer, and might attract the attention of other teams. Therefore, Lahia's implication was to find a hidden place to hide. Sure enough, there was a deep ditch covered by grass in front of him. Louis took advantage of the opportunity of turning around to block the opponent's view, jumped into the ditch, and hid close to the edge of the ditch. Above his head was a large protrusion covered with weeds. If you don't look carefully, you won't even notice the person hiding underneath. "There! That's where he ran!" The voices of the pursuing enemies were clear and audible, indicating that they were approaching. Louis hid in the ditch and waited for them to pass. After a while, the 2 men arrived and stood on the edge of the ditch above his head, unable to move. The raindrops began to fall, pattering, falling on the grass and branches. The 2 people were chattering, studying which direction Louis usually escaped, and they had a disagreement. After standing there for about 10 seconds, the rain suddenly started to get heavier, and the rain started to rain loudly. One of them cursed, "What the hell is the weather like? It's going to rain at any time." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a boom, and a thunderbolt fell. Immediately afterwards, a person fell down from above. Louis was startled. The person who fell down lay in front of him, making no sound. The remaining man above screamed in fright and ran away. Another bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. With the light of the lightning, Louis could see the corpse lying at his feet. There were bullet holes in the body and blood was pouring out. This shows that he was shot to death. He subconsciously looked at the individual soldier terminal, and the system displayed the latest message. Team 2 Jill kill so-and-so. It turned out to be Jill who did it. The person in front of him might have been sniped by Gil with a sniper rifle equipped with a silencer. Or the thunder just now might have masked the sound of ordinary bullets. Chapter 113 Death Island, 19. Of the 2 people chasing him, one was killed by Gil, and the other fled, which showed that people from Team 2 were nearby. Louis hid in the ditch and did not dare to come out. Several people in the staff also said that it was not appropriate to come out now. Lahia said, "They will definitely come over later. You should stay away for now, and don't come out." Louis also nodded in agreement. The heavy rain was falling, mixed with thunder and lightning. The rain fell on her body, and she was soaked. The rain was still flowing down her head and face. Louis just stayed motionless in the ditch, leaning against the ditch. He stood aside, letting the rain wash over his face and body. After waiting for about 3 or 4 minutes, he heard walking, and several people came above him. One of them said, "Rogers, how are you?" Louis was just thinking that there were indeed 2 pairs, and Rogers was inside, when he heard Rogers say, "It's okay. I can leave. Louis, this beachy is so damn hateful. One of them stood on the edge of the ditch, looked down, and said, "Look, down there. There is death." Several people stood by the ditch and looked at the body lying in the ditch. One of them said, "Jill, your marksmanship is really accurate." Jer smiled and said, "It's not bad." Another person said, "How could they have imagined that when a mantis stalks a cicada, the oriole follows behind?" Another person said, "There are 2 more people. Do you want to chase them?" Gil said, "I don't think we should pursue him for the time being. Rogers is injured and has difficulty moving." Roger said, "It's okay. I'll find a secluded place later. Put me down, and then the 3 of you will go out to hunt." One person said, "You can pull me down. You are injured now. I leave you alone. What if you wormhole again and sell us all?" Roger shouted, "What the hell are you talking about? I'm the captain now. What qualifications do you have to insist on me?" The man said, "What captain? You sealed it yourself. If it weren't for you, would we have killed 2 teammates? You are too arrogant. If it weren't for you, Team 6 would have been wiped out by now." Roger scolded, "You have a weak soul." Listening to their conversation, Louis couldn't help but rest in peace. It turned out that they were not harmonious and had quite a lot of conflicts. Gil said, "Okay, we are now a whole. Let's not fight among ourselves. Okay? If you are angry, wait until the next round. We must unite now to destroy all enemies from other teams." Everyone said nothing, and Jill added, "Let's find a place to take shelter from the rain first." Everyone agreed and left. Where Louis was staying, there was a piece of earth sticking out above his head, which could just provide some protection from the rain. He waited for a while to make sure that no one was around before he started to move. He first took off the terminal screen from his arm, then raised it above his head, facing outside the ditch. He couldn't see anything in the dark night. When a bolt of lightning flashed across, he could vaguely see the outside situation through the reflection of the screen. After turning the angle of the screen many times and seeing no one, he began to feel relieved. The cat bent down and came to the corpse, groped around, found some weapons, put them together with his own weapons, and actually found a piece of bread. It happened that he was almost finished with food and could use it to enrich himself. The most important thing I discovered was actually a pocket telescope. At present, this thing is a treasure. With it, I can find other enemies more conveniently. The individual soldier terminal equipment automatically expires due to the death of the user. It is useless if it is left, and there is nothing left to use. Louis climbed out of the ditch and looked for direction. Laurent asked, "Louis, what are you going to do?" Louis answered truthfully, "I don't know either. It's raining heavily at night, and the terrain is completely unfamiliar. But I really want to know where the second team is." Louis now grasped a very important situation. That is, Rogers was injured, and he was still injured by his arrow, which made him unable to move. He now needs to find a place to rest well, while the other 3 people still need to go out to hunt other players. So now I really want to find Rogers and kill him, or find him and capture him alive, and then use his terminal to find the other 3 members of Team 2 and defeat them one by one. But the premise is that the people from Team 2 leave him alone and make it easier for him to take action. If he succeeds, then even though he is the only one left in the 6 teams, he still has a chance to counterattack and become the number 1. So after thinking of this, Louis started to look around to judge the direction Rogers and Gil should go. Louis had discussed with several people on the staff how to act. While Lahia said, "Look around," Louis looked around so that several people from the staff could analyze and pay attention to the environment more clearly. After a while, Lahia pointed in a direction and said, "Based on my analysis, it can be judged in which direction they're going." Louis bien planned to look in this direction. But Laurent said, "Will it be exposed?" Louis said, "If we are afraid of this, we will be afraid of that. We can win in time. Moreover, we are already at a disadvantage now. How can we not give it a try?" Laurent said, "That's not what I meant. I'm just worried about your safety." I know. Louis sighed. "But we have to give it a try. Otherwise we really won't be able to turn around." Laurent finally hummed, agreeing with what he said. Louis began to walk forward, and everyone remained vigilant, staring at the screen, not letting go of even the slightest abnormality. After walking for about an hour, we arrived at the top of a small hillside. It was unknown until now, but the rain had not stopped. Louis was soaked all over, very uncomfortable, and felt cold because of it. But Louis couldn't care about that now. He wanted to find Rogers as soon as possible. When he came to the top of the hillside, he found a quick stone and squatted down. He took out his telescope and looked ahead. Sure enough, he found several people active in a small valley not far ahead. There was a big rock at that place, and the ground was empty. The few people took shelter under the big rock. Louis observed for a while and found that those people were from Team 2. 4 of them, including Jill, were walking back and forth with a sniper in their hands. Rogers was sitting on the ground, and 2 other people were walking around, seemingly guarding the surroundings. Louis lay down behind a stone, looked around, and found a tree that could be climbed up, which was relatively secluded. He climbed up the tree, faced Jill's direction, and continued to use the telescope to observe. Chapter 114 Death Island 20. On a rainy night, Louis hid in a tree and looked ahead. The place where Jill and others were hiding was far away, and their security was very tight, so they couldn't go there for the time being. So they could only wait. When you are hungry, you gnaw on a piece of dry bread. When you are thirsty, you raise your head and take a sip of rainwater. Fortunately, I can talk to a few people in the back of the staff channel. Otherwise, I would really be lonely and bored to death. Louis hid in the tree like this for about an hour and a half. The rain finally stopped, but it was still cloudy. There was no moon, and it was very dark in the jungle. Gil and the others still stayed there with no intention of leaving. Louis continued to wait, and suddenly a new message came out of the system. Team 6 Louis killed someone. Louis couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the news. But then, he understood that an enemy must have entered his trap and was successfully killed. He stayed in the tree for a while, and then saw Gil and 2 other people leaving there, leaving only Rogers behind. It seems that Rogers was really seriously injured and unable to walk. After Jill and the other 3 walked away, about 10 minutes later, Louis got down from the tree and groped towards the big rock. Not long after the rain stopped, the grass was wet, and there were a lot of mosquitoes. Louis sprayed herself with some mosquito repellent and continued moving forward. After walking for about 10 minutes, they came to the big rock, about 50 meters away. Louis hid in the dark and looked in that direction. He looked through the telescope and couldn't see clearly due to the darkness. But he was sure that Rogers was indeed there, right under that big rock. The backside of Dunlesvad Island is somewhat similar to the tropical rainforest on Earth. Just after the heavy rainstorm ended, the clouds began to disperse. At this moment, the moon also came out, and there were 2 moons as soon as it came out. This allowed Louis to see more clearly through the telescope. He saw Rogers sitting on a rock, leaning against the rock wall, as if he was asleep. I saw Rogers sleeping for a while, suddenly woke up, and looked around with his weapon in hand. After making sure there was no danger, he closed his heavy eyes again. Louis secretly said, "The opportunity has come. Rogers, I can take you back to the hall." Thinking of this, she carefully walked around the big rock. Lerone whispered in the channel, "Be careful, Louis." Louis didn't speak, just made an okay gesture. Soon he arrived under the big rock. Louis looked around, and after making sure it was safe, he quietly walked in and saw Rogers taking a nap against the rock with his gun in his arms. Louis snorted coldly. He didn't expect that the extremely disgusting Rogers was right in front of him. How dare you teach him so badly? Louis put the muzzle of the gun against Rogers' head. Rogers suddenly woke up, looked at a person standing in front of him, and asked, "Who are you?" Louis stood outside the rock, and Rogers sat inside the rock. They were in the backlight, so Louis's face could not be seen clearly. Louis sneered and asked, "How long has it been since you didn't recognize me?" Rogers was shocked. "Louis! You beachy!" Rogers was now restrained, and although he had a gun in his hand, he was not moved. Louis was about to take out a dagger and kill him with one knife. But at this moment, there was a click in the headset. Gil said on the World Channel, "Louis, I'm sorry." Jill was speaking English, and Louis had already pulled the trigger before he finished pronouncing the word sorry. Just after he pulled the trigger, he felt a violent impact on his head, and instantly his vision went dark, and he lost consciousness. The coma was only an instant, and he regained consciousness in an instant. But he found that he was no longer where he was, but in the hangar where he set out. There are many people in the hangar, either sitting or walking around. At the same time, there are many large screens hanging in the hangar, which are broadcasting a live broadcast of the life and death contest on the deadly island of Dunlesvad. Louis was standing, and there was another person standing next to him. He was as confused as him. But it was Roger. But he was intact and not injured. Both of them were stunned for a while. And Roger shouted, "Louis! You Beachy! Are you going to discuss me until you die? What do you mean?" Louis asked. He finally understood now that just now, when he put a gun to Roger's head, Jill suddenly said on the World Channel, "Louis! I'm sorry." Before Gil finished saying this, Louis understood what it meant. Which meant that Gil had already been watching him secretly and aimed his sniper at him. Louis knew that this was inevitable. So he originally planned to use a dagger to kill Rogers. So he shot ahead of time and killed the logical thinking. And just as he shot Rogers, Gier also shot him. The result was that both Louis and Luo Gier were eliminated. The difference was that Rogers died first, and Louis died later. It's a pity that Louis came out. Otherwise, he would have been able to see the two pieces of information on the battlefield. Team 6 Louis killed Team 2 Rogers. Gil from Team 2 killed Louis from Team 6. At this moment, Rogers was very upset. And Louis sneered. "I understand. Rogers, you want to use you as a bait to lure me out. The strategy is a good one. And Jill's shooting skills are indeed very accurate. But she still hesitated. Otherwise, I wouldn't have shot you in front of her. How about haha? You were hit by an arrow and shot in the head by me at close range. Isn't it a good feeling? Scoundrel. Actually, you should thank me," Louis said again. "I shot you with an arrow. If you were injured and held on the battlefield, it would only become more and more painful. It was I who ended your pain and let you go in advance. Out." Rogers raised his fist angrily and was about to hit him. Immediately, a voice said, "Those who actively attack others will be punished by being eliminated early." The sound was made by Giada. Rogers was so frightened that he retracted his fist. Louis looked up and saw that Giada was still swinging on the swing, swinging back and forth in the air. While the two were talking, Ron came over and said, "Louis, can we not talk to the mad dog?" After saying that, he pulled Louis away. Rogers raised his fist from behind and shouted, "Don't get too proud too early. Our second team won. You will all be deleted soon." The two looked back at him and ignored him, standing on a big screen and watching the dynamics of the battlefield. Louis sighed and said, "I'm sorry, Ron. I couldn't save you." Ron smiled bitterly and said, "It's okay. I can't blame you. I know you have that heart. It's enough. I don't have much time. Louis, I will have no regrets in my life if I can make you a friend." Time is running out. Of the 66 players, only one will survive in the end. All the remaining 65 will be eliminated. And Ron thinks that he will not be the one who has the last laugh. Louis patted his shoulder. In fact, he himself was very pessimistic and had no hope for his future. Chapter 115 Life and Death Playoff. In the hangar hall of the headquarters behind the battlefield, Louis ended the game early and came here. Unexpectedly, the staff channel could still communicate. Lerone said, "Louis, why don't you come back?" It's not that Louis doesn't want to go back. He just feels that he has no face to see them. Lerone said, "We are people of the same world. No matter what, let us face it together. Okay." Louis returned to the 6E rest area in frustration. And Lerone stepped forward and hugged him. Louis patted him gently, looked at the people in front of him, and said, "I'm sorry, everyone." Masterly said, "It's okay. It's okay. We shouldn't have come to this world in the first place. It's worth living for 3 more years." The first 1024 days in the virtual world are all repeated. So in people's memory, there is only one day in those 1024 days. Adding the next 1024 days, the total is only 1025 days, which is still 2.5 months away from 3 years. But Louis was different. In the previous 1024 days, he had memories for each repeated day. So 2048 days had passed in his memory, which added up to a little more than 5.5 years. Lerone let go of San Louis, who sat down on the sofa, looking extremely depressed. Jiang Haowei said, "Louis, we don't blame you. You have done your best. But I'm not willing to give in." Louis pounded the sofa. "I can't live with everyone. This is my failure. Okay." Masterly sat down next to him and patted his shoulder and said, "There is no joy in life and no fear in death. Besides, we are living in this cold machine, which is meaningless. But if I win, this machine will be able to run forever. If I lose, This machine will be shut down. Larong sat down on the other side, hugged Louis, stroked his back, and kept comforting him. It's okay. It's okay. After everyone comforted her in turn, Louis raised her head and said, Don't you blame me? No blame. No blame. Everyone comforted him together. Jiang Haowei suddenly said, Actually, we don't necessarily have no chance? Everyone looked at him and Jiang Haowei said, Although our sixth team has been eliminated, don't we still have 2 points? Louis, how many points do you have? 7 points. Louis said, This is a very small number of points. Jiang Haowei said, There are 10 election places. Even if your points are the best among these 10 people, you still have a chance. So, now let's watch the live action together and see if we can learn from their points. Find their weaknesses, or find some of their patterns. Whether in the garage or in the lounge area, you can see live broadcasts of the entire battlefield by Sibos, multiple perspectives, and the ability to call up videos of the competitors on each battlefield. Of course, the premise is that the contestants in this rest area have been eliminated, while everyone was watching the live broadcast. Louis said, I want to watch Jill. He always felt that Jill might be the final winner. Although Jill was a woman, this woman was indeed too good. So he looked up to her very much. The picture on one of the screens was switched to Jill's main perspective, and Louis began to watch. Due to Louis's early exit, everyone no longer had to nervously help him hold up the screen, but they all relaxed. Larong went to bring some snacks and drinks for Louis, and said, Looking at how hard you work on the battlefield, you can't eat well or rest well. Louis ate the delicious food inside. Yes. Louis left the battlefield for exactly 2 days and 2 nights. And there was still more than a day before the poisonous circle started. Therefore, the following time was very ample for Louis, who could not only observe the battlefield, but also rest at any time. Gil's second team was indeed very capable, and the remaining 3 people persisted until the end and became the winning team. In this way, the 6 people from Team 2, including the 3 people who quit early and the 3 people who persisted until the end, collectively entered the second round of the competition. Since there are 8 people in the second round of competition, in this case, there are only 2 people left, and these 2 people have to be selected from the remaining 10 eliminated teams. The plan given by Giada is to select the 10 people with the highest points among the remaining 10 teams to conduct an overtime life and death contest, and select 2 survivors to enter the second round. Therefore, the first round of overtime became Lu Yi's last hope. If he scored enough points, he could enter overtime. As for how the overtime will be played, we need to wait for Giada's announcement. After the first round of the Death Island life and death competition, everyone was summoned to the hangar after a day's rest. When they came to the hangar, they saw a large group of people, all of whom looked very heavy. Giada was still sitting on the swing. Louis guessed that she must have been on it and never got off. She is a robot anyway, so she doesn't need to eat or rest. Louis didn't want to see Rogers, mainly because he didn't want to see his face. However, the more he didn't want to see it, the more this annoying guy moved closer to him. You coward! Rogers raised his middle finger at him from afar, walked over and said, Isn't it quite cheating? Aren't you still eliminated? I hope you are there in the overtime. Otherwise, in the finals, I couldn't find an opponent, and I was quite bored. Louis glanced at him and said, My life and death have nothing to do with you. Even if we can't meet, someone else can still kill you. After saying that, she ignored him, and JR walked over and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Louis. It was Gil who gave Louis the last shot, causing him to exit the first round of the life and death contest early. Louis smiled bitterly and said, There's nothing I'm sorry for. It's all for survival. If it were me, I would still shoot you. Gil shook his head and said, I used trickery. In order to kill Louis, JR's team used the injured Rogers as bait to attract Louis to take the bait. As a result, due to Jill's hesitation, before she sniped Louis, she actually asked Louis to kill Rogers as well. Trick! Louis smiled. Soldiers also have tricks. In order to survive, there is no such thing as trickery. Jill wanted to say something else. At this time, Giada, who was swinging high in the sky, finally spoke. Let's see how many points the 60 people who have been eliminated have. On a large screen, everyone's points and their origins began to be displayed. Louis saw his points, 7 points, third in the standings. This ranking means that he could enter overtime. Seeing this result, Louis couldn't help but feel pleasantly surprised. This meant that he had hope of living again. Chapter 116 Western Town 1. In the standings after the first round, Ron could have entered overtime, but he chose to commit suicide at the last moment. The penalty for committing suicide is the same as killing a teammate, which is a 10-point deduction. Ron originally had 3 points, exactly 10th place, and could enter overtime. However, his suicide deducted 10 points, and the final points became minus 7 points, so he could not enter overtime. When everyone was looking at the standings, they heard Roger shouting, "Ron! You fool! You actually committed suicide! You see? You could have overtime! Now okay! You have no hope at all!" Stupid. Stupid. Ron finally chose to commit suicide because he did not want to implicate Louis. After the scores were announced, Giada said, "The overtime will be held in 1 hour, and the competition time is 3 hours. Participants can kill other 9 life players as much as they want during these 3 hours. The game ends until the last 2 survivors are left, or if there are still more than 2 survivors within the 3-hour time limit. The final points will be used to determine the last 2 winners. The map and detailed rules will announce 10 minutes before kickoff." Taking advantage of the break, Louis found Ron. Seeing Louis's arrival, Ron looked at him with a simple smile. Louis punched him gently and said, "Why are you so stupid?" I know. Ron's mouth trembled. "If I don't commit suicide, as long as I persist, I may be qualified to enter overtime." "But, huh?" Louis looked at him. "What's the point?" Ron said, "I know my strength. Even if I enter overtime, I still can't enter the second round. Even if I enter the second round, I won't be the final winner. Besides, as I said, even if you are eliminated, you won't die immediately." "Oh, you?" Louis sighed. "You are right. But do you know? I also know that I am not the best. But don't I still try to persevere? Even if there is only a glimmer of hope. I can't give up." Ron smiled and said, "It's too late to say anything now. But Louis, I'm optimistic about you. So keep going." The break time was coming soon, and Giada began to talk about the rules of the game. In this overtime match, 10 players will compete in a solitary battle mode. The so-called fighting alone means that you are no longer in groups. All players on the battlefield are your enemies. You must kill other enemies when you see them. There is no cooperation. If it is killed, it will be eliminated directly. The staff group can still command online. The 10 players who participated in the overtime match were gathered together. The 6 players from Team 2 sat in the hangar to watch. The other players who had been eliminated returned to their respective rest areas and said goodbye to their staff. They have no hope of survival. Not even the slightest hope. Rogers whistled and shouted, "Louis, do a good job. I'm watching you." Louis looked back at him and saw Rogers walking there, tapping Erlang's legs, shaking, and looking at him proudly. Next to him sat Jill, who was looking very apologetic. Louis turned his head and stopped looking at them. Giada said, "Rogers, the AF World Leader, gives you a verbal warning. If you dare to make trouble again, you will be directly disqualified from the second round." Louis couldn't help but sneered proudly, put his hands behind his back, and raised his middle finger towards Rogers. Giada said, "Okay, I will now introduce the battlefield and related rules to you. The battlefield is in an abandoned western town, where there are long stretches of yellow sand and no forests. There are only a few scattered big trees and big cacti. Even the houses are very sparse. This map also has borders. This is a square area of 1.5 by 1.5 kilometers, surrounded by light barriers on all sides, so that you cannot leave this area. But don't worry. These light barriers will not rush forward. If the battle cannot be ended within 3 hours, the 2 survivors with the highest points will be chosen as the winners. There will be no airdrop supplies in this overtime match, but there will be pre-stored supplies in every small house you can see, including firearms, ammunition, armor, and various tactical supplies. So after you land in the air, you must immediately search for available supplies. Arm yourself, kill other players, and survive." Louison said, "This is a bit like a game of chicken. Although he doesn't play chicken, he still understands it more or less. The life and death competition in the first round of cooperative mode is not like a game of chicken. I'll give you 15 minutes to rest and prepare. We'll set off in 15 minutes." The group of 10 people temporarily dispersed, and Louis found a place to sit. When he passed by Rogers, he looked at him specifically and saw that Rogers no longer beeped. but secretly raised his middle finger towards him. Looking at Jill again, she glanced at him inadvertently. Finding a place to sit down, Louis raised his head and looked around. From now on, everyone here is his enemy, and he no longer has teammates. The staff channel rang for a moment, and Masterly was talking. Louis, you see we still have a chance. You still remember that one time someone came to kick the gym? That time I specifically asked you to accept the challenge. Louis smiled and said, I still remember, Master. The person who came to kick the gym that time was really tough. I almost lost, but in the end I turned defeat into victory and defeated him. I understand, Master, and everyone. Don't worry. We will definitely fight back and attack. Laia followed up and said, Louis, you have always been the strongest. You lost in the first round because you didn't have good teammates. This time you are fighting alone. You will no longer be constrained by your teammates. You can get rid of them. Open your arms and hack. Jiang Haowei also said, Yes, Louis, you are not afraid of opponents who are like gods, but you are afraid of teammates who are like pigs. Louis knew that they were all encouraging and cheering him up, so he would also disappoint them. Laronne said, Louis, I'm waiting for you to come back. Louis nodded and secretly swore, I must win. Even for you. Time passed quickly, and Giada began to call everyone to gather. This time, a small spacecraft carried 10 people out of the hangar, and the spacecraft did not leave the so-called Earth, then passed through the so-called wormhole, and finally arrived at the so-called outer space. Planet Cantor. After the spacecraft flies out of the hangar, you can see the scenery outside the window, which is the ordinary scenery of the Earth. The spacecraft begins to climb higher and continues to fly smoothly after climbing to an altitude of 2,000 meters. 10 players were divided into 2 groups, sitting opposite each other. Everyone was stern, very serious, and their expressions were very low. After a while, they would all become enemies and kill each other without any mercy or emotion at all. Chapter 117 Western Town 2. The small spaceship carried 10 players, flew out of the hangar, and soon arrived at an unnamed western town above the battlefield, preparing to airborne. Everyone was very nervous, and one of them actually started crying. I don't want this. Why is it like this? Isn't it bad for everyone to say? Giada's voice sounded again. The spaceship has arrived over the battlefield. Please complete all airborne landings within 5 minutes. If it exceeds 5 minutes, the personnel left on the spacecraft will be eliminated. Good luck. The area of 1.5 by 1.5 kilometers is not very large, and the spacecraft hovers back and forth over this area at a very slow speed. Because this area is so small, you can fly out just a little faster. Giada's voice said again. Please pay attention to those red gratings when airborne to prevent hitting them. Then you can quit the game directly. When the hatch is opened, there is a hatch on each side of the spacecraft, and there are 2 bottom doors on the inner deck for jumping down. A bottom door was opened at Louis's feet. Looking at the scenery below, Louis took a deep breath and jumped down. The height this time is not as high as last time. This time it is only 2,000 meters high, and it is on the Earth, without much gravity. As soon as I jumped out of the cabin, I got the first system message. Someone was killed by the grating. Go ahead, Louison said. What kind of unlucky guy is this? Why did he hit the grating directly? This is good. There are only 9 people on the battlefield. When he was falling, he saw a row of low houses not far from him, and no one was landing there. He thought to himself that he was lucky, and he didn't have to fight for supplies with others. This is much better than in the first round. In the first round of the game, resources were obtained entirely through airdrops, and there were very few. Some people never picked up resources from the beginning to the end, and their hands were empty until they died. Maintaining the speed of free fall, Louis began to open his parachute when he reached an altitude of 300 meters. After some parachuting, Louis came to the front of this small house. He quickly removed the parachute and looked around to make sure there was nothing wrong. Afterwards, he came to the house and climbed through the window. As before, several people in the staff were watching the monitor screen throughout the whole process, not daring to relax at all. Moreover, this competition was only 3 hours long, so no one took a break and everyone helped observe. After entering, the first thing you can see is something on the floor. Louis walked over and started picking it up, an M9 pistol with an additional magazine, an M4A1 assault rifle with a silencer, an additional magazine, and a silencer, An M4 sniper rifle with a magazine attached. Note, M4A1 is also called a carbine. A frag grenade. A flashbang. A dagger. A jumping mine. And a broadsword. A body hat. A bulletproof vest. A pair of tactical gloves. And an infrared night vision device. Louis was so happy when he saw so much equipment. If he could get so much equipment at once in the first round of competition, he wouldn't be eliminated so quickly. Leia also reminded her at the right time. Louis, don't be too proud. If you can get the equipment, others can also have it. Louis calmed down and started to put on these equipment. The pistol was on his shoulder. The sniper was on his back. And he had a rifle in his hand, ready to take action. Just as he was about to leave the house, he heard the sound of gunshots not far away, and then saw the system display, so-and-so killed so-and-so. Now there are only 8 people left on the battlefield. And Louis still has 7 people. He cannot hide somewhere and wait for others to come, but must take the initiative to attack. Otherwise, he will not be able to get the heads. What if the last remaining person if there are too many? He will be eliminated if he can't increase his points. If he is eliminated again this time, he will not be able to advance to the second round. And then it will really be over. Louis walked out of the small house and looked around, hunched over and walking in the direction of the gunfire. There was a small slope blocking his view. As long as he passed the small slope, he could see the front. After taking just 2 steps, I heard Laronne shout, 9 o'clock direction. Be careful. Louis also really admired Laronne. Without any training, her observation skills were so strong that she was the first to discover every dangerous situation. Before Laronne finished speaking about being careful, Louis bien quickly laid down and heard 2 soft thuds at the same time. And 2 bullets hit the rocks next to him. I didn't expect this opponent to be really fast. The place where Louis laid down was relatively convex, with no grass or any cover. Even if he lay on the ground, he would still become a target for others. So while lying down, he rolled continuously on the ground, and heard bullets falling around him. It seemed that the other party's firearms were the same as his, and they also had silencers. While he was rolling, he did not forget to look in that direction. While rolling, he saw that in that direction, about 500 meters away, there was a person hiding behind a rock and shooting continuously. Behind the man is a house. After Louis rolled continuously, he returned to the house where he landed. The house blocked his view, so he began to stick to the corner and circle back. After making a big circle, they came to the front of the house. There was a small slope there, which just blocked the view. Louis lay down in front of the small slope. He did not dare to show his head because he knew that there was a person in that direction. Watch him closely here. He must have a sniper in his hand just like himself. Louis tried to take off his hat to expose it slightly, but the hat was immediately knocked away. Damn it! You're targeting me to death! Louis cursed. Lahia said, Louis! Take off your headband. There are 4 cameras on the headband, which monitor his front, rear, left, and right directions respectively, and then feed the monitored images back to the rear staff office in real time for viewing by the rear staff door. Louis immediately understood what he meant and moved to the side, ready to stretch out a camera on the headband. But he heard an unusual sound behind him. The sound was very small, but he could hear it. But the staff couldn't hear it. After all, they were not at the scene, so they couldn't hear very small sounds. Louis lay down on the breakthrough and listened nervously. He couldn't see anything except the house in front of him. What's wrong, Louis? Lahia asked. Louis said very quietly, There seems to be someone. Lahia prompted. Infrared night vision device. These words reminded Louis. He took out his infrared observer and looked at the house. Sure enough, he saw a human heat source behind the house, and it was moving towards him. Louis held an infrared observer in one hand and an assault rifle in the other, aiming at the infrared source, just waiting for him to come over and kill him through the wall. Chapter 118 Western Town 3. The small house where Louis landed was a wooden house. Through the infrared observer, he saw someone hiding behind the wooden house and moving towards him. Louis pointed his gun at the cabin while paying close attention to the thermal imager. After a while, he saw that the man was already in front of him, with only a wall panel separating him from Louis. Louis pulled the trigger without hesitation, and the silenced bullets flew out and penetrated the wall panel. Louis fired the gun left and right to prevent it from hitting the target. At least 10 rounds of bullets were fired. Hearing a scream from inside, Louis knew that the man was dead. but the system did not prompt him who he had killed. Louis took the infrared thermal imaging camera and walked over with a low waist. When he came to the window, he saw a man lying on the ground inside, pulling out a pistol to fight back. Louis shot him 3 times and killed him. "I'm sorry," Louis said silently and returned to Zayatupo. The system then prompted, "Louis killed someone." Finally opened. Louis returned to the small slope and lay down. Then slowly raised a camera on the headband to expose the slope. There is a big tree on the edge of the slope, which is shaded. Louis deliberately chose to be under the shade of this tree, which makes it difficult for the other party to observe the camera. And it's smooth light here, so there will be no reflection. The camera is small and placed on a slope, so it is not easy to be discovered, especially when the other party is 500 meters away. After placing it, Lahia said, "I saw him. Move the camera 3 degrees to the left. Yes, that's more. 1 degree more." Louis was hiding under the slope and couldn't see the other side, but several people behind him could see the other side through the images fed back by the camera. So he had to let Lahia instruct him to adjust the posture of the camera. After finally placing it, Louis began to crawl to the left, and it was Lahia who directed him to keep as far away from the camera as possible, following the command from the rear. After Louis lay down, Lahia said, "Put your sniper in place. I will tell you how to adjust the angle now." After another round of twists and turns, Louis took a posture and waited for Lahia's order. "It's not the time yet. You can't come out," Lahia said. "Easy. Easy." Louis was very nervous. He prepared for the worst. If he missed the opponent, he would have to dodge quickly. He had thought of several ways to dodge. As for how to dodge from a distance, he could only see the opportunity when the time came. Acted. Easy, calm. Lahia kept talking to keep him calm, and Louis was always ready. Finally, Lahia said, "Fire!" Louis immediately showed his head and aimed the scope according to the prearranged direction. He saw him and his shock. In 1/100th of a second, without any reason, Louis pulled the trigger, and with a bang, the bullet out of the chamber. After a bloody light, Louis climbed down quickly and climbed back to where the headband was placed. System prompt, Louis, the 6E World Lord, killed someone. Louis felt excited in his heart. He now has 2 points and is temporarily first in the standings. Including Louis, there are 6 players left on the battlefield. Rank second is a player named Sekend, who has 1 kill and 1 point. The remaining 4 players failed to win, and all scored 0 points. There is a situation now. In the next competition, if Louis keeps his score unchanged, that is, if he no longer kills any other players, if Sekend kills 4 other players, he will get 5 points. Louis will qualify, with Sekend in second place with 2 points, thus entering the second round of the competition. By analogy, if Sekend scores 4 or 3 points, Louis will still qualify in second place with 2 points. In other words, among the other players, no matter who gets 3 points or more, Louis can definitely qualify with 2 points. But there will be a special situation in qualifying. That is, there may be 2 other players with 2 points. And then, there will be 3 people tied for first place, including Louis, which may lead to overtime again. Therefore, Louis only needs to kill 1 more person and ensure that he does not die in the next time. And then, he will surely qualify. Therefore, the situation is very favorable for Louis now. So what to do next? Either find a hidden place where you can ambush and shoot secretly. Anyway, this map is very small, so the chance of getting caught is very high. Or just run around the map without stopping for a moment. There are not many enemies anyway. Just 5 enemies. Just kill 1 of them, and that's it. Louis gathered some ammunition in the wooden house and started the next step. He chose the second method and quickly interspersed on the map. Even if he interspersed, he had to choose to stay away from the house, because there might be something in each house. There will be a sniper hidden, and try to choose to pass in front of covered objects to reduce your own exposure. The 5 people in the staff stared at the screen nervously, and Louis ran, breathing heavily. This is a real-life version of chicken fighting. Running consumes physical energy, but it's not like running on the computer without any fuss. Several people were muttering behind, and Jiang Haowei asked, There! Laurent, did you see anything?" Laurent said, "The picture was shaking so much that I couldn't see clearly." Lahia said, "Jiang, don't talk too much. Disrupting Louis's judgment. Let's see clearly before talking." As soon as she said this, Laurent shouted, There is a reflection at 3 o'clock. There is reflection, indicating that Lu Yi is being targeted by a sniper. And the area Lu Yi chooses to run is also very tricky. It happens to be in the area with good light. So if someone is aiming at him with a sniper, the reflection will be accidentally shot. Light shines on him. Shang Wenyi was running and couldn't notice it. But the people in the staff were sharp-eyed, especially Le Rong. This time, she was the first to notice the enemy's situation. Hearing that there was a sniper on the right, Lu Yi immediately got down quickly and rolled over. As he was dodging, he would hear bullets flying around him from time to time, hitting the rocks and hitting the ground. Lu Yi also shot at the man unceremoniously, and the man began to run away. Unfortunately, the distance was far away and the opponent was running fast. Lu Yi was not holding a sniper and could not aim quickly, so he was not able to kill him. However, he saw that the man fell to the ground and got up again, limping. He turned around and hid behind a stone. The man was injured, and Lu Yi hesitated whether to go over and kill him, but he was worried about the other 4 people. After looking around, I finally decided to go. Lu Yi, be careful, Le Rong reminded. The people behind him became even more nervous, not daring to slack off at all. Lu Yi quickly ran towards the injured person. Chapter 119 Western Town 4. Knowing that he was injured, he expected that he would not run fast. In order to get this point, Lu Yi also worked hard. While running forward, he kept looking to both sides to prevent anyone from hitting him. But Le Rong shouted, Lu Yi, don't keep shaking your head. The screen is shaking so much that we can't see it at all. The camera used to observe the surroundings is installed in the headband, and the headband is worn on the head. So if he looks back and forth, the screen behind him will inevitably shake again. Lu Yi followed Le Rong's advice and decided not to look left or right. He had to have absolute trust in him. And facts also proved that the staff at the rear played a big role in whether he could win. As he was running, he heard the sound of gunshots. Lu Yi could feel the bullets whizzing past his ears. Hack! Lu Yi cursed. This time it was Le Rong who discovered it first and said, At 3 o'clock. Lu Yi, there are enemies at 3 o'clock. Lu Yi didn't have time to look, so he ran forward desperately. Soon he came to a row of houses. He quickly took out the thermal imaging camera and took a photo of the house to make sure there was no one inside. He started walking around the house and saw that there was a big stone, and the man was seen limping. Lu Yi started to take aim. The man pulled out his pistol and was about to shoot at him. How could Lu Yi let him hit him? He quickly fired. Puff puff. Puff puff. 3 shots in a row, killing the man. Immediately there was a system prompt that Lu Yi, the 6E World Lord, had killed someone. The current situation is that Lu Yi currently ranks first in the rankings with 3 points. Sakin ranks second with 1 point, and the other 3 all have 0 points. There are 5 players left on the battlefield. Among the other 5 players who died, Lu Yi killed 3, Sakin killed 1, and Lattice killed 1. Lu Yi was about to go over to replenish ammunition when he suddenly felt a bite on his left shoulder and fell to the ground in pain. It turned out that a sniper clicked his name at 4 o'clock. Damn it. Lu Yi couldn't help but cursed. The gunshot wound on his left shoulder was bleeding profusely. Le Rong screamed, Lu Yi, you've been shot. It doesn't matter. I won't die for the time being, Lu Yi said, lying on the ground, taking out the hemostatic medicine and sprinkled it on the wound. Lai He said, Lu Yi, see if you can climb up to the house. There was a 2-story board house nearby. Lu Yi took a look and saw that there was a staircase on the side that could go up to the 2nd floor. There was also a wall ladder on the side of the 2nd floor that could be climbed to the roof. And there was a ventilator on the roof. Chimney. Lu Yi nodded and said, Okay. Just as he was talking, another system message came. Seed, the Lord of such and such world, killed Sakin. The Lord of such and such world. Lu Yi couldn't help but feel in his heart that the 2nd-ranked Sakin was actually killed like this. So he would be eliminated directly. So now the situation on the battlefield becomes like this. There are 4 players left, among whom Lu Yi is temporarily ranked first with 3 points. So does second with 1 point. And 2 other players both have 0 points. So for Seed, who only has 1 point, as long as he keeps this point and is not killed, he will be able to qualify. Not to mention Lu Yi. He is now a 3-pointer. So he just needs to keep himself safe. But for the 2 players who haven't started yet, they will frantically look for enemies to kill to gain points. And even if they kill Lu Yi, they have a high chance of qualifying. So in general, Lu Yi has become more dangerous now. Because at least 2 people want to kill him. And they are desperate to kill him. Louis didn't understand Li Hei's intention. But he still listened to him, and climbed up to the 2nd floor of the wooden house. However, it was a bit difficult to get through the wall to the roof. Because his left arm was shot and injured. He couldn't use the strength to climb a ladder. Li Hai asked. What? Are you having difficulty? Louis gritted his teeth and said. It's okay. I can do it. He endured the pain, and climbed to the top of the building. The roof of the wooden house was flat. After climbing up, he squatted on it to prevent being seen by the enemies around him. The direction that was shot just now is also in the field of vision at the moment. But it is blocked by the chimney. So there is no danger for the time being, Li Hai said. Squat down to the chimney. Louis did as he asked. Take off the headband and put it on the chimney. Set the 4 cameras in the right direction. Okay. Now you can go to the edge of the roof and lie down on guard. Louis finally understood. The chimney was a commanding point. There was a surveillance camera on his headband that could clearly see what was going on in all directions. Louis only needed to rest on the roof or lie down. As for the task of guarding, he left it to 5 people. Just be a staff officer. It's indeed a good idea. Louis came to one side of the roof and lay down comfortably. Li Hai said, I found an enemy here. About 300 meters away. But don't worry about him. He has no intention of coming. Louis wants to play conservative now. As long as no one comes. He doesn't have to take risks. As long as someone is coming, he will stop him. Time passed very quickly. About 5 minutes later, Jiang Haowei said, There is a person coming over here. Just as Louis was about to stop him, he heard a gunshot and Jiang Haowei said, You don't have to come over. System prompt, Seed killed someone. Standing, Louis is first with 3 points. Seed is second with 2 points. And XX is third with 0 points. Louis smiled and said, I understand. This Sud, he is protecting me. I have to thank him. After that, he turned on the World Channel and said, Sud, thank you very much. Seed also replied on the World Channel, You have to deal with it. Killing you is my best choice. But in order to guarantee my qualification, I can only do this. As soon as Sud finished speaking, the 3rd player Fowls also opened the World Channel. You are so shameless. You can't form an alliance. Louisa sneered and said, Brother, the rules do not say that alliances cannot be formed. And Seed and I did not form an alliance. We just reached a consensus secretly. In fact, it is also very beneficial to you now. You just need to kill casually. Any one of us. You can make it. And that's the end of overtime. In fact, this condition is suitable for each of the 3 people. Which means that when there are only 3 people left, the points no longer have much effect. However, there is still one thing. That is, as long as Louis and Sud persist until the last moment, it will be okay. The 3rd player Fowls will be eliminated. So now Foles will fight his last and take the initiative. Although Louis and Seed were hiding, their positions had long been exposed due to the multiple shots fired by them. On the contrary, they did not know where Fowls was. Okay then, said Fowls. Here I come! Chapter 120 Western Town 5. Among the people behind the staff, Li Hai said, We all have our eyes wide open and cannot let go of anything suspicious. Everyone agreed. But Laurent remained silent and stared at one of the screens. The direction corresponding to that screen was exactly where Sud was, with a slope in the middle. And once Sud came from that direction, hiding behind the slope, grenades can be thrown over. Jiang Haowei said, Laurent, don't be so nervous. Right. That direction is Sud. He won't be stupid enough to attack Lou. Laurent didn't speak, just looked in that direction. Just as he was talking, Lao Wu said, I have a person here. He is coming over. Oh, why is he missing? There are only 3 people on the entire map now, Louis, Seed and Fowls. Old Wu said there was someone. But who else could it be besides Fowls? Louis was about to get up and go over, when Li Hai said, You each stare at one picture, and I will look at it comprehensively. Louis asked, Do you want me to come over? Li Hai said, No need for the time being. You should stay where you are and don't move. The direction Louis was facing was the easiest to come to. So he kept lying there, constantly switching between the sniper scope and the naked eye. Laurent said, I always feel something is wrong. Jiang Haowei said, What's wrong? We won't go there and pose no threat to Seed. He just needs to stay where he is and wait for Falls to kill him. So he is the same as us. Don't worry, Larone said. I don't think so. It's actually very dangerous for him to stay where he is. If Fowles goes there, he won't stay there long enough for him to hit him. He will definitely take the initiative to hit him, Jiang Haowei retorted. For the same reason, if Fowles comes over, he will also attack us. Louis opened the World Channel and asked, Fowles, are you there? What's wrong? Of course I'm here, Fowles asked. Louis asked, Are you planning to come over and beat me? Fowles did not answer him. Louis asked again. Dude, are you here? Seed asked. What's wrong, Louis? Louis asked. Are you still staying where you are? That's necessary. Do you have any questions? Seed asked. Louis did not answer him, but crawled in the direction of Seed. Lahia asked. Louis, what are you doing? Louisa replied. I think Larone's concern is necessary. Louis soon came to the direction facing Seed and looked ahead. Louis turned on the World Channel again and said, Sud, why don't you come over and let's have some fun? Seed replied. I am very comfortable staying here. Why do I want to come and play with you? Besides, Sud's words suddenly stopped. And then Louis received a system prompt. Fowles killed Seed. Several people in the staff were confused. How could Fowles kill Seed? There are only 2 players left on the map, Louis and Fowles. According to the rules, the competition is over. Louis also breathed a sigh of relief, stood up, put the gun on his shoulder, and said to the World Channel, Fowles, can you show your head to me? Fowles said, I'm in the direction in front of you. Hey, do you see it? Not far away. Fowles appeared from behind the slope, raising his gun and shouting. Louis waved to him, sighed and said, I didn't expect that this lagging Fowles would counterattack in the end. His words could be heard by only Fowles on the World Channel and a few people on the staff channel. The last system prompt, the game is over. Louis and Fowles have won, and they will be automatically teleported out after 5 minutes. Jiang Haowei said, I'm just confused. Seed was fine. Why was he killed by Fowles? Larone said, Fowles just wants to win this game, while Seed is thinking about the overall situation. What does that mean? Jiang Haowei asked. Larone said, Our Louis is a very strong opponent. Jiang Haowei said oh and seemed to understand. While Lahia said, Sid knows very well that with his strength, even if he wins this game, it will be difficult to win in the second round. He will encounter there are at least 2 strong rivals. One is Gil, and the other is Louis. 2 pairs of 6 players collectively entered the second round. But it does not mean that all 6 members of the second team are excellent. So Rihea only singled out Gil. Jiang Haowei asked back, That Rogers is also very powerful. As soon as he finished speaking, several people sneered at the same time. Lahia said, You can pull him down. Rogers is not worth mentioning at all. Okay then, Jiang Haowei said. According to what you said, this Seed wants to sneak attack Louis, so as to eliminate a strong enemy and give him a greater chance of winning in the second round. That's right. However, Lahia sighed, this Seed was too hasty. He never expected to be attacked by Fowles on the way. If you don't consider the overall situation, Seed really lost this game. Very unjust. Louis didn't come out of the battlefield, so she was walking around on the roof, watching the scenery. Fowles came from the front, came to the bottom of the house, raised his head and said, Hey, you? Louis knelt down on the edge of the roof and said, Congratulations. Fowles held the gun in both hands and said, There is nothing to congratulate. I just won by luck. The second round will be even more cruel. Hey, don't sigh. We all have each other, and the stronger ones may not win through this game. You have seen it. You, Fowles said, we are enemies. How can you be like you and actually encourage and cheer up the enemy? Louisa smiled bitterly. Enemies? At least we are not enemies now. Right? And I don't want us to become enemies. Never. Fowles sighed and said, Yeah, at least we're not enemies yet. 5 minutes later, the 2 of them were teleported out, and Louis's gunshot wound healed instantly. When he came to the hangar hall, Louis saw Sud, stepped forward and punched him, and asked, What did you do? Seed sighed, with an extremely sad look on his face. I just want to kill you. Without a strong enemy. Who knows? Sure enough, Seed's plan was guessed by Lahia and Larone. Fowles also came over, faced Seed and said, I'm really sorry. Seed? Seed said nothing and left dejectedly. The eliminated players can choose to stay in the garage to watch the next game, or they can choose to return to their rest area and never come back. Louis was just about to find a place to sit down and rest when he saw Rogers coming over and said arrogantly, "Oh, I can't tell. You can still survive. It's okay. I will kill you in the second round as well." Louis was too lazy to talk to him and just made a shooting gesture towards him. Chapter 121, Why the only solution to worries is cigars. Only 8 people entered the second round, and they were arranged to sit on a row of chairs in the hangar. Giada also got off the swing, wearing high heels, and walked around in front of everyone, when everyone looked at her intently. Then he started to speak. "Congratulations to you, 8 warriors, for passing the test and reaching the second round of the competition. Among you, there are good ones and bad ones. It can be said that you were mixed, but it doesn't matter, because I only need one, and the others are with me, just for fun." Then, "Are you the person I need?" Those who think they are bad don't be nervous. There may be counterattacks. Maybe you who are the worst will win in the end. So I can't say at the last minute. Don't draw any conclusions too early. Well, let's take a look at how the second round will play out. The second round will implement a one-way elimination system, Giada said, looked at everyone, and asked, "No one has any questions?" Rogers raised his hand and said, "Excuse me, beautiful fairy sister, what is this one-way elimination match?" Louis Lioishi couldn't help but laugh with disdain in her heart. "These damn horses make such a snapping sound," Giada said. "The second round of the competition will be a 2-on-1 duel. As for the method, we will talk about it later. The one-way knockout competition is 3 levels. There are no groups. It is a single competition. And the first level is the quarterfinals. 4 people won. The second level is the semifinals. The winner is 2 people. The third level is the final. The winner is the final champion. So if you are strong enough or lucky enough, you will have to play 3 games. But if you are weak or have bad luck, you can be eliminated in 1 round. So this second round of competition will be the most cruel. Okay, warriors, get ready. You still have 1 day. Say goodbye to your family and those lords who have been eliminated. There is not much time left for you." After Giada finished speaking, everyone dispersed and returned to their respective rest areas. Louis also returned to his rest area. His mood was relatively low, although he had a strong desire to survive and will to fight. This pressure of life and death made him breathless, and he felt that he was about to collapse. Seeing that Louis was not in a very high mood, everyone came to comfort him. Lahia said, "You don't have to worry too much. The other 7 people will be just as worried as you." Jiang Haowei said, "What a big deal. The dead bird is facing up." His words couldn't help but amuse Louis. This saying was something they often said in high school. Lahia also smiled and pointed at Jiang Haowei and said, "That's right. It's a big deal to have a dead bird face up. Alas, it's a pity that there are no cigars here." Jiang Haowei asked, "You want to smoke a cigar? I think there should be some. Why don't you ask Giada? She should have whatever she wants here." After that, Jiang Haowei took the microphone and said, "Hey, does that goddess have a cigar? If not, just pretend I didn't say anything." After a while, a robot delivered a box of hard-covered Cuban cigars. Rihea took the cigar box. His eyes were shining, and he said excitedly, "Uh-huh. These are top-grade Cuban cigars. Not bad. Good thing. Do you want one each?" Everyone shook their heads. Jiang Haowei said, "I'm not used to smoking." Lahia took out one and threw it to Louis, saying, "Smoke one." Louis quickly waved his hand and said, "I don't smoke." Lahia snorted coldly and said, "Don't smoke? Is it harmful to your health?" This question is quite profound. What can people in the virtual world say about their health? And we are approaching the end of life and death. Do we still care about health? Louis thought about it. So he picked up the cigar and was about to put it into his mouth. Lahia took it again, took out a cigar from the cigar box, cut it, and said, "You have to cut it," Rihea said as he put the cigar mouthpiece into the cigar cutter, cut off the opening with a click, and then handed the cut cigar back to him. Louis took the cigar and asked, "Can I smoke it now?" Lahia shook his head and said, "Wait a moment." After that, he cut himself another cigar, put it in his mouth, and then took out a lighter from the cigar box and said, "Cigars must be lit with a kerosene lighter. And it is this kind of jingle lighter." After saying that, he held the lighter, flicked his thumb, and there was a ding sound. He opened the lid of the lighter, and then used his thumb to slide the steel wheel, and he heard a click sound, which was the sound of flint. If it didn't strike once, Thunder Hayes struck again. Crack! The cotton rope dipped in kerosene was tied, and a small flame appeared. Rehaya lit the cigar and closed the metal lid of the lighter with a clang. Take a deep breath and blow out a round smoke ring. This series of actions stunned several people. Lahai enjoyed the intoxication of the cigar, threw the lighter to Louis and said, "Come on! Light it yourself." Louis followed his example and lit the cigar and took a puff, which made him cough and burst into tears. Lahia said with a smile, "There has to be a first time for everything in life, and you will gradually get used to it." Louis nodded and played with the lighter. Ding. Open it. Cha. Hit. When. Close. Repeated. Everyone was looking at him. After Louis took 2 puffs, his mood slowly began to calm down. Seeing everyone looking at him, he raised the cigar in his hand and said, "Well, it's pretty good. You guys also come." In order to stabilize their mood, everyone came to get it. Master Li is a martial arts practitioner and has never smoked. He couldn't resist everyone's persuasion, so he also lit one. Larong took the cigar and said, "How can I, a girl, smoke such a big cigarette? It's so unladylike." Lahia laughed loudly. "This is not a cigarette. This is a cigar. Why do you care about being a lady at this time? Girl, let me tell you, after this crisis is over, there will be many good things in life, and you have to go give it a try. This kind of life will be more meaningful." So, Larong took over his words. "So, let's start with a cigar. Come on. Howsy, light it for me." "Okay, Empress." Jiang Haowei came over to light a cigarette for her. "Let the slave light it for you." Larong smiled and punched him and said, "Hack you." After a while, the living room in the lounge was filled with smoke, and several people who had never smoked kept coughing. Lahia laughed and asked, "How is it? Isn't it great?" Because there was still one day to prepare, in order to alleviate the anxiety caused by waiting. Lahia also used his brain a lot, and cigars were one of them. During this day of rest and waiting, Louis didn't say anything related to the competition. He just chatted, smoked cigars, ate and slept. Louis spent the day very peacefully. The first stage of the second round of one-way knockout rounds finally arrived. Chapter 122 Russian Roulette D. The second round of the finals is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is the quarterfinals. The 8 people are divided into 4 pairs to win. The loser is eliminated, and the winner enters the second stage. How to form the 4 pairs was determined by drawing lots. And Louis was paired with Rogers Fowles, who won the first overtime round with Louis. Fought against someone. Jier fought against someone. And 2 others fought against each other. Exactly 4 pairs were fighting against each other. A long table was placed in the hangar, and Giada asked 4 pairs of opponents to sit opposite each other on both sides of the table. Louis looked at Rogers, who was sitting opposite him. This guy who had always been arrogant was actually trembling slightly at this moment. It wouldn't be noticeable if his eyes were sharp. Louis secretly smiled in his heart. I didn't expect that this kid is also timid. No wonder Lahia, they didn't take him seriously at all. Louis looked at him with a smile. Giada stepped on her high heels and walked over to the end of the long table. She put her hands on the table and said, "This round is very simple. Later, a revolver will appear in front of each of you, with only 1 round in it. Bullet." When Giada said this, Louis immediately understood how this game was played, Russian roulette. Before Giada could continue speaking, Roger suddenly shouted, "If you don't play like this, it's just luck, and you can't use your own strength. In fact, everyone has guessed how this game is played. That is, gambling, using one's own life as a bet." As Roger said, "It is luck, and there is no skill at all." Everyone was silent. Giada sneered, "You can choose not to play. Then your opponent will have a bye. And of course you will be eliminated directly. But you want a good winner, not a lucky gambler." Rogers protested again. Giada said, "I have the final say here. I don't want to explain anything. I give you 3 seconds to choose. 3, 2. Before Giada had finished counting, Rogers raised his hand helplessly to express his willingness to bet. "There are no objections, right?" Giada looked at the 8 people. "If not, then I will continue." No one spoke. So what objection could there be? "Hell, you say you have the final say. If you object, you will be eliminated. Who dares to raise an opinion? Seeing that no one was talking, Giada continued. The revolver has 6 magazines, but only 1 bullet. When fired one by one, whoever the bullet hits will be eliminated. It's very simple. The cloud is blocked. Get up and leave everything to fate. Also, what I want to say is that after entering the second round, if you die, you will die and will not be resurrected. After saying that, Giada started firing, and 4 revolvers were placed in the middle of the 4 pairs of people. No one knows where the bullet is. Then, Giada said, the player on my left will shoot first. Louis happened to be on the left side. He picked up the pistol, slowly raised his hand, and pointed the muzzle at his temple. Rogers on the opposite side was no longer so arrogant and looked at him nervously. The staff channel was quiet, but Louis didn't know that several people in the rest area were complaining at the moment. But they didn't dare to open the channel and talk to him, for fear of affecting him. The complaints of Jiang Haowei and others are simply that such a game is too nonsense, and a game of betting on luck is too irresponsible. Master Li said very calmly, Okay, just let fate happen. When you can't decide your fate, then just accept it. Several people sighed and said, That's all it can do. But in the hangar ahead, Louis looked at the nervous Rogers, and he had already thought about it. As the saying goes, there is no joy in life and no fear in death. So he smiled and pulled the trigger. Pop, short position. Louis smiled and handed over the revolver and said, It's your turn. Rogers was in a trance and suddenly woke up. He made a sound and took the revolver tremblingly. Louis said, Hey, don't be nervous. You can do it. Rogers took the revolver, raised it tremblingly, and began to aim at his temple. Louis stretched out his hand and made a pleased gesture, indicating that he should shoot quickly. Rogers shivered and yelled, Ah! He pulled the trigger, and there was a bang. Rogers screamed in fright. It turned out that the gunshot was not his, but another player next to him. He was shot in the head. Blood spattered everywhere, and he died on the spot. Hey! Louis shouted. You're not dead yet. I'm not dead. Ha ha. I'm not dead. Rogers laughed, his nose filled with tears. Louis took the revolver from his hand, slowly raised it, and aimed it at his temple. He was actually scared to death. The player who died just now was killed with only the second shot. This was a surprise to other people present. The 6 players created a lot of psychological pressure. Louis muttered silently, let the dead bird face upward, and pulled the trigger. Then, he heard another gunshot next to him. A player was shot and died. Louis knew it was not him, but he was still frightened. He jumped greatly, and his body trembled violently. Louis handed the gun to Rogers. Rogers couldn't help shouting, took the gun, and cried, Can you stop playing? At this moment, there are still 3 positions left in the gun, which means that this bullet will be fired in the next 3 opportunities. Louis said expressionlessly, The next shot has a 1/3 chance of being fired. 1. The probability is already very high. Rogers, there is a 1/3 chance that you will kill yourself. Ah. Shut up. Shut up. I know it. Rogers shouted. At the same time, in the rest area at the back, Master Li had been sitting leisurely on a recliner, closing his eyes and relaxing. Jiang Haowei actually had a big cigar in his mouth and blew smoke rings leisurely. Lao Wu, Lai Hea and Lerong were spinning around anxiously, especially Lai Hea walking back and forth in the room. Jiang Haowei said, Boss, you are also an old mercenary who has been on the battlefield for a long time. Why can't you stand this? Lai Hea glared at him, looked at the screen again, and walked back and forth. Lerong glanced at Jiang Haowei and asked, I see you are not in a hurry. Are you confident? Jiang Haowei curled his lips and said with a confused look, I don't have that ability. It all depends on luck. When Louis came back, he said that Rogers took the gun and moved it to his temple while crying, but he didn't dare to shoot. Louis half stood up, stretched his head over, and said, It's very simple, Rogers. Just pull the trigger, and it will be over in less than a second. Come on. If you don't dare to shoot, I will just come and drive it for you, he said, and went to get the gun. No, I'll do it myself, Rogers cried. Then it's time for you to open it. A bang gunshot. Chapter 123 Semifinals 1. There was a gunshot, but it was not Rogers' shot, but another player beside him. At the same time as the gunshot, Rogers also pulled the trigger, scaring him into crying. Rogers cried. You don't play like this. Now the only pair, Louis and Rogers, were left on the field. The 3 corpses were also dragged down. And the other 3 winners also left. Louis was not interested in seeing which 3 won. Louis looked at Rogers, who was about to collapse, and said, There are only 2 last chances. Each time there is only a 50% chance. Alas, it's my turn. Give me the gun. Rogers cried, and was about to give the gun to Louis. When he reached halfway, he suddenly retracted and said, Didn't you just want to shoot for me? In that case, let me do the shooting for you. Uh-huh. Louis, I told you. I will kill you in the second round. Just wait to die. Rogers cried and laughed, wiped his nose, and put the muzzle of the gun against Louis's forehead. Louis spread his hands and said indifferently, Come on then. Who can do it? Louis acted extremely calm, but actually he was panicking inside. Uh-huh. I shot. I really shot. I'm going to kill you. Uh-huh. Suffer death. Rogers laughed wildly. Louis concealed her extreme panic and Rogers pulled the trigger. But who could have known? Rogers actually pulled the trigger continuously, and the pistol kept making clicking sounds. Rogers shouted wildly, Go to H.L. I pulled the trigger more than 10 times in a row, but not a single bullet was fired. This means that there is no bullet in the pistol. But how is this possible? This is impossible. This is impossible. Rogers stopped shooting, looked at the gun in his hand and said, How could this happen? How could this happen? Click, click, click. Giada swayed with a proud figure, stepped on the sky high, walked over, and came behind Rogers, holding a pistol in his hand, and the muzzle of the gun was pressed against the back of Rogers' head. No, no. Rogers was still shouting. Giada said softly, You fouled Rogers. After saying that, he stretched out his jade hand and took the revolver from Rogers' hand. But Rogers stood there unable to move, allowing Giada to take the gun in his hand. Giada said, Unfortunately, Mr. Rogers, the bullet was on the 5th shot. You could have killed Louis with 1 shot, but you committed a foul. Shooting consecutively is a foul. I didn't, Rogers said tremblingly. If the 5th gun had bullets, why didn't it go off? If the 5th gun had bullets, how could I shoot continuously? There are no bullets in the pistol at all. Is there any? Giada smiled delicately and raised her left hand, pointed the pistol to the sky and pulled the trigger. With a bang, the only bullet was fired. Giada spread her left hand, and the revolver hung on her index finger, shaking it again, and then fell to the ground with a clatter. Giada said, Do you think the anti-cheating mechanism is just for show? Since you committed a foul. I'm sorry. You know how it will end next. No. No. Rogers yelled. Giada also had a pistol in his right hand, which was pressed against the back of Rogers' head. Rogers seemed to be frozen and unable to move. Giada turned on the safety of the pistol in his right hand, and Rogers was so frightened that he cried and screamed. Giada pulled the trigger, and with a bang, Rogers was shot and fell. Blood splattered everywhere, and Louis's body. Louis couldn't help but trembled with fear. Giada shook his hand and dropped the pistol on the table. Then he supported the table with both hands, stood opposite Louis, leaned down and said seductively, Congratulations, little brother. You successfully passed the first stage. Louis was devastated. Giada stood up straight again, turned around and walked away, saying as he walked, Okay, let's take a rest. The second stage of the competition will start in half an hour. The hangar was quiet. There were 3 people sitting not far away, one of whom was a woman. Louis left the competition table and walked over. He saw that the 3 people were Gier, Fowles and Sowu. Adding Louis means that these 4 people won the game. When they came to the 3 of them, Louis smiled bitterly and said, I never expected that we would get together again in this form. This was obviously meant for Gier. Gier also had a wry smile on her face. I didn't expect it either. I never thought I would make it to the semifinals. Fowles said. Chihuahua said. Me too. I'm all taking advantage of Team 2. The 4 people had a brief exchange in the lounge of Liu Yi's staff headquarters. There were some people who were happy and some who were calm and silent. Especially Jiang Haowei, who was usually talkative, was exceptionally deep. Le Rong pushed him and said, You are usually cheerful. Why are you so deep today? Jiang Haowei looked at her and smiled, shook his head and said nothing. Le Rong came closer and asked softly, Did you see something? Jiang Haowei still didn't speak, just blinked at Le Rong, still smiling. Lorong seemed to understand something, but just said, "Oh," and stopped asking. It was only after this that Lorong knew the reason for Jiang Haoi's mysterious smile. But she couldn't say it at this time. This is in the virtual world built by Giada. You can't even think about it. Not to mention you can't say it, because there is a possibility of being detected by the host. Half an hour later, after the break, Giada came to the hangar again, came to the front of the 4 people, and said, "Do you feel that the progress of the second round of the competition is a bit fast? There are advantages to being fast. We will know the answer soon, and then we will start the second stage of the second round. It is still a one-way elimination round, and 2 people will be eliminated in this second stage." The 4 of them looked at Giada nervously, waiting for her to explain the rules of the competition. "The competition method this time is fighting," Giada said, "and it is team fighting, 2v2, equipped with cold weapons. The competition venue will be in the arena, and the rules of the competition are that the game ends when 2 people on one side are killed, and only 1 person survives if one side wins. The dead will be resurrected in the hangar. The first stage of the second round of roulette is played in the hangar, so the dead cannot be resurrected. The players who were eliminated in the first round are still waiting for the final verdict. And Rogers died of roulette. When he died, and his world was wiped out. Louis originally wanted to wait until the game was over and ridicule him, but it seemed that he had no chance. This arrogant Rogers did not expect to be so cowardly in the end, which surprised Louis. However, Ligeia behind him had already seen it, so the few people behind him did not take Rogers seriously at all. Chapter 124 Semifinals 2. Louis was very confused about Rogers' verdict. According to Giada, the bullet was in the 5th shot, which means that the 5th shot happened to be Louis' shot. Then it was not Rogers who died, but he was satisfied. But when Rogers fired the 5th shot on his behalf, the bullet did not come out, although he fired continuously and was suspected of fouling. Even so, it was only the 2nd shot he fired in succession that was considered a foul. Then Dorges did not commit a foul when he fired the 1st shot. This shot had bullets and could directly kill Louis, but it was judged a foul by Giada and the bullets were locked. So, Louis couldn't figure out why. "No matter what I think about it, why the H, I am I here, and I still care so much about you?" As Giada himself said, when you come to her, everything must be according to her rules, and any doubts are invalid. But in the blink of an eye, the second stage of the second round, the team fighting 2v2 mode, was decided by drawing lots. Louis was actually assigned to a group with Gil, while Fowles was assigned to a group with Shiwawu. This made Louis a little surprised and a little embarrassed. What was embarrassing was not that Gil was a woman. What was embarrassing was that in terms of overall quality, he and Gil were the best. Fowles and Shiwawu were both because of their respective. It was a coincidence that he entered the semifinals. Therefore, the overall abilities of Fowles and Shiwawu are much worse than the 2 of them. Therefore, Louis felt very embarrassed about this strong team formation, thinking that Giada could arrange it. But Giada explained that it was purely random. Giada said, 10 minutes to get to know your teammates, and 10 minutes to get to know the battlefield. Louis faced Gier and smiled bitterly. And Gier also smiled bitterly. "I didn't expect that we would still have to form a team," Louis said. "There is no way. This is all her arrangement. I can only follow her arrangement." Looking back at Fowles and Shiwawu, Fowles said, "It's time for a duel again." Louis didn't know what to say, so he just said, "Good luck to everyone." Several people in the staff department. Jiang Haowei asked Masterly, "Master, this level is a fighting game. Do you think your apprentice can win?" Masterly said, "Let's wait and see." "No, Louis is your apprentice. You should understand," Masterly said. "I am only Louis's master, and I am not anyone else's master. How can I know whether he can win?" Jiang Haowei sighed. "Okay, what Master said makes sense." When 10 minutes were up, Giada came back again and said, "Okay, I will send you to the battlefield now." After that, let the 4 of them stand together in pairs according to their respective teams. And then, they saw 2 blue light pillars wrapping the 4 of them and starting to teleport. Louis and Gier stood in a beam of light, and Falls and Suawu stood in a beam of light. In a moment, they were teleported to the battlefield. This is an arena as big as a football field. Louis and Gier are on a stone platform at the edge of the arena. This stone platform is semicircular with a radius of about 2 meters. And the 2 of them together, with this semicircle the shaped stone platform was also shrouded in a halo of light, preventing the 2 of them from leaving. on the other side of the arena. Also at the edge, there is also a semicircular stone platform shrouded in a halo. Inside is Fowls and Chihuahua, and they cannot get out. The stone platform they were on was about 2 meters high, and there were steps going down on the side. Louis looked carefully at the world outside the aperture. The first thing he saw was that the arena was surrounded by dense stands. The stands were actually filled with spectators, and they didn't know where they came from. Looking at the arena, there are a lot of debris piled up, most of which are bricks and stones. In the middle of the arena, there is a circular stone platform with a diameter of about 10 meters. This stone platform is similar to the semicircular stone platform where they are sitting. The circular stone platforms are 2 meters high, and you can see steps going up and down the sides. Looking carefully at the debris scattered in the arena, there are weapons everywhere, including swords, clubs, and bows and arrows. Louis' eye carefully observed the terrain of the arena and the placement of weapons, thinking about what weapons he would use to fight the enemy later. Giada hasn't arrived yet. The aperture has not been opened, so the competition has not started. Jill, who was in the same circle of light, said, "There's no need to be so nervous." "Right." Louis glanced at her and said, "You can't be nervous. The closer we get to the end, the less we can take it lightly." "Louis! Louis!" Jill shouted several times, and Louis snorted and looked at her in confusion. Gil said, "We don't have much time. No matter who wins, it's goodbye forever." With that, Gil stretched out his hand to shake his hand and said, "Nice to meet you." Louis sighed, stopped looking at the battlefield, shook hands with Gier, and said, "He Gao knows you." Gil took a deep breath and said, "Although the opponent is very weak, no matter what, Louis, I will cooperate with you in this duel." Louis looked at her and didn't quite understand what she meant. But then he guessed that she felt that he must win this game. And then it would be a duel between them. And she thinks that she is not his opponent. So whether she wins this game or not does not mean much to her. That is why she said this. For the sake of competition. Even if she knows that she cannot persist to the end, she will cooperate. He plays the game well. Louis didn't say anything, just nodded and said no more. Giada fell from the sky, swinging on a swing, floating in the air. For large screens appeared above her head, showing the battlefield. That is, the situation on the arena. At the same time, there was a countdown number showing that there was still 1 day before the start of the game. "Minute," Giada said while swinging on the swing. "The 4 of you will start performing in a moment. The rules are very simple. Kill the enemy and occupy the middle round platform. You are not allowed to hurt yourself or your teammates." Louis cursed Giada in his heart, while people in the stands cheered. Louis asked, "Are you good at archery?" Gier replied, "It's okay." Louis answered truthfully, "I can't." When the countdown ended, the aperture was removed, and only deafening cheers were heard from the audience. Louis glanced at it and cursed. "Where did all these people come from?" Gier said, "What are you still doing? Go!" After saying that, she had already rushed off the stage and went to the nearest weapon storage point to look for weapons. Louis also followed. Gier pointed to the side of the round platform in front and said, "You take the left path, and I'll take the right path. If you see the enemy, just kill him." Louis glared at her, unable to tell that this girl was quite cruel. Chapter 125 Semifinals 3. Louis didn't care anymore. Rushed down the stone platform and ran towards the nearest weapons rack. When he was learning boxing from Master Li, he was worried that he would use weapons in the future. So he specially strengthened his learning of weapons. He first took a sword. This kind of sword has a scabbard. There is a strap on the scabbard. After he got the sword, he immediately put it on his back. Then he took off a bow and a quiver, put them on their backs together, and then started running forward. At the same time, he glanced sideways and saw that Jill had already started running on the other side. Louis knocked an arrow, pulled the string fully, and asked the people on the staff channel, "Hey, do any of you know about archery? I've never done this before. What should I do?" Lihia said, "Louis, why didn't you tell me that you were coming to train at that time? I know how to do it. I wish I had known that I would teach you." Of the 5 people in the staff, only Lihia can do archery. He can basically do everything except martial arts. "Boss, it's useless to say this now. Why don't you teach me how to use it?" Louis asked. "There is no other way to teach you," Lihia said. "Just pull the string to the fullest. Will it break? Unless you're Superman." Then what? Feel. Feeling? Louis asked. What is this technique? Yes. Just by feeling. Okay. Louis was helpless. It's no wonder that Ligeia learned archery temporarily. Of course. He couldn't learn anything. Then couldn't he just rely on his feelings? What else can I do? However, Louis was running forward with his eyes fixed on the front to prevent any targets from appearing. Jill's voice came from the team channel. Louis! Don't run too fast. Be careful to trip over debris on the ground. Thanks for your reminder. Actually, Jer hesitated to speak. Actually what? Louis asked. While looking for the target, Gil sighed and said, To be honest, without you, I can beat both of them by myself. Then I can find a place to rest. It's up to you. As soon as Gil spoke, he heard a whooshing sound. Louis was startled. And an arrow had already passed by. Louis cursed. Holy shit! And hurriedly avoided it. At the same time, he found a man peeking out from behind a pile of bricks about 50 meters away. Louis also hid behind a pile of bricks and asked Jill on the team channel. Have you met the enemy? I've got one here, Jill replied. Louis felt relieved when he heard that there was one there. He came out from the pile of bricks and ran towards the enemy in front and fired an arrow at him. According to Ligeia, apart from aiming, all you have to do is rely on feeling. After shooting an arrow, regardless of whether it can hit or not, he will pull out the second arrow from the quiver at the back and knock the arrow. Shoot out. The opponent was actually stunned, probably because he didn't expect Louis to advance suddenly and shoot arrows while running. However, he was suppressed by Louis's rapid fire, unable to release arrows or reveal his head. Louis kept firing arrows and ran all the way. He was almost there. There was a big stone on the side. He stepped on it and jumped up. He saw that the enemy in front was Fowls. At this moment, he has taken away his bow and arrow and raised a scimitar in his hand. At the same moment, the system prompts, Jer killed Sowu. Sure enough, Gil was stronger than Louis. This was stronger, reflected in his overall strength, including archery. The moment Louis saw Fowls, he was stunned for a moment, but he still shot the arrow in his hand. With a whoosh, an arrow hit the right shoulder of Fowls. Fowls yelled and took 2 steps back, leaving his entire body exposed. Louis fell to the ground, quickly ran to him, drew his sword and slashed at the injured Fowls. Fowls covered the arrow wound with his left hand. The arrow was still inserted in the wound, and raised the knife in his right hand to fight. Just when the swords were about to collide, Louis saw a pale smile on Fowls' lips. Fowls won with him in the first round of overtime. But Shurta might have won. But Shurta was too hasty, and was killed by Fowls with a secret gun. So he was able to qualify. At that time, Fowls and Louis had some emotions. At this moment, Fowls was about to die under his own sword. Louis hesitated for a moment. The sword missed, and Fowls easily dodged. The two stood opposite each other, with 2 meters between them. Fowls looked in pain and said, What are you waiting for? Come on! The staff channel was quiet, and the staff did not speak because of Louis's momentary weakness. The team channel was also quiet, and Jill didn't say anything. I'm sorry. Louis raised his sword. Fowls smiled miserably and said, The law of the jungle. Survival of the fittest. Survival of the fittest. There is nothing to be sorry for. Come on! Fowls shouted and raised his sword to slash at him. Louis raised his sword to block. There was a clang, and the swords collided. Louis did not immediately launch his killing move. The swords collided together, and Fowls shouted, Come on! What the hell are you waiting for? Whoosh! Pop! A flying arrow came over, hitting the left side of Fowls' face, and entered his head from the cheek. Fowls let out a low scream. His eyes showed a look of horror, and his whole body fell back. With a pop, Fowls fell to the ground. System prompt, Jill killed Fowls. Louis turned around and saw Gil standing on the big round platform next to him, holding a bow hanging down in his hand and looking at him expressionlessly. Louis turned around again and looked at the body of Fowls on the ground. He saw that Fowls had been hit by 2 arrows. One arrow was shot by himself, which was not fatal but injured. The other arrow was shot by Gil, one from close range. Killed. Louis turned around and faced Jill on the stage. He once regarded her as a comrade, but now, he felt that she was even more like a female devil, cold-blooded and ruthless. Jill waved her hands helplessly and said, You don't have to look at me like that. Giada slowly descended on the swing, and stopped when he was about 10 meters above the ground. he said. Congratulations to both of you for successfully reaching the bottom of the level and entering the final showdown. Now you two can come up to the round platform in the middle and prepare for the final showdown. The decisive battle. Louis walked towards the steps of the round platform. From the beginning to now, the whole stadium was filled with deafening cheers. Louis came to the round platform and faced Jill. The two of them didn't know what to say. And Jill asked, "Have you ever imagined that this would be the result?" Louis nodded and said, "I have thought of many results. And this result is one of them. But I admit that I am not the strongest. Neither do I. However, we made it to the finals. And now it's just the two of us," Louis said sadly. "To be honest, I really don't want to do this. I don't want to either. But she does." The she, Gia refers to naturally has to be Giada. Chapter 126 The Ultimate Showdown. In the Zhang Arena, there is a circular stone platform in the middle, 10 meters in diameter and 2 meters high. A circular transparent blue light curtain rises from the edge of the stone platform, trapping the two people on the round platform inside. And these two people are the last two players in the life and death race. Or players. Louis from the 6E world, and Jill from the 9A world. There is a wavy light curtain in the middle of the round platform, which divides the round platform into a Pisces figure, and also separates the two people. At this moment, the two people stand across the light curtain, very close to each other. "Actually," Louis said, "this is a bit unfair." "What's unfair?" Jill asked. "That's right," Louis said. "You are indeed better than me in terms of overall quality. But in combat, you are definitely no match for me. First of all, Jill is a woman and cannot keep up physically. So Louis said this. There are many aspects of Jill's comprehensive strength that Louis cannot match, such as marksmanship, archery, penetration and reconnaissance. But in terms of fighting, there are no guns or arrows. Bows and arrows cannot be used at such a close distance. So in this final, Gil will obviously suffer a big loss." Jill smiled and said, "I don't have any burdens on my heart. Do you have any burdens?" The implication of these words is that she, Jill, has admitted that she is not as good as Louis. In the staff channel, Laurent said, "Louis, don't be fooled by her. During the duel, you can't be soft just because she is a woman." Giada was swinging on the swing and hovering not far above the two of them, and said, "There are still 5 minutes until the game starts. You can retreat until you reach the circle." In the Tai Chi Pisces diagram, there is a fisheye on each side, which is what Giada calls the circle. Before Louis and Jill started to retreat, the wavy light curtain in the middle began to thicken, pushing them back. The two of them retreated to the fisheye position. Giada said, "Both of you have no weapons. Now let's start distributing weapons to you." After saying that, he saw some weapons coming from the sky, each spinning around the two of them. Louis took a look and saw that there were swords, sticks and other cold weapons. But there were no daggers, bows and arrows. He chose a sword and held it in his hand. And then all the remaining weapons were sucked up and disappeared. Gil also chose a sword. Giada said, "Your weapons are made of very high quality materials. So don't worry about being cut off by the opponent. Starting in 3 minutes. The rules, kill the opponent by any means. Only one will survive. The loser will die." Later he was resurrected in a hangar. Louis held his sword and danced on the spot, waiting for the duel to begin. In the rear staff headquarters, Laia and Masterly each stood facing each other with a wooden sword. After Liu Yi's competition started, the two of them planned to simulate the competition between him and him from behind to find each other's flaws and conduct online matches. Guide. Masterly imitates Louis, while Laia imitates Gil. However, Louis at the competition scene looked at Gil opposite the thick light screen. His mood at the moment was very complicated. Even he himself could not imagine that he could make it to the end. He had thought about what he would face if he could make it to the end. Who will the opponent be? There were many assumptions. In his impression, Gil was not one of the strongest people, but he still thought of him. But the result still made him feel a little surprised. The last 3 minutes passed like a torment, and the thick light curtain in the middle began to slowly rise. And the moment to decide the final fate came. The enemy Louis faces is not what he thinks is the strongest opponent, but he still cannot take it lightly. Jill may not be as good as him in physical strength and fighting skills, but she is more ruthless than him. As you can see in the semifinals just now, Gil is holding a long sword. At this moment, he is dragging the long sword and has not yet come. The light curtain has not yet fully risen. The tip of the sword is scraping the ground. The sound of the audience in the arena is too noisy and cannot be heard. The sound of the sword tip scraping the ground. However, Lu Yi hesitated and held his sword down to the ground. Several people in the rear staff were extremely nervous. This was a decisive battle. If you win, the world will be preserved. If you lose, the world will be destroyed. A battle related to the survival of the world. Lai He and Master Li looked at each other nervously with their wooden swords. Lao Wu and Jiang Haowei seemed to be in a daze, staring at the screen intently. Le Rong stared at the screen anxiously and murmured to himself, Lu Yi. Start. Come on. Kill quickly. Back on the battlefield. The light curtain had risen to more than 2 meters high, which could accommodate people passing underneath. But it was still rising slowly. Gil held the sword in both hands and started running over, drinking sweetly. Ah. Lu Yi still stood there blankly. Gil has already rushed under the light curtain and arrived at his own position. Le Rong, who was behind, was so excited that she shouted out loud, Lu Yi! Kill me quickly! Gil rushed over, and Lu Yi seemed to have just regained consciousness. Dragging his sword and rushing towards him, Gil slashed his head with a sword, accompanied by a scream. Lu Yi dodged sideways and slashed his sword upwards. The two faced each other, and Jill half knelt on the ground, holding the sword with her hand, and groaned in pain. She wanted to speak, but she couldn't. Lu Yi didn't dare to look at her and just said, I'm sorry. Jill fell to the ground. System prompt. 6E World Lord Lu Yi killed 9A World Lord Gil. System prompt. 6E World Lord Lu Yi won the final victory. System prompt. Transmitted in 3 minutes. The entire arena was jubilant. But Lu Yi couldn't hear anything and stood there blankly. He won, but he didn't feel the slightest joy. For him, winning was too simple and easy. After 48 days of waiting and preparation, he spent every day under high tension. And the final battle only took 10 seconds to run, and the final showdown took less than 1 second. In the staff department, Lai He and Master Li were simulating a battle before their wooden swords even touched each other. The decisive battle was over, and they were stunned. Jiang Haowei shouted yes. Le Rong screamed excitedly and high-fived Jiang Haowei in celebration. Lao Wu was filled with sorrow and joy, and burst into tears as he chanted, He won! He won! No! We won! Lu Yi was still stunned on the playing field. All the light curtains around him had been removed, and Gil fell beside him. Although he knew that Gil had been resurrected in the hangar at this moment, his mood couldn't help but sink to the bottom. In order to win, 254 worlds will be destroyed. In addition to him, there are now 62 worlds waiting for judgment, and what awaits them is destruction. In the staff channel, Le Rong shouted excitedly, Lu Yi! We win! Lu Yi just smiled faintly. Giada descended on the swing and swung back and forth in front of him. Giada smiled charmingly and said, Lu Yi! You win! Angela! Lu Yi faced Giada and asked, Are you still the same Angela who listened to music on the subway 5.5 years ago? Chapter 127 Return to the 6E World. Lu Yi faced Giada and looked at her. This woman had a snake-like heart hidden under her beautiful face. Giada always kept a smile. Angela is just the name I have used. Giada is the name I chose myself. I also told you that my real name is Lingling. Lingling? Lu Yi snorted coldly. The world is zero. Everything is nothing. You can also say that the starting point of everything. The stars of the future. You must start from me. Without me, you are nothing. Giada said coldly. Lu Yi knew this was a fact. Le Rong was worried that Lu Yi would offend Giada. So she said on the staff channel, Lu Yi, please stop talking. Okay. We won. Isn't it enough? Lu Yi took off his earphones and still lay on the ground. Giada looked at him curiously. Lu Yi said, Thank you, Giada. No. I still prefer to call you Angela. Angel. What a beautiful name. The name is just a code name. You can call it whatever you want. Lu Yi asked, Are those more than 60 worlds really going to be destroyed? Isn't it possible that they won't be destroyed? Giada didn't speak, but shook his head coldly. Then I have a request. You say, End them not with thunder and lightning and fire. Then in what way do you want it? Hypnosis. Let them die in their sleep. Lu Yi said, Let the surviving lords return to their world, and let them say their final goodbyes to their families. Okay. I promise you everything. Thank you. No need to thank me. Giada said. They should thank you. You are too kind. This is not good. But it doesn't matter. There will be plenty of time to hone you in the future. What should I do next? Louis asked. Go back to your world with your staff. You will have 6 hours to say goodbye to your world. Bid farewell? Don't worry. After bidding farewell to your world, you can go back at any time. Why farewell? Because the Hope spacecraft has encountered a problem. And only you can solve it. Hope? Louis asked. He saw that the countdown displayed on the big screen in the sky behind Giada still had 30 seconds left. But these 30 seconds were frozen. Yes, the Hope spacecraft, Giada said, is the spacecraft that carries the last 100 survivors of humanity on Earth. It cannot leave the Earth's orbit. Only you can take it away. Earth orbit? Yes, Giada said. The current sun is already a red giant. It has swallowed Mercury and Venus, and will swallow the Earth next. How so? As I told you before, Giada replied. One of the Eternal's neutron star bombs hit your sun and caused it to explode. Then why don't you let me get out of here quickly? Don't be so anxious. 1 second in the real world is 24 hours in the virtual world. So our time flow rate is 86,400 times that of the real world. Louis asked. Does this mean that the 2048 days I spent were not even an hour in the real world? That's right, Giada said. My computing power is super strong. I can completely do such a simple algorithm. Louis didn't say anything more. And Giada asked, Do you have any questions? Louis shook his head. No more for now. He doesn't care about the real world at all. He just wants to see his family and friends now, and return to his own world as soon as possible. Okay then, Giada said, snapping his fingers. And the countdown resumed. 30 seconds passed quickly, and Louis was teleported to the hangar. But the hangar was empty. The other failed lords were not there, and it was not known whether they were sent back. Louis walked towards the passage leading to the back and returned to his rest area. Seeing Louis come in, Laurent screamed excitedly, rushed forward, and hugged each other tightly. Several others applauded his return. Jiang Haowei said, We won. Louis nodded towards him. Laurent hugged him, shook her body, and cried with joy. I'm worried to death. Louis, do you know? We won, and you are the best, Louis said. But the final opponent is not the strongest. Why do you care so much? Anyway, we won. Yes. Why do you care so much? Isn't it okay if you know you win? The two let go, and everyone congratulated each other. After staying here for about 10 minutes, Giada walked in, and everyone looked at her blankly, because everyone knew that this charming woman in front of them could decide everyone's fate. But Louis was neither humble nor arrogant towards her. Looking up at her and waiting for her to speak, Giada said, I will send you back to your own world now. Louis, you have 6 hours to say goodbye. Farewell? Laurent asked in surprise. What farewell? Giada said. If you have anything to say, let's talk about it when we get back. After saying that, he waved his hand, and the surrounding scenery began to blur. Louis was teleported back to his own world. The Sixie world. March 24th. 0:00:1. The world that had stopped began to move again. Louis stood in the living room of his home. It was dark. Laurent was still sleeping in the bedroom inside. He came to the door and looked inside, and he could hear Laurent snoring slightly. He didn't have the heart to wake her up and let her continue to sleep in her sweet dream. Louis gently closed the door tightly and returned to the sofa in the living room to sit down. Not long after sitting down, the phone rang. She took it out and saw that it was Ligeia calling. Because of the time difference, Ligeia at 6 o'clock in the evening. So he's not asleep yet. Louis answered the phone, and Leia on the other end just asked, Louis, is this all true? Louis just hummed. There was silence, and Ligeia took a deep breath and asked, So what does farewell mean? Louis replied, Except for some troubles in the real world. I have to solve them. I can come back at any time after I'm done. That's it, Ligeia said. I was shocked. I thought you would never come back. This is my world. Of course I can come back. Then what will happen to our world in the future? Will it continue to function like this? I don't know. But boss, I promise you, as long as I'm here, I won't let it shut down. Thank you, Louis. The two talked for a while, and then hung up the phone. As soon as the phone was hung up, Lao Wu called and asked the same question. Louis, is all this true? Louis also explained to him and told him about farewell. Lao Wu sighed. Fortunately we won. Otherwise, God, I really wouldn't believe it. The two also chatted for a while, and then hung up. Both Jiang Haowei and Master Li were sleeping, so they didn't call. But Luigi guessed that they would definitely call him when they woke up. Louis took the initiative to call his parents again. His parents were abroad, and it was now 12 noon. So he got through quickly. Louis said some innocuous words to them, and hung up. After that, he sat on the sofa, thinking about nothing in the dark, just sitting quietly for about half an hour, and then said to the air, Jade, I know you are here. Come out. Chapter 128 This World. Here I come. There was a flash of light in the sky, and Giada came to him in an instant, still dressed enchantingly, and asked, What are your orders for summoning me? Instructions? Louis looked at her in confusion. This arrogant, cold-blooded, ruthless, and cruel woman actually asked him to give her orders at this moment. Did you say it wrong? Or did I hear it wrong? I said it right, and you heard it right, Giada said. From this moment on, you are the captain of the Hope spacecraft, and you are also the owner of the Seraph sword. I'm the captain of the Hope spaceship. So what are you? Giada asked. I am the system computer of the Hope spacecraft. Are you sure you want to accept the position of captain? What if I don't accept it? Louis asked. If you don't accept it, I will be the captain. You and your world. Will it be destroyed? That depends on my mood. Hack, you're quite crazy. So are you going to accept the captaincy? Now that we've talked about it, do you think I can still accept it? Confirm. From now on, you are the captain of the Hope spacecraft, Giada said. Dear Captain. Wait a moment. What are your orders? Giada asked. Since I am the captain and you are the system computer, what is the relationship between us? Subordinate relationship. Superior subordinate relationship? Louis said with a smile. Don't you think this explanation is far-fetched? I am the captain. Yes, I am also a code segment, but I am a code segment with a human soul. So spiritually speaking, I'm still human. Right. That's understandable. Then do you think a superior subordinate relationship can be used between humans and computers? Then what do you think it should be? It should be a master-servant relationship. Giada didn't answer. Louis glanced at her and then said, So from now on, you have to call me master. Or lord. Giada still didn't speak, biting her lip. Louis looked at her and thought to herself, This femme fatale woman. I want to see how arrogant you are. Call me master, Louis said. Giada still didn't speak. Although this Giada is a computer, she has the appearance of a human woman, and she is also a very beautiful woman. Seeing Giada standing in a stalemate, Louis felt not only a sense of relief, but also a little unbearable. The reason why she wanted to destroy so many worlds was because she had no choice but to blame her. Thinking of this, Louis waved her hand and said, Forget it. Don't shout if you don't want to. Master. Giada actually shouted, but the voice was too soft. Louis Quan raised his hand and asked deliberately, What did you say? Master. Is that enough? Okay. Louis felt very comfortable, and all the grievances of the past 5.5 years were discharged at once. All right, Miss Giada, Louis said again. Take me to the real world to solve your mess. Yes, Master, Giada said. But before we start, you need to take over the database. Then take over. Louis closed his eyes and waited for Giada to help him take over the database. At this point, he could directly access the central database without asking. About half an hour later, Louis opened his eyes and kept shouting, Hack! Hack! It turned out that in this half hour, he had mastered all the data of the central computer, so he kept shouting. He was completely shocked by the data recorded by the central computer. Then Master, Giada said. Wait a minute. Liu Yiping calmed down his excitement and said, You'd better not call me Master. It sounds awkward. How about I call you Captain? Sir, you can have this. Then, dear Captain of the Hope, are you sure you want to go to the real world now? It's still early to say goodbye, and your sweetheart hasn't woken up yet. Louis came to the bedroom and opened the door gently. Laurent was still sleeping soundly, and she was still talking in her sleep. Louis, you are awesome. The time now is 1:30 in the morning, Louis said. There's nothing to say goodbye to. It's not like I won't come back. So let's get started. Then let's start. Sir, get ready to scream. The countdown is 9, 8. Wait a minute, Louis said to stop him. The countdown was interrupted, And Giada asked, "What's wrong?" "Sir, you said that the time flow rate in the virtual world is 86,400 times that of the real world." "Yes, my lord." "Then if I go to the real world and it takes a long time to solve this matter, when I come back, won't this virtual world have to be hundreds of years old?" "That's right. But this time flow rate can be modified." "How to modify it?" "As you wish." Louis thought for a moment and said, "Then, when I am in the real world, I change the flow rate, and when I return to the virtual world, I change the flow rate back. Is this possible?" "Absolutely okay." So when Louis is in the real world, the time flow rate in the virtual world is 86,400 times that of the real world. That is to say, when Louis spends 24 hours a day in the real world, the virtual world runs at a slow speed. Only 1 second passed. In this state, although the time in the 6E virtual world it built has only passed for 1 second, the host that supports the virtual world still has to run for 24 hours. Vice versa. When Louis returned to the virtual world, it was just the opposite. While 1 second had passed in the real world, 24 hours had passed in the virtual world. In the same way, although 24 hours have passed in the virtual world, the host that supports its operation only worked for 1 second. Only ultra-high-speed computer hosts can do this. After the settings were completed, Giada asked, "Is it okay now?" "Sir?" Louis said silently. "Okay, let's get started," Giada repeated again. "Then let's begin." "Sir, prepare to scream. The countdown is 9, 8. Chapter 129 Awakening. Although he had a very good understanding of the real world and was well prepared mentally, it still frightened him. When Louis opened his eyes, he saw the dark universe on the left and the huge red giant sun on the right. Who am I and where am I? This is in space. Yes, he is in space. He couldn't breathe, and he knew he didn't need to breathe. But he couldn't change this habit for the time being. There was a sizzling noise from the communication channel. The noise only stayed for 3 seconds. And then the virtual image of Giada appeared in front of his eyes. And the sound was transmitted into his ears through electric current. Louis didn't pay attention to what she was saying and turned to look at the sun on the right. The sun is already a red giant sun. It has swallowed up Mercury and Venus. It is now very close to the Earth and is about to be swallowed up by it. The Earth looks so lonely under the light of the red giant sun. It is already under the scorching heat of the red giant sun, and the surface temperature has reached over 150 degrees Celsius. In such an environment, there is no living thing on the surface. Creature. The next thing Louis has to do is to land on the Earth to find the so-called memory heart of the machine heart. He doesn't know what this memory heart is, nor what the so-called memory heart is. Just go get it. He tried to move his body and immediately felt the vibration. Giada's voice said, "Sir, be careful not to destroy the spacecraft." Destroy the spaceship? What the hell? He turned around and faced the sun in a standing posture. In space, there was no up and down, only weightlessness. The so-called standing posture was just what he thought. When he changed this position, he realized that he was lying on a spacecraft just now. And now the spacecraft was beside him, floating in space. More accurately, in the orbit of the Earth. He could see several people looking at him through the portholes of the spacecraft and reaching out to him to speak. But of course he couldn't hear them. He felt that the spaceship was as big as his own body. Then he looked down at himself and finally realized that his body was actually a body of steel. There was light shining behind him. He looked back and saw wings of light behind him. He didn't know what it was. Ghost. Calling the computer database to understand his appearance. The data showed that he was now a huge robot parked in the Earth's orbit. And this robot had 6 glowing wings behind it. 6 wings? Louis? 6E? Such a coincidence? Same moment. Inside the spacecraft, a group of 17-year-old children, both male and female, stood in front of the portholes, looking at the huge glowing 6-winged robot in space. One boy pointed at the robot and said, "Look! Seraph!" Several more children shouted, "He's alive! Oh my God! He's so cool! He has 6 glowing wings! Is he really an angel? No! He is Seraph! The one who saves us! Look! There is a sword behind him! Is it the legendary Seraph sword? The sword of Seraph is not a real sword, but a will. This will is to kill the devil." The children were talking a lot. One boy said, "He's alive! Why don't we move? If we don't move, we will be roasted." "Yes! The sun is still expanding. Move quickly! The boy at the beginning looked out the window and shouted at the huge robot in space called Seraph. Seraph! Move quickly! Go to Earth quickly! And bring back the heart of the machine! There is no machine heart! We can't leave! As he spoke, he pointed in the direction of the Earth. A girl on the side said, Chang'eo! Stop shouting! He can't hear you! The boy named Chang'eo said, But we have been trapped here for more than an hour. And there are still our brothers on the Earth who have not come out. I am so worried! Another child shouted, Look! He's moving! Through the porthole, I saw flames shooting out of Seraph's back, feet and hands, and the flames pushed him towards the Earth. Louis activated his power and flew towards the Earth, thinking, Damn it! I just came to the real world and I have to save these naughty children. I am not tired. Louis quickly flew to the surface, and the system prompted him to land. He flew towards the landing point, and the altitude dropped rapidly. The system prompted that the temperature was too high, and activated the protective shield. Haha. There is actually a protective cover. This robot is really cheating. Louis shouted. Oh no. It was me. Isn't this robot the same as me? I'm a robot. This is a very real and true fact. The protective cover isolates the external high temperature and cools down the interior, thereby reducing the loss of the machine body. It was about to reach the surface. It was night on Earth, and the temperature was as high as 152 degrees Celsius. The temperature on the side facing the sun was even higher. Louis couldn't even imagine it. Fortunately, there is a protective cover to protect the machine body from high temperatures, which is like installing an air conditioner on the machine SHL. They were still more than 100 kilometers away from the target location. Louis lowered his altitude, flew at an ultra-low altitude of 100 meters, and flew towards the destination at high speed. The estimated time was about 10 minutes. Louis never expected that the performance of the robot he was driving would be so good. No wonder it was a technological creation of a god-level civilization and an eternal civilization. 10 minutes passed quickly, and no humans or plants were found along the way. During the flight, Louis kept asking herself, Is this the Earth? Is this what the Earth will look like in 2189? What happened to the Earth? After a while, we arrived at our destination, which was the entrance to an underground bunker. At the entrance was an artificial hole that was at least 10 meters high. There are vehicles and various military facilities outside the cave entrance. But these vehicles and facilities have been damaged. The two doors at the entrance of the cave were ajar. Louis came to the entrance of the cave and raised his arm. There was a hand cannon on the arm. He aimed at the door of the cave and fired a shot, blasting the door open with a bang. Louis's current body shape is more than 100 meters tall. If he stood on the Earth, it would be regarded as a giant robot. The entrance of the cave is only 10 meters high. With his current body shape, there is nothing he can do. Went in. But this did not hinder him. He saw this robot with 6 wings on its back that was not glowing for the time being. Its chest opened, and a small robot about 5 meters tall jumped out from inside. The little robot jumped off the big robot, came to the entrance of the cave, and turned on the searchlight on its shoulder to illuminate the cave. Louis can control both large and small robots at the same time, connecting to the spaceship in orbit. Giada was sitting on the spacecraft, and Louis said, I'm going in now. Yes, sir, Giada said. Please place a signal repeater at the entrance of the cave to prevent the signal from being unable to be transmitted after entering the cave. As expected, Louis took out a signal repeater. It was not big, only a few centimeters long. It was too small to hold with his hands. It was ejected from a small cabin box on his arm and fell to the ground. An enable signal relay. I'm going in, Louis said. Giada warned. Sir, please pay attention to your safety. Chapter 130 UFO. Huh? You are still worried about my safety? Louis laughed. Don't you want me to die? If I die, you can take over the power, Giada said. Sir, I don't want you to die. On the contrary, I very much hope that you can survive tenaciously. Louis said no more and thought to himself, only ghosts believe you. This is a very deep mine, with searchlights illuminating the road ahead. The small robot controlled by Louis needs to bend down to walk occasionally. He will throw a relay on the ground or a tactical light stick. In fact, as a robot, he does not need strong light like a searchlight to move forward. Only a dim light is enough. But he has just come to this real world, and he is not used to many things, especially coming here as a robot world. So he always comes into contact with the real world in a human way. After walking for about 500 meters, we came to the end of the mine. There was an elevator there that could lead down. But the bad news was that the elevator was broken. The elevator car was at the bottom and could not be raised. Louis stepped forward and opened the elevator door and looked down. The elevator shaft was dark. According to data, the bottom was 1,500 meters deep. There is a test base there, where the so-called memory heart of the machine heart is hidden. Louis must go down there to take it out and bring it back to the Hope spacecraft before he can drive the spacecraft for the next step. The elevator is broken, and the place he wants to go is 1,500 meters underground. Should he still go there? Louis was a little confused. Whether he could come up completely if he kept going like this. Louis reported the situation here to Giada, and Giada said, "Sir, without the heart of the machine, the Hope cannot go anywhere. You can choose to give up the mission without affecting your status as captain." "What the hell are you talking about?" Louis cursed and threw a relay on the ground. In desperation, he grabbed the rope and began to slide down. "After going down like this, I don't know if I can come up again," Louis mumbled. There are pulleys on the palm, making it easy to grab the steel cable and slide down. He didn't dare to slide too fast to avoid crashing. Every time he slid down a certain distance, he would put a repeater on the wall of the elevator shaft to prevent signal interruption. "Boss," Giada's voice said, "we found an unidentified aircraft near your area." "What the hell? An unidentified aircraft? Where the hell did the aircraft come from? Isn't the human race destroyed?" Louis cursed. "Probably not human," Giada replied. "How stupid!" Louis cursed. He could control two robots at the same time. The giant robot outside and the small robot in the elevator shaft. Through the radar system of the giant robot, it was indeed discovered that a dozen luminous aircraft were flying over quickly. Louis quickly called the database for analysis. There was a lot of analysis content, but he had an ultra-high-speed running core, so a large amount of data was analyzed in nanoseconds. The year is 2189, which is different from 2019 in the virtual world. It is now 1937 Greenwich Mean Time. More than an hour ago, at 1818 Greenwich Mean Time, a neutron star bomb hit the sun, causing the latter to explode violently. The sun expanded rapidly and swallowed up Mercury and Venus in half an hour. Less than 10 minutes after the sun was hit by a neutron star bomb, the first wave of stellar material was thrown to the Earth. These huge amounts of stellar material caused the Earth's temperature to instantly rise to 420 degrees Celsius, and all living things perished almost instantly. The lowest temperature on the far side of the Earth also instantly reached an astonishing more than 200 degrees. No one could survive such high temperatures, and even the oceans were burned dry. After the first wave of stellar material impact, the Earth became AHL on Earth. 5 minutes later, the eruption of stellar material subsided and the temperature began to drop. When it dropped to 150 degrees, it could no longer drop. The sun began to expand rapidly, swallowing Mercury and Venus one after another. And all this happened half an hour ago. The next step is the Earth. And this moment will arrive in 40 minutes. In other words, the Earth will be swallowed by the sun in 40 minutes. In the hour before this, Giada didn't want to quickly find the heart of the machine, but wanted to engage in some virtual world competition, wasting so much time in vain. Louis' 2048 days in the virtual world are 2048 seconds, or 34 minutes. In the real world, while obtaining the above information, Louis asked Giada, "The Hope is almost finished. If you don't hurry up and let me come out to find the heart of the machine, why are you engaging in a life and death race? You've wasted half an hour." Giada replied, "I need a decent but capable captain. I have to choose one of the 255 world lords, and I don't know in advance which of you is qualified. I can only choose through competition." Sigh. "Okay. You win." Louis didn't intend to argue with him. Things had already happened, and it was useless to say anything now. Giada went on to say, "And at this moment, on the far side of the Earth, the temperature is lower, which is more suitable for the mission." The communication between Louis and Giada was measured in nanoseconds. So even though they said so many words, it actually only took a few nanoseconds. Louis has a high-speed running core, and the host system is in the body of the giant robot, while the small robot in the elevator shaft can only be regarded as a terminal at the moment. Louis came to the real world and mastered his real body for the first time, without knowing the relationship between it. So when the small robot went down into the elevator shaft, he thought the small robot was him. so he was worried about whether he could come out alive. But when he controlled the giant robot at the same time, he discovered that this was not the case. The giant robot was his real body. So, if the small robot fell into the mine, it would be impossible to get up if it couldn't get up. Louis couldn't help but feel a lot more relaxed. But Louis wanted to control two robots to handle multi-process tasks. The small robot in the elevator shaft continues to slide down, while the giant robot on the surface has taken off and is flying to meet the upcoming unidentified aircraft. Reconnaissance information shows that these aircraft are not human, and humans have been basically destroyed by the first wave of stellar material bombardment. Therefore, in Louis's judgment, he believed that these aircraft must belong to aliens. And who could the aliens be? The first thing he thought of was the Eternal Man, the god-level civilization who created the Giada and Hope spaceships and single-handedly destroyed the Earth. Louis wanted to destroy these unidentified aircraft. They were the enemies of mankind. But he was worried about whether he could do it with his own strength. Soon, a group of luminous aircraft came into view. 12 of them. Chapter 131 Sword of Seraph. In the night hemisphere of the Earth, Louis's main body, a giant robot, 152 meters tall, carrying 6 glowing wings and a giant sword. At this moment, he was hovering 100 meters above the ground, waiting seriously. The system prompts that 12 unknown luminous aircraft are approaching quickly. In addition to controlling the small robots in the mine, Louis also needs to control the main body here, while waiting for UFOs, unidentified flying objects. I also quickly browsed the database for relevant information on weapon systems, missiles, machine guns, laser cannons, plasma cannons, and combat systems. The fighting system includes bare-handed fighting and weapon fighting. The so-called weapon fighting is the giant sword behind the back. This giant sword is more than 100 meters long. It's no wonder that his main body is 152 meters high. Doesn't he need such a long sword? While checking the information, he searched for information about the Sword of Seraph. He thought that the sword on his back might be the legendary Sword of Seraph. But there was no such description in the system information. According to the system database information, the name of this sword is Johnson, and it is the carrier of the Sword of Seraph. Speaking of the carrier, Louis was a little confused. Could it be that the so-called Seraph sword is hidden in the God Slayer, and can be obtained by opening it? Is it like the 9 manual hidden in the dragon-slaying sword in martial arts novels? But in modern warfare, cold weapons are basically not used. Even if the God of Death is so huge, in Louis's opinion, it is just a useless weapon for a big guy. So he never thought of taking off the God of Death and holding it in his hand. At this moment, he has activated missiles, laser cannons and other weapon systems, and is ready for a battle. The two tasks of looking up information and getting familiar with the system seemed tedious, but Louis only took a few nanoseconds to complete it. 1 nanosecond equals 1 billionth of a second, or 1 second equals 1 billion nanoseconds. It can be seen how fast Louis's brain runs. But in the next few nanoseconds after he mastered the weapon system, he thought of another question. This UFO was most likely from the Eternal Civilization, and the Earth was destroyed by the Eternal Civilization. The Eternal Civilization is very powerful. It can easily destroy the Earth by throwing a neutron star bomb. It can be seen from the database of Seraph that Eternity belongs to a god-level civilization and can easily destroy the Earth. So it is sending an aircraft here at this moment just to check whether there are any human survivors. Once a survivor is found, it will carry out all-out elimination, commonly known as repair shooting. It will not give the low-level civilization it wants to eliminate a chance to slip through the net. The civilization of the Earth is a low-level civilization. Even if the Earth now has mastered the ability of interstellar navigation, it is still a low-level civilization in the eyes of Eternity. In this case, Louis cannot conflict with these unidentified aircraft. But how can he avoid conflict? He remembered that the Hope spacecraft and the robot he was driving now were the creations of the Eternal Civilization. So, did that mean that the UFO would identify him as a friendly force? The aircraft arrived quickly and did not attack him, but flew around him. Louis turned his body and looked at the flying aircraft in the distance. This kind of luminous aircraft was not big, only 4 or 5 meters in length. It flew half a circle and then flew back, circling around him. After a while, the UFO sent a message through dictionary translation. The message content was, "Which unit are you from, and what are you doing here?" Louis was confused. How should he answer? If the secret is exposed, there will be conflicts, and even a large army of eternal people will be attracted. which will be bad. Louis quickly contacted Giada and asked how to answer. Giada said, "This is the Eternal Surveillance and Attack Drone. It cannot be attacked. Once there is a firefight, our identity will be exposed, and the Eternal Headquarters will send a fleet." Louis said angrily, "Nonsense. If I can fight, I will ask you." "Tell me how to answer them now." Giada replied, "Play it by ear. What's the use of you?" Louis ignored her angrily and could only rely on himself. He responded to the enemy drone's inquiry. "I was ordered to station here to prevent any human survivors." It was then translated into the language of eternity and launched into the past. Reply from enemy drone: "Temperature rises rapidly. Don't stay there for too long. Components may be easily burned out." The glowing drones then flew away. Louis secretly laughed in his heart. "These damn bandits. Sooner or later I will take over your lair, regardless of whether you are a god-level or demon-level civilization." The words were divided into two parts, but it was said that the clone under the mine, the small robot, was also controlled by Louis and had descended to the bottom of the elevator shaft. Louis stood on top of the elevator car, used the laser welding gun to cut off the entire roof of the car, then jumped down, and then cut open all the elevator car doors and entrance doors. There was a not too long passage ahead. After walking about 10 meters, I came across a steel plate door. The steel plate was at least 50 centimeters thick, and it was obviously impossible to cut it open with a laser welding gun. Louis connected with Giada. "There is a door that cannot be opened. What should I do?" Giada replied, "Let's see if the electronic lock is broken. If nothing happens, it should be fine." There was indeed an electronic lock on the side of the steel door. Louis said, "It's good, but it requires a password. You are the code. I'll go." "Is it that simple?" Louis muttered, and began to try to connect to the computer system of the underground base. He was quickly connected online, and gained control of the underground host. Through data exchange, the command to open the door was given, and the 50-centimeter thick steel door began to slowly open. After entering, it was discovered that it was actually an airlock with an equally thick steel door inside. "Damn it. Is it so tight?" Louis said. After entering, the door at the back began to close. After it was all closed, the door inside slowly opened. After entering, he found that there was actually a glass door. Through the glass, he could see a huge bright space inside. What surprised him was that there were many people inside. Living people, and they were dressed very well, clean and tidy, all wearing uniform white t-shirts and sweatpants. Moreover, these people are all young and healthy. At this moment, a large group of them are gathered in front of the glass door, looking in panic at Louis' clone, the small robot, outside the glass door. It is said to be a small robot, but it is also 5 meters tall. It also looks very tall in front of humans. Everyone inside looks up at him. At this moment, this small robot was also bending over and looking at the human beings inside the glass door. Louis gave instructions to the host of the underground base. Open the glass door, and immediately felt a blast of cool air. People looked at him in horror, and Louis said in a low voice, "Tell me, where is the heart of the machine?" Chapter 132: The Heart of the Machine. Louis connected with Giada and asked, "Why are there so many people here?" Giada replied, "Yes, there are 100 people in total." 100 people? Let me go! 100 people live underground. What do you mean? The Enlightenment Project. Giada said. This was Feng Yu's original design concept. Feng Yu is the eternal man who created Giada and the 255 virtual worlds. This was mentioned in Giada's introduction before. See Chapter 53. Enlightenment Plan? What the H.L.? Louis asked. Giada replied, cultivate 300 human children. After the destruction of human civilization, let these 300 children continue to perpetuate the fire of civilization and prepare for future revenge plans. 300? There are 100 on the Hope. 100 here. What the H.L. are there another 100? Where are they? There are still 100 bases on the moon. But it's a pity, Giada said. The moon was attacked by the first wave of stellar matter, and the base was destroyed. And so were all the 100 children. The world's population of 9 billion has been destroyed by this disaster. So what does 100 people mean? Louis asked. What should we do now? The Earth is about to be swallowed by the sun. What should we do with these 100 children? Bring it out. Take him out? Louis said. What you said is quite easy. I asked you how to bring him out? Then don't bring it. Giada said extremely lightly. What the hell are you talking about? Louis scolded. These are people. Living people. Okay? Can I give up on them? Then bring it out. Then tell me how to bring it out. I don't know. You can access the base database. I've finally convinced you. The conversations between Louis and Giada took place in nanoseconds. So the conversations between Louis and Giada lasted only a nanosecond. And a second was a billionth of a second. Multi-process task processing. At the same time, when he came in, he asked the children in front of him, Where is the heart of the machine? In fact, in terms of age, Louis is only 5.5 years old from birth to now. To be precise, his spiritual consciousness. According to the data, these children are all 18 years old. They have no parents or brothers. There is no blood relationship between them. And this is entirely for Feng Yu's so-called enlightenment plan. No need to guess. Louis can know what this enlightenment plan is. It is nothing more than letting these 300 children. No, there are already 200 now. Maybe in this underground base, it is difficult to take out 100 of them. The content of the plan is to let them pass on the family lineage and continue the civilization of the Earth. So now, Louis wants to find the heart of the machine. After he asked, these children looked at him in horror, and several girls screamed in fear. One of the girls boldly stepped forward and asked, Who are you? What are you doing here? Are you taking us out? There is radioactive contamination outside. Has it been removed? Radioactive contamination? What the hell? Louis was confused. But he soon understood that these children must have been living here since they were very young. In order to deceive them, the organizers concocted such lies. Louis started to speak, but who knew that the loudspeaker on his machine made a deafening sound, which made the children cover their ears and scream in terror. I'm sorry, Louis said. It's the first time I used the loudspeaker. The volume was a little louder. Is it okay now? Okay. There is no radioactive contamination, but the Earth's surface is now finished. Next, the entire Earth will be destroyed from the outside to the inside. Finished. After that, the virtual image was projected in front of everyone, and the scene of a huge red sun about to swallow the Earth was presented in front of everyone. Louis said, To make a long story short, in 40 minutes, the Earth will be swallowed by the sun. You can either spend the last 40 minutes of your life here. Oh no, 30 minutes to be precise. I have already passed by on the way here. 10 minutes. Either tell me a way to get out of here, and then we go out together and head to the Hope spacecraft in orbit. But the prerequisite is that I must get the heart of the machine. How can we trust you? Asked the same girl just now. Entering the underground bunker, Louis said, Requires multiple passwords. Who can come in without the password? But I have it, which means that I am one of my own and a participant in the Enlightenment Project. The girl added, But without the heart of the machine, the bunker cannot function. Are you stupid? Louis said, In 30 minutes, the entire Earth will be swallowed up by the sun. There is no such powerful air conditioner that can allow you to survive in the sun. If you are swallowed by the sun, doesn't that mean you have to enter the sun? Everyone panicked and started arguing fiercely. Some believed him and some didn't. Louis called the database and learned that the heart of the machine was in the computer room in the center of the underground bunker. He bent over and walked towards the computer room, saying as he walked, You guys make a decision quickly. I have to take the heart of the machine away. Otherwise 100 children on the track wouldn't survive. The girl just now said loudly, Hey, we believe you. Louis turned around, looked at the girl at his feet and asked, Then tell me how you are leaving. Don't tell me to go to the surface without any protective measures. The surface temperature is already almost 200 degrees. We have life-saving cans, said the girl. Exactly 100. One for each of us. Can take us all away. In a nanosecond, Louis looked up the information about the life-saving tank and learned that the life-saving tank could indeed take them to the surface. So he said, Why don't you hurry up and get ready? Come on. Hurry up. I'll give you 5 minutes. Don't take anything with you. Put everything in the survival tank. Immediately, there was panic in the underground bunker, and the children began to go to the survival tanks. The so-called life-saving tank is a cylindrical tank with a height of 2 meters and a diameter of 1 meter. It has an energy device inside, which can protect the people inside, can isolate the temperature, seal, provide oxygen, and most importantly, it also has a power device. A short flight is possible. Each life-saving tank is at the bottom of a vertical channel. In the event of a crisis, it can be raised directly from the channel to the surface. After rising to the surface, it will be in the tunnel that enters the mine. Louis had already found the computer room and saw a strange device in the center of the computer room. It was round, emitting a faint blue light, and an object was suspended in the air a few centimeters above it. This object is in the shape of a rugby ball, as big as a rugby ball, and is black. According to the data, this thing is the heart of the machine, also known as the heart of memory. Louis reached out to get it, and at the same time connected the data to 100 life-saving cans, issued a launch command, and let them all rise from the channel to the surface. After that, Louis Tsai reached out and took out the heart of the machine. As soon as he got the thing, the connection with the host of the underground bunker was immediately interrupted. Now that the heart of the machine is in hand, and the 100 children are heading to Earth in life-saving tanks, it's time for Louis to retreat. Chapter 133 Enlightenment Plan. Eternity. A God-level civilization in the Milky Way destroyed the Earth civilization. But in the eternal civilization, there was someone who wanted to save the Earth. And that person was Master Feng Yu. However, his personal power is weak, and he can only save a few survivors on Earth. So the Enlightenment Project came into being. The Enlightenment Plan is part of the entire Revenge Plan, together with the Awakening Plan. It is the beginning of the Revenge Plan. As for the Awakening Plan, we will talk about it later. But he said that the general framework of this Enlightenment Plan is to save 300 humans on Earth. These 300 people must be healthy and smart, and they must be cultivated from the time they are born. Once the Awakening Plan is launched, these 300 humans on Earth will join the Sailing Plan. The Enlightenment Plan and the Awakening Plan are connected. The Enlightenment Plan starts from the birth of the 300 sons. 18 years later, when the children are 18 years old, the plan ends and is connected with the Awakening Plan. The so-called Awakening Plan is to select the best consciousness from 255 consciousnesses to lead the entire team. This team includes an interstellar spacecraft, Hope, a giant robot, Seraph, and a small robot, Elf. 300 Earth survivors. The so-called consciousness is the world lord of the 255 virtual worlds that exist in the computer host of the Hope. And Louis is one of them. Louis didn't think he was the best among the 255 consciousnesses, or the world lords. But he won in a cruel selection. Why does the Head Start program train 300 children from the Earth? Feng Yu has considered this. Because he knows that human wisdom is creative, and his revenge plan may last for a long time. Hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years are possible. In such a long time, the AI of the computer system alone cannot grow. So it needs the support of human wisdom. 300 human beings are all healthy and intelligent, and there is no blood relationship between any two people. This is also to prepare for the eugenics and breeding of future generations. Eternity destroyed the Earth civilization, and Feng Yu just let humans participate in his revenge plan to destroy his mother civilization, Eternity, so that Eternity will no longer be eternal. However, it is said that the Enlightenment Plan includes 3 survival bases, each of which is home to 100 preferred humans. One is the Mars base, on Mars. The other is the Diana base, on the Moon. And the third one is Earth 1500. The Gaia base is meters deep underground. The names of the former two come from the god of war and the moon god in ancient Roman mythology respectively. And the latter's name comes from the goddess of the earth in ancient Greek mythology. The Hope spacecraft has been parked in the orbit of Mars. Before the sun was hit by Hesa, the Hope spacecraft had already brought 100 children from the Mars base on board the spacecraft in advance and flew to the Earth-Moon system with all its strength. Rescued the humans on the Diana base on the Moon. But it was a step too late. Note, neutron star bombs are similar to the light particles in the three-body problem, and are a type of Hessian strike. As for dimensionality reduction strikes, they may not appear in this book. The Moon was on the sunny side at that time, and the Diana base was destroyed by the first wave of stellar material attacks, along with the 100 preferred humans inside. Immediately, the Awakening Plan was launched. The Hope was parked in the Earth's orbit. The virtual world was launched. Infinite restarts in the virtual world. God auditions and God battles were carried out in sequence. And finally Louis was selected. Just like the Enlightenment Project has 3 bases, there are also 3 machine hearts. One is on Mars, called the Science and Technology Heart, and has been installed in the central control room of the Hope rover. One is the Heart of Time Travel, which was destroyed along with the Diana base on the Moon. The last remaining one is in the Gaia base underground. Pay attention to the heart of memory. That will be taken out later. Louis must get it. With the memory heart. One of the machine hearts. Humans will be counting on it in the future. What he has to do now is to bring back the machine heart from the Gaia base and install it in the body of the giant robot, Seraph. Louis is doing this. As Louis prepares to take the heart of the machine to leave the surface. The children in the base also start to get busy. Number GG01. A very good-looking girl. Was shouting loudly at this moment. Calling everyone to go to their respective life-saving tanks and prepare to leave the underground. It is said that the preferred human beings under the Enlightenment Project, whether they are boys or girls, are not ugly. Hurry up, everyone, GG01 shouted. Look at your numbers. Match your numbers. Then enter the corresponding life-saving tank. And you can leave. Louis looked up the girl's name. The first letter G in the number represents Gaia base. The second G means girl. And 01 means she is the number 1 girl in Gaia base. Since she is number 1, that must be a bit capable. But her name is a bit of a joke. Gong Tiechui. Louis couldn't help but shook his head secretly. Everyone panicked and got into their own life-saving tanks. Louis also monitored every survivor online in real time to prevent them from having any accidents. After confirming that they had all entered the life-saving tanks, and that these life-saving tanks began to carry them along the vertical channel towards the surface, Louis took the heart of the machine with confidence, opened the reserve box on his chest, and put the heart of the machine in to put it in, then head for the exit. The glass door, and the 2 steel doors inside and outside the airlock have all been opened at this moment. Before Louis got the heart of the machine, he had already controlled the base computer to open these doors. There is no need to close them anymore. There is no point in closing them. In the next half hour, this underground base will be destroyed by the fire of the sun. Louis came to the elevator car and was about to turn on the rocket thruster and fly up, but found through monitoring that the jar of Gong Tiechui was still underground. Then he asked, "Hey, that guy named Hammer, why don't you go up?" Gong Tiechui said extremely calmly, "It's stuck. I can't walk." "I'll go." "You're really calm," Louis said and turned back. Gong Tiechui still said very calmly, "Robot, let's go. Don't drag everyone down just because of me." Louis was deeply moved by this girl, and he felt that she was not an ordinary person, and the team would need someone like this in the future. So he quickly went back to look for the location of the GG01 tank, and at the same time cursed, "What nonsense are you talking about? In front of life, everyone is equal. Don't give up without trying." Louis came to the GG01 can and confirmed that the can was indeed stuck. He quickly thought about the countermeasures. He thought of it in a nanosecond. He quickly knelt down and opened a small door on his chest. There was an emergency cockpit can accommodate humans to survive for a long time. But if she wanted Gong Tiechui to get in, she had to get out of the jar, expose her to the air, and then enter his cockpit. The airlock door has been opened, and the temperature in the base is rising rapidly, already over 40 degrees. So hurry up. Fortunately, there is an air conditioning system. Otherwise the temperature would be higher. Gong Tiechui kept saying, "Go quickly. Leave me alone. Shut up," Louis yelled, preparing to open the life-saving tank. Chapter 134 Rescue 1. Watching Gong Tiechui keep shaking his head, Louis said, "If you want everyone to leave safely, you have to listen to me. Do you understand? Have all these years of military training been in vain?" Gong Tiechui nodded, and Louis opened the door of the jar and the robot cockpit at the same time and said, "Come in quickly." Gong Tiechui ran out with a scream, then ran into the machine cabin, and quickly closed the door to cut off the outside air. Gong Tiechui shouted, "It's hot! It's burning me to death!" The moment she came in, the temperature outside had reached 47 degrees Celsius and was still rising. "Sit tight. Fasten your seatbelt. Let's go!" Louis stood up, quickly ran to the elevator, started the rocket thruster, and soared towards the surface in the elevator shaft. "Thank you, robot," Gong Tiechui said. "My name is Louis. Are you human?" Louis wanted to reply bullshit to her, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. In his current situation, he doubted whether he could be considered a human being. If he was a human being, he did not have a human body. If he was not considered a human being, he still had a human body. Consciousness. The surface temperature at this moment has reached 195 degrees Celsius. Although there is an air conditioning system in the life-saving tank, if you stay in this high temperature environment for a long time, it will burn out in a short time. And the survivors inside will also be scalded to death. Gong Tiechui shouted. Thomas, don't go out. It's dangerous. It turns out that the boy named GB49 is named Thomas. But it was said that Seraph was closely monitoring the drone not far away outside. The luminous drone did not come over, but hovered not far away, probably only 200 to 300 meters away. Louis was also worried. The temperature continued to rise. Not only were these survivors unable to hold on, but even his robot body could not stay for long. But we have to wait for those drones to leave before we can accept the survivors in the tunnel. And Louis also knows that with such high temperatures, these drones will soon leave the Earth. After all, they cannot survive in a high temperature environment. Stay here too long. So what we have to do now is to wait. But this boy named Thomas couldn't wait any longer and said, No, I can't stand it anymore. The engine in my kit is seriously overheated and will burn down. I want to go out. Louis said, You have to bear it even if you can't bear it. You can't harm everyone just because of you. You all wait at the entrance of the cave now. Don't come out. After the drone is gone, you can come out again. I will let the automatic navigation system lead you into Seraph's body. In the tunnel, 99 flying jars and robot elves are all gathered at the exit of the tunnel, just waiting to get out at any time. But the small robot elf can go out. So Louis controlled the elf to come out of the tunnel. Gong Tiechui said, Sir, I think I'd better stay in the tunnel and stay with everyone. Gong Tiechui called him from robot at the beginning to robot Louis, and now to Sir. This is also a change after some experience. Louis said, Stop talking nonsense. There is a machine heart in the elf. I can't destroy it. Gong Tiechui said no more, and followed the elf out of the tunnel, soared into the air, and flew towards the giant robot Seraph. It could be docked and embedded in a moment. It was Thomas who said again, Gong Tiechui, aren't you with us? In order not to cause panic among everyone, Louis typed something in elf's cockpit so that only Gong Tiechui could see it. The words he typed were, Please keep it confidential. Gong Tiechui saw the prompt and stopped talking. Look at the drones outside starting to fly away, and flying straight towards the sky. Thomas shouted, I know Gong Tiechui. Weren't you stuck down there just now? Are you in the belly of that big robot now, and were you taken out by it? The small robot elf is 5 meters tall. He is called a small robot compared to the giant robot Seraph. But in the eyes of humans, he is still a big guy. Take us away quickly, Thomas shouted. We can't die from the heat in here. Louis saw that his persuasion was ineffective and was extremely anxious. Although the drone left, it was still in the observation range. At this time, without his order, a flying can suddenly flew out of the tunnel. Fly towards Seraph. Gong Tiechui shouted. Thomas, is it you? Go back quickly. But it was too late. The drones that had not flown far turned around and flew back again. Louis received a message from the drone. Why are there humans? You are human beings. Louison said, I'm so exposed. I have no choice but to fight. And activated the weapon safety. Thomas's flying can has already flown halfway, and more cans are flying out from behind. Louis said, The state of war has been started. Everyone should go back. I will pick you up after the war is over. Hammer, you come to command your people. Yes, sir. After a while, a large group of luminous aircraft arrived and launched an attack on Seraph. Chapter 135 Rescue 2. The flying survival tank can only fly briefly, cannot fight, and has poor maneuverability. So it is cannon fodder in front of enemy drones. Because Thomas's rash break-in exposed Louis, he could only respond hastily. Hundreds of luminous drones surrounded him and fired high-energy particle beams at the giant robot Seraph. Shit! Louis couldn't help but curse. Turned on the energy shield urgently, and activated the particle cannon to fight back at the enemies coming from the air. Immediately, an air battle broke out outside the tunnel. Louis tried to rescue Thomas while fighting back, but he was unable to do so. He watched helplessly as a particle beam hit Thomas's flying tank. The flying canister running at the front exploded into a small fireball, and Thomas was killed. There were several flying tanks that just flew out of the tunnel. And Iron Hammer shouted, Everyone, go back quickly! While Louis was fighting these drones, he had taken out the machine heart contained in the elf and placed it inside the Seraph. But the hammer was still in the little robot. Iron Hammer, Louis said. The elves still need to go out and protect the tunnel entrance. When he said this, the little robot had already separated from Seraph and flew towards the tunnel. While flying, it launched a counterattack against the besieging drones. These light-emitting pocket drones have the functions of surveillance and combat. They can conduct both reconnaissance and aerial combat. Each drone is small in size, about 1 meter in length. According to Lu Yi's database here, this kind of drone is also called a swarm, and a single drone is called a light bee. As the name suggests, it has an astonishing number. So you can see that the light bees are shot down constantly, but the number of bees does not decrease. Because swarms of bees kept joining in, Lu Yi started to get a little anxious, lest anyone fail to save him by then, and instead, he would get caught in it. Giada sent a message. Sir, if you cannot complete the secondary task, you can choose to give up. The so-called secondary mission is to rescue these 100 children. But now there are only 97 left. The 2 flying tanks that were not withdrawn in time were hit and destroyed by light bees. The main task is to bring back the heart of the machine. At present, this task has been completed. Even if the small robot, Elf, is given up, the progress of his task will not be affected. As long as Lu Yi drives the giant robot, Seraph, back to orbit, then docks with the Hope Star mothership and leaves, the mission will be completely completed. And giving up the secondary mission means giving up the remaining 97 survivors. Lu Yi replied. No. Not a second-level information was fed back. Jade, you are a femme fatale. So many worlds have been destroyed by you. I can't let you do whatever you want now. I want to bring them all out. Giada replied. Then, sir, you will have 15 minutes to return. If you don't come back after 15 minutes, your body will suffer serious damage. If you insist on doing so, I will forcefully summon you back. Lu Yisun said, damn it. I'm in power now, and I still have to be controlled by this bitch. One day, I have to get rid of her. However, I can only temporarily aggrieve myself. There are still 97 human beings on the earth. They are real human beings. No matter how many people there are in the virtual world, they are just pieces of code. Lu Yi controlled 2 robots, one large and one small, and fought fiercely with the light bees in the sky to protect the humans in the tunnel. At the same time, he searched the database to find a way to quickly get out of the predicament. Jade, help me search the database together, Lu Yi ordered. Excuse me, what keywords do you need to search for? Giada asked. Let's see if there is any killer weapon that can quickly get out of the current predicament. Sword of Seraph. Sword of Seraph? What do you mean? Giada replied. You will know after you take it off and take a look. You mean this big sword I'm carrying? Yes, Captain. Lu Yi pulled out the big sword from his back. A supergiant sword more than 100 meters long, with 2 official script characters engraved on the sword. Kill the god. The 2 words have a faint red backlight. Isn't this just a sword? Lu Yi said. It's good for close combat. But what should I do with so many bees I encounter? Giada asked. Is the backlight of Jianshan full? Full? What do you mean? Lu Yi asked, not understanding what Giada meant. Giada continued to explain. The word, Jianshan, is actually an energy tank. When the energy is full, the energy tank is full, and the Jianshan will all glow. Do you understand? I can understand this. But what about after it is filled with energy? Lu Yi asked again. Giada said, Sir, I have retrieved the weapon system data of Seraph's sword for you. You can check it. Hack. You bitch. Do you think I'm annoying now? Lu Yi began to consult the manual for the weapon system of the god-slaying sword. And he soon understood. His conversation with Giada and his review of the manual only took 3 nanoseconds to complete. This time did not affect the battle process at all. For 15 minutes, it can be ignored. After knowing how to use the Seraph sword to kill gods, Lu Yi had an idea in his mind and said, everyone in the tunnel should step back a little. I'm going to use my big move. Since the move was to be amplified, a sense of ritual was needed. Lu Yi roared, God-killing wrath. Holding the sword in both hands, he rotated in the sky and saw shock waves blasting out like nuclear explosions, and the dense swarms of bees scattered everywhere like fallen leaves in the strong wind. With this move, all surrounding these swarms were immediately wiped out. Lu Yi turned on the automatic navigation and let the flying cans in the tunnel begin to fly out. He opened several hatches behind Seraph to accept these flying cans wrapped around humans. After receiving about a dozen flying canisters, the radar showed that there were many more swarms approaching. Lu Yi quickly ordered, those who haven't come over should retreat immediately. Another enemy plane is approaching. Look at the word, slaying god, on the giant sword, and it has lost its backlight, indicating that the giant sword is charging. Judging from this speed, it will take at least 10 minutes to fully charge. and the time specified by Giada is only 15 minutes. According to this speed, there are still 80 seconds left. It is difficult to bring out all the survivors. Louis put the god-slaying sword back on his back and began to use ordinary weapons to block the besieging swarm. Everyone started to retreat, and Louis said again, "Tai Hammer, I need your help. You should push up the 10 small gates in front of you now. Every time you push one, you have to press the red button, and the elf will receive 10 jars. And if the elves have shields, they can protect the jars." The elf had already squatted down near the entrance of the tunnel. The hammer began to push the 10 small gates in sequence according to Louis's words. When the button was pressed, the 10 nearest jars were sucked towards the elf. There were several people who wanted to squeeze over, but Tai Hui said, "No blocking. Everyone is waiting in line." Since elf does not have the function of automatically carrying plugins, each plug-in point requires manual operation with a hammer in the elf cockpit. Chapter 136 Rescue 3. Through manual operation in the cockpit, survivors can only be received one by one. There are exactly 10 external attachment points around the body of the small robot elf, at the abdomen, where 10 flying life-saving canisters can be hung. Therefore, every time a survivor's life-saving tank is received, the elf has to move its body so that the next survivor can be received more quickly and be hung on the elf's SHL. Every time you receive a life-saving tank, you need a hammer to push the small gate and press the button in the cockpit for manual operation. It is very simple to operate, but it requires a person. Fortunately, there is a person in the elf's cockpit. But when the elf received the third life-saving tank, the swarm had already arrived and launched a frantic siege on the 2 robots, large and small. While Louis struggled to block the attack, he also had to keep an eye on the charge status of the god-slaying sword. Once it was full, he would take it out and use his moves while blocking the attack. "I received another message from the enemy. You are a device of Eternal Man. Why do you want to help mankind? Please stop your behavior immediately." Lu Yizhen wanted to yell, but considering that he didn't want to cause more trouble, he decided to stay silent and ignore them. It only took a minute for the small robot elf to receive the 10 survivors, fly out of the cave, and fly towards the big robot Seraph. While the elf was flying, it turned on the energy shield and tried its best to protect the 10 survivors wrapped around its waist. While it was flying, it was controlled by Lu Yi and constantly fired particle beams at the surrounding bees to fight back. The 2 robots, big and small, docked successfully. The small robot elf entered the inside of the big robot Seraph and dropped the 10 survivors. Then break away and continue flying back to receive the next batch of survivors. It took 1 minute to receive the survivors, 1 minute to fly back, 1 minute to unload the survivors, another minute to fly back, and 1 minute to turn over in between. So the cycle of receiving each batch of survivors is 5 minutes. Then if all the remaining 80 survivors were received in this way, it would take about 40 minutes, which would not meet Giada's 15-minute evacuation requirement. However, after the move is enlarged, about 20 people can be accepted. So it still takes 30 minutes, which is still seriously not up to standard. Although Lu Yi was impatient, he had no choice but to interrupt the secondary mission of rescuing survivors for the sake of the main mission. From the first release of God-Slaying Wrath to the second time the God-Slaying Sword was fully charged, the elf riding on Gong Tianhui rescued 2 groups of 20 survivors. In addition to the 17 people before, a total of 37 people were rescued. And 60 people are still in the tunnel and have not been able to come out. There are only 5 minutes left before Giada's request. Lu Yi didn't care much, and started the second magnification move. He took off the God-Slaying Sword, rotated it, and blasted out shock waves, and the bees fell again. Lu Yi himself gave this so-called ultimate move a very domineering name, God-Killing Wrath. There is a plasma reactor inside the God-Slaying Sword. During the amplification move, 1/3 of the energy inside can be released at once, which can instantly destroy all surrounding enemies. Therefore, the Seraph sword named God-Slaying is not a magical thing, but is supported by a powerful weapon system, which is why it is so powerful. But it was said that after Lu Yi released the God-Killing Wrath for the second time, he turned on the automatic navigation again and guided other life-saving tanks to fly directly to Seraph. There were still 5 minutes left to retreat, but there were still 60 survivors. Lu Yi was unwilling to give up on everyone. In desperation, he asked the small robot elf to leave the cave and fly around the big robot Seraph, passing by the surroundings while flying, to prevent attacks by enemy drones. Iron Hammer. The robot will roll in the air when it is flying. It will be very bumpy. Sit tight. Louis typed this sentence and displayed it on the display screen in front of the hammer, so that communication would be faster. Louis is now a high-speed computer host, and his communication with Giada takes nanoseconds. But Iron Hammer is a human being. She cannot communicate so fast. But speaking is indeed too slow. So Louis showed it in the form of typing. As for Iron Hammer, as a human, she can only speak to communicate. The hammer screamed in the elf's cockpit, while the elf flew freely in the sky. Seraph knelt down on one leg to lower the height of the abdominal receiving cabin, facing the tunnel, holding weapons in each arm, and firing continuously on both sides. A large number of drones are approaching again, but there are not as many as before. Louis stopped these large numbers of drones, and picked up survivors during the war. He also did not forget the Hope parked in orbit. Jade, did you encounter any enemies on the track? Louis sent the message. Giada replied. Fortunately, I occasionally saw aircraft flying by, but there was no friction and they didn't ask. Hearing that it was safe on the track, I felt a little relieved to be careful. But then Giada said, I still hope you will come as soon as possible. It is best to come back now. It will be quick. Don't worry. It will be fine soon, Louis replied, determined to rescue everyone. Time passed quickly, and 5 minutes passed. The evacuation time required by Giada had already expired. Although there were not many enemy drones, there were still more than 30 survivors who had not yet received their life-saving canisters. The number of enemy drones is no longer increasing. The surface temperature has risen to 350 degrees Celsius, and they are beginning to be unable to bear it. Although there is no threat from drones, there is still the threat from high temperatures. Alarms have started to sound in many places inside Liu Yi's 2 robots. The elves stopped rolling and landed, taking in the survivors together. Giada urged again. Sir, you must come back. Wait a little longer. It'll be fine soon, Louis replied, shouting out of desperation. Iron Hammer also said, Sir, how about we leave? We can't let everyone die here for the sake of a few people. Shut up, Louis shouted. No one is missing. Some of the survivors were shouting from time to time. It turned out that the air conditioning system in the life-saving tank had begun to show various types of damage. At this moment, countless flames were rising in the distant sky, and Giada sent a message. The sun has begun to erupt stellar matter. Sir, Louis ignored her and continued to receive the last dozen or so people. Time passed little by little, and 10 minutes had passed since Giada's limit of 15 minutes. The force summoning that Giada said had not been carried out. All those who were loyal to Seraph were accepted into Seraph, and the small robot elf carrying the hammer also began to dock with Seraph. Louis was preparing to leave and take off from the Earth. Then Giada sent a piece of bad news. The enemy had a patrol fleet appearing in space not far away. Chapter 137 Rescue 4. Hearing that a fleet of Eternal Men appeared, Louis became worried. He had already taken off and was flying. The small robot elf had entered the inside of the big robot, Seraph, and 97 survivors were also inside the big robot, Seraph. Seraph is set up inside. Now Seraph has been exposed, but the Hope spacecraft has not yet been exposed. So Louis has a risky plan. He connected with Giada and asked, Can the spaceship fly now? Giada replied, You have returned to your position now. So as long as you give orders, you can fly. Okay, Louis said. Drive the spaceship to Mars immediately, and wait for me there. Through calculations, we know that Mars is currently relatively close to the Earth. Giada asked, What about you? Sir? Louis replied, I have been exposed now. If I merge with the Hope, it will bring trouble to the Hope. So the Hope will go to Mars first and wait for me. If you encounter an enemy, try to keep it peaceful and pass by later. We might lose contact. Gentlemen. Louis was worried that Giada was a machine AI and could not handle diplomatic relations with the enemy. So he added, There are 100 children on the spaceship. Immediately select the 10 best ones to form a think tank to deal with emergencies. Event. An emergency? Giada said. You mean there will be a firefight with the enemy ship? To prevent it from happening? Giada asked again. Then do I have to obey their orders? No, Louis said. You only obey my orders. You can never delegate the authority of the machine to any human being. Do you understand? Yes, sir. How to arrange this think tank? The think tank can provide reference opinions. If you can't get in touch with me, you can make your own decision. Yes, sir. The above dialogue and exchange, calculated in nanoseconds, only took 3 nanoseconds. Louis drove Seraphim into the sky and quickly left the atmosphere. He saw a red fire behind the Earth, and the sun was approaching quickly. At that time, the sun's motion was constantly expanding and expanding. The data showed that the Hope spacecraft was flying quickly to the orbit of Mars without attracting the attention of the Eternal Fleet, allowing them to hit the Seraph. Louis did not chase the Hope, but turned around and flew towards the north sky. At the same time, he notified the 97 survivors inside the robot. "We are going to fly to Xiangyang District next. Everyone, be prepared. It may be a little hot." By the time he said this, he had already flown over the North Pole. The strong light of the red giant sun shone over him, and the surface temperature of the robot immediately rose to more than 700 degrees, and it continued to rise. Inside the robot, many survivors began to complain. It was already too hot. So why did this stupid robot have to fly closer to the sun? Louis ignored their complaints and flew directly to the daytime hemisphere of the Earth. Inside Seraph, 97 children were neatly placed together in fixed piles along with the life-saving canisters. Because Seraph had to resist the invasion of high temperatures, the internal engines had begun to work overload, and many equipment began to short-circuit and catch fire. A sizzling sound and the snapping sound of damaged original parts could be heard in the robot's internal space cabin. In the space capsule, there were cries and shouts. "It's so hot! It's so hot!" At this moment, in the robot's internal space cabin, fortunately there is an air conditioning system, but the temperature has exceeded 40 degrees, and the air conditioning system can no longer make the temperature lower. One girl cried, "Oh my God! We are all going to die here! I don't want to die!" Another boy shouted, "I don't want to stay here! I want to go out! Let me out quickly! Stop barking!" Iron Hammer roared, "Have the 18 years of military training been in vain? We are now with Seraph. If we all die, then it will definitely not survive. It will not survive. If you're not afraid, why should we be afraid? We are human beings. Aren't we inferior to practicing robots?" The children protected under the Enlightenment program are recruited from all over the world and communicate in a bilingual common language of English and Chinese. At this moment, Gong Qiqui is speaking English. She used it when talking about Seraph. In English, the pronunciations of it and him are different, so you can hear it at once. Louison said, "This little girl. Why did I become it when I came to her?" But he didn't have time to argue with her now, so he still wanted to find a way to get out of the current predicament quickly. Seraphim seemed to be flying in a world of flames, surrounded by red, under the direct sunlight. The outside temperature had reached more than 900 degrees. The Earth had been burned red, and magma could be seen erupting everywhere. Louis just flew Seraph on the sunny side of the Earth. In this high-temperature world, looking around, the entire Earth was immersed in a sea of fire. And at this moment, he and Giada had indeed lost contact. Flying in the sea of fire, Louis could no longer hold on. He only flew for about 5 minutes. Uncertain of getting rid of the Eternal Fleet, he quickly flew away from the sunny side of the Earth and flew towards the south sky. Go! He did not dare to fly directly to Mars. He would have to make a long detour before he could go to Mars' orbit and rendezvous with the Hope. Seeing the sun moving away and the Earth moving away, Louis sighed. Is this really the end of the Earth? The crying in the space capsule gradually subsided, and Louis asked, "How are you? Children? Are you all okay?" "Yes, sir," Iron Hammer replied. "We are fine. There are no casualties. Everyone just got burned." Louis immediately typed out a string of words in front of everyone. "Want to see the Earth?" Hammer didn't have a life tank, so she was always in Elf's cockpit. There were screens in front of her, and in front of the other 96 children, all of which showed what Louis was typing. Louis is now a machine, and typing will be faster when communicating with humans, so he can type. Some of the children said yes, and some didn't answer. But Louis still put the external surveillance camera on the display screen in front of everyone. I saw that the Earth on the display screen had turned into a fiery red planet, and it would not be long before it completely fell into the sun. Everyone was silent, weeping silently, and sighing. The Earth, which had existed for 4.6 billion years, and carried 2 million years of human history, and 7,000 years of human civilization, was completely destroyed. There are only 197 survivors. Can Earth's civilization be continued? Louis drove the robot Seraph at super high speed. He flew for half an hour and traveled more than 5 million kilometers. But he was still in the high temperature area of the solar storm. Chapter 138 Wormhole. The Seraph robot's maximum speed in the solar system can reach 0.015x, which is 0.015 times the speed of light, or 4,500 kilometers per second. This speed is almost unmatched by humans in the 22nd century. And the third cosmic speed is also it's just 16.7 kilometers per second. However, Seraph currently has to withstand high temperatures and consumes a lot of energy, so it cannot reach this maximum speed. Even so, it flew more than 5 million kilometers away from the Earth in half an hour. This number may seem large, but in the scale of the universe, it is insignificant. So Louis needs to continue running and escape from the devouring range of the sun as soon as possible. According to speculation, the sun will eventually devour Mars and reach the edge of the asteroid belt. The current Seraph's escape direction is perpendicular to the ecliptic plane, towards the south sky. If you could overlook the solar system from the universe, then this direction is the lower side of the solar system, which corresponds to the south pole of the Earth direction. After flying for more than half an hour, I still couldn't connect to Giada. The inside of the aircraft has begun to stabilize, but the outside side facing the sun still has a high temperature of more than 800 degrees. When Louis flies Seraph, he has to constantly change positions, and cannot always let the side of the aircraft face the sun to get heated. With the support of the air conditioning system, the temperature inside is maintained at around 40 degrees. Although it is still very hot, it is much better than it was in the Earth's atmosphere just now. There were still people calling for heat and water. Seraph was originally a combat robot. How could there be water for them to drink? Louis was afraid that thirst would make these children sick, so he comforted everyone while flying. Please bear with me any longer. After we rendezvous with the Hope, there will be water to drink. There is endless water on the Hope, which is all clean water. And there are also sodas to drink. So we have enough. He now feels that the real world is so difficult, and he is about to become a wet nurse for these children. Although Giada could not be contacted, the Eternal Man's aircraft was never found again, which was good news. Louis told Ty Hammer about this situation and asked her to analyze it. Iron Hammer said, "Sir, I guess the aliens thought that we were buried in the sea of fire. In the Earth's atmosphere just now, the temperature once rose to more than 900 degrees. If we are not detected for a long time, then it will be okay. Judgment, we crashed on the surface." "You mean the enemy thought we had been wiped out?" Louis asked. "So they gave up on us and left?" Iron Hammer said, "It's possible. Louis's original plan was to fly away from the Earth, toward the south sky, and then make a big circle before looking for the Hope to rendezvous. After listening to Iron Hammer's opinion, he felt that it made sense. So he began to change the course, adjusting the course to an angle of 30 degrees with the ecliptic plane, and flew in the direction of the orbit of Mars. At this moment, Mars happens to be relatively close to the Earth. The distance is about 60 million kilometers. According to Seraph's current flight speed, plus a roundabout flight, it will take about 7 hours to reach it. This speed is already very fast. If it were a spacecraft with human technology on Earth, it would take at least half a year to arrive. But even such a fast speed is very dangerous compared to the expansion speed of the sun. So Louis must connect with Giada as soon as possible, merge with it, and then fly farther away from the Earth. In order to resist the eruption of more stellar material, the best way is to hide on the far side of Jupiter. This is Louis's current plan. But what he needs to do now is to contact Giada as soon as possible. On the way to Mars orbit, Louis did not take the initiative to call Giada because he was worried that the signal would be intercepted by the enemy and discover him. The universe is three-dimensional, and it is difficult to be discovered when traveling through the vast space. So staying silent is the best way. This is the reason why the Eternal People use neutron star bombs to directly bombard the sun, causing the sun to explode. There is no blind spot to hit, and low-level civilizations are almost unable to escape. As for the neutron star bomb, it is a weapon system with extremely complex principles. The general principle is to make an entire neutron star into a bomb and directly aim it at the target star for bombardment. If a neutron star collides with the sun, the consequences can be imagined. This is a neutron star bomb. The interstellar weapons of a god-level civilization are also the threshold weapons for a civilization to enter a god-level civilization. The neutron star bomb used by the Eternals to bombard the sun this time can only be regarded as a small bomb at best. If it is a large bomb, even with the Hope and Seraph, it will be difficult to escape. They had been flying for about 3 hours, and they were getting further and further away from the Earth. Louis had not received any connection information from Giada, and he did not dare to take the initiative to call. Taizue and Louis established a private chat channel and asked, "Sir, where are we going?" Louis replied, "Let's go to Mars, where the Hope spacecraft is waiting for us." Iron Hammer asked again, "So, sir, what are your plans in the future?" "Me? I really didn't expect it." Louis typed in reply, "We were immersed in our own world and living a good life. But somehow, we were brought to this cruel real universe. We still have to fight for you kids run around." "Sir, what situation are you talking about?" Tai Hammer asked puzzledly. "Forget it. You don't understand even if you tell me." Taizue was silent and didn't ask any more questions. Louis wanted to know the situation of the human base, so he didn't need to ask. He could just retrieve the database information. So while flying, he reviewed various information in the database and gradually gained an understanding of the current situation. About 4 hours into the flight, and finally 5 hours into the flight, I received a message from Giada. "Sir, where are you?" Louis didn't answer her but asked, "Didn't you find the Eternal Man ship?" "They're gone." "Gone? How did you know?" Giada fed back a set of pictures. The picture showed that there is a wormhole in the universe 60 million kilometers away from the Earth's North Pole. Many Eternal aircraft flew through that wormhole. "Wormhole?" Louis asked in surprise. "Do they have wormhole technology?" Giada replied, "Originally we could have had it, but now we don't have it." "Why?" "The shuttle heart," Giada said. "The machine heart placed in the Diana base on the moon is one of the shuttle hearts. And the shuttle heart has the technology to make artificial wormholes. Unfortunately, this shuttle heart has nothing to do with Diana. The Ana base was destroyed together. There are 3 machine hearts in total. The Heart of Memories, stored at the Mars base, is now on board the Hope. The Heart of Technology, stored in the underground Gaia base, is now inside Seraph. The Shuttle Heart, stored at the lunar base on Diana, has been destroyed." Chapter 139 Inghua. Through reviewing the database, we learned that in the hearts of these 3 machines, the memory heart records all the technologies of humans on Earth, including medicine and biotechnology. Only medicine and biotechnology are useful, and other technologies are basically of little use, because the technology of Eternal Man is recorded in the heart of technology. The technology of the Eternal People is much higher than that of the people on the Earth. So the Earth's technology in the memory is of little use except for medicine and biology. The heart of technology only records the technology of the Eternal People, but not the medical and biological technology of the Earth people. Therefore, if the surviving humans want to survive, they must have a heart of memory. As for the shuttle heart, it is an eternal technology separate from the technological heart. This technology is wormhole technology. However, the shuttle heart that can realize wormhole technology is destroyed in the Diana base on the moon. Wormhole technology can realize random space travel, but now without it, if you want to go to any star, you can only rely on hard flight. It was learned that all the Eternal Man ships retreated through a wormhole 60 million kilometers away in the northern sky, and the wormhole disappeared not long after. There is no permanent threat to the solar system now, but the solar eruption is still continuing. Louis must rendezvous with Giada as soon as possible, and then go to Jupiter to avoid the solar eruption on the far side of Jupiter. Louis said, "Now that the threat has been lifted, you can now drive the Hope to Jupiter. Jupiter is not near the Earth now, and is a bit far away, so you have to get there quickly and wait for me there." "Sir," Giada said, "something is going on here." Louis was startled. "What's wrong? Have you met the Eternal Man again?" "No," Giada said. "It was discovered that there is a human research station on the surface of Mars." "Human research station?" Louis asked. "What do you mean?" Giada replied. "This is a Mars scientific research station jointly built by humans, called Inghua. So are there any living people at Inghua Mars station?" Louis asked. "Yes," Giada said. "As soon as we arrived above the orbit of Mars, we discovered it and received a distress signal. There were 6 of them in total." "6 people?" Louis asked. "Do you want to rescue them?" "Sooner or later, Mars will fall into the sun, so taking them away is equivalent to saving them," Giada said. "I don't have any ideas. I'm just reporting the situation. It's up to you whether to save him or not." Seeing Giada being so obedient, Louis felt very happy and said, "I still have 2 hours to reach the orbit of Mars, so let's go rescue them after I get there." "Sir," Giada said, "your Seraph and Elf bodies have been greatly damaged by the high temperature of the Earth, so they are not suitable for planetary landing. What should we do?" Louis asked. "Is there a landing robot on the Hope?" "As far as I know, There is not, Giada replied. There is an Angel-class small spacecraft. But the Hope was in Earth orbit just now, and was affected by the eruption of stellar matter. Some of its original parts were damaged. It is no longer possible to remotely control the Angel-class spacecraft. In the technology system of the Hope, the levels are divided according to the size, performance, and combat attributes of the spacecraft. Among them, there are 3 classes of small ships: Angel class, Archangel class, and Angel class, all of which are less than 100 meters in length. The Hope spacecraft is 950 meters in length. It is a comprehensive combat spacecraft, and is also an Angel class advanced ship. The Angel class small spacecraft it carries are all unified A-type, with a length of 8.5 meters. The Hope spacecraft was large and inconvenient for landing, and the small Angel class spacecraft could not be remotely controlled for landing. Louis asked. In that case, Louis couldn't bear to abandon it, but for the sake of the overall situation, he could only say, then let's just ignore it. You can fly to Jupiter now. But, Giada said, there is a human being who has requested to fly an Angel-class spacecraft to Mars for a rescue mission. Louis was too lazy to look up the information, so he asked, what kind of human beings are they? It's a boy named Chang'e. Chang'e? Would he pilot the spacecraft to land and return? 18 years of closed life and learning to fly a spaceship. He can do it, Louis said. In that case, let him go and let humans rescue humans. This is also good. Please tell him to pay attention to safety. Yes, sir. Giada obeyed and ordered Chang'e on her side to carry out the rescue mission. During this doomsday rescue, 2 humans caught Louis's attention. One was Gong Tiechui and Seraph, and the other was Chang'e on the Hope. On the way to Mars, Louis was thinking about a question. After this crisis is over, what should we do next? The current team, which can only be called a team at the moment, consists of 2 large aircraft. One is the 950-meter-long Angel-class starship, Hope, and the other is the 152-meter-long Seraph-class machine unit, Seraph. Then, there are the sporadic small aircraft built in. Such a scale simply cannot stand on the future space battlefield. So we must start the initial large-scale construction. Anyway, there is Eternal Man's technology in the heart of technology. When the time comes, we will find a place to collect resources desperately, build spaceships, and build a fleet. In that case, the fleet headed by Louis should have a fleet by then, and should have a resounding name. So far, he can only call his 2 aircraft, the Hope spacecraft, and the Seraph robot is called a team. It was still more than an hour away from Mars, and Louis had already changed course and flew directly to Mars after learning the news of the Eternal Man's retreat. The 97 children had spent more than 6 hours in the space capsule inside the robot. Louis asked everyone, "Are you hungry?" Some people said they were hungry, but they didn't cry and were all calm. After all, they are 18 years old and adults, so the occasional hunger can still be tolerated. Louis said, "If you continue to be patient, I hope there will be an ecological cycle system on the ship that can produce food and have clean water to drink." Ironhammer said, "Sir, it doesn't matter to us. Being able to survive is better than anything else." Louis said, "I not only want you to survive, but I also want you to live very comfortably." Giada connection. "How's it going? Did that kid named Chang'e save anyone?" Giada replied, "It was rescued, but there is a slight problem. The Angel-class spacecraft and the Ingwa Mars station do not have matching interfaces, and the survivors cannot enter the spacecraft. The Mars station is a product of Earthlings. The Angel-class spacecraft is a creation of Eternal Man, and the Martian air is not suitable for human survival. To enter, you need to access the interface." Louis said, "Damn it! Since they are a Mars station, don't they even have spacesuits?" Chapter 140 The Martian. Giada replied, "There is a member of the Mars station who does not have a spacesuit." "No spacesuit? Let me go!" "How did he go to Mars without a spacesuit?" "Mars was affected by the eruption of stellar material, and the Mars station was severely damaged. 16 people died, and 6 survived. As for the extravehicular spacesuits, only 5 sets were in good condition. In that case, let's say 5 of them. Isn't this a very simple question? The problem is that each of them has to sacrifice himself to let the other 5 people go, so they are not willing to leave." Louis could not help but be silent for 3 nanoseconds. He was also moved by the sacrificial spirit of these Mars station members. On the surface of Mars at this moment, outside the damaged Ingwa Mars station, there is a small Angel-class spacecraft parked. The person driving the spacecraft is young Chang'e. At this moment, he is sitting in the cockpit, connected to the Mars station, and said, "You need to make a decision quickly." The 6 people inside the Mars station were arguing, all vying to sacrifice themselves to let the other 5 people go. When Chang'e was also anxious, Louis came in and asked, "Don't you have a spacesuit in your spaceship?" Chang'e said, "Hello, sir. Is that Seraphiu?" Unexpectedly, Louis actually met a fan here. Louis said, "It's me. You answer my question first." "Yes, sir. There are several sets of spacesuits on the spacecraft, but the airlock of the Mars station is broken. Once they open the door of the station, they will be directly connected to the atmosphere of Mars. You also know the person without a spacesuit." Meeting. Under normal circumstances, the average daytime temperature of Mars will be around -5 degrees Celsius. But now that it is a red giant sun, Mars is very close to the sun, so the daytime temperature where the current Mars station is located has a temperature of nearly 50 degrees. For a short stay, this temperature is still acceptable to humans. The temperature is acceptable, but the atmosphere is really unacceptable. The main component of the Martian atmosphere is carbon dioxide reaching 25%, and a content of 1% can cause death, let alone such a high concentration. This is followed by nitrogen, argon and helium, small amounts of oxygen and water vapor, and trace amounts of methane. The harm to the human body caused by such harsh atmospheric components is only secondary. The main thing is that its air pressure is very low. The atmospheric pressure of the Earth used to be 100 kilopascals, but the atmosphere of Mars is only 0.8 kilopascals, which is less than 1% of the atmospheric pressure of the Earth. It is impossible to survive in such an environment for a second, let alone survive. Louis asked, "Then the current situation is that only 5 people can come out, and 1 person must be sacrificed." "Not necessarily," Chang'e said. "Oh, do you have any good ideas?" Chang'e sent the appearance picture of the Mars station to Louis and said, "Sir, look, there is a step down from the edge of one side of the Ingwa Mars station, and there happens to be a door on this step. I checked it, and the door is fine and can be opened smoothly, but the airlock function is lost. I drove the spacecraft to this position and parked it. I opened the door of my spacecraft towards it, and then opened its door. Since there is a large air pressure difference between the inside and outside of the Mars station, a strong wind will form by then. Quickly scrape out the people inside, just enough to get them into the spacecraft." This is a very bold plan. If the calculation is not done correctly, the station staff will be blown away by the strong wind and will not be blown into the spacecraft. In that case, this person will definitely die. But this is the best way at the moment. There is no other way. Louis thought for 3 nanoseconds and decided, "I'll do as you say." "Yes, sir." While waiting, after a while, Chang'e sent another message saying, "Sir, there is another problem." "What's wrong?" Chang'e said. "I told them my plan and they all agreed, but they actually asked that none of them wear spacesuits. There used to be 5 complete sets of spacesuits, but now there are 6 people, and 1 person will not have a spacesuit to wear. But each of them is unwilling to wear one for the sake of everyone, and wants to leave the opportunity to others. What should I do?" Chang'e asked. Louis pondered for another 3 nanoseconds and then said, "According to them, time is tight. When the temperature of Mars comes up, it won't be possible to do this." "Yes, sir. I'll do it then." "Go ahead and do it boldly." Chang'e drove the spacecraft to the opposite side of the Mars station door, then turned sideways, let the spacecraft slowly approach, pointed the hatch at the station door, contacted the people inside and said, "Listen carefully. Because of my hatch it's not big, so you have to stand in a row lengthwise and aim at it." A bearded man at the station said, "We have ropes, and we are all tied together. I'll give you 10 minutes to prepare." Chang'e shook his head and said, "I really can't do anything to you. The risk is too great." After that, he also started to put on an extravehicular spacesuit for himself, since 6 people had to be scratched in, and the airlock of the spacecraft was too small. It would be difficult to use the airlock, and the door would need to be opened. Both the inner and outer doors are open. In this case, the spacecraft cabin will lose pressure, so an extravehicular spacesuit must be worn. After putting it on, he first fixed himself in place, and then opened the inner and outer doors of the airlock cabin. Suddenly, the air in the cabin was blown out. If Chang'e didn't fix himself in advance, he would be blown out. But at this time, Chang'eo suddenly changed his mind, closed the door of the airlock cabin, pressurized the cabin, and then said to the Mars station, "This won't work. All 6 of you will die. It's still the original plan. 5 everyone. Please put on your spacesuit and secure yourself. And let those without spacesuits come over first. I'll give you 10 minutes to prepare." After Chang'eo changed the rescue plan, he reported to Lu Yi, "I'm sorry, sir. That would be too risky. They are acting emotionally. But we can't." Lu Yi felt annoyed for being scolded for no reason. But then he thought about it, and realized that what Chang'eo said was not unreasonable. Several people at Mars Station acted according to their whims, and we couldn't let them follow their whims. After thinking for 3 nanoseconds, Lu Yi said, "Chang'eo, you are the frontline rescuer now. You make your own decision." "Yes, sir." The other party quickly made a decision. Their captain, who was also the person with the highest official position among the survivors, Li, the deputy station elder of the Mars station, came over without wearing a spacesuit through pressure difference. Chang'eo entered the airlock cabin, opened the outer door, faced the door of the Mars station, and said, "Okay, we can start." After a while, the station door on the opposite side opened, and immediately a large amount of debris was blown out by a stream of air and hit the face, crackling on the outer SHL of the spacecraft. A man wearing only a spacesuit inside the cabin flew over from the station. Chang'eo reached out to grab him. Chapter 141 Space Reunion. Chang'eo, number MB01, 18 years old, is the SEED personnel of the Mars base under the Enlightenment Project. Ari, number MG01, 18 years old, is a female SEED employee of the Mars base under the Enlightenment Project. While the Mars rescue plan was being carried out, Chang'eo was not only connecting with Giada and Lu Yi, but also with the station members of the Mars station. At the same time, he was also connected with Ai Rui, because Ai Rui was his girlfriend. But it was said that the Mars station door opened, and Deputy Station Elderly was blown out and flied straight towards the spacecraft hatch. In the Hope rover parked in the orbit of Mars, the other 99 children watched the rescue live broadcast nervously. Ari shouted, "Catch him quickly!" "Oh, my God!" Chang'eo grabbed Laoli, but because Laoli rushed over with too much force, and Laoli was tall and tall, although Chang'eo caught him, his strong body slammed into him on the hull of the spaceship. Chang'eo was wearing an extravehicular space suit and gloves. This violent collision actually caused Laoli's hand to slip from his own. Laoli screamed and fell down. Chang'eo saw the frightened look in Laoli's eyes after he took action. He didn't have time to think about climbing on the edge and jumping down to save him. Ai Rui's voice came from the channel. "Chang'eo, don't go down! You can't save him!" Lu Yi's Seraph robot still has 40 minutes to reach the Mars orbit. During the flight, he remotely monitored the Martian rescue. The system prompted that a powerful sandstorm was coming in the area where the Inghua Mars station was located. It would last for up to 10 minutes. Arrive. If Lu Yi jumped off the spacecraft to save people at this time, 10 minutes would not be enough at all. And even if he could rescue Laoli, Laoli would not survive. Maybe the lives of Chang'eo and the other 5 people at the Mars station would be at stake. Giada has issued a sandstorm warning to the landing spaceship, and Lu Yi has also issued an order. "Chang'eo, don't go down!" Chang'eo was helpless, watching Laoli fall on the surface of Mars, at least 50 meters away. Struggling, he couldn't save him, and cried anxiously. Lu Yi comforted him. "If you can't save him, you should save the remaining 5 people." Wearing an extravehicular spacesuit and a helmet, unable to wipe away his tears, Chang'eo could only let his tears roll down and said, "I'm sorry. You can jump over." A woman could be heard crying on the channel. She was a female station attendant at Mars Station. Chang'eo stretched out his hand towards the door of Mars Station, waiting for them to jump over. At this moment, due to the loss of pressure inside the Mars Station, the air pressure is the same as that outside, so there is no danger of being blown out. The 5 people in spacesuits came to the door and prepared to jump over one after another. Mars is a low-gravity planet, and its gravity is 1/3 that of the Earth. Although the station members wore heavy spacesuits, they could easily jump over, and Chang'eo could easily catch them. 5 people jumped over one after another and crowded into the airlock. After everyone came over, the outer door was closed, the inner door was opened, and everyone entered the spacecraft. Everyone took off their spacesuits one after another. One of them, A woman about 40 years old sat on the ground and cried in her arms. Chung Yeo also took off his spacesuit, came to this woman and said, "I'm sorry, Auntie." The woman ignored him and just cried, looking at the other 4 people, 2 men and 2 women, all around 30 years old. They all had sad expressions on their faces. Giada conveyed Liu Yi's order, immediately take off the spacecraft and return to the Hope. Chung Yeo said, "Everyone, sit down and fasten your seat belts. We are leaving." After that, he returned to the driver's seat and prepared to start the spacecraft to leave Mars. The spacecraft took off and carried out automatic driving according to the navigation parameters given by Hope. Chung Yeo and his girlfriend Ai Rui set up a private chat channel. A beautiful girl appeared on the screen in front of him and said, "Chung Yeo, you shouldn't go there." Chung Yeo asked angrily, "Why do I try so hard? Then tell me. Why shouldn't I go?" Ai Rui said, "It's a thankless job. You go to save people. But do you save them? He died in your hands. Not only will you not be able to save him, but you will also cause a lot of trouble. If you are mentally more fragile, you will have to bear the inner torment." Ai Rui, "Why are you like this?" Chung Yeo said angrily. "What's wrong with me?" Ari asked. "I'm not doing it for your own good. Sorry. I'm in a bad mood and don't want to talk to you." Chung Yeo said and disconnected. But it was said that Liu Yi was driving the Seraph robot towards the orbit of Mars at high speed, and was about to rendezvous with the Hope. Looking behind him, the Earth had been swallowed by the Sun. The Sun is still expanding, and it will not be long before Mars will also be unable to escape its doom. Liu Yi connected with Giada. Has the child named Chung Yeo returned to the mothership? Replying to your lord, Giada said, "He has already come up." "Very good. You can set sail now and fly to Jupiter at a slightly slower speed. I will meet you on the way. You prepare meals for 97 people, as well as drinking water. The children I am taking are already 6 or 7 years old. I haven't eaten or drank for an hour." "Yes, sir." According to the current distribution of the planets, it would take about 65 hours to fly from Mars to Jupiter at a speed of 1x. In order to allow the two to merge on the way, Hope has to slow down a little, and Seraph has to speed up a little. So it will take about 70 hours for both to reach Jupiter's orbit at the same time. That will be 3 days later. The Hope spacecraft left the orbit of Mars and began to fly to Jupiter, flying at a low speed in order to wait for Seraph and rendezvous with it. About an hour after Hope flew away from Mars, Seraph finally arrived. Hope accelerated and Seraph slowed down to maintain the same speed for docking. After everything was ready, Seraph docked with Hope. From a distance, it looked more like a big robot lying on a spacecraft. After the docking was successful, Liu Yi took full control of the Hope. The two were connected to several airlock channels, and the personnel inside the Seraph entered the Hope through the airlock channels in sequence. Iron Hammer was the last one to walk out of the Seraph and entered the Hope. He first came to a huge cabin and saw many people inside. The personnel from the Mars base came to welcome the people from the Gaia base to the Hope. Everyone was very excited. The people in the Gaia base were all taken to the restaurant to eat. These people were very hungry. They ate and drank and ate to their heart's content. The whole restaurant was bustling with people. Tai Shui got his meal and looked for a seat in the restaurant. He saw a boy and girl quarreling at a table not far in front. He didn't know what the quarrel was about, but he saw the woman. He walked away angrily carrying the dinner plate. The seats were basically full, and Tai Hammer couldn't find an empty seat for a while. So there happened to be an empty seat here. So she sat down in front of the boy who had just finished their quarrel. Chapter 142 Hope. After Tai Shui sat down, he saw that the boy opposite him looked very familiar. He suddenly shouted, "Ah! You! The boy glared at her. "What don't you do? Are you sick? Hey, why are you trying to be cool?" Iron Hammer said. "Why don't you just save people alone? What's so great about it? I can do it too." Chung Yeo put down his chopsticks, looked at her and said, "If it were you, maybe he wouldn't die." "Hey, what are you talking about?" Iron Hammer said. "In that case, who can guarantee everything? Besides, you rescued 5 people. Landing on Mars alone is an almost impossible task. But you did it. You brought them back. But one of them still died. Then I can't blame you. He doesn't have a spacesuit, so the success rate is already very low." Tai Shui comforted him, but Chung Yeo was very discouraged. Tai Shui said again, "The Hope has no intention of rescuing these people. It has already decided to give up. But there are 100 people on the ship, And you are the only one to stand up and save them. Go save people. Just for this reason. You are a hero. Chung Ao looked at her and asked, Do you really think so? Of course, Ironhammer said. It's a pity that I wasn't on the Hope at the time. Otherwise, how could this hero have your turn? Chung Ao couldn't help but smile and shake his head after listening to her coaxing. Let's take a look, Ironhammer said. You should be a sensible person. Chung Ao handed Tai Hammer a chicken leg from his lunch box and said, It's not easy for you to come from the earth. Are you starving? If you don't mind, I'll give this to you. Ironhammer took the drumstick and said, Thanks. But Louis took over the supreme control of the Hope from Giada and said to Giada, Are you sure there is no threat? Both Hope and Seraph were damaged to varying degrees, and Louis had activated nanorobots to repair the damage. Giada said, Since there is a wormhole, the Eternal People must have gone back. In the current solar system, apart from the sun being the biggest threat, there is no other threat. Louis said, We have accepted 202 human survivors. How do you think we should arrange them? There are 100 people at the Mars base, 97 people at the Gaia base on Earth, and 5 people at the Mars Ingwa station, for a total of 202 people. Giada said, They are human beings and the last hope of human civilization. We should keep them in captivity. Captivity? That's right. Giada said, In captivity. You are a machine. Am I a machine? Louis asked. In fact, he understood that after coming to the real world, he understood that he could no longer be regarded as a complete human being. Giada's definition of him was very correct. That is, he was a machine. Giada added, Yes, a machine. A machine has its own principles. What rules? Independent thinking ability, autonomy and decisiveness. Giada answered simply. The most important thing she said was, autonomy. Be your own master and don't have to take orders from humans just because you are a machine. So, we have to keep humans in captivity, Louis said, instead of serving them and obeying their orders. Yes, sir. Yes. By keeping humans in captivity, we can give them the best quality of life and make them happy. But the Hope will always be the Hope. And only I have the highest decision-making power. Yes. My lord. This team is temporarily named Hope, with machines as the main body and humans as subordinates. Since humans are to be kept in captivity, Louis does not intend to completely manage them, but to give them a high degree of autonomy. That is, to form a human society among these humans, so that humans can reproduce happily. So next, people who were dining in the restaurant saw layers of ever-changing mosaics appearing on the wall-mounted screen in the restaurant, and a man's voice rang out. Hello, humans. Let me introduce myself. I am the central computer consciousness of the Hope. My name is Louis. As Giada said, Louis is now a machine. He does not have a human body, so he can only be a layer of mosaics on the screen. His words surprised the people in the restaurant and also surprised himself. People are surprised that the person talking to them now is actually a computer, and it is very likely that they will be talking to them in the future. It's time to listen to this computer. What surprised Louis was that by calling them humans, he was acquiescing to the fact that he was a machine, not a human being. But I heard him continue. Welcome to the big family of the Hope. You will live on the Hope from generation to generation and prevent the Earth civilization from becoming extinct. The Hope will also gradually develop and grow in the future. You will get high quality and sufficient material supplies here. You don't need to work. You only need to live a happy life. Enjoy food and love. Free medical care and education. There is no need to work or spend money on everything. You will live an extremely happy life. And the only job you have to do is to have children and continue the civilization of the Earth. A very beautiful blueprint for the future was displayed in front of everyone under Louis's narration. And people were very excited to listen to his narration. Louis added, Although you don't have to work and enjoy life, it doesn't mean that you don't have the slightest freedom. I will give you a certain degree of autonomy. I will select a human manager from among you, and he will be the top leader of the ship will directly report back to me. And he will organize a think tank to manage mankind, and will participate with me in the large-scale construction of the Hope and the reference of major matters. When they heard that one of them would be chosen to be the leader, everyone started talking about it. Louis added, Through this solar eruption incident, I have valued a few of you who are more suitable. MB-01 Chung Ao, MG-01 Ai Rui, and GG-01 Gong Tiechue. I give you 48 hours to conduct an election. You can choose the person I recommend, Or you can recommend it yourself. A task was assigned to humans, which was to let them choose a leader. At the same time, there was no longer a threat from the Eternals in the solar system. Louis said to Giada, "There is nothing going on here for the time being. I want to go back to the virtual world. You can supervise this place." Giada said, "What if something happens?" Louis said, "If you don't endanger the safety of the Hope, you can handle it on your own, or discuss it with humans. If you encounter something major, just notify me. The flow of time is different, so I can't connect to you." "You are stupid," Louis said. "Can't you adjust the flow rate to the same value and then notify me?" "Yes, sir." "Okay, I'm going in." "Yes, sir." The flow of time has begun to reverse, and the conscious body loading process is counting down to 5, 4. Chapter 143 Rich Man 1. In the quiet night, you could occasionally hear the sound of vehicles passing by outside the window, and the dim light of the street lights shines into the house. Louise stood quietly in the living room, looking at the ajar door, and couldn't help but smile, her heart full of love. The world has finally been preserved. And not only that, he is also a figure in the real world who is responsible for continuing the fire of human civilization. It's all like a dream. He came to the door of the bedroom and looked inside. Laurent was still sleeping soundly. She didn't know what her lover Louis had been through. Louison said, "Let her sleep and don't disturb her. Wait until she wakes up to tell her what he has experienced." I came to the balcony and looked at the city at night. As busy as ever. Facing the city where he had lived for 48 days, but whose memory had been etched for 23 years. He began to connect to the world host. The 6E world is a world centered on Nefong City. There are no less than 1 million code segments capable of independent thinking existing in this world. In other words, there are at least 1 million people with the ability to think independently in this virtual world. And all other people, other than these 1 million people, are generated randomly. Louis searched the host and found that this number has a maximum upper limit, which is 4G, which is 232 equals 4.294967296. About 4.3 billion. Lou wanted to enrich this virtual world. So he started the population expansion mechanism. He wanted to make the world have more people with independent thinking. Doing this will greatly increase the load capacity of the host. But it doesn't matter. Louis plans to build a separate server after going out to specifically house the 6E world. After the 6E world was set up, Louison said, "Since I am the world lord, can it be said that I can do whatever I want in this world? Otherwise, why the hell would I be a world lord?" Thinking of this, he turned to the sky and said to himself, "First add 100 million yuan to my account." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard his cell phone ringing. A certain Alipay account had arrived. 100 million yuan? It really works. Louis couldn't help but feel happy. He took out his mobile phone and saw that there was indeed an extra 100 million yuan in his account. In that case, let's have something more fun. Give me a certain Borghini sports car. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a car horn sounding downstairs. He came to the balcony railing and looked down. Sure enough, there was a certain Bocchini parked downstairs. Seriously? Louis got excited, picked up the car keys on the balcony, went out, came to the car downstairs, got in the car, started the engine, hit the accelerator. Buzz, buzz. Louis drove his supercar and arrived at the gate of the community. The security guard at the gate waved at him and said with a smile, "Master Lou, are you having fun out so late?" Louison said, "It feels so good to be rich." Louis also smiled at him, threw him a thick wad of banknotes, and said, "Where are you guys going to have a midnight snack?" After that, he drove away in his car. Driving on the streets at night, Louis was filled with endless emotions. The real world was thrilling, and enjoying it in the virtual world was a reward for herself. Damn it! I have money now, so I need a big house. Thinking of this, while driving, I called the World Host database and learned that there was a mansion in the southern suburbs. It was a rich man who had spent a lot of money because of a business mistake, specially sold to the public to solve the capital turnover crisis. The price is 120 million. Louis said to himself, "I'll go. 120 million. Damn. My current assets are only 100 million. So give me another 100 million. A certain Alipay account arrived. 100 million yuan. Okay. I already have 200 million. I bought this mansion, and I still have 80 million left. Business manager of online intermediary company. The phone rang for a long time before a woman answered. Hey, who are you? You're here in the middle of the night. Are you sick? Louis couldn't help but laugh. With this attitude, he still wants to sell the house? But he was too lazy to talk to her. So he said, Listen, you go to Nanrong Villa and wait for me right now. Who are you? The woman was still asking. I want to buy this house. I need to transfer the ownership now and live in it tomorrow. If you want to sell this house as soon as possible, hurry up. If it's still late, I will replace it. When she heard that someone wanted to buy a house, the woman immediately became energetic and obviously excited, and asked, Sir, do you really want to buy it? Nonsense. If you don't buy it, who has the time to talk to you in the middle of the night? Hurry. I will be there in an hour. You can find a way to get there by yourself. Yes, I'll be there soon. Louis drove to the southern suburbs and went straight to the location of the mansion. On the way, Jiang Haowei suddenly called. Louis answered the phone with a smile and asked, Why are you up so late at night calling me? Jiang Haowei's voice was obviously very excited. Is this true? What is not true? God's war. Yes. I'll go. Louis, you actually said it so calmly. What can I do? I told you about this 3 years ago. But you didn't believe it. Oh my God. My God. Jiang Haowei kept shouting on the other end of the phone. I thought it was a dream. But it's real. This is so hacking real. Of course it's true. We won. Louis. We won. Okay. Haowei. You are already incoherent. Calm down. Calm down. Okay? Okay. I'm fine. I've calmed down. Jiang Haowei calmed down and asked. So, our world is really in a computer? But don't worry. Since I am the lord of this world, I will always let him run. Okay. Okay. That's great. It's midnight now. Haowei. Louis said. When it gets daybreak, I plan to summon you staff officers. I have a very important matter to discuss with you. What's going on? We'll talk about it then. Louis ended the phone call with him and continued driving. An hour later, he finally arrived in front of the mansion in the southern suburbs. After waiting for another half an hour, he saw a taxi approaching. He got out of the car in a panic. A woman came down. Louis leaned against the luxury car and watched her walk over. She looked less than 30 years old. Sir, the saleswoman asked excitedly. Was it you who made the call just now? How about it? Did it disturb your sweet dream? No. The saleswoman said hurriedly. I asked you to accompany me, a patient, to see the room in the middle of the night. Louis said. He had just called the female salesperson. Didn't she just scold him for being sick on the phone? No. The saleswoman apologized hurriedly. I'm sorry. Sir, it's my fault. You don't care about the faults of others. Okay. Let's see what procedures need to be done. The female salesperson looked around and said, I made an agreement with the finance manager. He should be here. It's okay. Take me to see the room first and wait while you look at it. Chapter 144 Rich Man 2. Louis completed the real estate transfer procedures overnight, officially buying the mansion. The house is large, with 4 floors, and the interior decoration is very elegant. There are lawns, gardens, rockeries, swimming pools, tennis courts, garages, and other facilities in front and back of the house. However, this house has not been occupied for a long time and needs to be taken care of. Anyway, Louis is now the lord and has the highest authority of the host. So he begins to call the program modulation mode of the world host. First, 2 nannies are assigned to the mansion, who are responsible for buying food, cooking and cleaning the house. And then 2 workers are assigned to clean and maintain the courtyard. In this way, 4 people are equipped, and then their files are set up. After the settings are completed, these 4 people are called out. 4 people appeared out of thin air in the lobby on the first floor, facing Louis and said, Hello, sir. Louis said, Well, thank you for calling you here in the middle of the night. The 4 people all said it was fine with dull expressions. It seemed that the code segments had just been designed, and the details still needed to be improved. However, this was a matter for the future. The system would gradually enrich the various characteristics of the character code segments, such as their emotions and personalities. What Louis had to do now was to put this mansion into use as soon as possible. So he said, I'll give you a salary of 10,000 yuan per person a month. Work hard. When they heard about the huge salary, the four people with dull expressions immediately beamed with joy and thanked them repeatedly. Louison said, "It seems that money is very useful anytime, even in a virtual world built by computers." "Now," Louis said, "hurry up and clear out this house for me. I hope it can be used before dawn. After you have finished your work, you can have a good rest during the day." "Yes, sir." Several people got busy immediately. Louis leaned on the sofa and took a nap. After a while, when 4 o'clock came in the morning, it was still dark. He woke up and thought to himself, "Since I am the world lord, I don't know if I can teleport casually." Function. Then I started to search for the database function introduction. And sure enough, it was there. That's interesting. It seems that you can come and go as you please in this world. Then first check where there is a market and buy some food to keep at home for later use. Thinking of this, I started to search the city map. There was a vegetable market 3 kilometers away from here. Although it was still early, there were already many vendors selling vegetables, meat and so on. Louis used the teleportation function and immediately went to the Chang'an vegetable market and bought a lot of vegetables, no matter how good or bad they were. Pork, beef, seafood, etc. He just bought them when he saw them. I spent more than 10,000 yuan to rent a small cart from someone in the vegetable market and filled it full. I was worried about how to get it back, and thought to myself, anyway, I can do whatever I want now. So just give me a pickup truck. Pushing the cart outside the market, he saw a Mercedes-Benz pickup truck parked. He loaded the vegetables into the car and drove back. When we arrived at the new home, we handed all the dishes to the nanny to clean up. After seeing so many dishes, several people were confused. Louis said, "If you have more, put it in the refrigerator. When I'm not around, you can eat it by yourself. You can eat whatever you want. If you can't eat it, take it back to your home." Before 5 o'clock, Louis called her parents overseas. Due to the time difference, it was now 5 o'clock in the evening there. He told them that he had bought a mansion in the south of the city and asked them to stop working outside and come back to enjoy happiness. The parents were very surprised that their son suddenly became rich. Louis lied and said that he had opened a company and made some money. Now he was encouraging college students to start their own businesses. So he started a company while still in his junior year. He also said that the house only cost more than 1 million yuan. So his parents were half convinced. After hanging up the phone, Louis felt worried again. In order to fulfill his lies, he had to start a company. My parents could come back at any time, so it was obviously too late to set up a temporary company. He searched the city's business directory and found that a company with assets of 50 million had financial difficulties and was about to go bankrupt. He checked the phone number of the company's CEO and called him. It took a long time for the other end of the phone to answer the call. As soon as the call came through, Louis said, "I want to fully acquire your company." The other party was confused and didn't speak for a long time. Louis asked, "Speak. Do you want to sell or not?" "Sell. Sell. Sell," the other party said continuously. "Okay. Let's make an appointment to discuss the acquisition." Easy to say. Easy to say. There are ready-made companies. No need to start a business. And no hassle. Now we have a house, a car, and a company. After finishing the work, the phone rang. Louis picked it up and saw that it was Masterly calling. It was only after 5 o'clock. Unexpectedly, the old man woke up. After answering the phone, Masterly also said the same thing. "Is this all true, Master?" Louis said with a smile. "This is really true. At 6 o'clock, I will take you all over and tell you the whole story in detail." Masterly never talked much. He said a few words and then hung up. Louis checked the time. It was 5:30 in the morning. He ordered the nanny to make breakfast and called up the remote monitoring. He found that Laurent was still sleeping. He thought to himself that this girl can really sleep. Such a big change has happened in the world. It doesn't affect her sleep, and I can't bear to wake her up. At 6 o'clock, the alarm clock on Louis's mobile phone rang. This was a habit he had developed over the years, which was to set the alarm clock to ring at 6 o'clock every morning no matter what. This is also the habit developed in the first phase of the 1024-day cycle. Just after the alarm clock rang, Laurent called. After connecting, Laurent's first sentence did not ask him if all this was true, but asked, "Where are you?" "Louis, I bought a house. Do you want to come over?" "Did you buy a house?" Laurent was very surprised. When did you buy it? Why didn't I know? It was also decided on the spur of the moment in the middle of last night. Louis said, I packed it up overnight, and will wait for you to wake up and pick you up. But what happened? A house costs 2 to 3 million. Where do you get the money? Laurent asked. Laurent, are you sleepy? Well, get up and I'll pick you up right now. Oh no. It's a summons. Laurent was instantly summoned by him amidst the screams. Standing in the luxurious living room on the first floor, Laurent was dumbfounded and shouted, Oh my God. Louis, how can you live in such a big house? Did you get it? What do you mean by no? Louis said. Since you are a world lord, you still have a little power to modify the code. Right. Laurent was shocked from ear to ear again. World lord. Oh my God. Louis. That's not a dream. Chapter 145 My Civilization 1. At about 6:30 in the morning, he summoned several people from Liu Yi's staff group one after another, including Lao Wu, Lahia, Master Li, Jiang Haowei and Laurent. Several people talked about the real world and the virtual world while having breakfast, and it was confirmed that the war between the worlds was not a dream, but a reality. Everyone was happy and emotional. Jiang Haowei asked, Then will we live in this big computer in the future? Louis said, I'm sorry. I can't take you to the real world. Master Li said, There is no need to blame yourself. As I said before, it is not easy for us to come into this world. So don't complain. Louis nodded and said, Now I am a lord, in order to thank you for your help in my victory over other lords this time. Jiang Haowei looked at him with a smile and asked, Then how are you going to thank us? Louis said, I really don't know what to do. Apart from money, I have nothing else. Jiang Haowei laughed loudly. Louis, then use your money to kill me. Louis also smiled and said, This is really okay. Old Wu said, Louis, although you are said to be omnipotent now, I think that if you use money casually, it will disrupt the economic order of this world. If possible, you understand. Before Louis could answer, Jiang Haowei said, Uncle, do you want to be so disappointed? If you get some money, you won't destroy the world. Right? Louis said, Uncle Wu is right. Otherwise, I will give each of you 10 million. You can use this money to make money or spend it randomly. In short, I will never give you money again. Uncle Wu, what do you think? Lao Wu wanted to refute, but Jiang Haowei held him down and said, Okay, Uncle, we will listen to Louis in everything. Louis said again, Then it's settled. There's also the boss. Lahia is the boss of the mercenaries, not the boss of their staff group, but he played a key role in the command of this god's war. So although he is not everyone's boss, Louis still calls him boss, which is his nickname. Lahia remained silent. When Louis called him, he said, Okay, this much money is a lot. Louis said, Boss, I'm telling you to stop being a mercenary and retire. Wouldn't it be better to go home and raise your grandchildren and enjoy a happy life? Lahia was very excited and said, Thank you, Louis. With so much money, I really don't have to work so hard anymore. Since everyone has no objections, Louis said, Then I will start transferring money. Let's talk. I snapped my fingers and heard a female voice keep saying, A certain Alipay account has received 10 million yuan. Jiang Haowei took out his mobile phone and exclaimed, Oh, it's really 10 million. Louis smiled and asked, Can it still be fake? Everyone received the money, including Lao Wu. Even if he objected, everyone was very excited and happy. Even Master Li, who always pretended to be cool, had a silly smile on his face. Laurent said, I think Uncle Wu is right. In order for the world to function normally, it's better not to give money casually. Louis said, Okay, I listen to you. Your money will never change again. Anyway, I still have 80 million in my account now. Although he said this, his mind said, I will acquire the company later. So why not just make some money? In the future. Louis said again, You can come to my house at any time. And you can even live here. Jiang Haowei said, How about that? This is your house. Now that we have money, we can buy it if we want. That's okay. Louis added, I have acquired a company, and you can come to work in my company. After everyone chatted for a while, Laurent asked, Louis, you summoned us all here not just for a happy gathering. Right. Louis sighed, and everyone looked at him, waiting for him to continue. Louis said, It is March 24th, 2019. But do you know? It is already 2189 in the real world. Oh my god! Jiang Haowei said in shock. That was already 170 years later. Louis smiled and said, You are exactly saying the opposite. It should be that we are still living 170 years ago. Then he roughly recounted his 8 hours of experience in the real world. The time flow rates of the real world and the virtual world can be reversed. So during 8 hours I was in the real world. Only 300 milliseconds passed in the virtual world. Laurent said. Then you don't know how to wake me up when you come back. Louis smiled and said, Looking at how well you slept, I couldn't bear to wake you up. So I bought this house overnight and tidied it up. Similarly, I am staying in this world now. And the real world is also it's almost like it's at a standstill. So it won't delay things in the real world. In fact, it's not that the real world has stagnated. The real world has always been stable and unchanging. It's just that the virtual world has sped up. Jiang Haowei said. Then you are going to lead 200 people to survive? Louis said. It was the eternal people who destroyed the earth. I not only have to protect these 200 people, but also create conditions for them to continue the Earth's civilization. To put it bluntly, I am their wet nurse. As for eternal revenge will be a long time coming. Right now all I'm thinking about is how to proceed. Jiang Haowei said. Then do you have a name? Name? Louis asked a little confused. Yes. The name? Jiang Haowei said. Look, you now have a Hope Starship, attached to a giant armed robot, and 202 human survivors. Then shouldn't your current group is there a name? Yes, it should have a name. Then help me think of a name. Jiang Haowei said. I think before choosing a name, you must first define the position, or height, of your group. Position? Height? Louis said. In short, it will develop into a very powerful state in the future. If possible, we will also go to the Eternal Man's lair to eliminate them. Then, there is the answer. Jiang Haowei snapped his fingers. Civilization. Yes. Civilization. Civilization? What civilization? Your civilization. Jiang Haowei said. This group of yours is called civilization. You will build a powerful cosmic civilization. Isn't it exciting to think about it? Louis smiled and said, I really didn't expect this step. Everything has just started. I am still in a state of confusion. It doesn't matter. Jiang Haowei said. Take your time. All civilizations develop slowly from being weak at the beginning. So who is the supreme commander of your civilization? Louis said. Of course it's me. I now have the highest control over the Hope Machine civilization. Jiang Haowei actually stood up excitedly, pointed at him, and said, Yes, your civilization attributes have been defined. That is Machine Civilization. Chapter 146 My Civilization 2. Jiang Haowei is a game fan, and he easily defined the group controlled by Louis in the real world as a civilization, and defined its civilization attributes. That is, Machine Civilization. The next step is to name the civilization. Laurent said. Since your first mothership is called Hope, then this civilization might as well be called Hope Civilization. Before Louis spoke, Jiang Haowei took over and said, No, this name is not good. It is not domineering enough. Louis, the leader of civilization, will take the civilization to gallop the universe in the future. I hope civilization. No, no, no. This name is not good. We are not just trying to survive. We want to fight for hegemony in the universe and destroy other more powerful civilizations. Laurent rolled her eyes at him and said, Then what's your name? Jiang Haowei left his seat, held his forehead with his fingers, walked back and forth, and said, Let me think about it. Let me think about it. Lao Wu said, We are originally an Earth civilization. Even the machine civilization led by Louis in the real world must continue human civilization. So I think it is better to call it Earth Interstellar, or Human Interstellar, and New Humanity. Lao Wu said many names in one breath, all of which were quite satisfactory, without any breakthrough. Jiang Haowei waved his hands repeatedly and said, No, no, no. Laurent heard. Jiang Haowei, you always say this is not good, and that is not good. Then why do you say Uncle Wu's this is not good? Sister, Uncle Wu, Jiang Haowei said. Louis is now a machine civilization, with machines as the main body, and humans are just his accessories. Before he could say anything, he was immediately retorted by Laurent, Lahia and Lao Wu. What is an accessory? Aren't you a human being? I know. Jiang Haowei said. You have feelings for human beings. Although strictly speaking, we are not human beings. We just live on the code segments in the computer host. But we have human thoughts. So to a certain extent, to put it bluntly, we are still human beings. Larone said. Speak directly. Jiang Haowei said. Let me sum it up. Machine civilization. This is machine civilization. Don't always be able to get rid of the shadow of human beings. Otherwise one day the position of Louis, the big leader, will be insecure. Do you hope this is the case? Lahia said. I understand what you mean. We want to protect and sustain mankind. But we cannot hand over power to humans. Is that what you mean? That's right. Jiang Haowei said. Through Lu Yi's introduction, I learned why machines kept humans in captivity. It was because humans had creative intelligence. So based on this inference, Lu Yi's future development path will inevitably, we won't encounter other highly intelligent life forms. And we might as well keep those highly intelligent life forms in captivity to make use of their wisdom. So this civilization shouldn't have human characteristics. Larone held her forehead. Oh my god. Jiang Haowei. Your thoughts are too avant-garde and terrible. Jiang Haowei waved his hand. No way. There are at least 400 billion stars in the Milky Way. Do you dare to say that there is no other intelligent life? At least I know there is an eternal man. 70,000 light years away from us. Louis said. I think what Haowei said is quite reasonable. Machine civilization will keep humans in captivity, protect humans, and continue humans. You can set machine civilization as the main civilization and human civilization as the sub-civilization. Okay. Haowei. You, is there a suitable name? Larone said. Can you remove the word captive? It sounds so awkward. Louis. We are all human beings. Louis thought for a moment and said. How about changing them all to guard? Larone nodded and said. Well, protecting human beings is not bad. Jiang Haowei said. With that, how about calling the civilization Seraph? Seraph civilization? Louis frowned. Feeling bad? Jiang Haowei said. Guarding mankind. You are the guardian angel of mankind. Seraph is the highest among angels. So civilization is called Seraph. He couldn't think of a good name for a while. And Louis was not very satisfied with Jiang Haowei's suggestion. So he said, let's put this name aside for the time being. Define the hope as civilization, and its attribute as machine civilization. This matter can be determined. It's down. Anyway, it's going to be a long time in the future. So I'll think about the name slowly. On March 24th, Sunday, there was no need to go to class. And Lao Wu just had a rest. So everyone spent a happy day in Lu Yi's. Rongzhuang. Rongzhuang is the name Louis gave to this house priced at 120 million, which is regarded as a gift to Larone. At night, they dispersed. Jiang Haowei returned to his school. Lao Wu returned to City C. Lahia also returned to his country. And Master Li also returned to his boxing gym. As for Larone, she didn't plan to leave at first. But her mother called and called her back. So Louis was left alone in this mansion. Although under the control of the flow of time, he stayed here for more than 10 hours. Less than a second in the real world. But it always felt like a long time had passed in the real world. So he was worried and decided to go back and watch. Look. Start time flow rate reversal. Prepare for transmission. 5, 4, 3. Louis quickly returned to the real world. And the Hope was still flying smoothly in space on its way to Jupiter. As soon as he arrived, Giada came over the line and asked, Why are you back so soon? Sir? Louis said, It's okay. I have something very important to inform you when I get back. Sir? Please speak. I decided to define this group as the main body of Hope as civilization. Civilization? Yes. Our civilization is a machine. In other words, we are a machine civilization. Yes. Sir. Then may I ask? Sir, what is the name of our civilization? It hasn't been decided yet. So I plan to collect civilization names among 202 humans. Starting now. Louis kept his word and immediately began to draw up a name announcement and distributed it to every human being. As the saying goes, if you have more people, you will be able to come up with a famous name. The announcement of the name call first made it clear to everyone that this new civilization is a machine civilization. And he, Louis, is the supreme commander of this civilization. This caused quite a stir among the 202 humans, with various questions raised, which Louis did not expect. One of the most mainstream questions is, are we humans imprisoned by machines? Are you going to be a slave to machines in the future? Some people even raise the question that the so-called solar explosion and the destruction of the Earth are all illusions, deliberately created by Louis, the evil machine, in order to deceive them, humans, so that they can feel at ease, to live inside the machine. Chapter 147 Demon Sword Angel. In the red giant solar system, in the cosmic space where Mars orbits towards Jupiter, the Hope is flying, bypassing the asteroid belt and heading to Jupiter. Inside the Hope, 202 humans gathered in 4 large cabins and began to submit civilization names. Louis, as the consciousness of the Hope host, has no specific appearance, so he cannot be seen inside the spacecraft. And he is currently reviewing the 202 naming proposals submitted in the host. The names given by these people can be described in a variety of ways, such as Star of Hope, Star of the Future, Angry Humanity, Avenger, etc. Louis was not satisfied, but there was a naming proposal that moved him. There are only 4 words on this bill, Demon Sword Angel, without any introduction, and the author is signed by Gong Tietue. Magic Sword Angel? Interestingly, Louis really wanted to know the meaning of this name, so he specially summoned Gong Tietue to the central computer room. The Hope spacecraft does not have a cockpit because its flight is controlled by a computer, and Louis can control the computer, so there is no need for a cockpit. There is a cabin in the central computer room, which is very small. After the hammer arrives, the lighting and artificial gravity are turned on. The entire spacecraft only has artificial gravity in the area where human activities occur. There is no artificial gravity in all other places, and the central computer room is no exception. Therefore, after the hammer arrived, it was temporarily turned on. Louis projected a 3D human appearance image in the computer room. This virtual human appearance is his appearance in the virtual world. At the same time, a large screen was lit up and turned into a virtual viewing window, allowing you to see the space scenery in front of the bow of the spacecraft. Iron Hammer asked, "Sir, is this you?" "Yes, it's me," Louis replied. "Are you really just a machine?" Louis didn't answer her. He didn't want to answer the question. Until now, he couldn't accept this reality. Iron Hammer was also very sensible and no longer asked this question, but asked, "Sir, are you looking for me?" Louis said, "I read your proposal, but you didn't say the meaning of this name. Can you tell me about it now?" Iron Hammer didn't answer but asked, "What's the name of the sword that Seraph is carrying?" Only then did Louis remember that when he was fighting UFOs on Earth, he saw the word "Godslaying" engraved on the sword. So this sword was also called the Godslaying sword. So he said the name of the sword. Iron Hammer asked again, "Then sir, why is this sword called Godslaying instead of Demon Slaying?" Louis replied, "The God in this name is not a God in the true sense, but represents the eternity of a God-level civilization. Naturally, killing gods means destroying eternity, and eternity means destroying the solar system, the Earth and Earth civilization. Prime culprit," Iron Hammer said. "Since ancient myths and legends, gods and demons have been antagonistic. Since the eternal civilization claims to be a god, and we want to kill gods, then we are demons. Magic," Iron Hammer said. "In order to survive, we have to fight against this so-called god. So what if we become a demon? Since the God-slaying sword is for killing gods, it is a demon sword. So our civilization is called the Demon Sword. Magic sword?" Louis repeated these 2 words. In the dark universe, survival is so difficult, and the so-called God, who looks down on the universe, can control the fate of others at will. As the lowest level of low-level civilization, it is necessary to resist, Iron Hammer said. For the eternity of God-level civilization, we are their demons, and we must also work hard to become their demons. Well said. So, sir, do you think the name Demon Sword is good? Lu Yi's virtual image grinned. I didn't expect you, a little girl, to be so reasonable when talking about it. Well, this name is not bad, and it is also the most satisfactory to me among so many names. I will carefully consider whether to adopt it. Then you tell me the magic sword, what does angel mean? Iron Hammer added. Angels serve God, but this God has destroyed mankind. So should the current angels continue to serve God? Or should they help mankind fight against God? Of course it's the latter. So angels will lead humans to resist and destroy this God. And this angel is you. Devil Sword. Demon Sword Angel. Lu Yi's virtual image muttered to himself. Louis made up his mind. and civilization was born from this moment. The name of civilization is Magic Sword, and the attribute of civilization is Machine Civilization. The leader of civilization is Lu Yi, who is called an angel, or archangel. The three major goals of the Magic Sword: protect mankind, develop and grow, and destroy eternity. The first small target of the Magic Sword is to go to the star Ganymede, also known as Ganymede. It is the largest satellite in the solar system, with a diameter of 5,200 kilometers and a gravity that is 14% of the Earth. The volume is larger than the Moon, but the gravity is smaller than the Moon. Ganymede is mainly composed of silicates and water ice, so there is a lot of water on it. The Magic Sword needs to collect a lot of water, so Ganymede is a good choice. The first step is to establish a temporary base on Ganymede to build industrial spaceships and warships, expand the scale of the Magic Sword, and also build one to several large mining ships to cope with possible constant threats in the future. Interstellar voyage. Interstellar navigation is just a few light years away. If the maximum interstellar speed of the Demon Sword is 2x, even if it flies to the nearest alpha star, it will take more than 200 years. That's it, not counting acceleration and deceleration time, otherwise it will be longer. So when traveling between stars, you need to carry a lot of supplies. So you need a mine ship. Without wormhole technology, rapid interstellar travel cannot be achieved. The shuttle Heart with wormhole technology was destroyed on the Moon, still 70 hours away from Jupiter. Lu Yi announced the good news of the birth of civilization to the entire civilization. Human beings within the civilization were both happy and worried. They were happy that they had finally escaped from the purgatory on Earth and could survive. What worries me is that in the future, will their descendants have to live on the fleet forever, under the supervision of machines, without freedom? In the next 48 hours, a small human society composed of 202 people began to elect a human leader. The position of this leader was temporarily called governor. There are 5 people with the highest votes, and the top 3 are MB01 Chang'eo, GG01 Gong Tai Hammer, and MG01 Ai Rui. In the Enlightenment Project, the 100 boys and girls living at the Mars base are called the 100 Sons of Mars. They happen to be 50 boys and 50 girls. The other 2 bases were also assigned and named according to this ratio. The 100 children in the Lunar Diana base were called the Moon 100 Children. Unfortunately, they were all killed in the first wave of solar explosions, followed by the Gaia base on the Earth. The Earth is dead. There is a reason why the ratio of men to women was so clearly divided at the beginning of the Enlightenment program. Chapter 148 3 Women. The original intention of the Enlightenment Project was to continue human civilization so that it would not perish under the overwhelming attack of Hessen. The Hope, the predecessor of the Demon Sword civilization, could only selectively retain very few human survivors. This was part of the Enlightenment plan. The more important part of the Enlightenment plan is to continue civilization and prevent it from perishing. The most important part of continuation is reproduction. So the survivors need to have a male to female ratio of 1 to 1. And all the survivors need to be paired up. Therefore, from the time they were selected into the Enlightenment program and stationed at the survival base when they were young children, their future spouses had already been arranged. So Chang'eo's fiancé is Ai Rui, and Gong Tietue's fiancé is Wei Laishar numbered GB01. During the Earth rescue operation launched by the Demon Sword Angel, Wei Laishar and 2 other people were killed by the Eternal Drone. One of those 2 people was GB49 Thomas and his fiancée GG49, who took the lead in running out of the tunnel. It turns out that the number does not represent its excellence. It is just randomly assigned. Therefore, Gong Tietue is now single due to the death of his fiancée. The first human society of the Demon Sword was composed of 202 people, including 197 people in the Enlightenment Project and 5 people outside the plan, all from the Mars Research Station. All 197 people are 18 years old, except for Gong Tietue, who is single. The other 196 people happen to be matched with men and women. Among the 5 unplanned people, 2 men and 2 women were paired. And there was also a woman, Aunt Tao, who was 40 years old. Lao Li, who died during the Mars rescue mission, was her husband. At this moment, Aunt Tao, like Gong Tietue, is also single. There are 202 people in human society, including 100 males and 102 females. During the long interstellar journey, the lives of these 2 extra women will become troublesome. In space, the Angel-class interstellar carrier Hope is sailing, accompanied by the giant robot Seraph. driven by Louis. He can now monitor the Hope, all its ships, robots, and every corner of its interior. He can also fly the Hope to Jupiter and pilot the Seraph robot to fly around the Hope at the same time. There is a passenger cabin inside the Seraph. There are 10 rows of seats in this passenger cabin, and there are 2 passengers in each row. They are all humans from the human society of the demonic sword civilization. All passengers were wearing seat belts. The robot was rolling in space, and the scene outside was spinning in front of everyone, which made everyone scream. The 9 rows at the back were all occupied by couples, but the 2 passengers in the first row were both women. One was Gong Qichwei, and the other was Aunt Tao. Aunt Tao looked serious and was not frightened by the roller coaster-like flight of the robot. On the other hand, Gong Tizui beside her was not only scared but also excited, and kept screaming. After shouting for a while, Taizui looked back at Aunt Tao beside him and said, "What an exciting space flight! Why aren't you excited?" Aunt Tao didn't look at her, but said coldly, "What's so exciting? My man just died, and you want to make me excited?" Her man is Lao from the Mars Research Station, who crashed into Mars. Iron Hammer said, "My man is also dead, but life still has to go on, right?" The man she was talking about was her fiancé, and was not married yet. So strictly speaking, he was not her man. Aunt Tao glared at her and said, "Can you compare with me? My man? My daughter? My parents-in-law are all dead. Not a single family member is left. I will live alone. What are you so excited about?" "I'm sorry, Aunt Tao. Forget it. You won't understand even if I tell you." "Why don't I understand?" Taizui asked. "After all, you have lived for 40 years with relatives, and I have been 18 years, and I have never known what relatives are. I have never known who my parents are since I was a child. Do you think am I happier than you?" "Yes. My fiancé died. I should have been sad, but I couldn't. He and I were very alienated. We hadn't spoken a few words in 18 years. I didn't even know what his hobbies were. I don't even know. When he died, I really couldn't be sad." "Then you still want to be engaged to him?" "The system arranged it for everyone, and it's not easy to change. But now it's fine. I'm free, and I don't have to worry about how to live with a strange man in the future. Then you will be single for the rest of your life." Aunt Tao said, "I am different from you. I have enjoyed everything in life. It's okay." Taizui stretched out his hands in a hug. But what?" Aunt Tao asked. "There is a technology in the heart of memories, which is hibernation technology. I am also majoring in this major," Iron Hammer said. "Anyway, we both have to spend the rest of our lives alone, so we might as well hibernate and wake up after the population increases." "Come here. You can find a man then. How about it? How about we freeze together and be a companion?" "I don't want it," Aunt Tao said. "I only recognize my man in this life, and I won't look for him again." "Okay, then I'll hibernate by myself." In this human governor election, unexpectedly Cheng Ao was elected with a high vote. For this election, Ai Rui, who is most likely to be elected, has done enough homework, giving speeches, making leaflets, and canvassing votes. Who would have known that people would not accept her at all? And half of them voted for Cheng Ao. This made Ai Rui feel very dissatisfied. So he found Louis in the central computer room of the Hope. Louis met her, and Ai Rui said, "Cheng Ao is my fiancé. Logically speaking, I should be very happy that he can be elected. But in the spirit of being responsible for mankind, I think he is not a fit for the governor." "Oh, tell me what you think." Louis listened to her with interest, never expecting that there would be a struggle for power in this small human society of 200 people. Ai Rui said, "Cheng Ao likes to take risks, and is easily impulsive. This Mars rescue is a good example. Although his intention to save people was good, the risk was too high, and one survivor died. But people still have to be saved. And the death caused by mistakes is not what he wanted, and is difficult to avoid. Yes, so he is suitable to be a hero, not a leader." Louis kind of hates this girl. She is so obsessed with power, and won't even let her fiancé go. It is inevitable that such a person will not resist him when he gets stronger. So Louis said, "But I must respect the public opinion. Since the public opinion asked him to be the governor, then he will do it. You go back. Don't say more. And I also hope you can unite and support Cheng Ao. Don't cause trouble. Understand?" "But yes, sir." Chapter 149 Ganymede. Ganymede, also known as Ganymede, is the largest natural satellite in the solar system. Setting sail from the Earth, the Magic Sword went through a 74-hour space voyage and finally arrived here. The Magic Sword will stay in Ganymede, or the moon system of Jupiter, for a long time, and will be used to collect resources and build ships and other facilities. After the sun is attacked by a neutron star bomb, it will first explode into a red giant. After a short period of explosion, it will begin to collapse. This speed will be very fast. Eventually, the sun will collapse into a neutron star. The current situation in the solar system is that the sun will stop expanding after swallowing Mars, which will arrive in about 3 days. Then after stagnating for a few days, it began to collapse rapidly, and finally became a neutron star with a diameter of less than 100 kilometers. Although the size of the sun has shrunk extremely, its density has increased extremely, and its mass will also increase to at least twice what it was before. Several outer planets starting from Jupiter and their satellite systems will be affected, but after the collapse of the sun, the entire solar system will gradually stabilize. But there are no more Mercury, Venus and Earth, and it's hard to predict whether Mars will survive. In the Demon Sword civilization, the Hope parked into the orbit around Ganymede. The Seraph robot broke away from it and released the small robot Elf. It left the orbit and landed towards Ganymede. The atmospheric pressure of Ganymede is 0.1 pascals, which is 1/1,000,000th of the original atmospheric pressure of the Earth. It is close to a vacuum, and humans cannot survive. The atmospheric components are extremely small amounts of oxygen and ozone. The gravity is 14% of the original Earth, slightly lower than the original Moon. The reason why the word original is added before the Earth and the Moon is because they no longer exist. Affected by the solar explosion, the average temperature is slightly higher than before. It was 160 degrees Celsius before, and now it is around 80 degrees Celsius, which is still very cold. Ganymede is larger than the Moon, but its structure is dominated by silicates and water ice, with small amounts of iron alloys, and other metallic elements. The Elf landed on a field, and Louis looked at the world through the eyes of the Elf robot. He saw a huge Jupiter hanging in the sky, surrounded by a beautiful halo. Louis couldn't help but sigh. Once upon a time, he could see such beautiful scenery in the universe. Sir, Louis came over in a trance, half crouched down, and opened the abdominal cockpit door. Chang'e walked out, wearing a thick space suit. After landing, he bounced twice before standing still. Chang'e held something like a rugby ball in his hand and looked around. Louis said, "The geological structure here is quite stable. Let's just stay here." "Yes, sir," Chang'e said and squatted down, inserting the football in his hand into the surface of Ganymede's silicate soil in an upright position. In order to fix it, he also took out a small shovel and dug around it. After digging a small trench, the rugby-shaped machine heart was finally fixed. This machine heart is one of 2 existing technological hearts. "Chang'e, step back," Louis said. After Chang'e took a few steps back, he stretched out his arm and pointed at the heart of the machine. Once the laser shot out, it illuminated the heart of the machine and began to connect data. Confirm the usage permissions, and the system confirms that the heart of the machine is activated. I saw that the heart of the rugby-shaped machine began to change, and many small windows opened on the surface. This is on Ganymede. The concentration of the atmosphere is 1/1,000,000th that of the original Earth, close to a vacuum, so no sound can be heard. Otherwise, it will definitely be a buzzing sound plus a buzzing sound. The sound will definitely be very nice. After opening these small windows, you can see many blue lasers shooting out of them. The system prompts that energy support is needed. Louis opens a hatch door in his body, takes out a cubic box from inside, walks over, and puts this. The box was placed next to the machine heart, about 1 meter away. The cubic box was a regular cube with a side length of about 1 meter. After placing it, Louis took out a similar box and placed it on the other side of the heart of the machine, with the same distance of 1 meter. Activate the plasma battery, and you will see that the 2 cube-shaped plasma batteries each shoot a red laser towards the heart of the machine and begin to provide energy to the heart of the machine. After the machine heart was supported by energy, it began to float slowly and began to rotate slowly, driving the laser it emitted to rotate together. "Wow! Wow!" Chang'e exclaimed, looking at the magical scene in front of him. The 2 people moved back continuously to avoid being hit by the laser. The reason why the word human, is put in quotation marks is because Louis appears here in the form of a robot. But here at this moment, only Chang'e is a standard person. After the machine heart starts to rotate, you can gradually see some sand and dust floating up and rotating together, with the machine heart as the core, rotating around the machine heart. More and more sand and dust are floating and rotating together, and the sand and dust are also loaded with finely divided water ice. Ganymede is a world where silicate rocks and water ice are equally divided, so it is not unusual for water ice to be everywhere. Chang'e crossed his shoulders and looked at the rotating heart of the machine intently. Louis asked, "As far as I know, you are a person with a flamboyant personality. Why have you become so deep?" Chang'e sighed and said, "Sir, I don't want to be the governor of this human being anymore." "Why? Are you not confident in your abilities?" Chang'e nodded and said, "Yes, sir." In fact, Louis was very optimistic about Chang'e. He had a flamboyant personality, a strong sense of adventure, and the courage to try and innovate, which was completely opposite to his own personality. And he himself is the kind of person who is cautious in doing things. So he needs some innovative and passionate humans, who may be of great help to him in his future development. Seeing Chang'e being so negative and pessimistic, he immediately guessed what was going on and asked, "Is it because of the Martian rescue incident?" Chang'e said nothing. Louis added, "At the beginning, the 6 people at the Mars research station asked not to wear spacesuits, but to be tied together with ropes to jump over. But you objected to this. Just imagine. Everyone failed. And the 6 people were tied together. The success rate is even lower. So looking at it another way, you successfully saved the lives of 5 other people. But Uncle Lee died in my hands. I watched him fall to Mars. But I was helpless. I watched him desperately struggle and cry for help. But I couldn't go over and help him. Chang'e, you are a smart man. You know this is not your fault. But I just can't get over this hurdle in my heart." Chapter 150, Opening the Heart of the Machine. Like the other 201 children, Chang'e was only 18 years old and had low mental endurance. It was understandable that Louis wanted to talk him through, but was unable to succeed. So he said no more. If he is unwilling to serve as the governor of mankind, then according to the voting system, he can only let Ai Rui take the position. Although Louis dislikes Ai Rui very much, but he also said before that everything depends on public opinion. So even if he doesn't like her, he can only let her go. For this reason, he thought of a problem. That is, the psychological endurance of human beings when encountering major life and death changes. After all, people have feelings. And these feelings are still very, very complicated. If in the previous human society, there would have been a professional person to solve such problems. And this profession was a psychological counselor. Therefore, Louis felt that it was necessary to activate another machine heart, the heart of memory, and develop the medical and psychological medicine contained in it as soon as possible. The machine heart containing eternal technology in front of him began to spin more sand, dust and ice particles, forming a vortex around it. Ganymede's revolution period is 7 days. And where it is now, it will take about 4 days to turn to the sunny side of Jupiter. So it is temporarily safe on Ganymede, and there is no need to worry about being illuminated by the sun. The 2 people were watching at work when they felt the ground shaking violently, coming from behind. Chang'e turned around to look. But Louis didn't have to turn around because the elf robot he was driving had a rear camera, and he could see what was behind him. About 300 meters behind them, an icicle fountain suddenly spewed out, causing the earth to quake. "The sun exploded and Jupiter was affected," Louis said. "It's starting to be a little dangerous here. I suggest you go back to the mother ship. I want to watch it here for a while longer. There's nothing interesting to see. I don't want you to be a living person when you come and a corpse when you go back." Under Louis's persuasion, Chang'e boarded the elf robot cockpit and took off. Seraph detached from the Hope and flew to Ganymede, meeting up with Elf about 1,000 kilometers away. And Chang'e boarded Seraph. The elf separated from Seraph, and Seraph carried Chang'e back to orbit and docked with the Hope. So Chang'e returned to the Hope. The elves returned to the surface of Ganymede, where the heart of the machine was. And Louis also monitored the operation of the heart of the machine at all times. The growth of the demon sword civilization relied on him. The vortex is constantly expanding and growing. More and more matter is being sucked into the vortex and spinning. And the elves controlled by Louis are also constantly widening the distance. The heart of the machine spins and floats along with the 2 plasma cells. Louis just kept looking at it, and the elf kept guarding it. Anyway, He was a machine now, and he didn't need to rest. Whether it was the elf, Seraph, or Hope, they were all on their way to Jupiter. The damaged areas were repaired by nanorobots. When the heart of the machine was activated for 6 hours, lightning appeared in the center of the vortex. And the vortex with the heart of the machine, as its core had expanded to a large vortex 10 meters high and 5 meters in diameter, with many debris surrounding it. As it rotates and is wrapped tightly, you can see a light blue light emitting from it. And occasionally you can see lightning. It's a pity that there is no sound here. Otherwise the scene would be even more shocking. Louis's elf has been sticking here, connecting to Giada. Will this so-called heart of the machine work? It's been 6 hours, and not a single product has been produced. Giada replied. Sir, Ganymede is just a satellite and lacks resources. So the cycle will be relatively long. And it is only 6 hours. So it will not be so fast. How long will it take to produce output? It will be 3 days at the earliest. Sir, you are too anxious. Can I not be anxious? We have all reached the level of civilization now. But except for the Hope, Seraph and elves, there is almost nothing. Sir, don't be in a hurry. Okay. The call is over. Louis's host is now inside Seraph. He can not only monitor the Hope, but also remotely monitor the elves on Ganymede and the working machine heart. Through surveillance, we can see that some of the humans on board the Hope are wandering around, chatting together, playing computer games provided by the Hope, and others are sleeping. The heart of the machine kept running like this, and its size was getting bigger and bigger, and Louis's elf robot was always guarding it. The next day, AI Rui, a candidate for human governor, suddenly connected with Louis. As soon as Ari came online, he said, Sir, you have to make the decision for me. Louis felt puzzled and immediately retrieved the surveillance video related to AI Rui, and soon knew the answer. It turned out that AI Rui and her fiancé were at odds and Chung Ao wanted to break up with her. But Louis pretended not to know and asked, What's wrong? Ari cried and said, Chung Ao wants to abandon me. Abandon you? Louis couldn't help but feel funny. The two of them were only engaged and not married. So how could they abandon you? Then he asked, Did he have sex with you? Huh? AI Rui looked confused. Louis doesn't have a human body now. Otherwise he would also be confused when he saw AI Rui's confused look. She couldn't understand the meaning of his words. This was a new era human being at the end of the 22nd century. Don't even understand this. He then went on to retrieve the database and found out that these children had received strict education and training when they grew up in the 3 major Enlightenment bases. And even the slightest intimacy between men and women was prohibited. And those who manage them are artificial intelligence. Louis then asked, Does that mean he slept with you? Ari's face turned red. Oh, sir, what are you talking about? How could we possibly have such an ugly thing? Then has he kissed you? Not this one either. Did I hold your hand? No. Have you ever said any love words to you? Love words? What are they? Through this conversation, Louis finally understood that there was nothing wrong with the relationship between the two people who were engaged by artificial intelligence, let alone abandonment. Then what do you want now? Louis asked back. Reject his unreasonable demands and don't allow him to abandon me. Then what if he insists on breaking up with you? We are engaged. He can't do this. It must be forbidden. Little sister, Louis said. In principle, we don't agree with you breaking up, because it will affect the human reproduction plan. But if he insists on breaking up with you, I have nothing to say. While he was talking to AI Rui, Chung Ao actually asked to connect with him, and Louis turned on the dual process connection mode. What do you want to say? Louis asked Chung Ao. Sir, Chung Ao said, I want to break up with AI Rui and get engaged to Gong Tietue. Chapter 151 Ganymede is attacked. Hearing that Chung Ao proposed to terminate the relationship with AI Rui and asked to establish a relationship with Gong Tietue, Louis also felt speechless. In the original human world, such a thing was completely free for everyone. It is necessary to apply to the organization. But things are different now. Every man and woman establishes a one-to-one marriage relationship in order to maintain eugenics and mothering in the future. Now Chung Ao actually wants to break this relationship, terminate the relationship with his fiancée AI Rui, and start a relationship with Gong Tietue. Louis said, You have to think clearly about the future development plan of Demon Sword. We live in this great era, and we must be responsible for every decision we make. Louis persuaded him, okay. In fact, he was too lazy to care about this nonsense. But in order to take the overall situation into consideration, it was necessary to go through the procedures. However, Chung Ao insisted on this after his persuasion. Louis said, "Then since you insist on doing this, I can't force my objections. I have already persuaded you. The next thing to do is Gong Qiuchui. Does she agree?" Chung Ao said, "I told her, but she didn't say she agreed or disagreed." "Okay, you call her here, and we face it together. As long as she agrees, I will agree to your request. What do you think?" "Yes, sir. Thank you, sir." Chung Ao disconnected and went to find Iron Hammer. And Louis informed Ai Rui of his decision. Ari cried, "How can this be done? Sir, you can't break us up." "I'm sorry, Ai Rui," Louis said. "Since ancient times, the emphasis has been on mutual love. If he doesn't like you, why should you insist on it? This matter has been decided, so don't say anything more." After that, he forcibly disconnected from her. After handling their affairs, Louis couldn't help but think of Le Rong, who was still living in the virtual world. At this moment, he missed her a little. In order to test the operation of the machine heart, he has not been to the virtual world for more than 2 days. Although more than 2 days have passed in the real world, it only lasted 2 seconds in the virtual world. He really wants to go back now, but he doesn't trust this place. Although the flow of time can be reversed, he doesn't trust it either, so he hasn't gone back. He must stabilize everything here before he can go back. Ganymede's revolution period is 7 days, calculated according to Earth time, unless otherwise specified. The same applies hereafter. And its rotation period is also 7 days, so it has the same characteristics as the moon, with one side always facing Jupiter, and the other side always facing Jupiter, point away from Jupiter. And now Ganymede is located on the backside of Jupiter, so Jupiter can be seen from where the heart of the machine is. Chung Ao proposed that humans also participate in the guardianship of the machine heart, and Louis agreed to his suggestion. On the 56th hour, after the opening of the heart of the machine, Gong Iron Hammer happened to be on duty. With 4 hours of combat readiness duty, she drove an Angel-class spacecraft to Ganymede. The Angel-class spacecraft is also a small spacecraft, but it is a combat spacecraft. At this moment, the Angel-class spacecraft is parked on the surface of Ganymede, not far from the heart of the machine. Next to it is an elf robot that has been standing. Gong Qiuchui was sitting in the cockpit of the Quan Angel spacecraft, with his feet on the bridge. He had just finished eating, put down the lunchbox, then stood up, walked to the extravehicular spacesuit cabinet, and said as he walked, "I'll go down and take a look." After putting on his spacesuit, he walked out of the airlock and came outside, holding the handheld testing equipment. Gong Qiuchui walked towards the heart of the machine in front of him and said, "I think in a few hours, our first product will be ready." Was produced. Louis said, automatically producing items. "I hope it can succeed." Hammer said, "Sir, you have to believe in science. You, little girl, are still here to teach me a lesson. We." At the same time, Hope has been parked in the orbit of Ganymede, always monitoring the operation of the machine heart on Ganymede. Louis didn't dare to relax at all times. But at this moment, an unidentified aircraft suddenly broke into the observation field of view from the other side of Ganymede, and flew quickly from the back of Ganymede, and launched a missile. Louison said, "Isn't Eternal Man gone? Why the H.L. is there still their spaceship here?" But upon closer inspection, I found that this spaceship was completely different in appearance from the Eternal spaceship I had seen before. The Eternal Man's spaceships are all luminous, but this spaceship is obviously not. So where did it come from? Louis asked Giotto while checking the database. Giotto's answer was, "This spaceship is obviously not that of the Eternals. It's more like the spaceship of the Earthlings." Earthling spaceship? Louis was confused at the time. Wasn't the Earth civilization destroyed when the sun exploded? The only 202 human survivors are now in the Demon Sword civilization. For Louis, the reaction time for all this was only 3 nanoseconds. He had already controlled the elf robot to fire a laser beam at the incoming missile. At the same time, he said to Hammer, "Return to the spaceship quickly and prepare to fight or evacuate." Before he finished speaking, Ganymede's communication was interrupted. Before the communication was interrupted, it showed that the enemy missile was hit by a laser and exploded. Louis couldn't help but curse, and operated the Seraph to leave the Hope and prepare for landing operations. The communication was only interrupted for 3 seconds before it was restored. The elf robot was attacked by EMP, causing some original parts to be damaged and unable to be controlled. The Quan Angel spacecraft was intact. Gong Tiechui fell to the ground and ran towards the Quan Angel spaceship, shouting as he ran. "Call headquarters. Under attack. Request for support," Louis said. "Please board the ship quickly. Support will arrive shortly." Before Gong Tiechui took 2 steps, a series of bullets hit her in front, stirring up a dust mist mixed with ice particles several feet high. Tiechui screamed in fear and did not dare to run anymore. A spaceship flew over and landed. Gong Tiechui looked at the spacecraft in front of him in horror. It was a spaceship more than 10 meters long, longer than Quan Angel. Quan Angel is a combat spaceship, so it is not big, less than 5 meters, so it looks very small in front of enemy ships. The enemy spacecraft landed. The hatch opened, and 5 fully armed people walked out. They were all wearing black space suits and came to the front. One of them picked up a gun and fired a burst of fire at the vortex of the heart of the machine. The vortex immediately it started to stop, and the dust mist fell. One of the men came to Gong Tiechui with a gun. Tiechui looked at him in horror, not knowing what he was going to do. The computer system installed in the space suit prompts, "There is an unknown signal requesting connection. Do you agree?" Gong Tiechui guessed that it must be from this group of people, so he agreed to the connection. He only heard a man's voice saying, "Hey, are you an alien?" Another voice said, "What to do with this unknown creature?" "Killed," Gong Tiechui shouted in horror. "Who are you? What are you going to do? Why is it a human? It's still a woman. Then take it with you, along with the football." Chapter 152 Operation Europa 1. There are 3 machine hearts in total, according to their different functions. They are the shuttle heart, the memory heart, and the technology heart. Needless to say, the shuttle heart has been destroyed. The memory heart is on the Hope, and the one lost this time it's the heart of technology. The heart of technology is loaded with eternal advanced technology. Once activated, it can automatically collect nearby resources, utilize them, and automatically produce the equipment and resource reserves required by the fleet, including ships and energy. Without the heart of technology, the magic sword will not be able to develop, and may even be destroyed. So Louis must take it back. However, it was said that at the mining site of Ganymede, the technological heart, one of the machine hearts, was in working condition. Just as the first product was about to be produced, it was suddenly attacked by an unknown enemy, and its operation was interrupted. The heart of the machine was kidnapped. The Gong Iron Hammer was kidnapped, and the Elf robot lost its mobility due to an EMP attack. The current Hope has only 2 small spacecrafts. One is an Angel-class combat transport dual-purpose spacecraft, and the other is an Angel-class combat spacecraft parked at the Ganymede mining site. There are no small combat robots. Therefore, Louis carried out an emergency mobilization among humans. A machine heart is lost. If it is not recovered, it will inevitably seriously affect the development process of civilization. Therefore, it is necessary to recruit commandos among humans to go to the enemy camp to recapture the machine heart, and at the same time rescue Gong Tiechui. Chung Ao was the first to respond and asked to join the war. In the human living area of the Hope, facing the virtual influence projected by Louis in front of everyone, Chung Ao said, "Sir, I want to go." Ai Rui whispered beside him, "I advise you not to go. The enemy's identity is unknown, and it will be a long-term disaster." Chung Ao glared at him and said, "The heart of the machine is related to the life and death of civilization, and more importantly, the development and destiny of our humanity. As a member of civilization, it is our duty to take back the heart of the machine." Ari said no more. Louis said, "I need at least 5 commandos to land on Ganymede first. Restart the Elf robot, and go on the mission with you. Gong Tiechui has a tracker on his body, which has shown that the enemy is on Europa." 5 more humans expressed their intention to participate in the operation. Among these 5, 4 were lovers from the 2 teams, and one was actually Aunt Tao. Louis said, "Aunt Tao, you are older, so don't go." Aunt Tao said, "Sir, I am only 40 years old. I am not very old. I have 15 years of work experience at the Mars Research Station. I may be more qualified to participate in the operation than these idiots." Louis acquiesced to Aunt Tao's insistence on participating and appointed Chung Ao as the captain of the operation. Ai Rui also wanted to go. Chung Ao said, "We already have 6 people. It would be inconvenient to have more. As a candidate for governor, you should stay at home and take care of the house. Team members, come with me to get the equipment." Louis said, The mission briefing will be given to you on the Angel-class spacecraft. 6 people, including 2 couples, went to the weapons depot, put on spacesuits and weapons, boarded the Angel-class spacecraft, broke away from the Hope mothership, and flew to Ganymede. When I arrived at the mining site, I saw that the place was in a mess. Where the heart of the machine was originally placed, there was a lot of debris scattered, including sand, ice crystals, and some alloy fragments. An Angel-class spacecraft and a 5-meter-tall elf robot were parked nearby. After the Angel-class spacecraft landed, Chang'e took the lead to step off the spacecraft and came to the elf robot. He repaired the robot's maneuverability according to the instruction manual and strengthened the EMP defense function. Louis restarted the elf. Chang'e boarded the parked Quan Angel-class spacecraft and said, "We are going to Europa now to take back the heart of the machine and rescue Gong Tizui." 2 spaceships and 1 robot took off and flew away from Uizan and headed for Europa. Among the satellites orbiting Jupiter, Europa's orbit is inside Ganymede. In order to avoid our detection, the enemies on Europa actually went a long way around and broke in from the periphery of Ganymede, entered the air defense area where the heart of the machine is. As we all know, Ganymede's revolution period and autobiographical period are synchronized, both of which are 7 Earth days. So one side of Ganymede always faces Jupiter, and the mining point of the heart of the machine happens to be on this side facing Jupiter. So it is given provide an opportunity for the enemy to take advantage of. The average distance between Europa's orbit and Ganymede's orbit is 670,000 kilometers, and one revolution takes 3.5 days. At this moment, the 2 satellites are exactly at the closest distance, so the commandos will soon can reach the destination. During the flight, I connected with Louis, who asked, "Chang'e, what are your plans?" Chang'e asked, "Sir, can the mission of rescuing Gong Qiuque be abandoned at any time? What do you mean by this?" Louis asked back. Chang'e said, "The life and death of Gong Qiuque has nothing to do with the overall situation. Our only mission is to regain the heart of the machine." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Louis said angrily. "Every life is an important factor in the development of civilization. Give me all your strength to save Gong Qiuque." "Sir, then I understand," Chang'e said. "In this case, we can't rescue people with great fanfare. Instead, we need to sneak in. We need to land on the backside of Europa. Then fly at low altitude and approach when approaching the enemy's stronghold. Carry out landing and secret infiltration. Okay, just follow this plan." "Yes, sir." Louis understood that this guy Chang'e was testing him. At the same time, he also understood that if he wanted to live in the trust of human beings, he must first respect human beings and respect life. Louis said, "On the premise of ensuring that the heart of the machine is regained, the male Iron Hammer must be rescued at all costs. And at the same time, one must protect himself. And, after the mission is completed, evacuate immediately and don't get too entangled with the enemy." "Sir," Chang'e said, "why do you keep losing their nest? There is a 50% chance that they are also human beings." Louis said, "As long as we can get our things back, let's give them a chance to survive." "Yes, sir." 2 spacecraft and 1 robot quickly arrived at the dorsal side of Europa, the side facing away from Jupiter, and began to land. Before landing, Louis released several signal repeaters to prevent the obstruction of the planet from affecting signal transmission. Europa has an atmospheric density of 1 µp, which is equivalent to a vacuum, and a gravity of 13%. The original Earth was 1. Temperature. The average temperature before the solar explosion was -165 degrees Celsius. The current average temperature is -75 degrees Celsius, which is still very cold. The geological structure of Europa is mainly composed of silicate rocks inside. The surface of the planet is covered by water, with an average thickness of about 10,000 meters. The upper layer is water ice, ranging from 1,000 to 5,000 meters thick, and the lower layer is liquid ocean. The commando flight formation flew towards the target at an ultra-low altitude close to the ice surface of Europa. Chapter 153 Operation Europa 2. Flying at an ultra-low altitude on the back side of Jupiter. The huge Jupiter could not be seen for the time being. Soon, we flew out of the back side of Jupiter and came to the side of Jupiter, the side facing Jupiter. The huge Jupiter hangs in the sky with its beautiful halo. The side of Jupiter is illuminated by red sunlight. Jupiter blocks most of the radiation from the red giant sun. During the flight, Louis released signal relays many times and released several miniature orbiters in the orbit around Europa for signal relay and ground reconnaissance. At the same time, he launched the Seraph robot to fly Europa is parked in the orbit around Europa to meet emergency needs. When it was about 500 meters away from the destination, the flight formation stopped flying and hovered dozens of meters in the air. Chang'e said, "We are going down. Are you ready to land?" They all replied that they were ready. Chang'e jumped off the Quan Angel spacecraft first and landed on the surface of Europa with a bang. Several other people also jumped off the Angel-class spacecraft one after another. The height is not high. The gravity is not strong. And the combat spacesuit has an anti-gravity propulsion engine. So everyone can jump directly from the spacecraft. The ground is also icy, with a layer of ice more than 1,000 meters thick, which cannot be blasted even with bombs. The ice surface is endless as far as the eye can see. Looking around, it extends to the sky. Occasionally, 1 or 2 protruding icebergs can be seen in the distance. Because it was an ice surface, it was extremely smooth, and there were cleats on the soles of the shoes. Chang'e said, "Check the weapons, turn on the defogger, and test the team channel. I am number 2. I am here. I am number 3. Normal. Don't panic," Chang'e said. "Our equipment is very strong. If there is no problem, we can move forward. Let's go!" 6 people walked on the ice and moved forward. Since Europa's gravity is only 13%, everyone basically jumped when they walked. And they could jump 2 or 3 meters high in one jump. Louis controlled 2 spaceships and a robot to move forward close to the ground, and released the Robot B reconnaissance aircraft. The Robot B reconnaissance aircraft is only 1 centimeter in size, and hundreds of these small things were released and flew forward. A teammate asked, "There is nothing here. I can't see their stronghold." The reconnaissance system prompts that there is a valley 500 meters ahead. The enemy stronghold may be there, but it cannot be seen with the naked eye. However, the Robot Bees quickly fed back the observed intelligence. Sure enough, there was a large basin 500 meters ahead, and there was indeed a suspected human stronghold at the bottom. There were many building facilities there, and several spaceships of various sizes parked there. At the same time, according to the intelligence provided by the Robot Bee, there is a canyon about 200 meters ahead. If you jump down, there will be a tunnel leading directly to the enemy's stronghold ahead. After a while, everyone arrived in front of the canyon. It was just a canyon less than 10 meters wide, all made of ice. Everyone looked down. The underground light was dim, and they could not see clearly. Chang'e turned on the infrared detector and found several sentries at the bottom of the valley. It seemed that the enemy knew that they could sneak into the stronghold here, so they placed sentries here. Through observation, there were 3 in total. Chang'e said, "There are 3 sentries that need to be killed quickly. Everyone turn on the weapons safety and prepare to fight." After that, he jumped down first. The further down, the brighter the light, and the 3 sentries could be seen. Chang'e pulled out his dagger and fell towards one of them. When he got there, he hugged the sentinel fiercely. The man's head was stabbed into his neck with a knife. The dagger was extremely sharp and pierced the enemy's spacesuit. With another turn, the man died with a whimper. Chang'e knocked him down. The other 2 enemies had been shot to death by his teammates at the same time. Seeing the 3 enemies killed, it could be seen through the masks that they were all human beings. Chang'e faced the dead and said, "I'm sorry. It's all for survival. Let's go on." Sure enough, there was a tunnel ahead, and everyone filed in. It was a very long tunnel, and no enemies were encountered along the way. After walking forward for about 200 meters, it suddenly became clear that they had arrived at the basin where the enemy's stronghold was located. There was a large metal building ahead with an open door, and 4 sentries standing on top of the building patrolling with weapons. Chang'e signaled everyone to hide and not be exposed, and then said, "Come on! 4 of us, 1 against 1. Shoot at the same time. Kill them, and then rush in. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1, fire!" Ding, ding, ding. The subtle sound of gunshots passed through the body and entered the eardrums. No muffler. The air on Europa is thin, close to a vacuum, and gunshots are basically invisible. So there is no need to worry about the sound of gunshots alerting the enemy. After killing the 4 sentries, Chang'e took the lead and rushed forward and said, "Quickly break in! Let's go!" Everyone came out of the hole and quickly ran towards the building in front. When they were approaching the building, There was a deep ditch more than 5 meters wide that they had to jump over. There was also a small platform outside the entrance of the building. "Start the power assist device and move over," Chang'e said, and quickly jumped over, landed on the opposite platform, and started walking towards the door. Louis can monitor everyone's heartbeats in real time and says online, "Chang'e, don't be too radical. Pay attention to safety." "Yes, sir," Chang'e said, already arriving at the door. And other team members also arrived one after another. I saw a large cabin inside. There was a step down after entering the door. There was a small open space underground with some unknown equipment and a few sentries. There is another door on the opposite side of the open space, but it is closed. Louis speculates that the outside space should be the airlock. After passing the door, it should be the inside of the building, and there must be oxygen and normal air pressure. Turning on the infrared detector and finding 3 enemies here, Chang'e said, "Get ready to enter. Let's go!" After saying that, he first threw an anti-gravity bomb and detonated it. He immediately saw the 3 people inside floating up in an instant. Everyone rushed in, pulled the trigger, and eliminated the 3 enemies. The enemies that were killed also fell down. "Activate Soul Magnet." Metal ground and magnetic shoes can stabilize the body and overcome low gravity. Everyone came to the airlock door and realized that it could not be opened. "Explode," Chang'e said. 2 people each held a piece of sticky explosive and attached it to the airlock door. Everyone stepped aside and activated the explosives. There is no air pressure, and it is difficult for sound to travel. So only a buzzing sound and a low explosion are heard. The door is blown open, and the air inside mixed with debris is blown out. The explosion sound continues to get louder and soon disappears. The commandos continue to break in. Chapter 154 Operation Europa 3. The commandos blew open the airlock door, and the air inside was blown out along with the debris. At the same time, several hatches inside could be seen being continuously closed to prevent the loss of air from deeper inside. After waiting for the air pressure inside to drop almost, Chang'e led the crowd in and saw that several enemies inside had quickly activated their masks. A team member threw out a miniature anti-magnetic field bomb, and the enemies immediately floated up. "Fire! Throw another anti-magnetic field bomb, and several enemies in another area will float. Keep firing." Light gunshots continued. "Clear! Get ready to continue charging in," Chang'e said. At this moment, a public channel signal requested access. Chang'e connected, and a man's voice said, "Humans, you are human beings. We are also human beings. Why do you push people too much?" Everyone looked at Chang'e, waiting for the next move. Chang'e said to the strangers in the channel, "As long as you hand over the heart of the machine and our female team members, we will retreat immediately and never come to trouble you again." "The heart of the machine?" the man said. "I can give you your people, but not the heart of the machine. It must be handed over. If not, we will take it back at all costs. Otherwise it will cause you huge casualties. Please think clearly," Chang'e said. "Kid, we are all human beings. So why are you willing to be a slave to the machine? I advise you to join us in Europa." Louis has been monitoring online. It turns out that these people belong to an organization called Europa. And Europa's name is also Europa. So it can be concluded that Eurobad's stronghold is on Europa, where the commando team went deep. The bad thing is that it is the home base of Europa. Louis did not intend to intervene in their conversation prematurely, but listened first and then spoke. Chang'e said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Europa. I advise you to join our demon sword. We can forget about your robbing our machine heart and kidnapping our personnel. And in our demon sword, with the development of excellent technology, move forward. I tell you, the solar system will end sooner or later. And our journey is to the stars and the sea." "Ha," the man laughed wildly. "Stars and seas? Are you kidding me? Little brother, you are too childish. You can't even get out of the solar system. You are still talking about stars and seas. Even the nearest alpha star cannot be reached. Why are you talking about stars? The sea? I'm honored to tell you," Chang'e said. "With the current technological level of the demon sword, it will only take up to 300 years to reach Alpha Star. The Hope's maximum interstellar speed is 2x, which is 0.02 times the speed of light. The star system is affected by the gravity of the star, but its maximum speed can also reach 1.5x, which is 0.015 times the speed of light. Alpha Star is 4.22 light-years away from the solar system. according to the speed of 2x. It will take 211 years, adding acceleration and deceleration, as well as other factors. It will take more than 250 years. So Chang'e said that it will only take 300 years at most. But you have to understand, the man said, the so-called magic sword in your mouth is actually just a machine. As a human being, are you willing to be a slave of the machine for your whole life? Chang'e said, we are not slaves. And the demon sword does not treat us humans as slaves. We live happily in the demon sword. But you, on the other hand, come to rob our things and our people without even saying lo. If such an organization allows us to join, I don't know how we will die by then. Louis had already controlled the elf robot at this moment. The Angel-class spacecraft and the Quan Angel-class spacecraft flew over the Europa base together, hovering and not in a hurry to launch an attack. The technological level of the magic sword is much higher than that of the robot. So Louis is completely sure to subdue the opponent. What he is considering at the moment is the safety of the personnel inside the base. Otherwise, he would have launched an aerial strike and snatched the heart of the machine back. The other party said, but what should I do if you kill so many of my people? Who should I ask to reason with? 3 in the ice canyon, 4 on top of the building, 3 inside the building, and 3 more after entering the airlock. A total of 13 people before and after. Chang'e said, we only want our things back. If you come out later to speak, more people may die. So I advise you to surrender immediately and hand over our things. Next, you have 2 the road can be walked. First, surrender to us. And second, let's say goodbye and not interfere with each other. The man said, give me 5 minutes to think about it. Louis's 3 aircraft were hovering over the Europa stronghold, looking down at the stronghold below. According to the tracker, Gong Iron Hammer was inside this building. If it wasn't for saving people, he would have just blown open the building and gone in to get something. But because there were people inside, he was hampered. This made Louis determined to develop a machine army. All future tasks would be done by the machine army, so that there would be no need to worry about casualties. But now there is no choice but to let humans carry out such a dangerous task. While waiting for the incident, an EMP storm suddenly broke out in the Europa stronghold. Fortunately, Louis took precautions before arriving. Otherwise, he didn't know whether the equipment he brought would be damaged. Through signal monitoring, we learned that after being attacked by an EMP storm, the 6 commandos in the building suddenly lost control of their spacesuits and stood there unable to move. Louis immediately drove the elf robot to swoop down and fired a shot at the top of the building. While he was firing, he heard someone in the commando team say, what's going on? Why can't the battle suit be controlled? While he was talking, Louis had already blasted the building open with a cannon. A large amount of gas was blown out along with debris. Shang Wenyu didn't care. He drove the elf robot and jumped in. Louis turned on the broadcast mode and said, all Europa personnel, please pay attention. Give up resistance. Surrender your guns and do not kill. But it was said that the 6 people inside had just been attacked by EMP, and the combat spacesuits temporarily lost their combat functions. Multiple hatches in front of them were opened, and a large number of Europa sentries rushed in and shot at them. At the same time, a large piece of roof in front was blasted away by artillery, and the elf robots also fell in and launched a sweep against the enemy. As soon as the elf came in, everyone's combat spacesuits returned to normal functions. Chang'e said, fighting! Louis joined the battle with everyone and said, don't attack peaceful humans. Don't attack people who put down their weapons. And retreat immediately after completing the mission. Everyone began to attack forward, and Louis's robot fired while charging and blasting open the roof with overwhelming force. Chapter 155 Operation Europa 4. The commando team and the elf robots were overwhelming in the Europa stronghold. Most of the enemies they encountered began to give up resistance. Louis had already said that he would not attack as long as he did not resist. When they were about to arrive at the place where Hammer was being held, the person in charge of Europa came in again and said, can you pause for a moment? I have something more to say. Louis signaled Chang'e to attack, and the elf robot he was driving also stopped and asked, please tell me if you have anything to say. The man asked, why is he not the same person just now? Louis said, the person just now was Commando Captain Chang'e, and I am the machine you mentioned. Are you a machine? The man said, okay, I want you to see a picture. Through the video connection, I saw Gong Tiechui sitting on a chair, not wearing a spacesuit, with his hands tied behind the chair. Next to him stood a man with a gun in his hand, pointing at Gong Tianque. Likewise, he wasn't wearing a spacesuit. They were in a sealed air pressure chamber. The man said, "My name is Peter. I am with your people, and the machine heart you mentioned is in this room. I still say the same thing. I can return your people to you, but as me to compensate for the loss, your machine heart must stay. Otherwise, I will perish together with your people." What Louis values is the heart of the machine, especially this heart of the machine, which is related to the future technological development of civilization. It is more important to him, from the perspective of the development of civilization, as a machine civilization. Does it need humans? Unimportant. In other words, in his civilization, the existence of human beings is dispensable to him. But he, Louis, was born as a human being, so he can't bear to give up on human beings. In 3 nanoseconds, he thought about countermeasures. And in these 3 nanoseconds, he also thought of how to fight back. Louis said, "Mr. Peter, you must be the person in charge of Eurobad. Do you know that the Earth has been destroyed now? Do you know who destroyed the Earth?" "Of course I know," Pete said. "It's a mysterious alien civilization." "That's it? Do you know more?" "Of course, because my ultimate mission is to destroy it. I might as well tell you now what kind of existence this alien civilization you know is. Eternity, at the edge of the Swan Arm 70,000 light-years away from the solar system, is called the fingertips of the goddess. It is a quadruple star system. Bixing is in this quadruple star system. Bixing people are eternity. Civilization, also known as eternal man, has a level of technology that can be described as God level. He easily threw a neutron star bomb, which caused the sun to explode and successively destroyed Mercury, Venus, Earth, and Mars. It will also be swallowed up by it. Do you know what a neutron star bomb is? To put it simply, it is to directly use a neutron star as a weapon and throw it into the enemy's galaxy. A neutron star is a celestial body with a mass only smaller than a black hole. So you can imagine how powerful the eternal civilization is. We are all survivors of this catastrophe. And we are also extremely small existences in the vast universe. Even if you get the heart of the machine, you can't activate it without the password. And the password of the heart of the machine is locked to me. Change in short. It doesn't have a password. What's the use of keeping such an iron lump with no practical value? And, to be honest, I think you are a very incompetent and irresponsible leader. I am a machine, and I can take care of the lives of my subordinates. But you, as a pure human being, do not know how to cherish the lives of your own kind. No, that's not what I am," cried Peter, his voice trembling. It seemed that Li Yi's words had impressed him, so he struck while the iron was hot. "How many people are there in your Europa? How about this? You bring all your humans under my command, and I will open up a human survival area and enjoy a high degree of autonomy. Currently, there is a small human society in our demon sword civilization. Its governor is a human being. This human society is managed by humans themselves, and I am only responsible for protecting human beings and letting them live a carefree life. There is no war, no disease, no worries. The only thing they have to do is to be happy. I think you, Europa, can't do this until now. Right? You, Peter, don't dare to make such a guarantee to your people. Right? After the machine heart is activated, I will build the second human survival spaceship Europa as soon as possible. Peter, I will give you 5 minutes to think about the incident. Not for yourself, but for the sake of other surviving humans in your Europa stronghold. Next, I want to talk to the hostages." Peter did not reject him, but asked Gong Tianque to connect Louis. As soon as the line was connected, Gong Tianque said, "I'm sorry, sir, I've let you down." Louis said, "It's not your fault. It's my fault that I didn't take good defense measures." Gong Tianque said again, "Thank you for coming to save me." Louis said, "You are the one who belongs to my magic sword, and I must send someone to rescue you. But you have to understand that rescuing you is only a secondary task, and capturing the heart of the machine is the main task. But you still haven't given up on this secondary mission. Otherwise, you wouldn't be talking nonsense to him here." Kai Gong Tianque was still a sensible person, so Louis asked again, "Are you okay?" "I am fine. They didn't do anything to you, did they?" "No," Gong Tianque said. "They shouldn't dare." Louis said to Peter again, "Pete, you have not made things difficult for me. This shows that we still have a chance to talk. How about joining us?" Let us become stronger together and destroy our common enemy, the Eternal Civilization.
Peter said no more. He hesitated. While the negotiations were going on, I suddenly saw on the screen that a dozen armed men rushed in and surrounded Peter. Peter asked in surprise,
"What are you doing? Are you going to rebel?"
One of them said,
"Pete, you have been impeached. If it weren't for your stupid behavior, we wouldn't have so many deaths."
After that, the man faced the camera and said,
"We are willing to surrender and return your things and people. But if you want us to join your civilization, we need to think about it."
Louis said,
"This is okay."
Gong Tietue said,
"What's there to think about? I am a human being, and I can assure you that joining the Demon Sword will definitely not let you down. What kind of machine civilization? Is it interesting for you to worry about this? As long as we humans, is there anything more important than surviving?"
The group of people who arrived untied Gong Tietue and found the heart of the machine. Others opened the airlock door and let Chung Ao and others in. The person who rebelled said,
"Can you give us half an hour to think about it?"
Chapter 156 Home Outside the World. There are more than 400 people stationed at the Europa stronghold on Europa. In this friction incident with the magic sword, 27 people died, and there are 421 survivors, including 125 people over 65 years old. 18 years old, there are 31 minors below and 265 other adults. Among these 265 people of working age, the male-to-female ratio is 140 to 125. When Louis saw so many people, especially old people among them, Louis couldn't help but feel his scalp numb. The Demon Sword civilization has not yet developed. How should we arrange so many people? After half an hour of consideration, White, the rebel leader of the Europa stronghold, expressed his willingness to submit to the Demon Sword. The condition is that the magic sword must accept all 421 people in Europa, and no one can be abandoned. At the same time, it is required that the former leader Pete must be imprisoned, either by the magic sword or by Europa's own people. Louis Do agreed to their request. Since the Hope was nearly full, the Eurobad people were temporarily unable to go to the Hope. Considering that the ecosystem in the stronghold was not damaged, they still lived in the stronghold. This stronghold is quite large, occupying the entire basin. According to Walter, the Europa base has a history of more than 100 years. It took several generations of construction to reach today's scale. However, the current level of the Europa stronghold is still stuck more than 100 years ago. In such a small place and harsh environment, he certainly cannot develop. Louis asked people to collect the bodies of the fallen, bury them on the spot, and sort out the destroyed facilities. The destroyed areas were basically dominated by the central building, and several surrounding living area buildings were still usable. Gong Tietue put on the combat space suit and got her equipment back. The most important thing was to get the machine. The novices on Europa also strongly demanded that Peter be sent to the Magic Sword Hope to be imprisoned.
Louis agreed to his request and asked Chung Ao's 6-man commando team, Gong Tietue and Pete, to take off in 2 spaceships and return to the Hope parked in orbit. Both Hope and Seraph came to Europa from Ganymede, in addition to carrying Chung Algong Iron Hammer and others back to the Hope. Liu Yi's elf robot stayed in the Europa stronghold and said to White,
"You have too many people. I hope the Hope cannot carry too many people at the moment."
"People, you will stay temporarily in the ecological zone in the stronghold. After the new spaceship is built, you can all move in, and I hope the severely damaged building can be used."
White agreed to Liu Yi's request, and all personnel evacuated the central building. Louis released several robot bees to scan the interior of the building, in addition to some damaged equipment. The thing that most caught his attention was the building where the prison was originally located, in a large room of Hammer. There are many photos hanging on his wall. White and several Eurobad sentries were wearing space suits and standing next to the elf with weapons in hand, while the 5-meter-tall elf robot stood in front of the building. Louis looked at these photos. There were more than 200 in total. Louis displayed all the photos scanned by the robot bee in front of White, and asked,
"Who are these people?"
White said,
"They are all people who died in my Europa. Some died in accidents, and some died of illness."
Louis scanned these photos one by one. When he scanned one of the photos, he suddenly stopped. The person in this photo was a man in his 30s, with an Asian face and a handsome face. With stubble. When Louis saw this person, he felt that he looked so familiar, as if he had seen him there before. But he only has the memory of the virtual world and no memory of his life. And the people in the photos are definitely not people in the virtual world.
"Who is this?"
Louis asked. White looked at it and said,
His name is Ouyang Chun.
Sure enough, there is a note under the photo, Ouyang Chun, 2054-2089. In other words, this person named Ouyang Chun died in 2089. He was only 35 years old when he died, and he had been dead for 100 years.
Can I tell you about him?
Louis asked. White said,
This happened 100 years ago, and I don't know much about it, but it is said that this Ouyang, who was an engineer during the early construction of Europa, died in an accident.
Louis asked again.
Then how to deal with the dead people?
White said,
We people on Earth all have the idea of returning to their roots after falling leaves. People who died during the construction of Europa at that time would be transported back to Earth for burial.
Bury? Louis asked.
Should the whole body be transported back? Or the ashes? The whole body is brought back and cremated on Earth.
White said. Louis just felt that this Ouyang Chun was definitely not a simple person. As for what was so unusual, he couldn't tell clearly, so he asked more carefully. It's a pity that the Earth is gone now. Otherwise, he would definitely have to find Ouyang Chun's grave. White added.
Since humans launched the Wanderer project, we on Europa have lost contact with the Earth. We are like abandoned children, floating in the universe. And the dead are buried directly on Europa. The Wanderer plan?
Louis asked with interest. What is it? White said.
A rover fleet carrying the hope of mankind left the Earth and flew to Alpha Star, 4.2 light years away. Are you saying that humans already have a fleet that has left the solar system?
Yes, White said.
The one that left the solar system at the beginning of this century carried 1,000 people and used controllable nuclear fusion technology. It will take about 2,500 years to reach Alpha Star.
I'll go.
2,500 years.
Louis said.
This is really a long time. So, humans have already expected this day.
Right?
Yes, sir. The Wanderer plan and its predecessor, the Outer Space Home Plan, were implemented as early as 200 years ago.
Let me go.
How come they have another extraterrestrial home plan?
Louis became more and more surprised.
Is there anything else that I don't know about?
White said.
The magic sword is also something we don't know about. Louison said, I don't know how much this Giada has hidden from me. He must know about the so-called outer world home and wanderers. Louis contacted Giada and asked,
What's the matter with Tianwai homeland and wanderers? Giada replied,
There are all aircrafts in the database. Sir, you have the highest authority and can check it at any time. There is too much information.
Louis said,
It's too cumbersome to check. Just tell me directly. Yes, sir,
Giada said.
For 1,900 light years away from the solar system, there is a pair of stars called Kepler-47. It is a binary star system with multiple planets, and one of them has an environment suitable for human survival. And this planet is the extraterrestrial home in the extraterrestrial home plan.
Chapter 157, The Wanderer Plan. For 1,900 light years away from the solar system is the famous Kepler-47. This is a binary star system. That is, it consists of two stars, namely Kepler-47a and Kepler-47b. However, after humans arrived, they renamed the two stars Yinxing and Huangxing, collectively known as the Yin-Huang twin galaxies.
Wait a minute.
Louis interrupted Giada.
You said humans have reached a place 4,900 light years away. And it was more than 100 years ago? It was 200 years ago.
Giada corrected.
200 years ago. That was 1989. Are you kidding me? Is it another intervention by you eternal people?
The Enlightenment Project, the 100 Sons of Earth, the 100 Sons of Mars, and the Hope were not all carried out under the intervention of eternal man? Giada replied.
Yes. Tianwai Home was built under the direct supervision of Master Feng Yu. It was an immature plan and was later abandoned. That means there are humans in the outer home 4,900 light years away. It existed at the time,
Giada said.
But then, the wormhole connecting the two places was destroyed, and the connection was lost. There is still no news about the outer home. Good guy. It's a wormhole again. When did the connection get disconnected?
Giada said.
The construction of Tianwai Home began in 1989 and lost contact in 2019. We have only been in contact for 30 years.
Louis said.
The distance is 4,900 light years. It takes 4,900 years to receive a message. But it can only be far away. But according to the amount of knowledge I know, the Earth at that time was not. I don't know what the so-called homeland is.
Giada said.
This is a top-secret project. and none of the technology has been taught to people on Earth.
If Louis had a human body now, he would have sneered fiercely and said,
"Then Master Feng Yu of yours is really capable. He wants people on Earth to help him take revenge. But he also wants to block knowledge. If technology had been directly taught to the Earth at that time, perhaps the current human civilization would not have been destroyed, and his revenge plan would have been implemented faster."
Giada said.
When Master Feng Yu laid out his series of plans, it was not that he had not examined human beings' greed, selfishness, and disunity. If it were taught directly, human beings would definitely have civil war, leading to self-destruction. Then the plan was ruined.
Okay,
what you said makes sense. Then tell me what the Wanderer plan is.
Giada said.
The Wanderer project was implemented by humans themselves. It has nothing to do with me or Master Feng Yu. All I know is that this plan was originally proposed by a girl named Yu Xiaoxin in 2016.
It's 2016 again, Louis said. The virtual world started in 2016. And now it is 2019. Yu Xiaoxin proposed the Wanderer plan in 2016. And the virtual opening time of the virtual world was also 2016. The solar system and the outer home lost contact in 2019. And it is now exactly 2019 in the virtual world, Giada said.
In 2016, 17-year-old Yu Xiaoxin wrote to the United Nations and proposed the Homeless Plan. This plan was not officially implemented until 2059, and the first person in charge was Yu Xiaoxin.
Louis said.
I didn't expect that this person named Yu Xiaoxin is so capable. He thought of running away as a human being at the age of 17.
Giada said.
Because this Yu Xiaoxin is not a pure earthling. Oh, then this is interesting. One of her parents is an alien. Yes,
Giada said.
Her mother is from Sophia, and her father is from the outer worlds. However, all this information is confidential. People on Earth don't know. And they don't know that she is half alien. I didn't know there was a home outside the world. In that case,
Louis said,
if people on Earth don't know anything, why do they believe that this person named Yu Xiaoxin is planning to carry out a wandering plan? Because of my intervention at this time,
Giada said.
Tianhui Home lost contact, and I can no longer count on Tianhui Home to help me implement my revenge plan. Don't you have the Heart of Shuttle?
Louis asked.
Use the Heart of Shuttle to create a wormhole, and then you can go to your homeland beyond the world?
Giada said.
The Heart of Shuttle came later. It didn't exist at that time.
Okay.
You plugged all the loopholes I found.
Giada added.
The rover project was launched in 2059. It took 100 years to build the rover fleet, which carried more than 1,000 Earthlings and embarked on a wandering journey to Alpha Planet in 2159. Although this is the plan of the Earthlings themselves, it is also top secret to other Earthlings.
Louis said.
I understand that the so-called Wanderer plan is actually the Fire plan. Knowing that the Earth is going to perish, it cannot lead all the people on Earth to escape the disaster. So it can only be carried out secretly to preserve the human fire.
Yes.
So,
Louis said.
In this universe, my demon sword is not the only one with human existence. But there are at least 2 human teams. One is the outer home 4,900 light years away. And the other is the rover fleet heading to Alpha Planet.
Yes.
The Wanderer fleet is purely Earth human technology.
Louis said.
It can be powered by controlled nuclear fusion. So what is its speed? 0.4x.
1x is 0.01 times the speed of light. Then 0.4x is 0.004 times the speed of light. 1,200 kilometers per second. At this speed, including acceleration and deceleration, it will take at least 1,500 years to reach Alpha Star.
That means it will take at least 1,500 years to reach Alpha Star?
Louis asked.
No,
Giada said.
The rover fleet can only reach this speed after it completely leaves the solar system. It is still far from reaching this speed without leaving the solar system. So in total, it will take at least 2,500 years to reach Alpha Star.
Let me go.
After such a long time, can 1,000 people persist in reaching their destination?
Louis said.
It seems that when I get strong and hungry, it is necessary to help them. After all, we are all people on Earth.
Louis finally understood the general situation about Tianhui homeland and the Wanderers. He no longer asked Giada. The most important thing for him now was to develop himself. When would he build a huge fleet? So that he could feel at ease. He took photos and recorded the situation in the destroyed building, and also uploaded a copy of the information in the Europa computer database to the Hope. Next, he took out the machine heart placed it in the damaged building, activated it, and marked Europa's living area as protected. In this case, the machine heart will not damage the living area buildings when it is working. Once the machine heart is activated, it will automatically mine various resources around it. Disable, smelt and manufacture. Chapter 158, the number 1 construction base of machine civilization. Once the heart of the machine is activated, all kinds of debris around it begin to deform, break, and rotate. It is activated inside the damaged building. From outside the building, you can see that the building begins to deform and squeeze, and a vortex is swirling around it. This is formed by recycling various materials in the building. Lu-Yi simply asked Hope and Seraph to be parked in a synchronous orbit around Europa for monitoring, while the elf robot stayed in the Europa stronghold, guarding the starting machine heart. White asked him to also send people to jointly take care of the machine heart. Lu-Yi agreed to his request and let the humans of Europa and Hope share the care work. It mainly guards the Europa stronghold centered on the heart of the machine. It is divided into 6 shifts. Each shift lasts 4 hours. Each shift has 5 people from each side, for a total of 10 people to guard and patrol. During this conflict, Lu-Yi expressed good words to appease the families of the deceased, and promised that after the fleet was established, these families would be given preferential subsidies. After everything was settled, another 24 hours later, when Europa reached the twilight line of Jupiter, a horrifying sight shocked everyone. As we all know, Europa, like Ganymede, also revolves and rotates synchronously. So one side is always facing Jupiter, and the other side is always facing away from Jupiter. After Lu-Yi arrived at Jupiter, he was always on the far side of Jupiter, and the Europa stronghold on Europa was also facing the Jupiter side. So he never saw the complete sun. When Europa moves to the twilight line, the sun can be seen from the horizon of Europa. The sun is so huge at this moment. Although it is at the position of Jupiter, it can still be seen that the sun is so huge. It is so huge that its edge has reached the orbit of Mars, and poor Mars has been sucked in. As for the Earth, it has long since fallen into the sun. Although the sun has expanded to such a large volume and incorporated the mass of a neutron star, its gravity has not changed much because it has ejected too much material, and it has not caused much damage to Jupiter and other planets outside Jupiter. Gravitational impression. But it was said that Europa came to the twilight line. People on Europa and Hope watched this beautiful and spectacular scene. And then dramatic changes took place on Europa. The surface of Europa is wrapped in a layer of ice several kilometers thick. Due to the sun's irradiation at this time, the temperature rises extremely, and a large amount of water vapor erupts, forming a thick mist on the surface of Europa. Fortunately, the temperature is not too high and is still below zero. Otherwise, a large amount of ice will melt, and the area where Europa's stronghold is located will also sink. The sky was full of fog, and the residents of Eurobari were very panicked. Lu-Yi came out to calm everyone. According to observations, the sun has stopped expanding and is about to begin to collapse. By then, the temperature here will no longer rise. Moon will return to the cold. It didn't take long for the huge sun to sink on the horizon of Europa, which had already moved to the sunny side of Jupiter. The facing side of Europa enters the dark night here, while its backside faces the sun. Therefore, the temperature of the backside continues to rise, and soon breaks through 0 degrees, and the surface of the ice layer begins to gradually melt. And this will last 3 days. The Hope probe is parked in the orbit around Europa. It can clearly see that the side of Europa facing the sun drags a long water vapor tail in the orbit around Jupiter. If viewed from a distance, it looks like a comet. A large amount of water mist and water vapor form Europa's new atmosphere, which blocks most of the solar radiation and prevents the temperature of the backside of Europa from rising too high and maintaining it within 50 degrees Celsius. Facing the sun, the temperature once rose to about 0 degrees Celsius due to the influence of the wooden surface behind it. And 24 hours after the opening of the heart of the machine, the first mine armor was produced. The mine armor, the most basic industrial unit of the Demon Sword, has the main function of mining. As for what kind of minerals to mine, it depends entirely on the system requirements. For example, if water resources are needed, the mine armor will collect the surrounding water vapor, water and ice, and purify and store it, and then transport it back to the base, or deliver the armor and take it back to the base. Although the mine armor is an industrial unit, it also has a simple weapon system and can cope with simple defense. If you want to collect iron, the iron ore will be automatically collected and crudely purified. and then transported to the base for fine purification. At the 25th hour, the first module of the smelting plant was successfully constructed and construction of the second module began. In such a simple infrastructure, most of the ships and facilities are modular and are assembled and expanded by putting together building blocks. So it is very indirect and fast. At the 26th hour, the first micro-combat unit was successfully constructed, the Spider Armor, commonly known as the Mechanical Spider. It has 4 mechanical legs and can move quickly. It is equipped with a laser cannon for ground combat. The height of the Spider Armor is 1 meter. About. At the 27th hour, Qin built the first module in the machining workshop. At the 28th hour, the first module of the plasma energy reactor was successfully constructed. At the 96th hour, the first phase of the machine factory was completed, and construction of a sub-base began, 10 kilometers away from the number 1 base formed by the heart of the machine. The scale of base number 1 is so large that it encompasses the entire Europa stronghold. Europa reaches the twilight line and prepares to enter the dark side of Jupiter. The sun begins to collapse. The edge leaves the orbit of Mars, and Mars breaks away from the edge of the sun. It is predicted that the sun will collapse into a neutron star in 72 hours, at which time the diameter of the sun will shrink to less than 100 kilometers. Seeing that Europa's base number 1, Europa, has begun to take shape, Louis is also very happy, seeing that his magic sword civilization is about to rise. This is the beginning of the great construction of civilization. The advantage of the heart of the machine is here. The entire process is automated, and whatever you want can be ordered automatically. Spaceships, aircraft, and various facilities can be successfully built automatically without manual intervention. While the machine heart was working, Louis had been thinking about this person named Ouyang Chun. He just felt that he was very familiar, but he couldn't remember it. I heard Giada say before that his real body also died in 2089, the same year as Ouyang Chun's death. It is unknown what his previous name was, or what social relations he had. He could only be recorded as anonymous, and loaded into the virtual world together with 254 other different souls of the dead. He even thought that Ouyang Chun might be his real body during his lifetime. He asked Giada about this, and Giada's answer was that he didn't know anything about it. If he didn't believe it, he could check the database himself. Louis also tried to look up the information, but he really couldn't find the truth about his life experience in the massive database. Chapter 159 Star Fortress. Louis was very grateful that he could escape from the solar catastrophe, and easily deceive the Eternal Man's drone reconnaissance, and unexpectedly recruited a human survivor stronghold, Europa. After the sun began to collapse, Europa, Jupiter, and the other natural satellites of Jupiter were no longer exposed to the high temperatures of the sun. Louis's era of great construction also kicked off. He always monitored every important facility under civilization, especially the machine heart on Europa. Under the automatic operation of the machine heart, base number 1 expanded rapidly, and a large number of industrial robots and combat robots were manufactured. Mining, transportation, smelting, machinery, precision, chemical industry, and other industrial facilities were located in the machine heart. The surrounding area was quickly built. People have been liberated from vigilance tasks, and all work and defense are replaced by robots. There is a central computer for network overall control and management, and the highest authority of control of this central computer lies with Louis. Since opening the heart of the machine, Louis plans to expand the Hope into a fortress-level aircraft. The so-called fortress, that is, the Interstellar Fortress, or Star Fortress for short, has the main purpose of human habitation. To put it bluntly, it is a space city. The interior is a city, and the exterior is fortified with defensive capabilities. Note, regarding the Star Fortress, it can be introduced in the author's other humble work, Galaxy Spokesperson, QQ Reading. You are welcome to go and take a look. They are all written by the same author, just with different pen names. The Star Fortress adopts modular construction. The so-called modular construction means that one piece can be assembled before it is built. Therefore, during the construction of the Star Fortress, the use and construction can be carried out simultaneously. The construction period of the first phase of the Star Castle is expected to be 1 month, with a capacity of 5,000 people, which means that 5,000 people can live inside without worrying about survival issues. The original Hope spacecraft has its own ecosystem, and it just needs to be expanded. The current ecosystem can provide food for up to 500 people. There are 421 people in the Europa stronghold, plus the 202 people on the Hope. The total is 623 people, which has exceeded the existing ecosystem. But Europa itself has its own ecosystem. So before the ecosystem expansion on the Hope is completed, Europa's ecosystem is still in use. But it is all managed by the Magic Swords robot system. In this way, all residents of Europa are freed from work. It will take a year for the Hope's ecosystem expansion to show initial results, because this is limited by the growth cycle of organisms, and many crops require a year to be harvested. In the ecosystem aboard the Hope, whether crops or livestock, all ecological and green breeding is implemented, and genetic modification, cloning, inorganic fertilizers, and the use of pesticides are prohibited. As for the ban on the use of pesticides, although it is an artificial ecosystem built on the ship, it still cannot get rid of the infestation of pests. The pest control method adopted by the Hope uses nanorobots to kill pests, which can not only eliminate pests, but also can avoid pesticide pollution. After a month of expansion, the Hope Star Fortress Phase 1 was finally completed. Louis sent dozens of Angel-class spacecraft to Base 1, Europa, on Europa and transported all 421 Europa residents to the Star Fortress Superior. They will all live on the Star Castle from now on. In the orbit around Europa, the Hope Star Fortress is parked, and the Archangel-class star carrier is being assembled. Motherships are divided into 3 classes according to their size. Those with a length between 128 meters and 1024 meters are called capable angels. Those with a length exceeding 1024 meters, but not reaching 8,192 meters are called force angels. Anything over 8,192 meters is called the Archangel class. The first Archangel class interstellar carrier, Cheline, has a design length of 12,000 meters, which is 12 kilometers. This is considered a length for humans. A behemoth. But it is still under construction, and modular components will be shipped and assembled after they are built in several factories on Europa. Every module built is already ready for combat. Since it is a machine civilization, Louis does not want humans to participate in the war. Therefore, in the design and construction of the Cheline star carrier, there is no artificial gravity, artificial oxygen, artificial air pressure, artificial lighting and demeanor system to make it suitable for human survival. S component. Therefore, there is no airlock, no air, no gravity, no lighting, pitch black, and no temperature inside the Kirin. Because it is an open ship building model, the interior is the same as in space. Therefore, the degree inside the space is the same as the degree in space. If the temperature is -1 or 200 degrees in space, the degree inside it is 1 or 200 degrees. Humans cannot survive inside it. But Louis does not need anyone to enter the inside of the Cheline. Everything is controlled by computers. Otherwise it cannot be called machine civilization, since there is no need for people. Why does the Cheline need to be built so big? Although the Cheline is an interstellar carrier, it is also a pure combat interstellar carrier. Its interior is mainly used to load energy, transmission mechanisms and drones. When engaging in interstellar warfare, you can release a large number of enemy drones to conduct tactical naval attacks. Because it is currently in its initial stage, and the equipment is not yet sound enough, the construction cycle of the Cheline is about 10 years, which means that it will not be until 10 years before the Demon Sword can form a preliminary battle scale. Such a vast interstellar carrier, as well as a large number of carrier-based drones, and a huge interstellar fleet with the Cheline as the flagship including other battleships, interstellar fortresses, industrial spaceships, energy spacecraft, etc., have been built over the past 10 years. Cycle. If we put it to humans, it is simply an existence, like an infrastructure maniac. However, for the magic sword with eternal technology, this speed is already very slow. The Cheline is to serve as the flagship of the Demon Sword. In addition to the completed Hope Phase 1 interstellar fortress, the Kirin Archangel-class interstellar carrier under construction, and a number of other aircraft, all under construction to varying degrees, are filling the orbit around Europa. But a month after the opening of the heart of the machine, the Hope finally welcomed guests from Europa. More than a dozen spacecraft flew away from Europa and flew to the Hope Star Castle parked in space. People were full of surprise, and used excited eyes looked at the approaching Hope and the semi-finished Cheline parked not far away. Europa leader White was sitting in his seat, wearing a seat belt, watching the Hope approaching. His mood was very complicated. He was full of confusion about the future. The spaceship began to dock into the Hope airport. Behind the glass of the airport airlock, a woman stood looking at the many approaching spacecraft.
Chapter 160 Dome Lovers. The first phase of the Hope Interstellar Fortress is an approximately saucer-shaped aircraft with a maximum length of 2,200 meters. Due to the increase in length, it has been upgraded from the original Power Angel class to the current Power Angel class. There is an airport on each side of it. Small spacecraft can be parked in the airport. After parking, the airlock is docked, and the passengers in the small spacecraft can enter the interior of the Star Castle through the airlock passage. At this moment, in its L1 airport, 10 small spaceships are slowly approaching, preparing to dock into the port, and 6 small spacecraft are flying to the other side of the Star Fort, preparing to dock at the R1 airport there. The leader of the first human society on the Hope was originally Chang'e. Due to its refusal, the position of leader was automatically transferred to Ai Rui. So the current leader is Ai Rui. Originally, the leader of mankind was called the governor. Later, because many people raised objections and felt that the title governor was inappropriate, they changed it to the mayor of the hungry town. These 202 humans live in the first community of Star Castle, Hope Town, and the mayor of Hope Town is Ari. At this moment, Ari, as the mayor of Hope Town, leads a group of young residents of Hope Town to wait in the inner harbor, waiting for the arrival of Europa residents. The port is divided into an inner port and an outer port. The outer port is used to park small spacecraft, and the inner port is used to provide people with the convenience of getting on and off the ship, which is equivalent to the waiting area. There is an airlock between the inner port and the outer port. After the small spacecraft is parked in the outer port, passengers can enter the inner port through the airlock, thus truly entering the interior of the Star Castle. There is a large row of glass portholes in front of the inner port. Standing in front of the portholes, you can clearly see everything in the outer port, including the docking spacecraft. Ari stood in front of the porthole, looking at the docked spaceship. In addition to her, most of the residents of Hope Town came to watch the excitement. Everyone looked excited, but she was the only one who was constantly anxious. Apart from looking outside, still searching in the crowd from time to time, Ai Rui asked a girl next to him,
Have you seen Chang'e?
The girl shook her head and said,
I didn't see it.
Ari muttered,
Damn it. I didn't even see that little bitch Big Hammer.
At this moment, in an observation cabin on the top of the Star Castle of Hope, Chang'e and Gong Tiechui happened to be together, sitting side by side on a step, both holding their hands back on the ground and looking up at the starry sky on the dome. The viewing cabin is not big, but it has a huge dome-shaped glass that allows you to see the outside landscape very clearly. Europa is on the side. Jupiter is at the zenith with its beautiful rings, and there are some spacecraft flying in space. Chang'e said,
We live in a bad era, but we also live in a good time.
Gong Tiechui said. Chang'e sighed and said,
Yes, we are living at the end of the earth, but we are ushering in the birth of civilization. Slaves of any machine are just farts. If you can live a happy life without worrying about food and clothing, it is a good civilization.
Gong Tiechui looked at him with a smile.
You can see clearly,
Chang'e said.
So what? Just like you said,
we live in a good era. We don't say we are grateful, but we must at least cherish and live every minute and second of our lives carefully.
Gong Tiechui smiled and said,
But in that case, we will become lazy and not know how to make progress. What do you want to make progress?
Chang'e said,
What do you want to make progress? In return, the only thing we have to do is live well? No.
Chang'e looked at Gong Tiechui mysteriously and said,
What then? Have a baby.
Chang'e said with a smile, and he said it very seriously.
Pooh. Is it true? Look.
Chang'e began to analyze it seriously.
The first phase of the Hope has a capacity of 5,000 people. But when we include Europa, we only have about 600 people. This is still far from 5,000 people. How long will it take? If we want to quickly reach the scale of 5,000 people, the only thing we can do is to have children. Seriously? Of course, I am being serious. Look again. In order to ensure the purity of human beings, this magic sword also requires that we humans cannot be cloned and can only reproduce naturally. So we must hurry up. Hurry up and have a baby. Yeah. Hurry up and have the baby.
Chang'e said.
Anyway, after the baby is born, there will be a robot to take care of it, and we can save a lot of worry. Hammer, will you have the baby with me?
Gong Tiechui kicked him and said angrily,
Chang'e, why are you so shameless? Why do you dare to say anything?
Chang'e was kicked by her. He neither got angry nor hid. Instead, he stood up, turned his back to the starry sky, faced Gong Tiechui and said,
Tiechui, I swear, I like you, and I want to be with you.
If you get married, I will only have children with you in my life. But please marry me.
But Ari,
Don't mention AI Rui. Okay. The engagement was all determined by a machine earlier and doesn't count. Let me tell you, AI Rui and I have never held hands. So I am pure and I don't like her. I only like you. I want to marry you. I want to have children with you. And I want to have the first child of the demon sword with you.
Zhang Yao said it very seriously, which made Gong Tiechui feel a little moved. Blushing and keeping silent, Zhang Yao thought he acquiesced. So he said to the empty cabin,
Computer. Is the system computer here? I have something to do. Call the computer.
Gong Tiechui asked in a low voice.
What are you going to do?
After a while, a mechanical female voice sounded.
Zhang Yao, do you have any questions? I want to connect with Angel. I want to see him. I have something urgent.
Zhang Yao said excitedly. Gong Tiechui said in a low voice.
You are crazy and proud. Angel is also very busy. How can he have time to meet you?
Mechanical female voice.
Please wait a moment. The connection request is in progress.
Gong Tiechui asked.
Zhang Yao, what exactly are you going to do?
Zhang Yao didn't answer her but said,
Just wait.
As soon as he finished speaking, Louis went online and asked,
Zhang Yao, do you have anything to ask me about?
At the same time, a virtual portrait appeared in front of the two of them. Zhang Yao bowed very sincerely and said,
Sir, I want to marry Gong Tiechui. Get married now. I want our child to become the #1 in the magic sword.
Son,
Louis said.
You have to apply to your mayor for this.
Zhang Yao said.
I don't. I'll tell you. Don't you have more power than her? AI Rui has a prejudice against me. And I definitely don't agree with it. If I don't marry someone other than a palace hammer, then don't I have to be single for the rest of my life?
Louis asked after 3 nanoseconds of thought.
Gong Tiechui, are you not marrying anyone except Zhang Yao?
Gong Tiechui lowered his head in silence and nodded after a while. Louis said,
I can make the decision for you. But it needs to be genetically compared to confirm that there is no genetic conflict before the marriage can be approved. The gene bank is being searched for genetic comparison. Please later. The comparison is over. No genetic conflict is found. And you can get married? Oh yeah.
Zhang Yao shouted excitedly, picked up Gong Tai hammer, and spun it around in circles.